Eternal Heart Chapter 206 to Chapter 257. At the starting point of the hunt. In the pavilion, the elders of the major forces stared at the image on the curtain, their faces pale. Before this, they thought that the hunting team of the Fu family was doomed, but they turned the tables and temporarily reached the top of the hunt. This was something that most people did not expect. What's that young man's name? He is indeed the one holding the fort in the Fu family's team. Marquis Yunlai murmured. Your Excellency, that young man is called Qinyu. It is said that he is from the same sect as Yi Luofeng. A middle-aged man of the Khanate level replied respectfully. Oh? Qinyu. Marquis Yunlai remembered the name with interest. At the same time, Qinyu's name was constantly mentioned by the various families and forces. The hunting contest was very influential. Not only the families of the Yunlai prefecture, but also the forces of the outer mansion. At a corner of the mountain, 2 or 3 figures in black cloaks stood side by side, watching the changes on the curtain. Qinyu may have a special body constitution. Also, he has reached the Qi transformation state at such a young age, so he can be included in the recruitment. On another tree, 2 men in black cloaks were covered by a strange black smoke curtain. This young man's skill and mental power contain a pure and domineering killing intent. He may be a good candidate for our demon-free academy. One of them said in a hoarse voice. In the pavilion of the Fu family. It's too risky. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Fu Yangzi, Uncle Lin and the others secretly wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and let out a sigh of relief. But they all became happy and continued to watch the progress of the hunting team of the Fu family. After killing the rats, they did not see such a large group of vicious beasts. But half an hour later, the scene on the white curtain changed again. They saw, in the vicinity of the cliff where Qinyu and the others were hiding, a few hunting groups were secretly approaching them. Among them, the hunting teams of the Duke's mansion, the Wu family and the Chu family were already within 20 miles. Obviously, it was impossible for the Fu family's hunting team to not notice such a big movement by lighting 10 torches on the cliff to attract the beasts. These hunting groups that were close to each other were all strong. They arrived near the cliff and kept a distance of a few miles, picking up the fish that slipped through the net. The team closest to the cliff was the Wu family's team. The distance between them was only 1 or 2 miles. Brother Kong, this is the demon-luring grass that I obtained by chance some time ago. It might be able to kill the Fu clan. He Debao took out 2 stalks of striped grass. Very good. The ugly and skinny black-robed puppet master smiled sinisterly. He was worried that the Fu family's team might have temporarily become the senior hunter due to their outstanding performance at the top of the cliff. I'll do it right away. He Debao's expression was vicious as he stared at the top of the cliff. Last time at the Fu family, Qinyu had almost crippled his brother. For the sake of revenge, he had several methods to deal with them before the hunting meet. Wait. If you go there rashly, you might alert the Fu family. The black-robed puppeteer called out to him. Subsequently, the black-robed puppeteer took 2 fey-luring grasses from Yi Debao's hands and tossed them on the ground. Swoosh swoosh, 2 spider puppets crawled out from the ground and each picked up a fey-luring grass. They turned into 2 black dots and disappeared into the night sky. A moment later, the 2 spider puppets had returned. Success. If it's confirmed to be the legendary fey-luring grass, the Fu family's team might not survive the night. The black-robed puppeteer grinned and his expression became even more sinister. At the same time, at the top of the cliff, the Fu family's team was killing the ferocious beasts in an orderly manner. The ordinary ferocious beasts, Fu Jing, Fu Hong, and the other geniuses of the Fu family could deal with them easily. After the rat army, the ferocious beasts' attacks fell into a low point. But half an hour later, the ferocious beasts' attacks suddenly multiplied and seemed unusually violent. Swoosh 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 swoosh, even the sky was filled with flying beasts, arriving from several directions at the same time. On the ground and in the sky, the ferocious beasts attacked together. Get ready! On the ground and in the sky, a large number of ferocious beasts are coming. There are 5 to 6 ferocious beasts on the ground alone. Qinyu's expression changed abruptly and he hurriedly called out. Yi Luofeng immediately ordered everyone to extinguish the lights. However, after extinguishing the lights, the ferocious beasts in the sky and the ferocious beasts on the ground were still chasing in this direction. On one hand, it was the smell of blood here. But Qinyu felt that something was wrong. The attacks of those ferocious beasts became very violent. The Iron Moon strange bug got the news. Those ferocious beasts were gathering here from all directions. 10 minutes later, the number of ferocious beasts had gathered to 1 or 2,000. On the ground, the number of postnatal ferocious beasts was approaching 10 from 5 to 6. Fortunately, there were too many ferocious beasts. Those ferocious beasts couldn't reach them. The real threat was still in the sky. The ferocious beasts in the sky could ignore the geographical advantage of Qinyu and the others. A total of 4 or 5 ferocious beasts led hundreds of ferocious beasts to occupy the sky above the cliff. Shrink the formation and defend with all your strength, Yi Luofeng ordered. Oh! Roar! Qinyu sped up and performed the bronze lion roar to expand the range of the sound wave attack. Immediately, there was a sharp scream in the sky, and a large number of ferocious beasts' corpses fell like bloody raindrops. Yi Luofeng was in charge of the ground. Every time her sword light flashed, the ferocious beasts that were close to her were immediately dismembered. Kill! The young men of the Fu family were fighting fiercely with bloodshot eyes. They shrank to a radius of 2 or 3 feet. Go! Qinyu suddenly raised his hand, and a black javelin with surging ferocious chi broke through the air. Puff! Immediately, a ferocious beast fell from the sky, and its abdomen was penetrated by the javelin. In the sky, the ferocious beast's attack slowed down a little. Ferocious chi transformation! Qinyu roared, and after launching the bronze lion roar, his fists and arms waved out a huge ferocious black python. The surrounding ferocious chi transformation roared fiercely. The ferocious chi transformation black python let out a terrifying roar, which shocked people's souls. Whoosh! Bang! Flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts flew everywhere. 1 or 2 miles away, the puppet master in a black robe was surprised, and then he sneered. Let's see how long you can last. On the top of the cliff, a spider puppet was lurking, and it sent some detailed images. As time passed, the talented young men of the Fu family's team were sweating and panting. They had consumed a lot of energy. Yi Luofeng's sword Dao attack consumed a lot of energy. Even though she had the highest cultivation level, her breathing was slightly rapid, and there was a trace of sweat between her eyebrows. Everyone was a little exhausted, and they were more or less injured. But among the crowd, only Qinyu was an exception. Roar! The thunderous roar carried a hurricane-like sound wave, which killed all the ferocious beasts that were close to him. Every time the bronze lion roar ended, Qinyu waved his arms and shot out 2 huge ferocious black pythons at the same time. The ferocious chi transformation roared, killing the scattered ferocious beasts. In just a short time, Qinyu killed as many as 6 postnatal ferocious beasts and ferocious birds. Yi Luofeng also killed 2 or 3 on the side. The bronze lion roar and the ferocious chi transformation took turns. Qinyu was getting more and more ferocious, and he didn't seem to be exhausted at all. Oh, there was a huge ferocious chi transformation above his head, and the ferocious chi it emitted was getting stronger and stronger, and it even pushed back some of the weaker ferocious beasts. Is this guy still human? The black-robed puppeteer frowned and could not help but suck in a cold breath. The entire Fu family's team. Everyone was exhausted, physically exhausted, and more or less injured. But only Qinyu was not injured at all. Even if there were occasional attacks from ferocious beasts and monsters, they couldn't break the defense of the bronze statue skill. Also, the more he fought, the more ferocious he became, and the power of the primordial fiend divine skill steadily increased. He alone was able to bear the pressure of more than half the sky. Seeing. In the sky and on the ground, the attacks from both sides were falling bit by bit. On the one hand, many ferocious beasts and birds were scared away by the ferocious chi transformation on Qinyu's body. On the other hand, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng focused on killing a few ferocious beasts and birds. Did they fail? Or is the effect of the demon-luring grass gone? The black-robed puppeteer said in a low voice. In the meantime, the hunting teams of the Wu family, the Chu family, and the Marquis mansion also killed some scattered ferocious beasts in the area. At the top of the cliff, the pressure on the Fu family's team was getting smaller and smaller. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had just let down his guard a little. Suddenly, his sharp senses caught a hint of a hidden chill. Swoosh, as if escaping from the shadows, a faint, cold, gray light swept toward Qin Yu in a flash. Watch out! Yi Luofeng whispered. Meow, a strange meow came into Qin Yu's mind. The attack from the dark was too fast, and it happened at the moment when Qin Yu's pressure was greatly reduced, and his body and mind were relaxed. It's the night lynx. In the pavilion of the Fu family, Fu Yangzi and Uncle Lin exclaimed. Before this, the night lynx had once silently annihilated a hunting team that had camped in the camp. Swoosh, in the image, the gray light flashed towards Qin Yu's throat in the blink of an eye. A chill ran down Qin Yu's spine, and a chill ran down his neck. All he could do was move his body and try to avoid being hit in the vitals. Clang, Qin Yu dodged the attack on his throat, but there was a spark on his neck, and a trace of blood appeared. The defense of the bronze statue technique and Yuansha Zhenqi was easily broken by the mountain cat's attack. If it was any other postnatal cultivator, they would have been killed. Even a postnatal cultivator would be in danger. Meow, the attack failed. The lynx turned into an erratic gray shadow and blended into the night. This is the night lynx, a rare species that is good at stealth and has the bloodline of ancient beasts. It is known as the king of the night. The one just now was at the peak of the postnatal realm, and its threat in the dark is greater than that of a normal postnatal cultivator. Yi Luofeng said with a hint of relief. If the lynx had attacked her, she wouldn't have been able to block the attack like Qin Yu did. There was at least a 30 to 40% chance that she would have been killed by the lynx. After all, she didn't have a strong physical defense like Qin Yu. Humph. I must kill this lynx. After a round of killing, Qin Yu's body was filled with killing intent as he looked in the direction that the lynx had escaped. In his heart, he muttered to himself in puzzlement. When the lynx's claws cut its skin, why did its mysterious heart suddenly beat abnormally? The feeling was similar to when he extracted Lu Shua's Black Emperor bloodline. Qin Yu was deep in thought as he looked in the direction where the lynx had escaped. Just now, when the cat's sharp claws scratched his skin, the mysterious heart's abnormal heartbeat responded, and a faint attractive force appeared. It was similar to when it absorbed Lu Shua's bloodline in the blood burial garden. Lu Shua and the lynx had something in common. The former had the Black Emperor bloodline, while the latter had the bloodline of an ancient beast. In both situations, Qin Yu had come into close contact with the other party. Qin Yu wondered if the mysterious heart could absorb the bloodline of ancient beasts and ancient races. Thinking of this, his heart instantly burned with passion. Unfortunately, the nighttime lynx was too fast. It was like a fish in water in the dark night. It was good at concealment and was invisible. Elder Chen, we can't hold on any longer, Fu Hong was sweating profusely and said weakly. At this moment, at the top of the cliff, the youths of the Fu family were all on the verge of collapsing. Yi Luofeng wasn't any better. Her face was pale and she was sweating profusely. However, she wouldn't show weakness in front of Qin Yu. She was still holding on. Okay, let's leave this bloody place. Qin Yu nodded. They had been fighting at the top of the cliff for almost half the night. Except for Qin Yu, no one could hold on any longer. If another peak postnatal ancient beast appeared, it would be a great threat to Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. The other disciples of the Fu family would inevitably be injured. Immediately, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng led the disciples of the Fu family to the bottom of the cliff. As long as they could leave this bloody place, they would be free from the attacks of the beasts and birds. When they were halfway up the mountain, the ferocious beasts and flying beasts nearby suddenly scattered and fled in all directions. What's going on? Qin Yu felt that something was wrong. Wu's soul-shaking roar came from the bottom of the cliff and the beasts nearby retreated. A formless baleful demonic wind surrounded by surging sand and dust blew over. Oh no! It's a connate beast. Qingyu and Yi Luofeng exchanged glances with each other, their expressions darkening. Hearing this, the faces of the youths of the Fu family were ashen. If they were at their peak, they would have no problem dealing with an ordinary Xiantian realm demonic beast. However, after fighting for a long time, everyone's consumption was quite great. Many of them were injured, and their strength fell greatly. Judging from the invisible pressure, the demonic beast should have reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and its strength might even be slightly stronger than a human of the same realm. Ha ha ha. A middle stage Xiantian demonic beast, good timing. The Fu clan is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if they don't die, they will suffer heavy losses. Near the cliff, the Wu family members, the black-robed puppeteer, He Debao, and the others all chuckled in schadenfreude. Soon, the Xiantian realm demonic beast appeared. It was a demon leopard with dark spots. Its size was comparable to that of an elephant, and its body was surrounded by a layer of dark purple wind. It was accompanied by a fierce demon chi wind of a few dozen feet in radius. Its power was terrifying. Whoosh, the leopard demon suddenly turned into a dark shadow and charged toward the Fu clan's team. Before he could even get close, a huge gale of demonic chi assaulted them, blowing the youths of the Fu clan into a mess. Ah! 2 or 3 of the youths were badly shaken, and their heads were bleeding. Some of them even fainted. This was only the aftermath of a round of strong wind brought about by his attack. Meanwhile, Qingyu and Yi Luofeng were the first to intercept the true pressure of the attacks. The two of them could only fight head-on. Otherwise, the Fu clan behind them would be in danger of being wiped out. Slash! Qingyu and Yi Luofeng slashed with their heavy swords and treasured swords. Among them, Qingyu's heavy sword slashed out a black and silver wall of sword energy. It was mainly used to defend and weaken the demonic leopard's attack. Yi Luofeng slashed out an icy sword aura, and her vision was filled with frost and bone-piercing coldness. The surface of the sword aura was covered in a layer of azure light. The invisible power of the ancient sword art increased the power of the sword Dao by more than half, and it was comparable to an attack from a Xiantian cultivator. Whoosh, the two's attacks intertwined with a twisted dark purple whirlwind, and there was a deafening sound. In an instant, a hole with a diameter of 10 feet appeared in the center of the confrontation. Qingyu and Yi Luofeng retreated a few steps at the same time. Among them, Yi Luofeng's face was pale, and her breathing was rapid. Her body was a little unstable. She was furious. If she was at her peak, she could at least deal with the demonic leopard for a while. With the Xiantian cultivator leopard's body swayed, and it stared at Qingyu and Yi Luofeng with fear. Just now, the combined attack of Qingyu and Yi Luofeng had even caused some flesh wounds. We have to finish this quickly. Qingyu's expression was solemn as he sent a voice transmission. If it was just a Xiantian cultivator leopard, they wouldn't be afraid. The problem was, there were other beasts around them, including the night lynx and other connate beasts. They could attack at any time. They couldn't let this drag on. Next, I'll attack with all my strength. Just attack. Qingyu took a deep breath, put away the mystic heavy sword, and activated his Xianxia true chi to the maximum. At the same time, he secretly activated a bit of the Black the Arch bloodline, and the bronze statue skill to the maximum. In the next moment, the Xiantian cultivator leopard couldn't hold back anymore, and it pounced at them again. A twisting dark purple whirlwind, accompanied by a cold glint, swept towards Qingyu and Yi Luofeng. Wherever the attack passed, the nearby mountains, rocks, and trees were reduced to dust and debris. Whoosh, suddenly, a sword and shield puppet appeared from the white mist, and it used a large black sword and shield to block in front of it. Ding, ding. Dang, the Xiantian cultivator leopard's attack was mostly blocked by the sword and shield puppet. Although the sword and shield puppet only had the combat power of the Hotian cultivator, its defense was comparable to that of a Xiantian cultivator. Whoosh, the black blood patterns on the surface of the sword and shield puppet flashed, and its body shook violently as it retreated. But at this moment, Qingyu and Yi Luofeng floated in the air, and under the cover of the sword and shield puppet, they both attacked the Xianxia cultivator leopard. Heavenly Spiritual Void Slashing Spell. An invisible sword shadow appeared in Yi Luofeng's clear eyes. Whoosh, the white jade sword in his hand slashed out a dazzling white sword light that flickered with a cyan light. At that moment, the darkness in the night sky was dispersed by the dazzling white sword light, and it was as bright as day. Roar, the Xianxia cultivator leopard roared with fear, but it couldn't dodge. Because Yi Luofeng and Chen Yu were under the cover of the sword and shield puppet, and it was the moment when the Xianxia cultivator leopard was exhausted. Ding! Pucci, the Xianxia cultivator leopard's body moved, and it dodged the attack, but a deep wound appeared on its back. At the same time, an illusory green destiny sword shadow swept across the body of the demon leopard. The leopard revealed a painful expression, and its mind was shaken. Not only did this sword strike inflict serious injuries on it, but it also injured its mind. This lady's sword seemed to contain some kind of ancient sword technique. Her sword skills are amazing. Unfortunately, this lady has used up a lot of her energy, and she is not at her peak, and she can only use this sword. In front of the curtain, many people exclaimed. Even a few of the Origin Realm Masters were moved. Die. A faint black shadow, with a howling murderous aura, approached the leopard at a shocking speed. The sudden increase in the speed of the figure was shocking. Slash, Chen Yu's heart was already accumulating energy, and a translucent dark glowing short sword appeared in his hand. On this sword, there was a layer of surging pure evil chi, and there was also a circle of black iron chi patterns. The Black Emperor bloodline and the accumulation of energy in his heart were both amplified. Not only that. Under the moonlight, this dark glowing short sword shone with a layer of dark moonlight, and its power increased by more than 40%. Chi, a ray of moonlight, as thin as a hair, followed the wound left on the leopard's body and slashed down. Instantly, the wound left by Yi Luofeng expanded again. The leopard roared, and from the enlarged wound, purple-black poisonous blood flowed out. Whoosh, the leopard roared, and a ball of purple chi exploded, engulfing a radius of 4 to 5 feet. Bang bang, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng were pushed back by the leopard's terrifying backlash. Among them, Yi Luofeng flew back dozens of feet, her face pale, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Chen Yu was pushed back, and he grunted. The beast skin armor and bronze statue art on his body dissolved most of the attack, and he only suffered light injuries. And at this moment, the leopard was heavily injured, and the poison in its body was acting up. It revealed a look of fear, and it turned around to run. Swish, his body turned into a dark gray afterimage, and merged into the night. Chen Yu thought about it, and didn't chase. In the night, the leopard's mid-stage postnatal realm speed was something that Chen Yu couldn't compare to. Even if he chased after it, there was only a 50-50 chance. Are you okay? Chen Yu quickly went over and stood in front of Yi Luofeng. At this moment, Yi Luofeng and the Fu clan had lost most of their combat strength, and they were all injured. If Chen Yu were to abandon them, they would be in danger of being annihilated if a demonic beast like the Night Lynx attacked them. Let's go down the mountain first. Yi Luofeng swallowed 2 pills, and her complexion became slightly better. Chen Yu nodded and let the puppet and the Iron Moon strange insect lead the way down the mountain. Everyone had just arrived at the bottom of the cliff. In the middle of the night ahead, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Chen Yu sent the Iron Moon exotic insects to gather more information. Very soon, an image was projected into Chen Yu's mind through the Iron Moon strange bug. Woo-woo, the heavily injured connate demon leopard's limbs were tied up by white spider silk. Around the demon leopard, there were 4 spider puppets, each controlling 1 or 2 tenacious spider silks, forcefully binding the demon leopard. Meanwhile, in front of the demonic leopard, a huge scorpion puppet was waving its long pincers and slashing at the Xianxia demonic leopard. The innate demon leopard was bleeding non-stop. Coupled with the effects of the poison, its struggles were getting weaker and weaker. Ha ha ha. Brother Kong actually has a Xiantian puppet. The other Hotian realm youths of the Wu family, including He Debao, were also attacking from afar. Very soon, the Xiantian demonic leopard let out a whimper and lost the ability to resist. If it weren't for the fact that it was heavily injured and poisoned, it wouldn't have been easy for us to kill it. It seems that we have underestimated the strength of the Fu family team. The black-cloaked puppet master said indifferently, without the slightest joy. At this time, the Fu family team that Qinyu was in had left the dangerous area of the bloody cliff. Everyone was relieved. A Qi transformation stage Xiantian puppet? The Wu family has picked up a bargain. Qinyu's face didn't look good. It was too late for him to kill the demon leopard. In the Iron Moon's strange bug senses, the Xiantian giant scorpion puppet had already dismembered the demon leopard under the control of the black-cloaked puppet master. A young man from the Wu clan happily dug out the demon core. The Wu family youth was overjoyed. A Xiantian demon core was equivalent to a dozen Hotian demon cores. At this time, ding, a silver speckled black dot shot out from the ground and struck the youth's wrist. Arg, the Wu family youth groaned as his wrist was bitten by a silver-spotted iron worm. The poison invaded his body and his body stiffened. Immediately, the demon core in his hand floated out. The Wu family members gasped in shock at the sudden change in the scene. Whoosh, the iron moon worm turned into a silver dot and flew towards the demon core that had yet to land. The worm was about to hit the ground. Humph! The black-cloaked puppeteer snorted. A cold, black metal arm reached out from the black robe. Crack, a purple iron hook shot out from the front of the pitch-black metal arm. It moved as fast as lightning and grabbed the silver-speckled black spot. Clang, sparks flew. The purple iron hook firmly grabbed the Iron Moon's strange insect. Its strength was shocking. Oh no! Such an unforeseen event caused Qinyu's complexion to change drastically. The purple iron hook was extremely strong and the material was extremely hard. No matter how the iron moonworm struggled, it couldn't escape. That man's arm. The overlords in front of the curtain at the top of the mountain were speechless. The left hand of the black-cloaked puppeteer was completely replaced by a black metal arm. The purple iron hook came from the metal arm. The other right hand was hidden in the black robe and didn't reach out. The Wu family members were all stunned. This was the first time they saw the puppeteer's real body attack. Modified limbs? This man is an ancient and pure puppeteer. There was a commotion in the pavilions of the Marquis' palace and the three major families. A real puppeteer doesn't completely rely on puppets. Instead, it pursues the unity of man and puppet. Marquis Yunlai murmured. This sect was seen as a taboo in the ancient times and was hunted down. Because at the end of their cultivation, human flesh, skin, limbs, bones, and even hearts will be implanted, turning them into something inhuman. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and even looked at him with hostility. In the pavilion of the Wu family, Wu Tianxiao laughed. Everyone, please don't demonize this monster. Kong Zai's arms were crippled when he was young. He received the inheritance of the ancient puppeteer Dao and installed a puppet arm for himself. At this moment, the battle on the screen changed again. Whoosh, Qinyu turned into a faint black shadow and flew toward the Wu family. With a sudden burst of speed, his speed was no less than that of a Xiantian realm cultivator. However, Qinyu was clearly some distance away from the Wu family's team. He might not be able to make it in time. This worm is quite hard. The black-robed puppeteer controlled the purple iron hook and exerted force. He wanted to crush the Iron Moon's strange insect in one fell swoop, but he failed. The Iron Moon's strange insect's painful struggle made Qinyu furious. He grabbed a javelin in his hand and prepared to strike when he was 200 feet away. At this moment, the Khanate demon core had already fallen to the ground. The black-robed puppeteer was multitasking. He controlled the other spider puppet and prepared to pick up the demon core. Ha ha ha. This demon core belongs to me, Luo Haochen. A hot, pale white streak of light flew down from the other side of the mountain wall with a whistling sound. That person's instantaneous burst of speed was slightly above Qinyu's current performance. Swoosh, the pale white afterimage closed in quickly, revealing Luo Haochen's tall figure in midair. Take it down. A blazing white fist light, like a beam of fire, hit the spider puppet that was picking up the demon core. Boom, the spider puppet immediately exploded, and a bright light shot out in all directions, turning into a pile of charred black fragments. Luo Haochen, how dare you break my puppet? The black-robed puppeteer was furious and his heart was bleeding. The spider puppet was comparable to a Hotian intermediate stage, but Luo Haochen had destroyed it with one punch. After killing the spider puppet through the air, Luo Haochen let out a long roar and approached the Khanate demon core. A Khanate demon core was worth more than a dozen Hotian demon cores. As long as he could get it, Luo Haochen's marquee mansion would be able to overtake the Fu family's hunting record. Don't even think about it. The black-robed puppeteer thought. Swoosh! Swoosh! The other 3 spider puppets shot out spider webs at Luo Haochen at the same time. Whoosh! Luo Haochen's body emitted a dazzling white air wave. The spider webs melted as soon as they got close. The puppeteer's expression didn't change. He didn't expect that the 3 spider puppets would be able to trap an ancient clan genius like Luo Haochen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant scorpion puppet dashed from the side like lightning. Its giant scorpion tail left a sharp afterimage and stabbed towards Luo Haochen at lightning speed. Luo Haochen's expression froze. He shook his fist and threw out a white fist light that looked like a dragon mixed with a trace of mysterious flame. Boom! The giant scorpion puppet shook violently and was pushed back by the white fist light. Its body was covered in a layer of charred black. This guy is so strong. A Khanate stage puppet was pushed back by his punch. The geniuses of the Wu family were shocked. That blazing heat wave and strong wind even caused everyone to retreat in fright. Those who were slightly slower had their skin burned by the heat wave. Facing such pressure, the black-robed puppeteer couldn't care less about the iron moon insect. Whoosh! The purple iron hook released the insect and turned into a purple claw that grabbed at Luo Haochen's lower body. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand hidden in the black robe. It was another pitch-black metal arm, but its shape was slightly different. Crack! The palm of the metal arm opened and a row of black holes appeared. Swoosh! 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 The metal palm suddenly shot out dozens of ice-cold needles that were like drizzles. Luo Haochen's expression changed. Each of those needles had speed and power close to the Khanate stage. When dozens of them attacked at the same time, it was terrifying. At the same time, he still had to face the attack of the purple iron hook. For a moment, even the powerful ancient clan genius Luo Haochen had to activate his true Qi bloodline to protect himself. Ding, ding, ding! A layer of white light appeared on the surface of Luo Haochen's body and the outline of a treasure armor could be vaguely seen. At the same time, as he retreated, he kicked away the purple iron hook's attack. Humph! So what if you're an ancient clan genius? The black-robed puppeteer sneered. After forcing Luo Haochen back, he ordered the Khanate stage giant scorpion puppet to pick up the demon core. Come to think of it, it should be foolproof this time. Jinyu's iron moon insect was slightly injured and had already drilled into the soil. However, the smile on the black-robed puppeteer's face froze. Swish! A pitch-black javelin tore through the air like muffled thunder, its murderous aura surging as it struck the giant scorpion puppet. Clank! Sparks sputtered on the surface of the giant scorpion puppet and a shallow cut was made. The tremendous force actually shook the Xianxia stage giant scorpion puppet several feet away. So, the giant scorpion puppet failed to pick up the demon core. You took advantage of me and hurt my insect. How can there be such a good thing? Chenyu sneered. Damn it. The black-robed puppeteer looked cold and resentful. In fact, if he didn't want to kill the iron moon insect, he would have already obtained the demon core. Because of that mistake, Luo Haochen and Chenyu arrived one after another and missed the best chance to get the demon core. Go! The black-robed puppeteer withdrew the purple iron hook angrily. Swish! The hook gave up on attacking Luo Haochen and was about to grab the demon core on the ground again. But at this moment, the black-robed puppeteer's expression changed. On the ground, the demonic core was nowhere to be seen. Meow! In the dark night, a cold gray light flashed past and merged into the darkness. Dark Lynx! Everyone shouted at the same time. The Lynx managed to get the Khanate-level demon core under the suppression of the top geniuses. Go after it! The black-robed puppeteer and Luo Haochen didn't give up. The two of them led their respective teams and used their own methods to track the night lynx. Qinyu hesitated and didn't chase after it. He met up with Yi Luofeng and the Fu family behind him. Lord Chen. If the Khanate level demon core is in the hands of the Duke's mansion or the Wu family, their hunting result will be as good as ours. Fu Jing said hesitantly. After a night of adventuring, they should be the first in the hunt. However, the Fu family's result didn't leave the Duke's mansion, the Wu family, and the Chu family far behind. When everyone was fighting against the beasts on the cliff, the Duke's mansion and the Wu family were also hunting down some stray beasts. The dark lynx is especially fast and is the king of the night. It's also very cunning. It's hard to say who will lose. Qinyu said calmly. At the top of the cliff. The timing of the nighttime lynx's attack on him could be said to be unusually accurate and ruthless. This time, the timing of the lynx's attack was very subtle. Qinyu's prediction was right. The development of the situation was out of his expectations. The black-robed puppeteer and Luo Haochen's team had only chased for a few dozen miles and entered a forest. A low growl like that of an ancient mammoth came from the forest. Soon after, an astonishing pressure, accompanied by a layer of black smoke and dust, swept out from the mountain forest. What a powerful aura! It seems to be the aura of a Khanate ancient beast. The people of the Fu family, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, who were far away, felt that their minds and blood were somehow frozen. Ah! Run! Two battered and exhausted groups of people fled out of the forest. Among them, the purple claw hook on the black-robed puppeteer's metal arm fell off and broke. Crack! A spider puppet behind him suddenly broke apart and turned into a pile of black dust. Ah! A black mist swept out and swallowed a youth from the Wu family. Then, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Within the black mist, a black-scaled, long-tongued beast appeared. It looked like a deer or a horse, and it was 3 stories tall. It revealed a pair of green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Run! Luo Haochen screamed. His face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. From the front, Luo Haochen didn't suffer any injuries, but from the back, a piece of flesh was missing from his back. The ordinary geniuses of the Duke's mansion and the Wu family suffered heavy casualties. Whoosh! The black mist flashed again and swallowed a girl from the Duke's mansion. After a scream, a pool of blood was left on the ground. That's a black-scaled long-tongued beast. It's a cruel and bloodthirsty ancient beast. Yi Luofeng shuddered. The ancient beast's cultivation was only at the early stage Khanate level, but the middle stage Khanate leopard demon was nothing compared to it. It must be the night lynx that attracted the two teams to the territory of the black-scaled long-tongued beast. Qinyu felt a lingering fear. He didn't chase after the night lynx because he was worried about the safety of Yi Luofeng and the Fu family. In the black mist, the black-scaled long-tongued beast stuck out its bloody tongue and stared at the group of human youths with its cold green eyes. Wu in the black mist, the black-scaled long-tongued beast stuck out its bloody tongue, which was 6 feet long. Its cold green eyes were filled with cruelty and excitement. Everyone from the Duke's mansion and the Wu family fled. The two teams had lost a total of 4 to 5 elite geniuses. Even the leaders, Luo Haochen and the black-robed puppeteer, were injured. Leave this place. Everyone from the Fu family was shocked. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng didn't hesitate and led everyone in another direction. They were further away from the beast. Even if it chased them, the Duke's mansion and the Wu family would be the scapegoats. However, the black-scaled long-tongued beast burped and didn't chase after them. That night lynx is really cunning. It actually led us to such a dangerous place and got attacked by the black-scaled long-tongued beast. Luo Haochen's face was gloomy as he looked back at the beast. Although the beast was strong, with Luo Haochen and the puppet master's combined strength, they wouldn't have been so helpless if they hadn't been ambushed. 4 to 6 hours later. The curtain of night that enveloped the evil demon ridge was like a layer of transparent gray gauze that was slowly fading away. In the distant horizon, a trace of white light appeared. Evil demon ridge, in a cave. Most of the Fu family team was still sleeping. Some of the injured were bandaged. Qinyu opened his eyes and walked out of the cave. Not long after, everyone in the team, including Yi Luofeng, woke up. Last night. The tough battle at the top of the cliff made the Fu family team's hunting score reach the top, but they were also exhausted. After half a night of rest, everyone was full of energy and recovered. The hunting meet lasts for 3 days. 1 day and 1 night have passed. A trace of urgency flashed past Yi Luofeng's beautiful eyes. She was thinking about the bet with Qinyu. On the first day, the Fu family team should be in the lead. If there were no accidents, Qinyu should still be the senior hunter. This was something Yi Luofeng couldn't accept. From today onwards, I won't participate in the risky actions last night. Yi Luofeng said. Last night, it was actually quite risky to stay on the cliff. That kind of protracted battle was suitable for people like Qinyu, who had strong physical strength and defense. Yi Luofeng's advantage as a sword cultivator was greatly weakened. All right. Qinyu found that everyone in the Fu family looked scared and apprehensive. It was a new day. Before the hunt, Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, Fu Hong, and Fu Jing discussed the plan together. We have to focus on hunting down lone demonic beasts, including innate demonic beasts. Yi Luofeng's suggestion received everyone's approval. Yes, I agree. If it weren't for the fact that we were weak and injured, we would have taken down that Khanate level demonic beast last night. It's worth more than 10 ordinary demon cores. In the face of everyone's unanimous opinion, Qinyu had no objections. He muttered in his heart. How could it be so easy to meet that Khanate stage demonic beast yesterday, but without a doubt. Today's plan was very beneficial to Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng's powerful sword Dao attacks would give her an advantage if she were to attack a single powerful demonic beast. After a unified plan, the Fu family's team began a new day of hunting. Let's go. Once again, Qinyu sent out the Iron Moon insect as the vanguard. Last night. Although the Iron Moon exotic bug had suffered some minor injuries, the injuries were quickly healed under the moonlight. He sensed it. Qinyu found that the worm had improved significantly. The Iron Moon worm had also taken the Blood Soul flower bud and it had consumed the most. It had great potential. Besides that, the Iron Moon worm could speed up its growth by swallowing the internal organs of some high-level demonic beasts. The hunting meat was the best nourishment for the worm. Just last night, the Iron Moon worm had swallowed the internal organs of many demonic beasts and its aura had become stronger. Soon. The next morning passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, after a whole morning, the Fu family's hunting team found and killed 2 acquired stage demonic beasts. Yi Luofeng killed the 2 acquired stage demonic beasts quickly and obtained their demon cores. Invisibly, the gap between her and Qinyu had been greatly reduced. Qinyu frowned. It wasn't because of Yi Luofeng's speed, but the efficiency of the demonic beasts. They had only killed 2 acquired stage demonic beasts in the morning. Compared to last night's craziness, the speed of the beasts was too slow. Continue to the north. Yi Luofeng said resolutely. The north was deeper in the evil demon ridge and there were more demonic beasts there. Of course, the hunting ground was only 300 miles wide and they couldn't go all the way to the north. Half an hour later, a deathly silent withered forest entered everyone's line of sight. Be careful. Qinyu felt that something was wrong with the forest. It was too quiet and there were no signs of beasts. At this moment, Qinyu's worm found 2 teams carefully exploring the forest from the other 2 sides. One of the teams was from an ordinary family and the leader was a teenager in the acquired stage. The other team was from the Chu family, one of the 3 major families in the Yunlai prefecture. The leader of the Chu family was the elite student of the Sky Sword Academy, He Chunyun. What bad luck. We can't even find a few demonic beasts in broad daylight. A girl in the Chu family team mumbled. Be careful. This forest is so quiet. I'm afraid there are powerful demonic beasts here. He Chunyun said quietly. At this moment. Ah, help me. Screams came from the other side of the forest. Obviously, another team from an ordinary family had met with misfortune. At the same time, this scene was transmitted to the top of the mountain through the bird knights holding cloud flags in the sky. On the screen, A giant vine tree that was 50 to 60 feet tall was waving vines as thick as an adult's arm, trapping and killing a small hunting group. Whoosh whoosh, the thick vines had already bound up 4 or 5 youths, and they were quickly strangled into a mess of flesh and blood. It's a vine tree monster. The elders of the families were slightly shocked. It's over, the family elder who was trapped in the team revealed a bitter and regretful expression. This vine tree monster has a trace of ancient demonic wood bloodline. Its strength is not inferior to the black-scaled long-tongued beast last night, but if we enter the territory of this monster, its ability to trap and kill exceeds ancient beasts of the same level. The elders couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. On the screen, those teenagers died tragically one by one. Even the Hotian realm youth leading the team was sealed by several vines. I'm not willing. The Hotian realm youth slashed out a sky-blue saber light. Ding, one of the thick vines swept out, directly slapping the Hotian realm youth away. The saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The next moment, the Hotian realm youth fell into endless darkness. 4 breaths of time. A hunting team was trapped and killed by the vine tree monster. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, after the Rattan spirit killed the team, it moved to the other side of the withered forest and quickly moved. Whoosh as the mud flew, the vine tree monster approached the Chu family team. Not good. In the pavilion of the Chu family, several elders felt their hearts tighten. I'll cover the rear. Everyone retreat as fast as possible. He Chuyan said in a low voice with a dignified expression. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the wood monster caught up and 2 or 3 vines flew towards He Chuyan. Star falling sword art. He Chuyan's fingers moved again and again. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sword lights as bright as stars broke through the air. The power was enough to instantly kill a Hotian realm beast. Ding, ding. Ding. Several vines were shaken off by the star sword lights, but sparks splashed on the surface of the vines, only leaving a negligible mark. He Chuyan's face was solemn and he couldn't believe it. His star-falling sword art had defeated a Xianxia realm master with bare hands. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, those vines, after a slight pause, continued to rush towards He Chuyan. Clang, he formed a seal with both hands, and his eyes were like stars. An ancient colorful sword popped out from the scabbard on his back and fell into his hand. Instantly, a wisp of sword radiance that was dazzling like a shooting star slashed out, and the piercingly cold sword chi and violent gales flattened the surrounding dead trees. Rumble, a large number of trees exploded, and dust flew everywhere, temporarily stopping the vine tree monster. Clang, in the dust, there was the sound of metal colliding. In the white curtain, he vaguely saw that the dazzling starlight sword light cut off 2 vines and hit the body of the vine tree monster. Chi, the sword light that hit the body of the vine tree monster only left a foot-deep wound. Compared to its huge body, it was just like a skin wound. Swish, He Chuyan's face slightly changed, and she turned into a shadow and rushed out of the dead forest. However, when the Chu family team escaped to the edge of the dead forest, whoosh, whoosh, several vines shot out and dragged the 2 Chu clan disciples into the withered forest. Their miserable screams resounded through the mountain ridges. Stop. Outside the dead forest, Jinyu waved his hand solemnly. At this time, the Chu family's hunting team escaped from the dead forest in a panic and escaped to the other side of the forest. All the Fu family members were surprised. Take a detour. The threat here may be greater than the black scale-tongue beast, Jinyu said decisively. Just now, He Chuyan's attack was enough to kill a Xiantian realm master, but it didn't cause any substantial damage to the wood monster. In terms of defense, this wood monster was definitely better than the black scale-tongue beast, and it was good at trapping and killing. Jinyu would rather deal with the black scale-tongue beast than this wood monster. Time flew. The next day was coming to an end. During the whole day, the Fu family team only hunted 3 or 4 acquired realm beasts, 3 of which were killed by Yi Luofeng. But this progress obviously didn't satisfy Jinyu and Yi Luofeng. Their goal was the position of senior hunter. If they wanted to get the position of senior hunter, they must first place in the team. And the next day, the Fu family was unlucky, they didn't meet a single Khanate realm beast. If the Duke's mansion, the Chu family, and the Wu family killed a Khanate realm beast, they might be able to catch up with the Fu family team. Qingyu and Yi Luofeng's worries weren't unnecessary. In the other corner of the northern area, the Wu family's team was surrounding a Xiantian realm demonic python. The black-cloaked puppeteer controlled the Xiantian stage giant scorpion puppet, assisted by the other two spider puppets, to firmly trap the demonic python. He Debao and the other acquired stage geniuses kept beating the demon python from a distance. In less than 10 minutes, the demon python at the Khanate stage fell into a pool of blood. Soon, they got a demon core at the Khanate stage. Not bad, we killed 5 or 6 demon beasts nearby, including this demon python at the Khanate stage. The puppet master in a black robe nodded with satisfaction. Our hunting result is enough for us to be the first. The Wu family team, including He Debao, were ecstatic. After killing the Khanate demon python, the Wu clan's hunting result surpassed the Fu clan's, temporarily taking first place. This scene was also shown on the top of the mountain where the hunt started. Several curtains on the top of the mountain showed the scenes of different areas in the hunting ground. Among them, the teams of the Duke's mansion and the 3 clans were the main targets. The various forces who were watching the battle clearly noticed a phenomenon. The number of beasts in the hunting ground seems to be decreasing. So many teams are hunting everywhere. How can the 300-mile area be enough for these geniuses? The elders discussed in a low voice. The current situation was that there were too many monks and not enough meat. Luck was an important factor for the Wu clan's team to turn the tide and take first place. If the Duke's mansion, the Fu clan and the Chu clan had met that Khanate demon python, they could have also killed it together. Unknowingly. The night of the second day of the hunt, the Fu clan team was resting in a cave. The hunting result during the day was not ideal. I heard that the Wu clan and the Chu clan killed Khanate demon beasts. I'm afraid they will surpass us. The members of the Fu family discussed together. In the hunting ground, people who were on good terms could exchange information with each other. After a day or two, everyone had figured out the situation of the hunting grounds within a radius of 300 li. Now, the hunting ground was divided into 3 forbidden areas. The 3 forbidden areas referred to the forbidden places that were powerful enough to wipe out a hunting group, which could not be provoked. Among them, the black-scaled beast and the Rattan monster were in 2 of the 3 forbidden areas. Except for these 2 ancient beasts, the 3rd forbidden area was a group of beasts. That's right. It was a group of beasts, not a group of vicious beasts. There were 15 to 16 beasts in this group, and one of them was a mid-stage Khanate beast. Once they entered this area, they would be attacked by dozens of Qi transformation realm beasts. The threat level was no less than the first 2 forbidden areas. I'm afraid we can't deal with any of the 3 forbidden areas alone. But apart from the 3 forbidden areas, the efficiency of finding beasts during the day is very low. It's all about luck. The Fu clan's disciples were complaining. It was nighttime now, and there were some ferocious beasts and demonic beasts roaming about. However, these nocturnal species were elusive and difficult to guard against. They were extremely dangerous. For example, the cunning and dangerous night lynx. Tonight, Qingyu did not carry out his plan to lure the demon with lights. Firstly, this method was too dangerous. The 3 forbidden zones in this area were just the ones that had been discovered so far. Who knew if there were even more terrifying existences? Secondly, this method had already been used. If it was used again, it would be used by other competitors or even be plotted against. Inside the cave, Qingyu and Yi Luofeng looked at each other and communicated via voice transmission. Finally, the 2 of them made a decision. In the middle of the night, they would take the initiative to attack, of course. Attacking at night was a very dangerous thing to do in the Evil Demon Ridge. Their plan was for the Fu clan disciples to recuperate nearby and strike tomorrow. But tonight, Qingyu and Yi Luofeng set out together to find and kill Qi transformation realm demonic beasts. Guests, please be careful and look out for each other. Fu Hong, Fu Jing, and the others looked helpless. But there was no other way. Compared to Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng, the strength of the Fu family's disciples was far inferior. The Fu family's disciples would only become a burden on the operation at night. Okay, you guys stay here and don't act on your own. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng nodded. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the two figures quickly blended into the night. However, what the Fu family's disciples did not know was that Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng soon split up. After all, the battle for the chief hunter was related to the bet between the two of them, and it was not a small matter. Yi Luofeng wanted to find a chance to surpass Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not want to lose this bet either. That would mean that he had to hand over the moon spirit mine to the other party for 5 years. And if he won, Yi Luofeng would be at his mercy. Thinking about it, Qin Yu was delighted. Go. Qin Yu ordered the bug to scout around. Now. Qin Yu's mental energy and senses were abnormally strong after the second level of Heaven Heart refinement. The Iron Moon strange bug was more suitable to move in the dark, and it was like a fish in water. Half an hour later. With the help of Qin Yu and the bug, the first post-celestial beast came into sight. It was a post-celestial snake demon that was first discovered by the bug. Immediately, Qin Yu and the bug attacked from both sides and successfully killed the snake demon and obtained the demon core. In the middle of the night, Qin Yu continued to scout and released his spiritual sense from time to time. His senses were extremely sharp. 2 hours later, Qin Yu successfully killed a nocturnal demonic beast that attempted to ambush him and obtained another demonic core. 2 hours later, Qin Yu used the javelin to kill a demon eagle and obtained another demon core. This kind of progress was not bad at night. At the same time, Luo Haochen of the Duke's Palace, He Chuyan of the Chu family, and the black-robed puppet master of the Wu family were all acting alone. Still no connate demon beasts. Qin Yu frowned. Could it be that he had to fight the black-scaled tongue beast or the Rot-Tanwood demon alone? Qin Yu also had a trump card. The black true qi in the core of his qi was far more powerful than normal nascent evil true qi. He hadn't used his heartburst art yet. Right, I still have a mutated jade moss toadstool. Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. He took out a jade moss toadstool. This jade moss toadstool was obtained from the central garden of the blood burial garden. At that time, he also discovered a type of black blood strange grass, which was even more valuable. According to Tong Yuling, that grass could stimulate the awakening of bloodline power and was a priceless treasure for some ancient clans. This jade moss toadstool is 500 years old and can easily poison a qi transformation cultivator to death. It can easily poison a qi transformation innate expert to death. With the addition of a mutated species, I'm afraid its toxicity will be even stronger. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. If he used some of his trump cards and used the mutated jade moss toadstool, he might be able to kill the black-scaled tongue beast. As for the Rot-Tanwood demon, it was a giant wood elemental monster that was highly resistant to poison. Immediately, Qin Yu found a secluded corner and crushed the jade moss toadstool into a ball of sticky black venom. He made up his mind. If he couldn't find a connate level beast tonight, he would have to use this poison on the black-scaled tongue beast. 2/3 of the night had passed. Qin Yu was lucky. Then, in the underground river, the Iron Moon exotic insect smelled blood and found a water monster. Judging from its aura, it seemed to be at the Xiantian realm. The water monster had 4 limbs and was covered in scales like a fish or a crocodile. Its scales were like a crocodile's and its tail was like a fish's. Okay, I'll attack you. Qin Yu took out the sword shield puppet and worked with the Iron Moon strange insect. After spending 2 hours digging out a one-person passage using the best shortcut, Qin Yu found a tunnel that could only fit one person. This scene was naturally seen by the people on the top of the mountain. This kid is really a genius. He dug a tunnel to find a beast? The elders were startled. I can't see anything? Soon, the white curtain was plunged into darkness. Because Qin Yu had gone under the soil, the flying knight holding the cloud flag in the sky couldn't follow him. Splash, Qin Yu arrived at the underground riverbed and was only a few hundred feet away from the water monster. The water monster's senses were extraordinary, and it had already discovered Qin Yu. It then opened its pair of lantern-like dark green eyes. Instantly, Qin Yu felt a chilling sense of oppression coming from this person. This pressure was second only to the black-scaled tongue beast and the Rottanwood demon. Whoosh, the water monster moved its limbs and swayed its tail, like a black mountain, and pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and didn't dare to be careless. Whoosh, he immediately gathered power in his heart and jumped to the top of the mountain at an astonishing speed. A big bronze hand drilled into the rock wall and let his body hang in the air. The other hand held a javelin and circulated the Xianxia true qi, which was surrounded by a layer of black iron energy pattern and the black the arch bloodline. Swoosh, the black javelin, accompanied by a thunderous roar, stabbed the water monster. The water monster didn't dodge the attack at all. A trace of blood appeared on its huge body. The powerful javelin, which was infused with true qi and the black the arch bloodline, was only able to stab half a foot in before it was repelled by a powerful wave of air. Its skin is really thick. Xianxia felt that it was difficult to deal with. The water monster's defense was naturally not as strong as the Rottanwood demon, but it was too big and could instantly kill a Hotian realm cultivator. The javelin's attack was like a tickle to it. Boom, the water monster then charged at Xianxia, who stood atop the mountain wall, along with a dark wave of water. Gathering power in his heart, Xianxia activated his body movement technique and leaped between the cliffs. Even so, some of the dark wave of air splashed onto Xianxia's body, causing a sharp pain and corrosion. If he didn't have the beast skin armor and the bronze statue art to protect him, an ordinary Qi transformation realm cultivator's body would have festered. 10 breaths later, Xianxia used his nimble body to move away from the water monster and arrived at a rock on the other side of the river bed. Let's try the green moss toadstool. Xianxia took out the poison of the green moss toadstool and smeared it on a javelin. At this time, the water monster actually charged out of the river bed and pounced at Xianxia. Go! Xianxia circulated his strength to the extreme and infused the black the arch bloodline. This time, he activated the core of his dantian, the ball of black true qi. Wang, the black javelin suddenly exploded with a ball of black light, turning into a dark lightning arc and piercing towards the water monster. Xianxia was shocked. After infusing the black true qi, the speed and power of the javelin almost doubled. Poochie, this time, the javelin stabbed into the water monster's head, causing black blood to splatter. Even the spear handle went through. Immediately, the water monster let out a mournful roar, causing huge waves and wind to blow, causing the nearby rocks to collapse. Swish, Xianxia gathered energy in his organs and once again used the black true qi. He realized that his speed had reached a new level. In the blink of an eye. This time, not only did he dodge the main body's attack, he didn't even get hit by the shockwave. Then, he saw the water monster struggling by the river bed, its wound bleeding red poisonous blood. That huge body contained a tenacious life force. It tried to launch another attack, but its limbs gradually stiffened. Not long later, the water monster stopped struggling and fell into a dead silence. The river was dyed blue. Dead? Xianxia stared at the body of the water monster. He couldn't feel any signs of life. Even though he knew the power of the green moss toadstool, it could kill a Qi transformation innate. But he wasn't dealing with a normal Qi transformation innate, but a huge water monster with extraordinary poison resistance. This green moss toadstool was indeed one of the most deadly poisons in the world. The power of this mutated species was even more terrifying than expected. It might even be able to threaten an origin realm. So, suddenly, the iron moonworm turned into a silver dot and drilled into the body of the water monster, excitedly eating its organs. The iron moon insect's actions made Xianxia's face change. Although the iron moon insect's original form was the iron moon corpse insect, it liked to eat corpses, especially rotten ones, to promote its growth. But the body of the water monster was contaminated with the poison of the green moss toadstool. It was the power of the toadstool that killed the water monster. If Xianxia were to rely solely on his own strength, even if he were to use his pitch black true energy and the Black Emperor's bloodline, he would still have to pay a huge price and fight a bitter battle to kill this water monster. That showed how terrifying the poison of the mutated green moss toadstool was. At this moment, the iron moon insect had already entered the body of the water monster and was eating its organs, including the essence of its flesh. During this process, Qinyu maintained a close connection with the iron moon insect and would order it to stop if there were any abnormalities. In the next moment, the iron moon insect started to eat crazily. There was a blue undercurrent on the surface of its body and the corpse qi on its body became more violent. It turned out that Qinyu's concerns were unnecessary. Although the green moss toadstool was the most poisonous in the world, the body of the water monster was huge and the poison was scattered. The threat of the poison was less than 1/10 of the original. Furthermore, the iron moon insect dealt with corpses and rotting poisons, and it was a rare mutant. Not only did the poison in the flesh not harm the iron moon strange insect, but it also caused its strength to soar. Not long after, the iron moon strange bug was stuffed inside the water monster's body and came out with a demonic core. Not bad. The quality of this demon core is slightly better than normal connate cultivators. Joy appeared on Qinyu's face. However, after eating for a while, the iron moon insect's body emitted a dark blue aura and its aura changed. With their minds connected, Qinyu could sense the insect's fatigue. Soon, the iron moon insect closed its eyes and fell asleep on Qinyu's palm. A dark blue blood membrane formed on the surface of its body. Qinyu pondered and looked forward to it. This insect had advanced to the Qi transformation realm much earlier than him. Back then, it had shared the largest portion of the blood soul flower bud. In this hunting meat, many of the things the bug ate were demonic beasts and ancient beasts that were far stronger than it. This was especially true for the corpse of the water monster. It had been contaminated with the power of the green moss toadstool, greatly boosting its growth. Goo, goo, goo. At that moment, Qinyu sensed that the blood on the water monster's corpse was flowing towards the riverbed as if it had a mind of its own. The strange thing was, the blood did not scatter as expected. Instead, it condensed into a crystalline stream of blood under the influence of an invisible force. Whoosh, the crystal-clear blood flowed towards the rock wall in the depths of the underground riverbed. Qinyu took a closer look. A layer of blood-colored crystal patterns gradually appeared on the rock wall of a certain area. The blood-colored crystal patterns floated as if they were alive, forming a small outline of an ancient beast on the rock wall. Even a small part of it was already the size of a house. Dong dong. Dong dong, Qinyu's mysterious heart was beating rapidly, and he could vaguely feel the sound of a heartbeat. It was as if some kind of life was coming back to life. A cold and formless aura seemed to spread from the body of an ancient beast, causing Qinyu's blood to stagnate. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely hear a low growl. I shouldn't stay here for long. Qinyu did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly returned to the surface along the path he had come from. He had just appeared near the surface. The scene on the curtain at the top of the mountain where the hunt had started was shown. There are some bloodstains on Qinyu. He might have found something. Fu Yangzi pondered. Looking at the screen, Qinyu's expression was rather relaxed. He should have gained something. If this lad killed a few postnatal beasts underground, plus Yi Luofeng's harvest tonight, the Fu family will have a chance of winning the hunt again. The elders of the other families pondered and had their own guesses. As for killing connate beasts, they did not think that Qinyu could kill connate beasts single-handedly without any injuries. However, they did not expect that Qinyu had not only killed an connate beast, but also obtained a demon core that was better than the one from the puppet master of the Wu family. Without a doubt, Qinyu's personal result was once again first. At this moment, there were still 2 hours before dawn. Qinyu hurried back to the cave where the Fu family was resting. When he arrived, Yi Luofeng also returned to the cave. She was covered with bloodstains and wounds. Judging from her expression, she seemed to have a good harvest. It's great that the two of you are back safely, Fu Hong said with a radiant face. The guards of the Fu family were overjoyed. So, when they were resting here, a postnatal beast came and was killed by the team of the Fu family. The next morning, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng finished their rest. Today is the third and last day of the hunt. The disciples of the Fu family discussed together. The last day of the hunt was the crucial moment. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng took out their demon cores and counted them on the spot. In the end, Qinyu had the most demonic nuclei, with 12. Yi Luofeng had 11 demon cores. The rest of the Fu family only had 3 demon cores. Soon, the Khanate level demon core in Xianyu's hand attracted everyone's attention. Khanate demon core. One of them is equivalent to 10 ordinary demon cores. Judging from its quality, this Khanate demon core is not bad. The members of the Fu family were delighted. Apart from that, during the first night of the cliff defense battle, Xianyu had obtained the Rat King's demon core, which was worth a few ordinary demon cores. After the analysis, they concluded that the Fu family should be ranked first in the hunt. Xianyu's personal result had once again temporarily taken the position of senior hunter. Among the crowd, only Yi Luofeng looked a little unnatural. Her beautiful eyes flickered and she took a deep breath. However, our lead should not be too big, Xianyu said in a deep voice. It would not be easy to keep the first place on the last day. Although Xianyu and the Fu family were ranked first, they were not far behind their opponents. As long as we maintain our advantage, it will not be easy for our opponents to surpass us on the last day. Fu Hong and the others looked excited. As long as they could get one of the senior hunters, they would all be rewarded handsomely. No. Our opponents might be able to turn the tables on the last day. Xianyu shook his head. After that, he exchanged a look with Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng said coldly, the 3 forbidden areas. The 3 forbidden areas, everyone from the Fu family came to a sudden realization when they heard this. There were 3 forbidden areas within 300 miles of the hunting ground. They were the black-scaled long-tongued beasts, the woodvine monsters, and the demon beasts. Among them, the black-scaled long-tongued beasts and the woodvine monsters were powerful ancient beasts. Killing one of them would give them a high-quality demon core, which was equivalent to a few Khanate demon cores of the same level. That's right. As long as we can kill one of our competitors like the Duke's Mansion, the Chu clan, and the Wu clan, our results will far surpass ours. Fu Jing said solemnly. The 3rd forbidden area had 15 to 16 beasts and a Khanate middle stage leader. If they could kill all of them, it would be a great advantage. Of course, some of the teenagers were doubtful. The black-scaled long-tongued beasts and the woodvine monsters were very powerful. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that none of the teams from the Wang Ho family, the Chu family, the Wu family and the Fu family had the ability to kill one of them. The slightest mistake could lead to a total annihilation. But they had to admit that the 3 forbidden areas were the best way to turn the tables on the last day. At the same time, the last day of the hunt began in the morning. The teams from the Wang Ho family, the Chu family and the Wu family were discussing countermeasures. The members of these teams all mentioned the importance of the 3 great forbidden areas. Almost certainly, whichever faction was able to take down one of the 3 great forbidden areas would be able to seize the position of hunting king. Soon, the hunting grounds of the Evil Beast's Ridge. The teams from the Wang Ho family, the Fu family, the Chu family and the Wu family started to move. That morning, the 4 competing teams passed by the vicinity of the 3 forbidden areas. However, no one dared to attack the 3 forbidden areas. On the one hand, it was too dangerous. On the other hand, they were worried that others would take advantage of the situation. The Fu family's team was not in a hurry. The quality of the water monster's demon core that Xianyu had obtained was a secret that the other teams did not know. The Fu family's team ordered to keep it a secret. Therefore, if no one attacked the 3 forbidden areas, then the Fu family would be the winner. Why wouldn't the Fu family report? The teams from the Chu family and the Wu family are approaching the 3rd forbidden area. A disciple of the Fu family reported. Now, within 300 miles of the hunting ground, most of the beasts had been killed. During the day, the disciples who were alone were not in danger. They were keeping an eye on each other. Oh? Xianyu's lips curled up into a smile. Finally, someone couldn't help but attack the 3 forbidden areas. Their target was the beast horde. Against the beast horde, if there were more than 2 teams working together, they might have a chance of winning. Furthermore, the puppet master of the Wu family had many Qi transformation puppets and even Khanate puppets. Follow me. Xianyu took the lead. An hour later, The Fu family's team arrived at the beast horde and caught up with the Chu family and the Wu family. Everyone from the Fu family, what is the meaning of this? The teams from the Chu family and the Wu family were dissatisfied and angry. The two teams had reached an agreement to attack the beast horde together. Unexpectedly, the Fu family's team caught up with them as soon as they moved. Among them, the puppet master of the Wu family's team and He Debao looked gloomy. The Fu family is willing to help and attack the beast horde together, Xianxia said unhurriedly. Willing to help? The teams from the Chu family and the Wu family looked unhappy. This was not a voluntary help, it was obviously uninvited. Xianxia looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and stayed there. He Choyun, the leader of the Chu family, looked at the puppet master in a black robe and communicated secretly. Let them join us. Otherwise, the Fu clan will also sit by the side and reap the benefits. He Choyun looked helpless. The puppet master in a black robe looked gloomy and unwilling. However, the strength of the Fu family's team was not to be underestimated, especially Xianxia and Yi Luofeng. I agree to let them join us. The puppet master in a black robe had to compromise under the circumstances. However, we have to reach an agreement. The Khanate beast can only belong to one of us and we have to resist the Fu family when fighting for the other demon cores. In an open valley of the evil demon ridge. Roar! 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 Numerous golden-spotted lions with blood-red eyes fought against the group of youths with all their might. Dust flew everywhere as they fought with all their might. There were 15 or 16 golden lions at the acquired stage in the pride. Among them, the largest golden-spotted lion had a gold pattern on its forehead, vaguely showing the word king. It was the Lion King of the Khanate stage. Every time the Lion King roared, it was accompanied by a fierce and violent golden aura that swept across a radius of 40 or 50 feet. If an ordinary person was involved in it, they would be torn to pieces. However, at this moment, the powerful Lion King was being suppressed by a man and a woman with two swords. The man and woman were He Choyun and Yi Luofeng. He Choyun held an ancient and gorgeous sword in her hand, and she slashed out with a sword light that was dazzling like the stars, emitting a vast aura. Yi Luofeng held the white jade sword in her hand and slashed out a series of icy sword lights that piled up into a frosty sword rainbow. In terms of offense, the ancient sword in He Choyun's hand, regardless of its quality or inheritance, made its power more powerful than Yi Luofeng's. Every time she attacked, a bloody mark would be left on the surface of the Lion King's body. In fact, He Choyun alone was able to fight the Lion King, and with Yi Luofeng, they could suppress it. On the other side, Xianxia, the black-robed puppet master, and the other members of the three teams dealt with the remaining golden lions at the acquired stage. Whoosh puff, those golden lions at the acquired stage died one by one. The black-robed puppet master controlled the giant scorpion puppet at the Khanate stage and 2 or 3 puppets at the acquired stage to slaughter the demon corpses. Similarly, Xianxia was not at all inferior. With the dark snake sword in hand, he flashed past a few golden lions. Puff! Puff! Every time the dark snake sword passed by a lion at the acquired stage, it would kill. Plop! Plop! After being poisoned, the golden lions could only hold on for 2 or 3 breaths before dying. So fast. In the Fu family's team, Fu Jing, Fu Hong, and the others were helping Xianxia harvest the demon nuclei. Soon, there were only 4 or 5 remaining acquired stage demon beasts. Facing the joint forces of the 3 teams, the Hotian lions' advantage in numbers was gone. Even the strongest Lion King had been suppressed by He Choyun and Yi Luofeng. There are still 4 or 5 left. Xianxia and the black-robed puppet master of the Wu family exchanged glances and snorted coldly. The previous massacre. Xianxia and the black-robed puppeteer were basically on par. Even though a puppeteer had many puppets, their efficiency in killing enemies was far inferior to Xianxia, who had accumulated energy in his heart and wielded a poisoned sword. Go! The black-cloaked puppeteer coldly snorted and ordered the giant scorpion puppet and the 3 postnatal puppets to attack the remaining postnatal lions. Meanwhile, he purposely controlled a few ordinary puppets to cooperate with He Debao and the others to block Xianxu's path. Before this, Qinyu was able to kill the enemy so quickly, relying on his powerful physique and speed. He quickly confronted Golden Lion in close combat. If he couldn't get close, then the powerful poison sword would be useless. But this time, Qinyu didn't get close. "Get ready." With a slight smile, he transmitted his voice to the Fu family's team. As soon as his voice fell, there were 3 javelins in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Like a giant bow, Qinyu instantly shot out 3 black javelins that exuded a murderous aura. Oh no! The black-cloaked puppeteer, Hidebao, and the others were shocked. The speed of the puppet's attacks couldn't compare to the speed of the javelins. Puff! 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 The 3 golden lions were pierced by the javelins. Blood spurted out and their bodies were sent flying. As soon as the bodies fell to the ground, the Fu family's team was well prepared and went forward to take out the demon cores. So, 3 of the remaining 5 postnatal golden lions were in the hands of the Fu family, which was equivalent to 3/5 of the total. One had to know. The Fu family, Chu family, and Wu family's teams were participating. Even if the remaining 2 golden lions were in the hands of the black-cloaked puppeteer, the Fu family's team had half of the total number of postnatal golden lions. The Wu family had 30 to 40% and the Chu family had more than 10%. Now, the key was the remaining Khanate level Golden Lion King. The demon core of the Golden Lion King was equivalent to a dozen ordinary demon cores. Qinyu glanced at the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its attacks were getting weaker and it was covered in wounds. As long as Yi Luofeng and He Qiuyu launched their attacks, they would be able to kill the Golden Lion King. However, they didn't do it right away. It wasn't difficult to kill the Golden Lion King. The difficult part was to fight for the Khanate demon core. Get the demon core. The black-cloaked puppeteer turned into a shadow and dashed toward the Golden Lion King. Qinyu was about to move. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 spider puppets shot out a few strands of spider silk towards his body. Qinyu sneered. 2 Hotian puppets with average combat power could not stop him. Stay here. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the side. Hidebao tossed out 3 gray beads. Boom! A large amount of gray flames covered Qinyu's body. Hee, this is the corpse fire bead. Flesh and blood will be corroded and turned into a puddle of liquid. Hidebao said with a cold smile. In fact, he only had low-quality corpse fire beads, but each one could threaten an acquired level cultivator. With 3 of them, anyone below the Khanate level wouldn't be able to survive. This kid attacked a contestant in the hunting meet. Fu Yangzi said angrily in the pavilion of the Fu family. People could compete for demon cores in the hunting meet, but they couldn't kill each other. In the pavilion of the Wu family. TSK, Hidebao is trying to stop Qinyu from getting the demon cores, but he's a bit too aggressive. The bald middle-aged man, Wu Tianxiao, said with a smile. This person is disqualified from the hunting meet. An indifferent voice came from the pavilion of the Marquis's mansion. The speaker was Marquis Yunlai. No one objected to Marquis Yunlai's decision. Wu Tianxiao from the Wu family didn't care. Before Hidebao joined the Wu family, he had said that he would attack Qinyu at all costs. Now, as long as he killed Qinyu, the puppet master from the Wu family would have a high chance of getting the Golden Lion King's demon core. But at this moment, the scene on the screen suddenly changed. Roar! A thunderous lion-like roar, accompanied by a roaring sound wave whirlwind, blew away the large area of gray flames. Whoosh! The gray flames turned around and pounced towards Hidebao. Not good. Hidebao's expression changed. He knew the power of the corpse fire bead. If he was hit, he would die. However, he was just about to dodge when he heard a thunderous roar. Boom! His body stiffened, his blood churned, and he almost vomited blood. In the next second, he was engulfed by the gray flames and let out a miserable shriek. In less than 2 breaths, Hidebao's body quickly burned and turned into a puddle of stinking liquid. This scene sent chills down the spines of the geniuses from the other teams. You reap what you sow. Qinyu sneered without the slightest hint of pity. Even his bronze statue art couldn't withstand the power of the 3 corpse fire plants. At the crucial moment, only by circulating the Black Emperor's bloodline and Xianxia Qi and activating the beastskin armor's defense did Qinyu manage to avoid damage. Then, he had an idea and counterattacked with the Bronze Lion Roar. That was why Debao was killed by his own corpse fire bead. Lord Wang Ho, Qinyu killed someone on purpose. He should be kicked out of the competition and punished severely. In the Wu family's pavilion, Wu Tianxiao was enraged and stood up. He didn't stand up for Debao's death. After all, Debao killed someone on purpose and was already kicked out. Wu Tianxiao wanted to kick Qinyu out as well. Brother Wu, didn't you see that Debao wanted to kill someone on purpose and was killed by his own corpse fire plant? He asked for it. Marquis Yunlai said calmly. But, he did kill someone, Wu Tianxiao tried to defend himself. Senior Wu, the rule of the hunting contest is that the one who killed someone on purpose will take full responsibility. That Qinyu, on the other hand, killed in self-defense. A middle-aged Khanate cultivator from the Marquis Palace explained. Wu Tianxiao was speechless. After all, Debao was the one who killed someone. He was also killed by his own corpse fire bead, so Marquis Yunlai said that he asked for it. In the valley, Debao's death didn't affect the fight for the Golden Lion King's demonic core. Yi Luofeng, He Qiuyun, and the black-robed puppet master, the three top geniuses, started fighting. The Golden Lion King whimpered and died under the combined attack of the three. Hee. The black-robed puppet master snickered and shot out dozens of cold needles from his metal arm. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. The needles shot towards Yi Luofeng and He Qiuyun at the same time. The two's expressions changed and they waved their swords to deflect the needles. He Qiuyun cursed in her mind. They had an agreement to fight against the Fu family for the Khanate demonic core. Crack, the other metal arm of the black-robed puppeteer shot out a purple iron claw that was as fast as lightning. The claw grabbed the golden lion's body and moved closer to the black-robed puppet master. Don't even think about it. Yi Luofeng and He Qiuyun both swung their swords. Ding, ding. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. A giant scorpion puppet had long since been on guard and blocked the two's attacks. Two sword marks appeared on the surface of the giant scorpion puppet, but it bought its master some time. In the blink of an eye, the golden lion's body fell onto the black-robed puppet master. At this moment, a strong gust of wind came from behind, accompanied by a roar of viciousness. Debao is an idiot. The black-robed puppet master felt a heavy pressure. He thought that even if Debao's three corpse fire beads couldn't kill Qinyu, they could at least stall him for a few seconds. Viciousness transformation. A huge light black python aura was covered in a layer of black mist. It was vivid and lifelike. With a fierce, evil wind, it covered the puppet master in the black robe from behind. This time, Qinyu's viciousness transformation merged with the black true qi at the core of the sea of qi and its power surged. Bang, the black-robed puppet master grunted and his body was pushed back a few feet. Qinyu was a bit surprised. The viciousness transformation with the mysterious black true qi was enough to threaten a Khanate cultivator, but it seemed to have hit a thick metal wall. The puppeteer's body had probably been strengthened and modified. Swish, without hesitation, he dashed to the Golden Lion King's body. At the same time, Qinyu raised his hand and the sword and shield puppet appeared, blocking the giant scorpion puppet's counterattack. Although the sword and shield puppet wasn't as powerful as the scorpion puppet, its defense was comparable to a Khanate cultivator, so it only took a few steps back. This puppet. The black-robed puppet master swallowed a mouthful of blood and looked at the sword and shield puppet in front of Qinyu. He looked at it. His face suddenly became serious and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He seemed to have figured out the origin of the puppet. At this moment, poof, after scanning the Golden Lion King's corpse with his spiritual sense, Qinyu stabbed his greatsword into the Golden Lion King's corpse, accurately picking out a demon core. In the blink of an eye, the Xiantian Lion King's demon core fell into Qinyu's hands. How could it be so fast? The puppet master's gaze froze. On the other side, He Qiuyun had a shocked expression. After Qinyu successfully obtained the demon core, his heart sank and he faintly felt that something was wrong. Leave the demon core. He Qiuyun and the puppet master charged towards Qinyu at the same time. Also, the other energy transformation realm geniuses from the two teams also surrounded Qinyu. If it was other demon cores, it would be fine. This demon core was at least equivalent to 10 to 20 ordinary demon cores, and it was the key to deciding the position of King Hunter. I'm outnumbered, it's not good to fight head-on. Qinyu's mind raced. The puppet master's strength was not weaker than an ordinary Xiantian realm cultivator, and he had a few Xiantian puppets and a few postnatal puppets. He Qiuyun's sword Dao attacks were even more terrifying, and she could kill ordinary Xiantian beasts alone. Moreover, there were the energy transformation realm geniuses from the two families around them. Suddenly, Qinyu's gaze fell on He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng, who was behind the puppet master. Go! With a forceful wave of his hand, Qinyu tossed the demon core high into the air, throwing it in Yi Luofeng's direction. Yi Luofeng was stunned. She didn't expect Qinyu to do that. Grab it! He Qiuyun and the puppet master had just arrived at Qinyu's side and found that the demon core was thrown towards Yi Luofeng. They were furious. But there was no other way. The rules of the hunting meat stated that they could fight for prey, but killing was not allowed. They could only abandon Qinyu and force their way towards Yi Luofeng. Facing the demon core, Yi Luofeng didn't hesitate at all. She jumped into the air and reached out to grab it. Even if she knew, after obtaining the demon core, she would be ganged up on by the geniuses. Yi Luofeng had no way out. Only by obtaining this demon core could she get closer to Qinyu. Tsk tisk. Qinyu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he watched the geniuses charge towards Yi Luofeng. Huff, suddenly, he took a deep breath and his abdomen swelled. Gathering energy in his heart, he activated the Arch bloodline. Roar, a thunderous bronze lion roar with distorted sound waves enveloped He Qiuyun, the black-robed master Bai Luan, and the others. In an instant, everyone's qi and blood shook, and their bodies stiffened. Several weaker Hotian realm geniuses even bled from their ears and noses, nearly fainting. Damn it! The black-robed puppeteer was exasperated. No one had expected that after Qinyu had tossed away the demon core, he would launch a sneak attack from behind. He Qiuyun and the black-robed puppeteer didn't suffer much damage. However, the two of them paused for a moment. Just 1 or 2 breaths of time. Yi Luofeng had a smile on her face as she successfully obtained the Lion King's demonic core and pulled away from the crowd. Qinyu smiled, not taking it to heart. The quality of this Lion King's demon core was slightly inferior to the water monster's demon core that he had obtained. Moreover, Qinyu had previously obtained the Rat King's demon core. Even if Yi Luofeng obtained this demon core, she could only narrow the gap between them. More importantly, Qinyu had to consider the benefits of the entire team. If he wanted to obtain the position of individual King Hunter, the Fu family's team had to be ranked first. Because, the rule was that the individual King Hunter had to be a Team King Hunter. Yi Luofeng obtained this demon core, and the Fu family's team's current ranking of first became even more stable. On the other side, He Qiuyun looked helpless. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh, basically giving up on the fight for the demon core. The black-robed puppeteer stared at Qinyu fiercely. However, due to the rules of the competition, the two of them couldn't attack Qinyu maliciously. Once the prey had been determined, the other teams couldn't entangle with it. At this moment, a few figures were approaching them at high speed. Oh no! The Duke's Palace's team is attacking the Rattanwood demon in the dead forest. A few geniuses in charge of intelligence rushed over. One of them was a disciple of the Fu family. Rattanwood demon? The Duke's Palace? Qinyu was stunned. The leader of the Duke's Palace's team was the ancient clan genius, Luo Haochen. That Luo Haochen attacked the Rattanwood demon while the 3 teams were fighting the beasts. But why would a team from the Duke's Palace dare to attack the Rattanwood demon? The geniuses of the 3 teams were in disbelief. He Qiuyun's team and Qinyu had experienced the power of the Rattanwood demons. However, the information sent by the 3 teams at the same time was probably true. Let's go! Qinyu and Yi Luofeng looked at each other. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the two left the rest of the Fu family's team and rushed to the dead forest first. Now, the Fu family's hunting team should be ranked first overall. The only variable was the other two forbidden areas. The demon core of any ancient beast in the other two forbidden areas was equivalent to a few innate demon cores of the same level. If the Duke's Palace's team managed to kill the Rot-Tanwood demon, they would definitely be ranked first. Go. We must stop the Duke's Palace. The black-robed puppeteer and He Choyun rushed to the dead forest first. Soon, Chen Yu, Yi Luofeng, He Choyun, and the black-robed puppeteer approached the dead forest. 10 miles away, everyone saw the raging flames and smoke in the dead forest. The entire dead forest was engulfed in flames. In the depths of the dead forest, 4 or 5 Hotian geniuses from the Duke's Palace were attacking a giant human-shaped Rot-Tanwood demon wrapped in white flames. Hiss, the Rot-Tanwood demon's body was scorched black as it screamed. Shining white true fire. Luo Haochun's expression was dignified as a white flame appeared on his palm. His body exuded a terrifying pressure. Whoosh, the white flame, accompanied by a dazzling white fist light, hit the Rot-Tanwood demon. Boom, every time the true fire attack hit the Rot-Tanwood demon, the latter would scream in pain. The surrounding Qi transformation realm geniuses from the Duke's Palace threw all kinds of fire pots, oil, and other things at the Rot-Tanwood demon. The Rot-Tanwood demon screamed and rolled on the ground as its aura weakened. This scene was reflected on the screen on the top of the mountain. Hee hee. Looks like the position of hunting king will belong to my Duke's Palace again. A burst of light laughter came from Yunlai Ho. In the other pavilions, the Origin Realm geniuses from the Fu clan, Chu clan, and Wu clan all had ugly expressions. In the previous hunting sessions, the Duke's Palace's team always had a 70% chance of winning. Shining white true fire? This kid is so young and has such an extraordinary true fire spirit flame. Fu Yangzi let out a long sigh. Once the true fire spirit flame appeared, he knew that the situation was over. This Luo Haochun's ancient clan bloodline and the shining white true fire make him invincible in the hunting sessions. The elders of the clans couldn't help but sigh. Even in the Wu clan's pavilion. Even Wu Tianxiao, who had always been competitive, felt a sense of glory despite his defeat. In the scene, under the shining white true fire and other external flames, the Rot-Tanwood demon gradually turned into a scorched human-shaped Rot-Tanwood demon. Whoosh, beads of sweat appeared on Luo Haochun's forehead as he retracted the shining white true fire. This Rot-Tanwood demon is a wood elemental ancient beast and was completely countered by my true fire. If it was the black-scaled tongue beast, it wouldn't have been so smooth. Luo Haochun let out a long breath. Soon, a genius from the Duke's Palace took out the demon core and handed it to Luo Haochun. Congratulations Brother Luo for obtaining the position of Hunting King. Brother Luo's true fire killed the ancient demon. Our Duke's Palace will once again ascend to the position of Hunting King. The Hotian realm geniuses from the Duke's Palace were flushed as they complimented him. They looked at Luo Haochun with eyes full of respect and submission from the bottom of their hearts. At such a young age, he had a peak Hotian cultivation level, ancient clan bloodline, and the true fire spirit flame. No wonder he could enter the Earth ranking. I'm afraid that Brother Luo will be able to enter the Sky ranking and become the brightest star of the ancient country. Zeng. 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 At this moment, a few figures quickly approached the withered forest. The Rot-Tanwood demon was killed? How did he do it? The Duke's Palace doesn't seem to have suffered much damage. Yi Luofeng, Chen Yu, He Choyun, and the black-robed Shuang Shushi arrived first. Then, the Qi transformation realm geniuses from the 3 major clans arrived with faces full of shock and disbelief. No one saw the scene of Luo Haochun's white true fire. If they knew, they wouldn't be too surprised. Because the true fire spirit flame was a legendary existence for those under the Origin realm. Its power was immeasurable. Another point would attribute ancient beasts like the Rot-Tanwood demon were naturally countered by the true fire. Everyone is late. The Rot-Tanwood demon has already been incinerated by me. Luo Haochun looked at the geniuses from the 3 major clans coldly. His cold and arrogant gaze only had a trace of warmth when it landed on Yi Luofeng. At this moment, The Fu, Wu, and Chu clan geniuses had ugly expressions. Many people were discouraged. Let's go. Chen Yu's face gradually calmed down and he exchanged glances with Yi Luofeng. He Qiuyun and the black-robed Shuang Shushi exchanged glances and communicated secretly. Their faces had also calmed down. Half an hour later, night fell. The 3-day hunting meet had entered its last night. As long as they survived tonight, the hunting meet would come to an end the next morning. The team of the Fu family was resting in the cave. We can only take the last one of the 3 forbidden areas, Chen Yu said expressionlessly. If he used all his trump cards and teamed up with Yi Luofeng, he had a high chance of killing the black-scaled tongue beast. Now, the black-scaled tongue beast was the only hope of the 3 major clans. It would definitely be the focus of attention. At the same moment, the Chu clan and Wu clan had the same plan. Half an hour later, the hunting groups of the 3 big families arrived at the forest where the black-scaled long-tongued beast was at the same time. Fu clan, Wu clan, and Chu clan. The 3 hunting teams stood outside the territory of the black-scaled tongue beast. Wu, a low roar, like that of a giant elephant, came from the forest. An invisible pressure, accompanied by bursts of black smoke and dust, rolled in the forest. Vaguely, the outline of the enormous body of the black-scaled long-tongued beast, as well as its gloomy green eyes, could be seen. In terms of combat power and threat, the black-scaled tongue beast was definitely the strongest of the 3 forbidden areas. Behind a hill on the other side of the forest. Humph. The 3 major clans will not give up the last hope of turning the tables. Luo Haochen sneered confidently. Brother Luo is really good. When the 3 families kill the black-scaled and long-tongued monster, we will take action and seize the last ancient beast's demon core. Right. We will make them give up completely. The geniuses of the Marquis Mansion were full of confidence. Under the watchful eyes of the Duke's Mansion's team, the 3 families slowly pushed into the forest. Not long after. In the mountain forest, black fog and smoke rolled, and frightening roars could be heard. The battle was about to begin. The Fu family, Chu family, and Wu family had 10 Qi transformation realm geniuses participating in the battle. Those below the Qi transformation realm didn't need to die. They would only be a burden. Wu, the black-scaled, long-tongued beast moved, bringing with it a thick black fog and a strange wind that swept over a radius of 5 to 6 feet. Normal acquired realm cultivators would be sent flying if they were touched by the aftershock. The most terrifying thing was the beast's tongue. Every time it moved, it was as fast as lightning. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from the crowd. One of the Wu family's Hotian realm talents was swept away by the crimson tongue. The next moment, the prodigy was sucked into the mouth of the black-scaled long-tongued beast. Hold on. There was a moment of panic in the crowd. The situation was soon stabilized. The black-cloaked puppet master controlled the innate realm scorpion and a few acquired realm puppets to block the tongued beast. Chen Yu didn't hesitate to take out his sword and shield puppet as a meat shield. The 2 sword cultivators, He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng, were the main attackers. Their extremely sharp sword Dao attacks suppressed the long-tongued beast greatly. Out of everyone present, Chen Yu was the only one who could occasionally get close to the long-tongued beast. But he was also tense. With the cover of the puppets in front, he gathered energy in his heart and increased his speed. If I use the green moss poison mushroom liquid, I can definitely cause fatal damage to this beast, Chen Yu thought. But he didn't use the poison in the end. In fact, when the 3 families worked together to suppress the tongued beast, they all held back to be wary of the Duke's Mansion's team. The 3 families weren't stupid. The tongued beast was their last chance to turn the tables. The Duke's Mansion's team didn't show up. Time passed. With the cooperation of the 3 families, the black-scaled tongued beast's injuries were increasing. Although these injuries weren't serious, they couldn't be ignored. Pucci, at a certain moment, Chen Yu seized the weakness of the black-scaled long-tongued beast and cut the beast's lower limbs with the dark snake sword. Under the moonlit night, the dark snake sword released a cold moonlight, and its power increased by more than 40%. Chen Yu also gathered power in his heart at the right time. With the support of the Black the Arch bloodline, this sword strike caused a certain amount of damage to the Long-tongued beast. The long-tongued beast's lower limbs were injured, and the poison of the dark snake sword had spread. Instantly, the black-scaled long-tongued beast was in a disadvantageous position. Its mobility was reduced sharply, and its body became clumsy. This was the beginning. The dangerous stalemate began to reverse. At this moment, the geniuses of the three factions were on guard against each other. Killing the black-scaled snake beast was only a matter of time. The key was the competition for the ancient beast's demonic core, as well as the Duke's mansion that was spying on them. Behind the hill, the members of the Duke's mansion's team sneered as they observed the situation at the front. The combined strength of these three groups is not weak. This is especially true for the Fu clan. Their overall strength is actually the strongest. Luo Haochen crossed his arms, slightly surprised. He originally thought that the three teams would have to pay a big price to kill the long-tongued beast, and it would be very difficult. He didn't expect that. The three teams joined forces, attacked and defended orderly, and with the unexpected strength of the two guests of the Fu clan, it was not difficult to kill the long-tongued beast. The moment the long-tongued beast dies is the best time for us to take action. Luo Haochen's mouth curved into a confident smile. While the Duke's mansion and the three families were playing and scheming against each other, no one knew. Dozens of miles away from this mountain, there was a trace of movement. Between the rock walls of the underground riverbed. Boom, a slight tremor came from the underground. The river in the riverbed was inexplicably boiling. A certain section of the riverbed. The body of the water monster was completely dried up, and there was not even a trace of blood around it. If Qinyu came here in person, he would probably be surprised. Oh, in the depths of the riverbed, on the rock wall with floating blood-colored crystal patterns, there was a huge blood-colored ancient beast outline. At first glance, it looked like a specimen of an ancient giant beast. Crack, the rock wall cracked, and the blood-colored ancient beast in the rock wall slowly opened a pair of blood-red crystal cold eyes. Then, its huge body struggled out of the rock wall bit by bit, revealing dark red scales. This ancient beast was about 3 or 4 feet long, with 4 limbs, and covered with dark red scales. It looked like a lizard, but also like the legendary flood dragon, exuding an invisible dragon power. While the dark dragon beast growled, and the blood-colored crystal patterns on the rock wall suddenly turned into blood waves and merged into its body. Suddenly, the surrounding rock wall turned into powder. The dark dragon beast showed a hungry look, and looked around weakly and anxiously. Oh, a soul-shaking roar reverberated in the underground river of rocks. All was silent. Countless underwater species were trembling. The dark dragon beast listened for a while, and showed a slightly disappointed face. Suddenly, it came to the shriveled body of the water monster and sniffed around it. Soon, the dark dragon beast found that there was a passage in the rock layer near its head, and fresh air came from above. This underground passage was none other than the one Qinyu had previously dug. Whoosh, the dark dragon beast was excited. It turned into a blood-scaled shadow and hit the gap in the rock wall. When it approached the passage, the dark dragon beast shrank in an incredible way, and it was slightly larger than an ordinary tiger or leopard. Puff. Boom, a layer of crystal blood waves appeared on the dark dragon beast's body, and the surrounding rock layer instantly melted. Not long after, the beast came to the ground and let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, an invisible pressure spread over the world. Within a radius of dozens of miles, countless species were trembling and crawling. What's that sound? Behind the hill, Luo Haochen was shocked. Also, his ancient bloodline was inexplicably trembling as if it had sensed a terrible existence. At the same time, after the dark dragon beast appeared on the ground, it started a massacre. A hunting team with nearly 10 members was swept by a blood-scaled shadow. Whoosh, after 2 or 3 breaths, there were only dried corpses on the ground. The dark dragon beast showed a trace of cruelty, licked the corner of its mouth, and rushed to the area where the black-scaled long-tongued beast was. At the same time, in front of the curtain, many elders in the pavilions, including the returning Origin Realm experts, were shocked. Blood Dragon Beast. Fu Yangzi, Wu Tianxiao and the other returning Origin Realm experts were all shocked. blood dragon beast is one of the best ancient beasts. It even has the bloodline of a true dragon. Why would this legendary ancient beast appear in the hunting area? Many elders suddenly stood up. The entire mountain peak was shaking. Even Marquis Yunlai, who was always calm, slightly changed his expression. Lord Marquis, the threat of this blood dragon beast is comparable to the returning origin realm. I suggest we capture and kill this beast. A white-bearded elder suggested. The appearance of the blood dragon beast was a massacre for the geniuses in the hunting area. The array I set up will sense and reject the existence of the returning origin realm. And the rule of the hunting event is that no one is allowed to interfere unless an returning origin realm beast appears. Marquis Yunlai pondered. Indeed. The appearance of this blood dragon beast was an accident. This beast had just awakened and was still weak, but its strength was far stronger than a normal Qi transformation realm expert. But this couldn't be used as a reason to interfere. As long as one hadn't reached the returning origin realm, they wouldn't be rejected by the array. They could only blame the bad luck of the geniuses participating in this year's hunting event. Swish, on the screen, a blood-scaled shadow was quickly approaching the forest where the black-scaled tongue beast was fighting. This aura, Luo Hachen's ancient clan bloodline, was trembling in alarm. He looked behind him. Suddenly, a blood-colored shadow flashed from a few miles away. Retreat! Luo Hachen was shocked. At this moment, his ancient clan bloodline felt a threat that was close to the returning origin realm. He didn't care if the geniuses in the Marquis Palace reacted or not. Luo Hachen was the first to run. Run! When the blood-scaled shadow was within 1 mile of them, the geniuses in the Marquis Palace scattered. However, these geniuses didn't completely escape the massacre. There were still 2 or 3 who were turned into dried corpses by the blood-scaled shadow. The blood dragon beast's cold eyes swept past the remaining geniuses, but it didn't chase after them. It could catch the aura of a stronger prey to speed up its recovery. Swish, the blood-scaled shadow moved at an even faster speed towards the forest where the black-scaled tongue beast was fighting. In the forest, under the joint attack of the geniuses from the 3 clans, the black-scaled tongue beast was covered in wounds and let out a mournful roar. The beast was on its last breath and could be killed at any time. What aura? Qinyu's mysterious heart was beating rapidly as a warning with a trace of excitement. At the same time, his sharp senses caught a terrifying aura that was rapidly approaching. That aura brought him a fatal chill. Yi Luofeng and He Chuoyun were both geniuses who understood sword intent. Everyone be careful. The 2 of them instructed their respective teams. Swish, in the next moment, the blood-scaled shadow swept into the forest and locked its eyes on the black-scaled tongue beast. Plop, the black-scaled tongue beast trembled and crawled on the ground in extreme fear. What ancient beast is this? The geniuses from the 3 clans shivered. Swish. The geniuses of the Wu family who reacted a little slower were turned into cold corpses by the blood-scaled shadow. Wu, the blood dragon beast jumped in front of the black-scaled tongue beast excitedly. Crack, the blood dragon beast waved its claw and a dark red light mark appeared. The black-scaled tongue beast's head was pierced by the claw and red and white things bloomed. Hiss, everyone at the scene cried out in shock and shuddered. The powerful and cruel black-scaled tongue beast was killed by the blood dragon beast with 1 claw attack. Although the former was weak and terrified, the blood dragon beast was still able to kill the black-scaled tongue beast. Blood dragon beast. It's a legendary ancient beast with the bloodline of the true dragon sacred beast. He Chuoyun and Yi Luofeng recognized the beast. The blood dragon beast quickly ate the black-scaled tongue beast's flesh and the latter's body quickly withered. At a certain moment, the blood dragon beast took out a demonic core from the body with a joyful expression. Ancient beast demonic core. The puppet master in a black robe was enraged and controlled 2 spider puppets to entangle the blood dragon beast. Puff, a few spider silks successfully entangled the blood dragon beast. At the same time, the giant scorpion puppet turned into a shadow and went straight for the demonic core of the black-scaled tongue beast. The blood dragon beast was enraged and let out a roar. The blood dragon beast shook its body and broke the spider silks inch by inch. Crack, the blood dragon beast waved its claw and slapped the giant scorpion puppet away. The latter fell to the ground with a bang. Its arm was broken and its body almost fell apart. The crowd inhaled a mouthful of cold air. The beast had destroyed the Khanate-level puppet that was famous for its defense in a second. This beast is unstoppable. Xianxia wanted to retreat. But right at this moment, there was a strange movement in his body and a trace of spiritual connection appeared. Huh? Xianxia was overjoyed and there was an insect in his hand. The Iron Moon insect's body was blue and silver and its energy surged. It had reached the intermediate Hotian stage and there was a cold and dangerous aura around it. Apart from reaching the mid-stage of the acquired realm, Xianxia found that there were other changes to the insect. Amidst the familiar aura, there was also a hint of danger. At the same time, after the blood dragon beast slapped the scorpion puppet away, it started to suck the beast's body and demonic core. The beast's body quickly withered. A wisp of concentrated dark crystal blood was sucked into the blood dragon beast's body. This blood dragon beast feeds on blood and can extract the essence of other creatures and turn it into blood energy. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Before the beast's essence was sucked dry, Xianxia still had a chance to outsmart it. The key to outsmarting them was the Iron Moon strange insects. Immediately, Xianxia took out a small piece of the green moss poisonous mushroom. Go. After advancing, the Iron Moon insect entered the soil with the green moss mushroom. Whoosh, after advancing, the insect's speed had greatly increased. In just 1 or 2 breaths, it had successfully burrowed into the corpse of the black-scaled long-tongued beast. Although Xianxia's action was subtle, Yi Luofeng, He Qiuyun and the others still saw it. However, the blood dragon beast was focused on eating and didn't notice it. The insect was too small. It was like an ant compared to the blood dragon beast. After entering the beast's body, the Iron Moon insect soon sensed a dark red vortex. The beast's essence quickly merged into the vortex and was refined into dark crystal blood that was sucked into the blood dragon beast's mouth. Swish, the Iron Moon insect went into the dark crystal blood above the vortex with a small piece of green moss mushroom. Compared to the size of the dark crystal blood flow's arm, the bug's size was still indiscernible. It's in. Xianxia stared at the dark crystal blood and saw a black dot flash into the blood dragon beast's body. Retreat. After completing this action, Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Yi Luofeng and the others before quickly retreating out of the forest. Xianxia estimated that the blood dragon beast would need some time to recover from the poison. Also, this beast was unusual and should have a stronger immunity to the green moss poisonous mushroom. Roar. They had only retreated less than 300 meters when the blood dragon beast's impatient roar came from the forest. At this moment, the blood dragon beast had finished absorbing the long-tongued beast's flesh and blood, but it felt uncomfortable, and its expression became even more brutal and cruel. Whoosh, the blood dragon beast turned into a blood-scaled afterimage as it leaped out of the forest and pounced toward the retreating teams of the 3 races. Ah ah ah, blood-curdling screams were heard incessantly. Ordinary Qi transformation realm cultivators in the acquired realm would be killed instantly by the blood dragon. Among them, the genius of the Fu family, Fu Jing, was instantly killed by the blood dragon beast and fell into a pool of blood. Everyone. This beast has already been poisoned by my absolute poison. Right now, it's showing signs of being poisoned. As long as we delay it for a while, this beast will be weakened by the poison. Xianxia's voice reverberated throughout the hall. The leaders of the 3 races teams didn't flee in panic. The black-cloaked puppeteer controlled the puppets to block the blood dragon beast's attack. He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng launched fierce sword attacks to stop the blood dragon beast. On the scene, only 2 sword Dao geniuses could inflict some damage on the blood dragon beast if they went all out and used their sword Dao killer moves. Whoosh, Xianxia hurled the javelin at the blood dragon. However, the javelin failed to break through the blood dragon's defenses. Instead, it was shattered by the blood-colored shockwave surrounding the blood dragon. Soon, the black-cloaked puppeteer, He Qiuyun, Xianxia, and Yi Luofeng couldn't resist the powerful attack of the blood dragon beast. Wow! Wow! He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng were hit by a blood-colored crystal when they attacked the blood dragon beast. They were sent flying and were badly injured. Explode! The black-cloaked puppeteer asked the giant scorpion puppet that was almost broken to block the attack. Boom, the Khanate-level giant scorpion puppet turned into a ball of terrifying black air waves and thousands of fragments enveloped the blood dragon beast. After such an attack, a large area of wounds appeared on the surface of the blood dragon beast's body, which was dripping with blood. However, Xianxia keenly sensed that the injuries on the blood dragon beast's body were healing bit by bit. Humph! How dare these people try to besiege the blood dragon beast? Half a mile away, Luo Haochen sneered. He was glad that he reacted quickly and was the first to retreat. Bang! At this moment, the blood dragon beast flashed and approached the defensive formation of Xianxia and the others. Block it! Xianxia and the black-cloaked puppeteer looked at each other. He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng had just been injured and they weren't good at close combat. Roar! Xianxia gathered power in his organs and activated the bronze lion roar. This time, he fused the Black True Qi and the Black Emperor bloodline at the same time and its power reached a terrifying level, enough to injure ordinary Khanate cultivators. Boom, the terrifying sound waves made the blood dragon beast tremble and pause its attack. Good opportunity. The black-cloaked puppeteer stretched out a metal arm. With a caw sound, a purple iron claw grabbed out like a flash of lightning. Poof, the purple iron claw scratched the blood dragon beast's face and left a bloody mark. Roar, the blood dragon beast let out a furious roar and its vision became blurred. At the same time, He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng each had two sword intents and slashed with their peak sword Dao. In a blink, a dazzling starry sword aura and an icy sword aura intertwined and slashed the blood dragon beast. Poof, poof. Boom, the blood dragon beast was hit hard and couldn't recover. At first, it was stunned by Qianyu's bronze lion's roar, and its body stiffened slightly. Then, it was hit in the face by the puppet master's claw. Before it could get angry, it was attacked by the two sword Dao geniuses. The blood dragon beast was quite intelligent. It was so angry that it almost exploded. A cruel, bloodthirsty, and cold light appeared in its eyes. Boom, it instantly went berserk while a ball of twisting bloody cyclones coiled around its body. It had a diameter of a few meters and emitted the aura of calamity, and it intended to sweep through and swallow these ants in one go. Oh no! The four people present, including Qianyu, felt the threat of death. The blood dragon beast was preparing a range attack, which was enough to kill all the Khanate cultivators within a few feet. Once it was launched. At that time, aside from Qianyu, who had an extremely strong physical defense, the other Qi transformation geniuses around him would most likely not be spared. Could it be? Yi Luofeng's face was pale and she held the broken heavenly imperial sword in her hand. Dong. Dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. Qianyu's heartbeat suddenly entered an explosive state, and a vigorous energy surged out from the depths of his body. But at this moment, roar, the blood dragon beast groaned and its body shook. A trace of red and blue venom appeared on its scales. In a flash, the terrifying power of the blood shadow energy whirlpool around him was instantly dissipated. The poison is taking effect. Qianyu was overjoyed. The poison was taking effect earlier than he had expected. He had thought it would take at least a dozen seconds for the poison of the broken green moss mushroom to take effect. After all, the broken green moss mushroom was small. The blood dragon beast was a top ancient beast with a thin true dragon sacred beast bloodline. How strong was its resistance to poison, however? The blood dragon beast was more powerful than he had imagined. They couldn't even hold it off for 10 seconds. Luckily, the poison was taking effect earlier. When Qianyu established a mental connection with the insect inside the blood dragon's body, he immediately understood the reason. Through the bug. The iron moon bug was biting the blood dragon beast's body. Every time it bit a wound, it would be corroded by the red and blue venom. The bug's corpse poison seems to contain the characteristics of the green moss poisonous mushroom. Qianyu was overjoyed. It turned out, not only had the iron moon bug advanced, but its corpse poison had also merged with the poison of the green moss poisonous mushroom. The combination of the corpse poison and the poison of the iron moon bug could easily kill a Khanate cultivator. That was why the blood dragon beast was taking effect earlier. Go to hell. Bellowing, Jinyu closed in on the blood dragon beast with extreme speed while his heart was in a berserk state. So fast, the puppeteer, Xianxia, and the others were shocked. In a flash, Jinyu was close to the blood dragon beast. Jinyu took out the dark serpent sword with the thought of taking advantage of the situation. The sword had been dipped in the green moss poisonous mushroom, which was used to deal with the black-scaled long-tongued beast. Slash, the dark snake sword in Jinyu's hand emitted a cold moonlight under the moonlight, and its power increased by more than 40%. It had to be known. His sword was twice as fast under the effect of the heart eruption. At the same time, it was infused with the bloodline of the Black Emperor and the Dark True Qi. Even without the moonlight, this sword was enough to kill an ordinary Khanate demon beast. Besides, the sword was smeared with the green moss poisonous mushroom. Swish, the dark snake sword slashed the blood dragon beast's neck, which was the weakest part of its scales. Blood splattered. The poisonous sword couldn't go any further after cutting an inch. Jinyu was shocked. He had underestimated the strength of the blood dragon beast, as well as the strength of its body. Whoosh, without thinking, he pulled out his sword and quickly retreated. Anyway, the dark snake sword had hit a vital point, and the green moss poisonous mushroom would produce more terrifying power. However, although Jinyu reacted quickly, he was still hit by the blood shadow airwave from the blood dragon beast. Pung! Jinyu was sent flying 5 or 6 feet away, and the purplish-green light film on the surface of the beast's skin armor also shattered. Wow, after Jinyu landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he felt lucky. At the critical moment, relying on the extreme speed of his heart, he wasn't completely hit by the blood dragon beast's attack. He only took 40% of the damage. Moreover, Jinyu activated the defense of the beast's skin armor in time. Otherwise, even an experienced Khanate expert, such as the sect master of the Watermoon sect, could be killed. Ordinary injuries were completely negligible to Jinyu's powerful self-healing body. Whoosh, after the blood dragon beast's throat was slit by the dark snake sword, the absolute poison inside and outside of its body erupted. Its body shook, and its vitality started to weaken. Whoosh, the blood dragon beast roared and barely managed to suppress the poison. A bloody gust of wind swept across a radius of 7 or 8 feet. Bang, bang. Bang, the puppet master, Xianxia, and Luofeng, who were closer to the blood dragon beast, were all sent flying and vomiting blood. This was when the blood dragon beast used more than 70% of its strength to suppress the poison. Whoosh, after sending everyone flying, the blood dragon beast's body suddenly shook. It didn't dare to stay any longer and turned into a bloody shadow, running in a certain direction. However, the blood dragon beast's speed was now less than half of its original speed. Chase! Jinyu was overjoyed. He maintained a certain distance and chased after the blood dragon beast. The Iron Moon strange bug was still acting up in the blood dragon beast's body, and the absolute poison Tomane would continue to worsen. The blood dragon beast would become weaker and weaker, and it would definitely die. As long as I kill this beast, the demonic nucleus I get will be comparable to a returning Essence Realm demonic beast. It will be equivalent to at least 10 would rot 10 demons' demonic nucleus. Jinyu's eyes were sharp. At this moment, the black-robed puppeteer, Xianxia, and Luofeng were all seriously injured. The poison in the blood dragon beast's body erupted, and its strength decreased sharply. It turned into a crimson shadow and flew in the direction it came from. Go after it. The 3 geniuses didn't give up. The blood dragon beast's demonic core would decide who the hunting king would be. Even if they didn't get a single demonic core, they would be able to become the hunting king with the blood dragon beast's demonic core. However, the blood dragon beast was still fast. Luofeng and the other 2 were seriously injured and couldn't catch up with it. Only Jinyu could catch up with the blood dragon beast. Not only did he retain his strength, but his injuries were also healed. During his pursuit, Jinyu discovered that the terrain ahead was somewhat familiar. A moment later, the crimson shadow of the blood dragon beast suddenly disappeared. So it's here. Jinyu was surprised. He soon found a tunnel leading to the underground riverbed. Even if he wasn't familiar with the terrain, the iron moonworm was still in the blood dragon beast's body. He could sense its location as long as it wasn't too far away. Without hesitation, Jinyu entered the underground passage through the entrance above ground. However, he did not notice that a tall figure had revealed himself from the rocks behind him, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. A moment later, Yi Luofeng, He Qiuyun, and the black-robed puppeteer finally arrived. This should be the place. The black-robed puppeteer looked at the bloodstains on the ground, which were left by the blood dragon beast. A short while later, the three of them found the entrance to the underground tunnel. Before they could enter, "You should give up the fight for the blood dragon beast's demonic core." An indifferent voice came. There was an unquestionable dominance in the voice. "Luo Haochen!" He Qiuyun exclaimed. Yi Luofeng and the puppeteer were stunned. Then, a tall man with sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes walked over with confidence. "Luo Haochen, what do you mean?" The black-robed puppeteer looked gloomy. It seemed that Luo Haochen had arrived earlier than the three of them, but he didn't go underground. What exactly was this kid planning? Haha. The three of you are heavily injured, and you've exhausted your vitality to travel. I'm afraid you won't even be able to display 70% of your strength. Luo Haochen grinned. Hearing this, the expressions of the three changed as they suddenly understood something. Whoosh, a blazing white whirlwind of fist light, brilliant and resplendent, swept forward 10 to 20 feet, pressing towards Yi Luofeng and the other two. This sudden attack caught the three of them off guard. Boom, the black-robed puppeteer, who bore the brunt of the attack, was sent flying by the violent and blazing fist light. After the black-robed puppeteer landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. After losing the innate realm puppet, his strength was the weakest among the three, not to mention that he was heavily injured. Haha. I took care of one. Luo Haochen smiled as a layer of incandescent spots appeared on the skin between his arms, emitting a powerful bloodline aura. At this moment, with his peak Hotian cultivation and the might of the ancient race bloodline, he coldly stared at Yi Luofeng and He Qiuyun. Yi Luofeng and He Qiuyun were both heavily injured and could only use 60 to 70% of their strength. Facing the geniuses of the ancient race, their hearts sank. Aren't you worried that Jinyu will take the beast core before us? He Qiuyun said angrily. Hee. If all four of you were here, I would find it tricky. But after we split up, it won't be difficult to deal with the three of you. Luo Haochen acted as if he had won. He Qiuyun's heart shook. As expected, Luo Haochen had arrived first. He didn't follow Jinyu down, but intercepted Yi Luofeng and the other two. First, it would be easier to deal with the four of them in two groups. Second, the blood dragon beast would counterattack before its death, leaving Jinyu. After Yi Luofeng and the other two were eliminated, it would be easier to deal with Jinyu. As it turned out, Luo Haochen's plan was very successful. As soon as he made his move, he kicked out the puppet master, who was the weakest but specialized in close combat and was rather difficult to deal with. Even though we're heavily injured, you can't defeat us alone. Yi Luofeng sneered. The white jade sword in her hand trembled, and a frosty blade appeared. Like a cold winter wind, it rushed toward Luo Haochen. He Qiuyun attacked at the same time, sending out a dazzling sword aura. Facing the two geniuses, Luo Haochen wasn't afraid at all. Whoosh, a layer of white light rose from his body and he ignored Yi Luofeng's attack, going straight for He Qiuyun. Poof, Yi Luofeng's sword slashed at Luo Haochen's body, but it was instantly melted by the white light. The next second, as Luo Haochen approached He Qiuyun, the blazing white aura around his fist transformed into a massive flood dragon. Similar to Jinyu's evil energy manifestation, the flood dragon devoured He Qiuyun. Poof, He Qiuyun's figure rapidly retreated as a wave of blazing hot air caused her protective true energy to shatter. Her skin was red and swollen. A terrifying flame power seeped into He Qiuyun's body. Wah, He Qiuyun's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Luo Haochen in shock. Then, a ball of flickering white flame appeared on Luo Haochen's palm, emitting a formless pressure. The surrounding area was scorched and unbearable. True fire spirit flame. Yi Luofeng exclaimed with a face full of wariness. Why true fire? You formed this kind of true fire? He Chuyin exclaimed. There were a few red and swollen burns on his face. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was dry. He felt powerless. You win. I quit. He Chuyin had a bitter expression on her face. She suddenly waved her hand and left. Luo Haochun's ancient race bloodline was strong, and with the white true fire, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He Chuyin knew that even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't have more than a 30% chance of winning. She suddenly understood why Luo Haochun's team could kill the vine monsters alone. Lady Yi, I don't want to leave any marks on your beautiful face. Luo Haochun grinned. The power of the true fire spirit flame was much stronger than normal qi. Yi Luofeng's face was pale and she stared at Luo Haochun coldly. Indeed. She still had the Heaven Fault Remnant sword as her trump card, but this sword was no small matter. Once she used it, it would be recognized by the Origin Realm experts. Another point. She was severely injured. Even if she took out the Heavenly Fault sword, the odds of her winning were less than 50% against his strong physique and white bright true fire. Finally, Yi Luofeng made the decision to let Luo Haochun go. Luo Haochun would go underground and fight with Qinyu. Luo Haochun has the true fire. Qinyu has a small chance of winning. Fine, I'll just lose my first kiss. Yi Luofeng sighed. Her figure slowly floated backward and retreated from the battlefield. I'm not going. Yi Luofeng said coldly. Lady Yi is wise. When I become the hunting king, I will invite you to discuss life with me. Luo Haochun cupped his fists and smiled. Whoosh, he turned into a white shadow and entered the underground tunnel. At the same time, deep in the underground riverbed, Qinyu chased after the blood dragon beast all the way to a crack in the rock wall. There was a huge gap on the wall, similar to the shape of the blood dragon beast's body. Roar! The blood dragon beast roared weakly. Its scales were oozing red venom and its life force was getting weaker. The beast struggled with all its might and showed a look of fear. Qinyu was cautious and didn't get close. During the chase, he kept a distance of several hundred feet from the beast to prevent it from doing anything out of desperation. Qinyu knew the beast's situation through the insects. Almost there. Qinyu felt the insects enter the beast's organs and eat it. The venom seeped into the beast's heart. The blood dragon beast rolled on the ground with a pained expression. Soon, the insects entered its heart. The blood dragon beast spasmed and struggled violently. Its body was covered in a bloody mist that swept in all directions. Bang! The surrounding rock walls were peeling off large amounts of stone chips and powder. The crimson dragon beast gradually lost its strength and was on its last breath, reaching the end of its life. Right at this moment, suddenly, Qinyu felt a figure descending from the ground behind him. Not good. From the corner of his eyes, Qinyu caught a glimpse of a tall figure in the distance. The figure's body was covered in a white glow. It was Luo Haochun. Take the beast core. Qinyu gathered energy in his organs and turned into a faint black shadow as he approached the blood dragon beast. However, the instant Qinyu got close, a sudden change occurred. The eyes of the blood dragon beast, which was on the verge of death, emitted a cold blood-colored light. Its scales shone with a dark crystal color and it emitted a terrifying aura that was close to the Origin Realm. Damn it, Qinyu's heart sank as he felt an unprecedented threat of death looming over him. The blood dragon beast was like the last radiance of the setting sun before its death. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Qinyu's accumulated energy entered a berserk state. Roar! Qinyu's black true qi and black the arch bloodline erupted and he let out a thunderous roar. Rumble! The surrounding rock strata peeled off piece by piece, and some areas even directly collapsed. That deafening roar even reached the surface of the earth. What's that sound? He Chuiyun and Yi Luofeng were shocked. It's Qinyu. Yi Luofeng's expression changed and she started to worry. Qinyu's roar contained a brazen unyieldingness as if he was fighting against death itself, as if he was going against fate. This bronze lion roar had reached the peak of his life. It was almost twice as powerful as when he faced the Watermoon Sect Master. Back then, Qinyu had yet to advance to the Qi transformation realm. Without this mysterious and powerful jet-black true energy, his bronze statue art had advanced to the next level. Boom! The bronze lion roar's greatest power hit the blood dragon beast's head at close range. At the same moment, the iron moon insect pierced through the blood dragon beast's heart under Qianyu's command. The blood dragon beast's body stiffened and the dark crystal color on its body dimmed. The blood in his body froze. It wasn't just because of the impact of Qianyu's bronze lion roar at close range. Dong! 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 As the heart beat rapidly, there was a strange and familiar attraction. Voila! Dark red, translucent blood oozed out of the blood dragon's scales. Then, under the effect of the pulsation, the blood turned into a deep, dark red crystal stream that flowed into Qianyu's body with flickering scales. This is, Qianyu's body and mind jolted. He could feel the surging bloodline power of the blood dragon beast beneath his feet. The aura of an ancient beast dragon was rapidly being refined and absorbed into his body. Splash a dark crimson crystalline stream that was roughly as thick as a thumb and radiated ancient bloodscale patterns flowed into Qianyu's body. At this moment, the scene in the blood burial garden replayed. But this time, the human Lu Zhuo was replaced by the blood dragon beast with the bloodline of the true dragon's sacred beast. Qianyu had clearly noticed this. The dark blood crystal stream produced by the blood dragon beast's bloodline had some impurities removed, and the dragon energy it gave off was purer. This bloodline power was several levels stronger than the Black the Arch bloodline in Lu Zhuo's body. In fact, the quality of Lu Zhuo's Black the Arch bloodline was pretty good, but it was limited by his cultivation level, so it wasn't as fast as the blood dragon beast. While extracting the bloodline, Qianyu felt a slight movement from a certain part of his left arm. The source of the unusual movements was a crystal-clear blood bead the size of a thumb sealed in his left arm, wrapped in a layer of blood cocoon. Sizzle, the translucent blood bead suddenly glowed with a crystal-like blood-colored flame. Crack, a small crack appeared in the blood cocoon. This scene made Qianyu's hair stand on end. The forbidden blood glass flame that had been sealed in the blood burial garden seemed to be showing signs of breaking free. Splash, the dark blood crystal stream that had been sucked into his body split into a wisp of bloodscale light and merged into the blood bead through the crack in the blood cocoon. Qianyu held his breath as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, there was only a small crack in the blood cocoon. The blood glass flame that had been compressed into a blood bead seemed to be connected to his flesh and blood. It didn't seem to be in danger. A few breaths later. Thump thump thump. Thump thump. Thump, the blood dragon beast's body became withered, and the mysterious heart stopped extracting. Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. His mind went into the dark and silent space inside the heart. The light silver crystal space and the dark blood whirlpool were in a separate space. Among them, the dark blood whirlpool that represented the Black the Arch bloodline shone with wisps of black and bloody light. It was smaller than the size of a palm. However, next to it was a lifelike blood-scale dragon. It slowly circled around and emitted an invisible ancient dragon might. Qianyu could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The shape of the blood-scale dragon somewhat resembled that of a blood dragon, but it also resembled the legendary true dragon. This blood dragon was about 3 meters long, and it was 100 times larger than the Black the Arch bloodline vortex. This should be the source of the blood dragon beast's bloodline. Qianyu was pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! Before Qianyu could test the power of this powerful bloodline, his footsteps approached from afar. Qianyu quickly withdrew his consciousness. At this moment, Luo Haochen was already 1,000 feet away from them. Qianyu immediately squatted down and took out a blood-colored demon core from the shriveled corpse of the blood dragon beast with the dark snake sword in his hand. This demonic core was several times larger than the one from the water monster. Its quality density was also several times higher. Qianyu could feel the enormous power contained in the demonic core. It was probably at the returning origin realm. Could it be? This blood dragon beast has been sleeping here for many years for some reason and its cultivation has temporarily regressed? Qianyu thought to himself. At this moment, his attention was on Luo Haochen who was approaching. Qianyu didn't notice. The rock wall behind the blood dragon beast's corpse expanded, and the cracks widened further. A layer of strange and cold blood patterns quietly appeared. At the same time, the iron moonworm was still eating in the blood dragon beast's body, and its aura was getting more and more violent. However, after feasting on a top-tier ancient beast like the blood dragon beast, the insect let out a satisfied burp, and a hint of exhaustion gradually appeared on its face. This hunting meat was truly a great fortune for the iron moon exotic insects. The benefits of the blood dragon beast's poisonous body were more than 10 times greater than the water monster's. Xianxia understood that the iron moonworm had reached its digestive limit after eating such a delicious meal. Whoosh, he quickly recalled the iron moonworm. Leave the blood dragon beast's demon core. At this moment, an arrogant voice came. Whoosh, Luo Haochen's body was covered in a layer of white light and a gust of hot wind surrounded him. Xianxia felt his blood flow condense and he felt a burning dryness. I've got the demon core. Are you going to pester me to the end? This is against the rules of the hunt. Xianxia kept the demon core and said indifferently. You've just got the demon core and I'll get it back soon. What do you mean by going against the rules? Luo Haochen grinned mockingly, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Plus, we're underground. No one will know what happens here. Luo Haochen's face revealed a winner smile. Boom, his figure abruptly closed in on Xianxia, and a dazzling white cylindrical fist appeared, engulfing Xianxia's figure. This guy. Xianxia didn't expect his opponent to be so fast. Luo Haochen was at the peak of the Hotian realm and had the ancient race bloodline. His speed was faster than Xianxia's. Slash. Xianxia held the dark snake sword in his hand and fought with all his strength. Facing such an opponent, he couldn't hold back. Buzz, a layer of black iron chi patterns surrounded the copper statue unyielding body and merged into the dark snake sword along with the jet black chi. In an instant, a slender arc of sword light, deep and dark, about 10 feet long, flashed like a feather. Boom, however, when the sword hit Luo Haochen's fist light, there was a rumble like a mountain collapsing. What? Luo Haochen's face was filled with shock. His figure was knocked back a few meters. He watched as his bloodline merged attack was sliced in half by this person's sword. Unbelievable. His opponent's feather-like sword contained the power of Mount Tai. On the other side, after Xianxia slashed down with his sword, he felt a blazing aura penetrate his defensive barrier. A burning aura seeped into his organs. What a terrifying fist force. Xianxia had a grave expression on his face. If it wasn't for his powerful physique, he would have been injured by now if he was just an ordinary chi transformation innate expert. Ha ha ha, very good. Luo Haochen was happy after his attack. I didn't expect to meet a worthy opponent in this hunting meet. The white spots on Luo Haochen's body and the blazing aura around him became stronger. There was dead silence around him, as if a storm was coming. Boom, in the next instant, Luo Haochen transformed into a dazzling white figure. His fists then transformed into blazing white dragons that bombarded Xianxia like raging winds. This guy was hiding his strength. Xianxia's face darkened. Thump. Thump, thump. His heart was filled with power and he entered an explosive state. His strength and speed doubled to make up for the gap between their cultivation levels. Boom. Boom, one black figure and 100 figures started a fierce battle near the underground riverbed. Every time they collided, there was a loud roar and strong wind. Ordinary chi transformation realm cultivators couldn't even get close to them. Every time they clashed, Xianxia could push Luo Haochen back a bit with his advantage in strength. Luo Haochen felt his arm go numb. Fortunately, his bloodline physique was far better than others of the same level. But Luo Haochen's advantage in cultivation was too great. The peak of the post-preliminary realm was stronger than Xianxia's early-stage post-preliminary realm. Boom, every time the blazing true chi and bloodline power collided, it would penetrate through Xianxia's defenses and inflict a faint burn damage on him. With Xianxia's powerful physique, this injury could be ignored. However, Xianxia had another weakness. I can't go on like this. I don't have much Black the Arch bloodline left. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Both the Black True Chi and the Black the Arch bloodline couldn't last long. Especially the Black the Arch bloodline. This was the first time he had to fight such a long battle. Buzz, the black blood whirlpool in the space of his heart was shrinking and it wasn't far from exhaustion. Besides, Xianyu's dark snake sword didn't have the 40% increase in power under the moonlight. Ha ha ha. Xianyu, you're no match for me. Hand over the demon core. Luo Haochun's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Whoosh, a layer of faint flame gradually appeared in his fist light, and its ferocious power increased by a few notches. Luo Haochun's eyes were sharp. He knew that with Xianyu's cultivation, he must have used some secret technique to unleash such power. Soon, Xianyu's black the arch bloodline was used up. If that's the case, as Xianyu's organs gathered energy, another huge ball of bloodline source appeared in the space. Roar, suddenly, a faint dragon roar came from Xianyu's body. There was a trace of ancient dragon power. Luo Haochun's bloodline shuddered. At the same time, in the dark, misty space, the lifelike blood scale dragon released streams of scale-patterned blood. Boom! Xianyu felt an intense stinging pain in his body, as well as a swelling sensation. His eyes were bloodshot. The terrifying power of the ancient true dragon's bloodline surged through his body through his heart. In an instant, translucent blood-colored scales condensed on Xianyu's forehead and arms, and they seemed to have taken the form of the scales of a true dragon and emitted the might of an ancient dragon that could roam the heavens and the earth. Open! Xianyu shouted and punched at Luo Haochun with his fist covered in blood-colored scales. Boom! The image of a huge, dark, blood-scaled dragon roared and engulfed Luo Haochun's glowing fist light and fierce wind. The dragon roar reverberated as it engulfed it. True dragon bloodline. How is this possible? Luo Haochun cried out in shock and flew back. The incandescent spots on the surface of his body suddenly dimmed. His ancient race bloodline trembled. Poof! Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth and his face was full of shock. Currently, Xianyu's entire body was covered in blood-colored scales, and translucent blood-colored dragon scale crystals had formed on his forehead, fists, and arms. Accompanied by faint dragon roars, Xianyu looked just like the legendary Draconians. In the exchange just now, his ancient bloodline was suppressed by the dragon bloodline and he could only use 50 to 60% of its power. This power, when Xianyu felt the tyrannical dragon bloodline within his body, he felt an overbearing and carefree feeling that could crush everything. Lose. Letting out a long roar, Xianyu punched out once more. The phantom of a dark, blood-scaled dragon shrouded in murderous aura expanded to a length of 6 meters. White blazing true flame. Luo Haochun's expression was solemn. He took a deep breath, and a ball of flickering white flame jumped out of his palm, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. At the same time, the white spots on his body shone again. The bright white fist light and the white flame merged into one. Whoosh! Rumble! A blazing flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged over, clashing with the dark, blood-scaled dragon. The surrounding rock walls trembled, and dust and fire swept through the area. Bam! Luo Haochun was pushed back several feet and his face was pale. Xianyu's body shook and he suddenly felt a trace of heat. True fire spirit flame? A wisp of white flame spread across Xianyu's arm and intertwined with the translucent blood-red scales. True fire spirit flame. Xianyu's expression changed as he looked at the white flame spreading on his arm and intertwining with the blood-colored dragon scales. If it wasn't for the new dragon scale bloodline, this true fire was enough to pose a great threat to Xianyu. Even the copper statue righteous body wouldn't be able to effectively defend against this flame. Xianyu was prepared to activate his dragon scale bloodline and the jet black true chi to destroy the remaining white sparkle true flame. Suddenly, the translucent blood bead in the blood cocoon on his left arm throbbed, as if it was about to move. Crack! The blood cocoon cracked open further, and a crystal-clear wisp of blood-colored flame seeped out. Blood-glazed flame. Xianyu's head jumped and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Even though this sealed blood bead gave him a feeling that it was connected to his flesh and didn't pose any threat. However, back in the blood burial garden, this blood-glazed flame had brought him the shadow of death. Master, let me lend you a hand. Such a low-grade flame dares to show off in front of Master. A childish voice echoed in his ears. What's that sound? Xianyu felt that the voice was familiar. He had heard it somewhere before. In the next moment, a wisp of translucent, blood-red flame seeped out of the crack, following the blood. Flow of the scales in his body. Poof, the wisp of blood-colored flame jumped on his arm and flew toward the white flame. Instantly, the two flames intertwined. Chi smoke started rising from Qianyu's blood-scaled arm. The blood-colored flame flickered happily and easily devoured the white flame. What flame is this? This person also has a true fire spirit flame. Luo Haochen was dazed. The white sparkle true flame that he had was something that his family had paid a great price to refine. Even though it was a postnatal true flame, it wasn't a low-grade flame. Combined with his bloodline, it was like adding wings to a tiger. But the flame that came out of Qianyu's body easily extinguished the remaining true flame. Also, the pure aura that the flame gave off was not a postnatal true flame, but a connate spirit flame. You are the blood soul flower spirit. Qianyu suddenly thought of something. He stared at that wisp of scarlet flame, which flowed along the dragon scales, and landed on his palm. Master, the blood soul flower spirit is already a thing of the past. Now, I am your flame spirit. His childish voice was filled with flattery. Qianyu was stunned. The blood soul flower spirit communicated with it through a spiritual connection similar to a spiritual pet contract. At this moment, the connection between him and the sealed blood bead was very similar to the connection between him and the iron moon exotic insects. Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like the danger of the blood glass flame had not only been resolved, it had also been refined by him. I don't believe it. Luo Haochen let out a low roar. His complexion was ashen. The white sparkle true flame in his palm turned into a wave of flames. As it surged, it created a white blazing wind that pounced toward Qianyu. Not good, Qianyu's breathing tightened. His entire body was burning, and he felt a trace of pressure. Facing such a vast wave of flames, the wisp of blood glass flame in his palm was probably not enough. Qianyu prepared to use the dragon scale bloodline and the jet black true qi to fight against the enemy. Master, the bloodline in your body can merge with my flames. A childish voice sounded. Okay. Qianyu's organs gathered power, and he controlled more scale blood to flow near the cracked cocoon. More blood glass flame seeped out of the cracks of the blood cocoon and merged into the scale blood of the blood dragon beast bloodline. Poof, a small ball of blood flame suddenly appeared in Qianyu's palm. It was much smaller than Luo Haochen's white sparkle true flame. Is this little enough? Qianyu was shocked. Enough. The childish voice said. Whoosh, the small ball of blood flame turned into a brilliant glass flower that looked a bit like a 10,000-year-old blood soul flower. Buzz, the surface of this blood flame flower suddenly blossomed with a blood flame glow, and with a ping sound, it hit the white flaming wave that was coming towards it. Sizzle in the air, the two flames intertwined again. At first, the wave of flames and wind formed by the white true flame swallowed the blood flame flower with its huge size. But half a breath later, green smoke rose. Buzz, a bloody glow blossomed from the wave of white flames, swallowing and dispersing the white flames. How is this possible? Luo Haochen paled in shock, and he looked dazed. What was even more unbelievable was that Qianyu didn't have any flame control techniques at all, and the blood flame seemed to have a mind of its own. Whoosh, Luo Haochen flipped his palm, and a white light rolled out, gathering the remaining white sparkle true flame. After gathering, the white sparkle true flame had shrunk and dimmed a little. On the other hand, the small ball of blood glass flame in Qianyu's palm was like a blossoming glass flower, and it didn't dim much. From the battle of true flames, the two were not on the same level. Such a powerful connate spirit flame. Luo Haochen's expression was uncertain, and his expression was filled with jealousy and indignation. True fire spirit flame was the essence of fire energy in the world, and it often contained extraordinary power. Because of the different attributes of the flame, it had different abilities. Some naturally born true flames were called connate spirit flames. Legend had it that some powerful connate spirit flames had the power to destroy the world, and wherever they went, there would be a disaster. Even the most powerful figures in the world had to retreat. Without a doubt, the blood glass flame that Qianyu had was a connate spirit flame that was born with the 10,000-year blood soul flower. Also, most of the flame was still sealed in the blood cocoon in Qianyu's body, compressed into a blood bead. Sir, do you want to continue fighting? Qinyu's tone was calm, and the blood glass flame on his palm was like a dream crystal. Luo Haochun's expression was gloomy, and he roared in his heart. He was a genius of the ancient races, and he had refined the white sparkle true flame, but he had lost to a nobody in the early Hotian realm. But the reality made him feel helpless. The white sparkle true flame, which he was so proud of, could not withstand a single blow. In the battle of bloodlines, his opponent had a bloodline similar to the holy dragon, and he had completely suppressed him. Even if Qinyu did not have the blood glass flame, he had a higher chance of winning with his powerful body and heart, as well as the dragon scale bloodline. However, the blood glass flame made it easier for Qinyu to win, and he did not have to fight a bitter battle. Know the power of your bloodline. Luo Haochun's flashing eyes fell on the blood-patterned dragon scales that appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body. When they had first clashed, he had felt that the aura of this bloodline was a little familiar. Now that he looked again, he finally realized that something was wrong. Why would the bloodline of the blood dragon appear on your body? Also, how can you have two bloodlines at the same time? Luo Haochun was extremely shocked, and he stared at Qinyu. Even if Qinyu had the bloodline of the Black the Arch, it would be more powerful than his bloodline of the ancient race, if it were not for the limitation of his level. Qinyu was alarmed. Luo Haochun had found out about his secret, which was very bad. He was about to say something. Thump, 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 all of a sudden, the mysterious heart beat rapidly, warning him. Crack, the wall behind him suddenly cracked, and a large number of strange blood-patterned patterns appeared and spread out like a spider web. This rock wall was the place where the blood dragon beast had awakened. Who killed my dragon? A gloomy and cold voice came from the depths of the rock wall. Rumble, all around the underground riverbed, the walls were shaking and cracking. A shocking aura was awakening. Go. Without hesitation, Qinyu activated his heartburst and transformed into a blood-black afterimage as he dashed toward the ground. That voice and the aura that was about to awaken gave him a sense of danger that he had never felt before. What the hell is going on? Luo Haochun felt his bloodline was trembling. He looked at the cracked wall with fear. Whoosh, Luo Haochun turned into a shadow and ran to the surface after Qinyu. However, the two of them had only run a few hundred feet. The crack on the blood-patterned rock wall suddenly shook, and a huge blood-colored crystal hand covered in mud stretched out. Where are you going? The blood crystal hand was only the size of an ordinary person, but with a casual pinch, a blood-light phantom gathered in the void. Whoosh, the shadow of a blood-colored palm the size of a hill dashed towards Qinyu and Luo Haochun. Ah! Luo Haochun, who was half a step behind, screamed in fear. He felt his body was enveloped by a terrifying suction force, as if he had fallen into a swamp. Whoosh, the shadow of the blood-colored palm grabbed Luo Haochun. With a crack, his body was crushed into a bloody pulp. Qinyu sensed this with his soul sense. Luo Haochun was only a few feet away from him. Run! Qinyu shuddered, his heart sinking into the abyss. Thump! Thump thump! Thump thump thump, his heart was pushed to the maximum under the state of the explosive power technique. Buzz! Roar! Dark true chi poured into his legs, and the dragon-scale bloodline burst out from his body. With a dragon roar, a blood-scale dragon shadow appeared on Qinyu's body, and his speed reached the maximum. Just like that, Qinyu's dark true chi and dragon-scale bloodline were consumed rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, Qinyu's speed soared, and he turned into a blood-colored shadow, finally putting some distance between him and the blood-colored palm shadow. Rumble, with a distance of about 10 feet, the huge bloody palm shadow turned the nearby mountain rocks into powder. Huh? The owner of the blood-colored crystal hand appeared in the crack. It was a thin young man with blue eyes. He was extremely handsome, but his face was pale and weak. Huh? That seems to be the bloodline anomaly of the blood dragon beast. How is this possible? The thin young man was stunned. The blood dragon beast was his pet. Because of a special reason, they had slept here together. Now, the power of the blood dragon beast's bloodline had been added to a human junior, and it had suddenly sped up, allowing him to escape his attack. Is he a descendant of the blood-devouring clan? Only the blood-devouring clan has the ability to devour the bloodline of others and make it their own. The blue-eyed young man's face suddenly turned cold, revealing a frightening killing intent. The blood dragon beast was his pet, and as a member of the blood-devouring clan, he was the greatest enemy of his clan. These thoughts were completed in the blue-eyed young man's mind in the blink of an eye. I can't let him live. A pair of eerie blood wings suddenly formed on the blue-eyed young man's back. Whoosh, the blood wings spread, and the blue-eyed young man turned into a blood-colored ray of light, chasing after Xianxia. His speed was at least 10 times faster than Xianxia, however. The blood-colored ray of light had only flown a few hundred feet when it suddenly stopped. Wah, the blue-eyed young man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was even paler, and he staggered. My old injuries haven't healed, and I've slept for so long. My Xianxia and bloodline are almost exhausted. The blue-eyed young man's expression was uncertain. My old injuries haven't healed and I've been asleep for so long. My Xianxia and blood are almost exhausted. The blue-eyed youth's face was pale and gloomy. The sinister blood wings on his back suddenly dimmed, and the bat-like wings powerlessly retracted into his body. Seeing. Xianxu's figure darted into the tunnel leading to the surface. Poof, the blue-eyed youth gritted his teeth and pointed his index finger between his eyebrows. A drop of dark blood appeared on his fingertip. Break! The drop of blood ignited and turned into a huge finger shadow that could split mountains. The bloody light shot into the sky and there was a thunderous sound. Oh no! As soon as Xianxia entered the underground passage, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. He didn't feel safe even though he was in the tunnel. The only thing Xianxia could do now was run away as fast as he could and strengthen his defenses. Boom! Boom, the gigantic blood-colored finger shadow bombarded the rock wall Xianxia had drilled into. In an instant, the underground wall cracked and collapsed. Large pieces of rock fell off and turned into powder. Wow, despite being separated by several dozen meters, Xianxia still suffered a slight aftershock from the finger's attack and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Crack! Crack! The blood-scale dragon's shadow on his body and the dark green membrane of his beast-hide armor shattered one after another. It was hard to imagine just how powerful that finger was. After passing through the wall, the power of the finger had been weakened by more than 80%. The remaining 10% had broken through the dragon's shadow and the armor. Xianxia knew very well that even a veteran innate lord like Elder Mao might not be able to shatter these 2 layers of defense in one hit. Finally, even with the bronze statue art's energy shield and his physique's natural defense, Xianxia had still sustained significant injuries. That was not all. Boom, the collapse of the rock wall had blocked the tunnel leading to the surface and dealt a heavy blow to Xianxia. It turned out that this was the blue-eyed youth's real goal. He wanted the wall to collapse and the road to be blocked. You killed my dragon beast, descendant of the blood-devouring clan. If I let you escape, my reputation will be ruined. A cold smile appeared on the blue-eyed youth's pale face. But very soon, the smile on his face froze. Xianxia, who was buried by the rock wall, did not die or become crippled as expected. Instead, he continued to charge forward. He scanned the area with his spiritual senses. The young man in the rock wall suddenly burst forth with a translucent, crimson flame, and the surrounding rock wall melted like snow in the blink of an eye. That is, the blood-glazed flame. The blue-eyed skinny youth couldn't help but exclaim. With just one look, he recognized the blood-glazed flame. Such a powerful blood Dao sacred flame actually fell into the hands of a Hotian realm junior. The blue-robed youth's face was gloomy, and he was very indignant. However, he had just consumed his blood essence and was now extremely weak. He was powerless to stop it. Break! Inside the stone wall, Xianxu's body was covered in crimson flames. At the same time, a crimson dragon projection appeared behind him and broke through the blockage. Thankfully, the tunnel was not as deep as he had imagined. After 2 or 3 breaths, Xianxia rushed out of the ground along with a cloud of dust and debris. The crimson dragon projection behind him disappeared. Near the ground, Yi Luofeng, He Qiuyun and the others were not too far away. Just now, they felt an earthquake-like aura surging from the ground, suffocating them. After that, a faint dragon roar, accompanied by a crimson shadow and flying dust, rushed out of the ground. They felt an invisible blood pressure again, and their bodies trembled. Xianxia! After the dust settled, a youth wearing beast hide armor appeared. His face was stained with blood. Cough cough, Qinyu coughed, his back was soaked with cold sweat, and he felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Qinyu, you came out alone. Where is Luo Haochen? He Qiuyun asked. There were some Qi transformation realm geniuses nearby, and they were all stunned. This underground tunnel. Only Qinyu and Luo Haochen went in. Luo Haochen is dead. Qinyu took a deep breath, calmed his blood, and felt his injuries quickly heal. Dead, everyone present, including He Qiuyun, Yi Luofeng, and the black-robed puppet master, was dumbfounded. Many people revealed looks of disbelief. Luo Haochen was a genius with an ancient race bloodline, and his strength could be said to be one of the best in this hunting convention. Not to mention, Luo Haochen had cultivated the white flash-true flame. Everyone. A terrifying alien powerhouse has appeared in this underground tunnel. Retreat quickly. Qinyu's face tightened. He didn't dare to stay a moment longer, and he didn't have time to explain. After sending a voice transmission to Yi Luofeng, he immediately retreated. Whoosh, Qinyu turned into a faint shadow and rushed in the direction of the hunting convention. What? Alien. What a mess. Stay here. Where is the Blood Dragon's monster core? The Hotian geniuses present didn't care at all. Immediately. The black-robed puppet master and the two Hotian youths of the Chu family intercepted him. Crack, a purple iron hook jumped out of the black-robed puppet master's metal arm and swept toward Qinyu like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the other two Hotian youths slashed out a sword light and a saber light respectively. Their power was extraordinary among the Hotian cultivators. You don't know what's good for you. Qinyu sneered. He had explained nicely, but he was still suspected of attacking. He wasn't polite. He stretched out his shining bronze hand, and a blood-scaled shadow flashed. With a ding sound, he caught the purple iron hook with his bare hand. This time, he used the dragon-scale bloodline on his arm, and he felt his strength and defense almost double. Rise! Qinyu yelled. Grabbing the purple iron hook, he swung it like a meteor hammer and threw the black-cloaked puppeteer into the sky. Ah! The black-robed puppet master screamed and waved his limbs in the sky. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded as they watched the black-robed puppet master turn into a black dot and fly away. Bang! After one or two breaths, the black-robed puppet master crashed into a forest. There was a roar and dust flew everywhere. As for the saber light and sword light of the other two Hotian youths, Qinyu ignored them with the bronze statue art and the beast hide armor. The dragon-scale bloodline can increase my strength so much. Qinyu was slightly surprised. Just now, he had used the bloodline without any obvious signs, so he wasn't afraid of exposing it. Whoosh, Qinyu sped up and continued on his way. The group of youths was frightened and didn't dare to chase him. Seeing how Qinyu is running away in such a panic, I'm afraid there really is something terrifying underground. No matter. The Blood Dragon's demon core is most likely in his hands. Everyone discussed in low voices. In the end, most people kept their distance and followed Qinyu back to the starting point of the hunt. 2 hours later, teams gathered at the starting point of the hunt. Qinyu was in the crowd, looking at the pavilions on the top of the mountain. There were many returning Origin Realm experts guarding this place. They shouldn't be afraid of the weak foreign race expert. Qinyu had a feeling in his heart that the blue-eyed youth would absolutely not give up on hunting him down. Another 2 hours passed. The sky turned white and it was morning. 3 days have passed for the hunting meet. A Xianxia realm flying rider held a cloud flag and flew over everyone's head. Guest Chen, can we get first in this hunting meet? Fu Hong asked carefully. At this moment, in the crowd, there was a rumor that Qinyu had obtained the Blood Dragon's demon core. Of course. Qinyu was calm and had a smile on his face. Just right. He looked at Yi Luofeng's clear eyes. Yi Luofeng's beautiful face was a bit unnatural and revealed a trace of anxiety. Qinyu sneered. His gaze, which harbored malicious intentions, swept past this cold and aloof girl with fair skin and fair bones, and not a single speck of dust could be seen. Gritting her teeth, Yi Luofeng's heart pounded as she avoided Qinyu's burning gaze. That's great. Every member of our team will be handsomely rewarded for obtaining the position of senior hunter. It's a pity that Fu Jing died in the hands of the blood dragon. The youths of the Fu clan discussed. Overall, they were more happy than worried. The title of hunting meat would make the Fu clan famous and they would be able to recruit talents. Not long later, the hunting teams returned to the starting point of the hunt. Now, let's count the rewards. The Duke's residence sent an returning Origin Realm expert and many Xianxia Realm experts to count the rewards. There was no way they could play tricks under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Qinyu could not help but feel elated. The rewards for being a hunting meat were quite generous. What's more, there was also this beautiful girl beside him. She was also one of the rewards. Why didn't Luo Haochen appear? In the pavilion of the Duke's residence, Marquis Yunlai and the others revealed strange expressions. Hearing this, the gazes of many youths shifted toward Qinyu. Qinyu hesitated on how to explain the death of Luo Haochen. This matter was a bit troublesome. After all, the underground battle was limited to 2 people and there wasn't a third hunter. But at this moment, whoosh, a streak of blood-winged light shot through the air from the distant horizon. Human Jr., hurry up and die. The figure of the blue-eyed youth appeared in the blood wing. In that instant, the sky was dyed with a layer of cold blood radiance, and it was suffused with a shocking pressure. It's only been half a night and this person has recovered so much strength. Qinyu shuddered. Also, this person was able to chase after him so accurately. Who is it? A few returning Origin Realm experts shouted and emitted a powerful aura. Whoosh, the blue-eyed youth spread his blood wings and increased his speed. A blood-red blade appeared in his hand. Senior Fu, this person wants to kill me. Qinyu hurriedly exclaimed. He had never expected that the foreign tribe's expert would be so determined to kill him that he would come all the way to the top of the mountain. Boom, the blood-red blade in the sky had traces of blood-red lightning. It expanded to 300 feet and slashed at Qinyu. Stop. Fu Yangzi was the first to be reminded. His figure flashed and moved to the sky. Whoosh, Fu Yangzi spun one hand and shot out a dark green ancient tree shadow, covering a radius of a few hundred feet. Boom, when the blade, sparkling with blood-colored lightning, struck the ancient tree phantom, it immediately crumbled and dissipated. Fu Yangzi's body shook and retreated. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His arm and shoulder were left with a few scratches. Qinyu was shocked. This Fu Yangzi's strength had already surpassed Yunhui Gate's supreme elder Gong Yang, but he was defeated by this youth with blood wings and blue eyes. In half a night, this blue-eyed youth had only recovered a bit of his strength, but he was still so strong. Bloodwing Clan. How dare you invade the Yunjiao nation? Marquis Yunlai shouted in a deep voice in the pavilion of the Marquis's mansion. The young man with blood wings and blue eyes had defeated Fu Yangzi in one move, shocking everyone present. Bloodwing Clan. How dare you invade the Yunjiao nation? Marquis Yunlai's luxurious cloud robe fluttered as he floated in the air. Swish. Swish. Swish, the other Origin Realm martial artists followed Marquis Yunlai and flew into the sky, staring at the young man with blue eyes. The young man's expression changed. After recovering some of his primordial chi, he chased after Qinyu based on the blood dragon beast's aura. Unexpectedly, there were a few Origin Realm martial artists here. Humph. Human Origin Realm martial artists like you, I have killed countless of them. The young man with blue eyes said coldly as he slowly opened his arms. Buzz, the blood wings on his back glowed with a cold dark blood light and suddenly extended 10 to 20 feet. In the next moment, with the blue-eyed youth at the center, the surrounding void surged with countless overlapping blood-wing light blades that were extremely dazzling. Quick! Fu Yangzi, Wu Tianxiao and the other Origin Realm martial artists were shocked. The overlapping blood-wing light blades were like a blood blade storm, swallowing the Origin Realm martial artists in an instant. Apart from Marquis Yunlai, the other Origin Realm martial artists were panicking. Bang, when the blood-wing light blades clashed with the Origin Realm martial artists, there was a bright electric light that made the regular Origin Realm martial artists tremble. Bastard! Marquis Yunlai snorted as a layer of dark blood cloud wave appeared and surged towards the young man with blue eyes. Within the radiance of the dark blood-colored cloud waves, numerous enormous cloud beasts appeared and pounced towards the non-human youth. "You human, you actually fused some of the secret arts of the beast blood sect." The young man with blue eyes turned gloomy. The little energy that he had recovered was about to be used up again. His eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. But, there were so many human martial artists and he was alone. He had not recovered from his injuries and his energy was depleted. Luo Tian fan. Marquis Yunlai's face was stern as an ancient silver feather fan appeared in his hand. As soon as the fan appeared, it instantly emitted an enormous aura, and an expanse of silver clouds that flickered indeterminately lingered around it. Whoosh, as the silver cloud breathed in and out, it suddenly expanded and stretched out into a huge cloud of mist that seemed to contain the boundless might of the heavens and the earth. "It's actually a replica of the Luo Tian fan." In the eyes of the blue-eyed youth, a trace of seriousness and fear flashed for the first time. Whoosh, the blue-eyed young man didn't hesitate any longer. The blood wings on his back flapped, and he transformed into a bloody wing light that flew towards the distance. The corner of Marquis Yunlai's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Whoosh, one of the heavenly illusionary clouds and mist suddenly shook and turned into a huge silver fan shadow, sweeping the blood wing light that was flying in the air. Wow! The blue-eyed young man spat out a mouthful of blood and tumbled several miles away in the sky before he could stabilize his body. He endured his injuries, his face full of anger and resentment. "Human. Sooner or later, this seat will return today's hatred several times over." The blue-eyed youth flapped his blood wings and disappeared into the horizon. In the pavilion at the top of the mountain. "Who?" the crowd let out sighs of relief. "It's all thanks to Lord Wanho that the enemy was forced to retreat with a single fan." A few of the Origin Realm masters had respectful expressions as they spoke politely. The Yunjiao nation was divided into 36 prefectures, and each prefecture had a marquis. Every king noble's name shook an area, and they ruled over an area. They were the cornerstones of an ancient country. "Is this the strength of a marquis?" Chen Yu was shocked. The power of the fan from Marquis Yunlai was earth-shattering, and it was considered terrifying even among the returning Origin Realm. "This Bloodwing clan member is unusually weak. I'm afraid what he displayed was only 20 to 30% of his peak strength." Marquis Yunlai said solemnly. "Only 20 to 30%? Could it be that he was at the Empty Sea Realm at his peak?" Some of the elders were shocked. The Empty Sea Realm was an unreachable peak in the Kunyan continent. Of course. In the Yunjiao nation, one of the 3 ancient nations, it was said that there were traces of the Empty Sea Realm. Even if he isn't at the Empty Sea Realm, he is not far from it. This is not a small matter. I will report this to the current king. Marquis Yunlai said slowly. Jinyu's heart palpitated when he heard the discussion above him. He didn't expect that the Bloodwing clan's elite would be so powerful at his peak. But it made sense. The demonic core of the Blood Dragon was at the returning Origin Realm. To have an ancient returning Origin Realm beast as his pet, the blue-eyed young man must have a terrifying strength close to the Empty Sea Realm. The chaos caused by the appearance of the alien race's elite was soon settled. After that, the returning Origin Realm experts, including Marquis Yunlai, fixed their eyes on Chen Yu. "Guest Chen, what happened just now?" "The alien race's elite chased after you at the cost of his life." Fu Yangzi asked. Chen Yu didn't dare to hide it. He smiled bitterly. "Because the blood dragon was his pet, and I killed it." Hearing that, the elders were shocked. The blood dragon was the pet of the alien race's elite. No wonder he chased after Chen Yu at all costs. After all, an ancient beast like the blood dragon was rare, and it had the blood of the true dragon's sacred beast. Of course. What they didn't know was that the alien race's elite wanted to kill Chen Yu because he misunderstood Chen Yu's identity as a member of the blood-devouring clan. Besides, the blood glass flame on Chen Yu also attracted the Bloodwing clan's elite's attention. After a while, Chen Yu told them about what happened underground, including the cause of Luo Haochen's death. Luo Haochen died in the hands of the alien race? The experts exchanged glances with one another. Everyone, including Marquis Yunlai, didn't believe Chen Yu's one-sided story. Chen Yu was upset. He didn't kill Luo Haochen, but there were no witnesses. The Luo family of the ancient clan will have a way to find out who killed Luo Haochen. Marquis Yunlai paused. His eyes fell on Chen Yu. I'll believe you for now. But Luo Haochen is here to help us. Before the Luo family comes to find out the truth, you can't leave Yunlai Manor. Marquis Yunlai's tone was calm, but it had a sense of authority. I understand. Chen Yu didn't object. With the resources of the 10 ancient clans, they should be able to find out the truth through the blood connection. After that, this year's hunting meet started to determine the hunting king and give out the rewards. When Chen Yu took out the blood dragon beast's demonic core, he surpassed everyone else and won first place. Even if all the other teams added up their demonic cores, they wouldn't be able to match this one. An Origin Realm demonic core had never appeared in the past hunting meets. Furthermore, this was an ancient demonic core that contained the true dragon's sacred beast's bloodline, which was 10 times more valuable than other demonic cores of the same level. Under the envious eyes of the other forces, the Fu family won the title of the hunting meet. In the team of the Fu family, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng could feel the gazes of the other forces. Honorable Chen, now that you've become the hunting meet, you will soon be famous in Yunlai Manor and even in the Yunjiao nation. Fu Yanzi said joyfully with a look of worship on her face. Chen Yu smiled and went to receive the rewards with the rest of the team. The rewards for this year's hunting meet were very generous. First was the reward for the team hunting meet. Every member of the hunting meet would be rewarded. Hunting meet, everyone will be rewarded with 10,000 primal stones, 1 demon soul pill, and can enter the secret chamber of the Marquis Manor to choose a secret art. The middle-aged Xianxia on stage announced loudly. Soon, every youth of the Fu family received 10,000 primal stones, 1 demon soul pill, and a token to enter the secret chamber of the Marquis Manor. After receiving the rewards, Chen Yu's heart surged with excitement. 10,000 primal stones was equivalent to 1 million substandard primal stones. Demon soul pill can greatly increase the cultivation of a chi transformation stage or postnatal stage cultivator, and can strengthen one's body and soul. The secret chamber of the Marquis Manor was even more sought after. Furthermore, as a hunting meet, Chen Yu had his own rewards. Chen Yu, this Marquis will now grant you the title of Baron. Marquis Yunlai announced. The title of Baron was one of the additional rewards for a hunting meet. Baron was a true aristocratic rank in the Yunjiao nation. It was no longer just an honorary title. Even the Marquis of the Marquis Manor didn't have many of such titles. Thank you, Marquis. Chen Yu bowed and took a token from Marquis Yunlai. The token was light green in color, and there was a lifelike cloud dragon carved on its surface, intertwining with the sun. At Marquis Yunlai's signal, Chen Yu put a drop of blood into the token. At the same time, Marquis Yunlai took out another golden token, and a mysterious wave surged from it into Chen Yu's token. Soon, Chen Yu's identity was confirmed, and he became a noble of the Yunjiao nation. Except for the title of Baron, Chen Yu would also receive the right to recommend the best academy in Yunjiao, Yunyang Capital Academy. The so-called right to recommend meant that he didn't have to go through many rounds of competitions and the normal admission process. He could directly enter the final exam, and even had a certain priority. Chen Yu, you have one last reward. A rainbow exquisite 100 treasure box appeared in Marquis Yunlai's palm. The exquisite 100 treasure box. Some of the people in the crowd exclaimed. Chen Yu once again felt the envious gazes of the other youths. Many people in the Yunlai Manor knew that Marquis Yunlai had an exquisite 100 treasure box. Marquis Yunlai had placed his most precious and favorite treasure in the exquisite 100 treasure box. Only under rare circumstances would the treasures within the exquisite 100 treasure box be used to reward others. Of course, there were many rare treasures in the exquisite treasure box. What kind of treasures or suitable treasures could be picked depended on luck. Open. Marquis Yunlai flicked his finger, and the exquisite 100 treasure box shone with rainbow light. The 100 treasure box opened, and the surface of the box shone with a strange light, emitting an attractive treasure aura. The eyes and spiritual sense of the outside world couldn't see through the box. Chen Yu, you can choose one item. But remember, when your hand touches or grabs something, it will choose a target. Marquis Yunlai smiled. Qinyu nodded, and reached his hand into the exquisite hunter treasure box. In the next instant, he felt as if his hand had entered another dimension, as if it could stretch out infinitely. Dong dong. Dong dong, Qinyu closed his eyes, and the mysterious heart entered a strange rhythm to increase his senses. Soon, Qinyu's heart felt something, and started to beat faster. This one. Qinyu followed the feeling, and grabbed an item. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the item in Qinyu's hand. The smile on Marquis Yunlai's face suddenly froze, his eyebrows jumped, and his face showed pain. Relying on his heart's intuition, Qinyu took out an item from the hunter treasure exquisite box. It felt very strange, soft and smooth, as if it was some kind of animal's hair or feather. What is this? Qinyu's eyes widened as he stared at the broken black wing in his hand. The left and right wings of the wings were connected into one. When spread out, they were about 10 feet long and were broken in many places. This wing should have been forged later, but the feeling and sight was no different from a real bird's wing. Qinyu felt an ancient aura from it, mixed with a formless pressure, similar to the blood dragon's true dragon Saint Beast bloodline. Also, the mysterious heart was beating slightly, as if it could feel a strong power that had been sealed in the wings for a long time. Marquis Yunlai's pained expression made Qinyu realize how precious and extraordinary this wing was. May I ask Lord Wang, what is this? Qinyu couldn't help but ask. The crowd wore curious looks on their faces. From Marquis Yunlai's reaction, this wing should be one of the best in the exquisite treasure box. This pair of nameless damaged wings was obtained by this marquis from an ancient ruin more than 10 years ago. The material of this wing is not ordinary. Even an Origin Realm's attack would find it hard to damage it, and it has the aura of an ancient bird. Marquis Yunlai slowly explained. He looked at the wing with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Even an Origin Realm would find it hard to damage it, everyone was shocked. At least from the material, this wing was of a high grade and should contain the feather of an ancient bird. May I ask what the function of this wing is? Qinyu asked cautiously. This wing, although it is a broken item, it can allow a Qi transformation realm to have the ability to fly for a short period of time. Marquis Yunlai said seriously. The ability to fly, Qinyu was excited and ecstatic. Flying, soaring in the sky, that was an unattainable dream for countless people. This wing is actually a legendary flying treasure. The crowd was in an uproar. Flying treasure, this was extremely rare even among wondrous treasures. Furthermore, with the support of these wings, one's speed and agility will be greatly increased. This is especially true for the Qi transformation stage. Marquis Yunlai said reluctantly. Suddenly, everyone now understood why Marquis Yunlai felt such a heartache. A pair of wings made of special materials and of mysterious origins could grant the Qi transformation realm the ability to fly and greatly increase one's speed. Just say it. Origin Realm martial artists already had the ability to fly for a short period of time, but with these wings, the more the better. Lord Marquis, you didn't try to repair this wing? Qinyu asked a crucial question. Just a pair of damaged wings already possessed such power, so how strong would they be when they were whole? This king has tried and even invited a master refiner, but he still couldn't grab the feathers and wings of ancient beasts and rare birds. They would all be rejected by the material of the wings, unable to be repaired or refined. Marquis Yunlai sighed. After that, he waved his hand and looked at Qinyu with a complicated expression. As a noble, his words carried enormous weight, so he naturally would not go back on his word. Also, this wing had been in his hands for more than a decade without any progress. Perhaps the true secret was not fated to be with him. After receiving the individual Hunter King reward, Qinyu returned to the Fu residence and met up with the rest of the Fu clan. During this process, Qinyu felt many gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and indignation. Some of the gazes were even filled with doubt. If it was geniuses like Luo Haochen or He Qiuyun who obtained the position of Hunter King, most people wouldn't doubt it. However, Qinyu was just a nobody, with a Hotian initial stage cultivation. He wasn't even as good as a few of the popular candidates. 1 hour later, The representatives of the various factions were having a private discussion with the Marquis's residence as the center. During the discussion, Fu Yanzi's face was red, his face filled with joy. According to the usual practice, the clan that obtained the position of Hunter King would have more priority in the allocation of resources for the next 3 years. Until that afternoon. This year's hunting conference had just begun to end. The hunting conference has ended. The members of the hunter team can exchange for a secret technique at the Marquis's residence with their token. A middle-aged man in the Qi transformation realm announced loudly. The Fu clan didn't plan to go to the Marquis's residence immediately. On the same day, the Fu clan's hunting team returned to the Fu clan, receiving the treatment of stars surrounding the moon. The entire Fu clan was celebrating for the hunting team. At the wedding banquet, the youth's expressions were filled with excitement. Only one person frowned, as if she had something on her mind. "Missy, aren't you happy that we obtained the position of Hunter King?" Fu Hong and the other youths looked over curiously. Hearing this, Yi Luofeng's clear eyes became even colder, her slightly rising and falling chest showed the intense emotions. In her heart, only Qinyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. In this hunting conference, the individual Hunter King was obtained by Qinyu, causing Yi Luofeng to lose the bet. The bet last time was just a small bet, at most she would lose a kiss. But this time, she would lose her entire person. No matter how good Yi Luofeng's mental fortitude was, she was still exasperated. "Everyone, my senior sister was injured during the hunting conference, and now her internal injuries are acting up." Taking a sip of wine, Qinyu laughed heartily. He felt great in his heart. This hunting conference could be said to be a win-win. "Humph." Yi Luofeng snorted angrily, but she didn't dare to look at Qinyu's special gaze. Under the strange gazes of the youths, Yi Luofeng flew away. "Haha. Let's continue drinking." Qinyu laughed heartily. After hunting for 3 days and 3 nights, it was time to relax. As for the bet with Yi Luofeng, Qinyu didn't want to force her too much, so he gave her some time to adapt. Qinyu didn't want the cooked pigeon to fly away. That night, Qinyu returned to his residence drunkenly, but he didn't go to Yi Luofeng, and fell asleep. Qinyu was sleeping soundly. On the other side, in the bamboo forest pavilion, the light was lit. Yi Luofeng almost didn't sleep for the whole night, her clear eyes, staring straight at the door, flickering. She bit her white teeth, frowned from time to time, and her beautiful face was filled with anger, and occasionally a hint of red flashed across it. However, to Yi Luofeng's surprise, for the whole night, Qinyu didn't come to find her to exchange the bet as she expected. The more it was like this, the more uneasy Yi Luofeng felt. This was like the suffering and psychological pressure of a person who was going to die. Could it be that this lecher has changed? Yi Luofeng was surprised. In her heart, Qinyu wasn't a bad person, and of course, he wasn't a good person either, and he was a little bit vulgar. Or rather, he was a normal man who couldn't be exempted from vulgarity. After a night of suffering, Yi Luofeng's clear eyes were red, and she finally fell asleep. The next morning, Qinyu woke up early. The first thing he did was to get up. Qinyu started to count the rewards of the hunting contest. Including the demon core of the blood dragon, they were all lying quietly in the storage bag. Also, Team King Hunter was rewarded with 10,000 essence stones, a monster soul pill, and a secret pavilion token. Qinyu's eyes were fixed on the monster soul pill for a moment. This pill can greatly increase the cultivation of a Qi transformation cultivator, and it can also strengthen the body and soul, he pondered. If this pill was used half a year later, it might be able to help Qinyu reach the mid-stage of the acquired realm. He put away the Team King Hunter reward. Qinyu took out the nameless broken wing reward from the individual King Hunter. Touching the black wing, Qinyu was excited. Flying, that was the dream of every human when they were young. When Qinyu was a child, he also had such a dream. However, it wasn't easy to use this flying treasure. First, he had to use his true Qi and soul sense to refine it, or at least create a connection. In this regard, Qinyu cultivated the heaven heart refinement and had experience controlling the sword and shield puppets, so it wasn't difficult. Half a day later, The black broken wing in front of him had a faint connection with Qinyu's soul sense and true qi. At this moment. Now, Qinyu could just barely use this flying-type treasure. Swish, Qinyu poured his nascent fiend true qi into the broken wing. Whoosh, a faint black wind appeared on the surface of the broken wing, and under Qinyu's control, it floated and condensed on his back. After a few tries, the broken black wings flapped, and a layer of fierce black wind surged out. Whoosh, Qinyu's body became light, and he gradually floated. 1 foot, 2 feet, 10 feet. 1 foot, 2 feet, 10 feet. Not long after. With the power of the broken wing, Qinyu flew hundreds of feet into the air. For the initial practice, Qinyu didn't fly too high, and only practiced near his courtyard. Also, he used his movement technique and flashed in the courtyard. He found that the broken wing increased his speed by more than 50 to 60%. This was the first time he had refined this wing, and he couldn't use its full power. An hour later. However, flying with this broken wing consumes too much true qi. Qinyu's breathing was rapid, and his face was slightly weak. If he used this wing to fly at full speed, Qinyu's true qi could only last a few breaths of time. If he simply floated, he could last for 5 minutes. If it was just a movement technique that increased his speed, he could last for more than an hour. At dusk, Qinyu stopped practicing the broken wing, and sat cross-legged to recover his true qi. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a familiar figure in a white dress walked in. Yi Luofeng? Qinyu was dumbfounded as he looked at the beautiful girl with a graceful and fairy-like appearance. It wasn't hard for Qinyu to guess Yi Luofeng's intention. He had planned to let the girl calm down and adapt for a period of time before talking about the bet. He didn't expect that the girl would come looking for him. Qinyu immediately waved his hand, signaling for the servants to leave, and led Yi Luofeng to his room. In the room, Luofeng lost this bet. What do you want? Yi Luofeng's clear and cold eyes looked straight at Qinyu, and she gritted her teeth, her expression was cold and tense. What do I want? Did Miss Yi say that I can do whatever I want? Qinyu rubbed his chin. His slightly invasive smiling eyes swept over the young girl's clear and beautiful face, her exquisite nose, her creamy snow-white skin, her graceful and undulating curves, and her soft breasts. Luofeng said so, but don't go too far. Yi Luofeng felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Her face was burning, and her ears were red. She couldn't help but stomp her feet. Luofeng did say so, but don't go overboard. Yi Luofeng stomped her feet in embarrassment, her clear eyes glared at Qinyu, but she did not have the courage to look straight at him. Don't go overboard? It seems you know you are not confident enough. Qinyu laughed. Previously, you said that if you lost, even if you had to devote yourself to me, you would still acknowledge it. The smile on Qinyu's face became brighter. Any normal man would be overjoyed to have such a cold and aloof beautiful girl at his mercy. Luofeng said. Yi Luofeng's eyes dimmed. She gritted her teeth, and there was finally a trace of weakness in her tone. Her eyes that were like cold autumn were suffused with a trace of mist, and there was a faint trace of sorrow in them. But no matter what, she would not cry and beg this young man. Qinyu could see her stubbornness. It was not realistic for the cold and aloof Yi Luofeng to lower her head and show weakness to him. Even if Yi Luofeng had a slim chance of fulfilling such requests, she would definitely resist them in her heart. If you really want Luofeng to repay me with her body, I hope that after 5 or 6 years, when we return to Northern Plains. Yi Luofeng's tone was slightly agreeable, her face turning slightly red. Qinyu's heart jumped when he heard this. From her tone, there was a trace of hope for her to repay him with her body. But Qinyu quickly fell into deep thought. He had never thought of marrying Yi Luofeng. The original intention of this bet was a joke, but he did not expect it to become a big deal. He was indeed slightly moved by Yi Luofeng. But this feeling stopped at the level of having a good impression of the opposite sex, it had not reached the level of love. Another point. Yi Luofeng did not seem to have a good impression of him, or at least no feelings of love. A forceful melon would not be sweet, this was very important. Even more important. Qinyu wanted to reach the peak of cultivation, He wanted to see the beautiful scenery even higher. If he married too early, or if he was distracted, the gains would not make up for the losses. I'll take this girl as my wife. In his heart, Xianxia convinced himself to resist the stirring that came from his instincts. After all, to be able to marry such a beautiful and charming wife, how tempting was that? In that case, I won't ask to marry you. Xianxia suddenly smiled. Yi Luofeng heaved a sigh of relief and was somewhat surprised. Just now, she could vaguely sense Xianxu's inner struggle and thoughts. Suddenly, she had a whole new level of respect for this youth. Be it in the Qi kingdom of the northern plains or the Yunjiao nation, there were countless young men who fell in love with her at first sight. If there was a chance that Yi Luofeng would have no choice but to become the wives of these young men, he was certain that these so-called young geniuses would not let him go. But right now, this young man actually gave up on this request. Yi Luofeng couldn't help but look at this youth who had repeatedly created miracles in a new light. He was tall and didn't look too handsome, but he was pleasing to the eye. Occasionally, he looked a little cynical. Suddenly, she discovered that this youth was not as bad as her impression of him. He could even be said to be outstanding, especially his tenacious mind. However, the change in Yi Luofeng's heart was quickly overturned by Xianxu's next sentence. However, if I can get intimate with Miss Yi, we won't owe each other anything in the future. That is not a bad idea. Xianxu couldn't help but lick his lips. Inexplicably, he thought of the night when he ate the forbidden fruit with Xianxia. Thinking about it now, it really made his heart itch and reminisce. Yi Luofeng's delicate body trembled. She was so embarrassed and angry that she trembled. Unexpectedly, she had just changed her view of this person, and he made such a blatant request. Are you sure you want to do this? The young girl looked deeply at Xianxu, a trace of coldness appearing in her beautiful eyes. Xianxu couldn't help but shudder. He felt a bone-piercing chill from this girl, and his heart felt empty. In reality, his request to get intimate with her was not real, but to test Yi Luofeng's bottom line. If he could succeed, then so be it. If not, then he wouldn't force it. But at this moment, looking at Yi Luofeng's dignified, cold, and serious expression, there seemed to be a chance. Yi Luofeng stared at Xianxu with a rare solemn expression for a long time. Long before the cloud illumination teleportation, Luofeng owed you a life. Coupled with this bet, if you really have this intention, Luofeng has no choice but to agree. Yi Luofeng smiled bitterly, her face filled with grief. Xianxu's heart skipped a beat. Firstly, Yi Luofeng was actually willing to keep her promise and agree to this request. Secondly, the young girl's sad and helpless expression moved Xianxu. Forget it, Miss Yi is so unwilling. Even if I can get intimate with you, it will be very boring. Xianxu smiled bitterly. From the bottom of his heart, if he could get intimate with this beautiful girl, which man wouldn't be willing? If Yi Luofeng didn't have much resistance, Xianxu naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. But looking at the current situation, it went against Xianxu's heart. Are you serious this time? Yi Luofeng's eyes lit up, but she was still doubtful. Yes. Xianxu sighed, scolding himself for being soft-hearted. Such a fat lamb had run away. Humph. It seems like you aren't bad at heart. If you really agreed just now, Luofeng would obey. But after that, she would cut you in two with one sword. Yi Luofeng snorted coldly, her lips curling into a faint smile. Cold sweat seeped out of Xianxu's forehead. If he was attacked at the critical moment, he really wouldn't be able to defend against it. Miss Yi, don't be happy too early. I don't want to marry you, nor do I want to get intimate with you, but I can make an unreasonable request. Xianxu couldn't help but grin. Yi Luofeng's body froze, only then remembering that she hadn't fulfilled her promise. Speak. Yi Luofeng's expression became serious. As long as it wasn't a request like getting intimate with her, she didn't fear it. I want you to be my maid for 5 years, within a reasonable range, and be at my disposal. Xianxu said plainly. Hearing this, Yi Luofeng's expression changed slightly, just that it wasn't as intense as the previous 2 times. The request this time was really not too much. I don't want you to marry me, nor do I want to get intimate with you, just be my maid for 5 years, right? The next 5 years will be the crucial time for me to advance by leaps and bounds. Can you postpone it to 5 years later? Yi Luofeng was slightly troubled. I can postpone it to 5 years later, but I can't skip that kiss from before. Qin Yu said resolutely. He had already calculated in his heart, 5 years later, Yi Luofeng's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. At that time, when he returned to Northern Plains, he would have a personal beautiful bodyguard. That was too good. Okay. Yi Luofeng pondered for a moment before agreeing, her face turning red. The kiss from before had been postponed to the next bet. Now, if she couldn't even accept this small request, she would be going back on her words. I will now fulfill the promise of this kiss. Qin Yu revealed a malicious expression. Yi Luofeng's face turned red. She was extremely embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Before she could speak, swoosh, an afterimage flashed, and Qin Yu appeared right in front of her. Immediately after, Qin Yu reached out and hugged her lithe and graceful body. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Qin Yu had a greedy expression, almost drooling as he kissed her. However, he didn't even bring his mouth to kiss the beauty's creamy skin. Slap, a slender jade palm slapped Qin Yu's face. Ah! You woman, Qin Yu was furious. But at the next moment, his expression froze. A trace of orchid fragrance wafted over, a few strands of hair brushed past his arm, causing him to moan. His lips came into contact with a soft fragrance as warm as jade. A flawless face that was as beautiful as jade was almost stuck in front of him, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The moment the two lips touched, there was a heart-throbbing feeling. Qin Yu's eyes widened. In just half a breath, those red and sweet lips were already far away. Yi Luofeng, the initiator, blushed, her heart raced, and her ears turned red. What are you doing? Qin Yu was stunned. Could it be that this woman found her conscience, or was she suddenly attracted by his aura of a king? I, Yi Luofeng, will not let anyone casually touch me. I will fulfill this kiss. A trace of cunning flashed in Yi Luofeng's eyes, her face still blushing. Swish, she turned into a light white shadow and floated away without looking back. Until she left Qin Yu's courtyard, Yi Luofeng's heart was beating like before, her face hot. In the room, Qin Yu was stunned for a long time. The fragrance lingered in his mouth, making him feel as if the music was still lingering. This woman is interesting, as Qin Yu reminisced, he couldn't help but laugh. All in all, the bet between him and Yi Luofeng had temporarily come to an end. This kiss could be a small compensation from Yi Luofeng, otherwise she could have just kissed his face. Also, according to the main content of the promise, Yi Luofeng would become his maid in 5 years. Maid? Qin Yu muttered, looking forward to that day. After Yi Luofeng left, Qin Yu closed his eyes and activated the heaven heart refinement, his mind quickly becoming as clear as the sky, as calm as the surface of a lake. His mental strength, will, and state of mind constantly condensed. At a certain moment, Qin Yu's spiritual sense touched the sealed blood cocoon in his left arm. More cracks appeared around the blood cocoon. Master, the childish voice seemed to sense Qin Yu's attention. Flame spirit, how do I control this sealed, blood glass flame? Qin Yu asked. Inside the blood cocoon, the sealed blood bead contained a terrifying power of the blood Dao flame. Master, you don't cultivate a flame control technique, so you can only use the blood dragon beast's bloodline as a medium to let me use a few wisps of flame power. The childish voice said. Oh? Flame control technique? Qin Yu couldn't help but reveal a trace of contemplation. The blood-scale bloodline of the blood dragon beast was similar to the blood glass flame. With the flame spirit, Qin Yu could only use a few wisps of the flame's power. However, this was not a long-term plan. Without a flame control technique, he couldn't completely refine this flame and use this powerful flame power like controlling true qi. Master, you have to find a flame control technique as soon as possible so that you can refine the blood glass flame and reach a perfect fit with me. The childish voice said. Of course. Qin Yu nodded, and suddenly changed the topic. However, you have to explain, as the blood soul flower spirit, why did you become the flame spirit of this flame? There was a hint of vigilance in Qin Yu's tone. he still remembered it. When he was in the blood burial garden, he was attacked by the flower spirit. At that time, the blood glass flame suddenly burst out and almost killed Qinyu and Tong Yuling. Woo-woo. Master, I was just trying to protect myself. The childish voice sounded pitiful. It was connected with Qinyu's mind, so it could feel his emotions and thoughts. Indeed, I was the flower spirit born from the 10,000-year blood soul flower. The childish voice began to narrate. But later, the blood lotus holy virgin, whose body had been destroyed, invaded the blood soul flower with her broken soul. She tried to use my body to create a blood soul body, the blood lotus holy virgin? Qinyu suddenly interrupted. She's the evil woman who took your female companion's body. The childish voice said. Qinyu nodded slightly. At that time, he found that Tong Yuling had become another person. Humph. That evil woman suffered the consequences of her own actions. Her soul was shattered by the blood glass flame and merged with your female companion's body to be her dowry. The childish voice had a gloating tone. I see. Qinyu finally understood the cause and effect of Tong Yuling's change. Although this woman's personality changed, at least she was not taken over by the blood lotus holy virgin. You're getting off topic. You still haven't told me how you became a flame spirit. Qinyu went back to the main topic. Because the blood glass flame is the companion flame of the 10,000-year blood soul flower. They were almost born from the same mother. Over time, I had a little influence on it. We were compatible and there was no rejection, the childish voice said in a righteous manner. At that time, during the battle for the blood soul flower, the 10,000-year blood soul flower was split into two by Qinyu. The flower spirit and the blood lotus holy virgin each occupied half of the blood soul flower's body. Among them, the blood lotus holy virgin stored half of the blood soul petals and took over Tong Yuling's body. As for the flower spirit, it was stored in the flower bud and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. However, it was intercepted and bitten by Qinyu's iron moon strange insects. Later on, when Qinyu took out the sealed, blood glass flame, he was attacked by Hua Ling. But in the end, due to the existence of the mysterious heart, the flower spirit failed. After the flower bud shattered, it fell into a coma. When I woke up, I had actually become the flame spirit of the blood-glazed flame, and had inexplicably recognized you as its master. His childish voice was filled with doubt. Qinyu pondered for a while. For this flower spirit to become the flame spirit of the blood-glazed flame, it was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, if Qinyu wanted to refine or use a high-level true fire spiritual flame like the blood glass flame, it would take him a long time. Furthermore, connate spirit flames were extremely rare and precious to begin with. Moreover, true fire spirit flames that possessed a flame spirit were extremely rare, and all of them possessed great fortune. After a flame spirit was born, the spirituality, growth, and power of the spirit flames would far surpass that of normal true flames. He figured out the truth about the flame spirit and the blood burial garden. Qinyu didn't dwell on this matter anymore. His attention was on the iron moonworm again. Ever since it had eaten the internal organs and flesh essence of the blood dragon beast, the worm had fallen into a deep sleep. 2 or 3 days later, the iron moonworm finally woke up. The appearance of the worm didn't change, but its aura became stronger, faintly emitting the pressure of an ancient beast. In the past, the iron moonworm's level was not lower than that of an ancient beast. After all, it was a mutated worm king. But now, its individual ability had greatly increased, including the terrifying corpse poison it contained. Qinyu estimated. With the current strength of the worm, it could basically dominate the Hotian stage, and it would definitely kill ordinary Hotian stage demon beasts. Even a human at the Qi transformation connate stage might die from the poison if bitten by this worm. After the worm's condition stabilized, Qinyu's next step was to go to the secret pavilion of the Marquis's mansion to receive a secret technique. On this day, several disciples of the Fu family invited him to the Marquis's mansion. Yi Luofeng was also invited to join. They met again. Yi Luofeng's eyes were still cold, and her face was calm. It was as if the intimate kiss that day had never happened. Qin Yu's gaze lingered on the woman's soft and moist red lips for a moment with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yi Luofeng turned to the side, and a faint blush appeared on her snow-white face. Let's go. The group of youths rode on two birds and left the Fu family's territory. The destination of this trip, the Marquis' mansion, was in the center of Yunlai Prefecture, the capital city of Yunlai Prefecture. The last hunting meet was held far away from the capital city. Therefore, this was the first time Qin Yu went to the capital city of Yunjiao Nation. 2 days later, a majestic ancient city came into Qin Yu's sight. This was the first time Qin Yu had seen such a large city since he came from the northern plains. Even the capital of Chu Nation didn't have such a grandeur. That made sense. Yunlai Prefecture was essentially a feudal kingdom. Its territory and cultivation culture far surpassed that of Chu Nation. Before entering the capital city, all birds had to stay outside the city. Guest Chen, you are now a baron, you can ride a bird into the capital city. Fu Hong and Fu Yanzi said with admiration and respect. Let's go together. Qin Yu didn't want to be high profile. With so many people around, he didn't want to show off his privileges. After all, he was the only baron present, and only one bird was allowed to enter. Qin Yu's actions won the favor of the Fu family. Fu Yanzi's beautiful eyes looked around, and from time to time, there was a hint of admiration and infatuation on his face. Not long after Qin Yu entered the city, suddenly, a few figures flashed out from the crowd. Sir, the hunting king has appeared. Report. 2 of the Fu family's guest geniuses have entered the capital city. Similar voices could be heard in every corner of the capital city. Qin Yu walked in the crowd. He could vaguely feel that he was being watched. After the hunting meet, he became famous in Yunlai Prefecture. He was no longer a nobody. He hadn't reached the duke's mansion yet. A few groups of people appeared in front of him. They were dressed differently and blocked his way. Young hero, are you the hunting king, Qin Yu? One of them, an old man with a flowery beard, smiled kindly. That's me. Qin Yu looked puzzled. I am the deputy dean of the outer yard of Yundong Academy. I'm here to have a chat with young hero Chen and Miss Yi, the old man with the flowery beard said with a smile. Yundong Academy? Qin Yu was stunned. He felt that the old man's cultivation and aura were on par with Elder Mao's. Yundong Academy is the best academy in Yunlai Prefecture. It has a long history and thousands of years of heritage. Fu Yanzi's face was flushed as she spoke. If you two join our academy, your tuition fees will be waived, and you can enjoy some valuable cultivation resources. The old man with the flowery beard said with a flushed face. However, before Qin Yu could react to the situation, Yundong Academy? It's not even in the top 50 in the entire Yunjiao Nation. Gentlemen, I come from Luokuan Academy of Heaven's Elysium. Our academy is ranked in the top 20 in Yunjiao Nation, and we have 5,000 years of heritage. We have all kinds of cultivation schools and secret cultivation places that can greatly increase your cultivation speed. A burly man with a dark face said, spittle flying. Miss Yi, our Sacred Sword Academy specializes in swordsmanship, and we've nurtured a famous king of swords. Our myriad swords peak can help you hone your sword intent. A young man with a sword extended an invitation to Yi Luofeng. A moment later, a large number of elders from the academy had gathered nearby, and the weakest among them was an outer elder. For a moment, Qin Yu was a little dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yi Luofeng, who stood beside him, didn't seem surprised at all. Brother Chen, we invite many factions to the hunting meet, including some teachers from the outer sanctum. Fu Yanzi explained. The hunting meet was a chance for the young geniuses to show off their strength. Every year, the senior hunters or those with outstanding performances would be invited by some of the academies. What were academies? Qin Yu had heard a little about them after he came to Yunjiao Nation. Everyone knew. After the first Yunjiao sage emperor unified the country, the sect declined. It was either massacred or retreated to the mountains, unable to interfere with worldly affairs. However, there were many more sects that continued to exist in the form of academies. Academies were also places for cultivation, but they were not as powerful as the sect's era. The royal family of Yunjiao had also established their own elite academy, Yunyang Academy. Of course. Yunyang Academy was known as the top academy in the ancient country, and its admission requirements were extremely high. Usually, only the royal family, the ancient clans, and a few nobles could enroll. It was difficult for ordinary people to enroll, even if they had a certain level of cultivation potential. It was not just Yunyang Academy. All four academies had extremely high admission requirements, and each of them had produced a generation of elites and overlords. Except for the four academies. There were at least thousands of ordinary academies in Yunzhou Nation. As long as they could afford the expensive primordial stones, ordinary people with low qualifications, or even half-spiritual bodies, could enroll and embark on the path of cultivation. Many academies, some high and some low, were neutral in the ancient country, and had pushed the national power of Yunzhou Nation to unprecedented glory. Academies are indeed a good choice, Chen Yu thought. First, the academies were far less restrictive than the sect. Compared to the strict sect, it was much more free. Second, the legacies and resources of the academies, including the teachings of the teachers, could reduce the number of detours on the path of cultivation. In the past, the sect was relatively closed in terms of inheritance. There was another important point. The academies here were not like the sect in the northern plains, where sect wars could easily break out and shake the secular world. The key was which academy to choose. This was what Chen Yu needed to think about. The hunting meat had made him famous, and he was already standing on a higher platform. If it was an ordinary academy, he could even skip the assessment and become a student of the academy. Honorable Chen, you are this year's senior hunter, and you have the right to recommend Yunyang Capital Academy. There is no need to rush. Fu Hong, who was beside him, reminded him. He was worried that Chen Yu would be so impulsive that he would join some ordinary academy. A genius like Chen Yu should at least fight to get into the four famous academies that had been around for thousands of years. Haha, there is no strongest academy, only the most suitable academy, an ethereal and evil voice sounded in Chen Yu's ears. Chen Yu was startled. Soon, he saw a strange man in a black robe standing alone in the crowd. Although Yunyang Capital Academy is the head of the four, it was built for the nobles and the ancients, and the environment is fickle. As for my demon-free academy, not only does it have a profound heritage, but it also has an unrestrained and cruel environment, creating generations of demon masters. This strange man was dressed in a black cloak, and his face was covered with sideburns. A gray lynx sat on his shoulder, dozing off listlessly. And my No Demon Academy not only has a profound inheritance, but also creates generations of demon masters in an unfettered and cruel competitive environment. The strange black-cloaked man stood quietly in the crowd. He didn't open his mouth, but his ethereal and evil voice surrounded Chen Yu's ears. Chen Yu's eyes widened slightly, feeling deeply that this strange man was mysterious and unpredictable. His eyes fell on the shoulder of the bearded man, the gray lynx with sleepy eyes. This lynx reminded him of the night lynx that had appeared in the hunting meat. However, this lynx was half the size. And the lynx that appeared that day blended into the darkness of the moonlit night. It was impossible to see the details of the outline. If it were someone else, they might have some guesses, but they couldn't draw an equal sign between the two. However, Chen Yu and the night lynx had fought at close range and had direct physical contact. His spiritual senses and the keen reaction of his heart made him come to a certain answer. The small lynx in front of him was the night lynx that night. Perceiving Chen Yu's expression and gaze, the strange black-cloaked man showed a hint of approval on his face. You have passed the preliminary test of the No Demon Academy. The strange black-cloaked man looked straight at Chen Yu. Test? Chen Yu suddenly remembered the attack of the night lynx on him that night. If you are willing, you can go to the No Demon Academy at any time within 3 months. When you enter the academy, you will be exempted from most of the assessment, which is equivalent to the recommendation of the Yunyang Academy. After that, the strange black-cloaked man stretched out his hand and threw out a simple and dark token. Chen Yu reached out and caught the token. When Chen Yu took out the ancient and pitch-black token, his eyes widened. Wow, the teachers of the many academies present all changed their expressions. No Demon Academy. This seems to be the invitation token of the No Demon Academy. These teachers, with fear on their faces, seemed to turn pale at the mention of it. Qinyu put away the token. His eyes swept again, and his expression changed. In his field of vision, where was the figure of the strange black-cloaked man? Did any of you see a strange man in a black cloak just now? Qinyu asked via voice transmission. Beside him, Yi Luofeng and the other disciples of the Fu clan looked at each other and shook their heads. Qinyu's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that the scene just now was just an illusion, or perhaps, the black-cloaked man was indeed standing in the crowd? No one else could see him except for Qinyu. Seniors, I've already received the recommendation of Yunyang Academy and Non-Demon Academy. I haven't considered other academies for the time being. I hope you can understand. Qinyu cupped his fists apologetically. Hearing this, the teachers of the various schools were slightly startled, before they sighed and left without any hesitation. From the looks of it, the deterrent power of the Yunyang Academy and the Non-Demon Academy was still very strong. The teachers of these academies all knew their limits. Brother Chen, you actually obtained the recommendation rights for both the Heavenly Sun Academy and the Deviless Academy. Fu Yanzi's face was full of admiration as she said excitedly. But amidst the joy, Fu Yanzi's eyes dimmed slightly. The 4 major academies were the top academies of the Yunyang Academy, which gathered the talents of the entire ancient country. Stepping on such a big stage, the trajectory of Qinyu's life seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Fu Hong, what's the situation with this Deviless Academy? On the way, Qinyu asked. The Deviless Academy, together with the Yunyang Academy, the Sky Sword Academy and the Sky Star Academy, is one of the 4 major academies. The schools of inheritance are mainly evil arts, of course, including orthodox martial arts and many other top schools. Fu Hong pondered for a moment before saying. In fact, based on the evil arts you practice, the Deviless Academy is indeed suitable for you. But, Fu Hong added. Oh, but what? Qinyu was slightly interested. The predecessor of this academy is said to have been founded by some evil sects in the era of the sect 10,000 years ago. Therefore, the competition in this academy is more cruel, and there are even cases of injuries and deaths. It is far less comfortable than the other 3 academies, Fu Hong said with deep fear. Cruel competition? Qinyu murmured in a low voice, without any fear. Thinking back to his experience in the Yunhui Gate of Chu, including the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace and the massacre in the Bloody Burial Garden, Qinyu sighed in his heart when he was at the bottom of the sect. During those years of adversity, he walked all the way to this vast sky. It was this cruel life of adversity that made Qinyu advance by leaps and bounds, and he reached the Qi transformation realm before the age of 16. No matter how cruel the competition in the Deviless Academy was, it was still an academy. Compared to this life of adversity, it should be considered comfortable. An hour later, the group of youths from the Fu family came to the Marquis' mansion in the center of Royal City. In front of the Marquis' mansion stood 2 groups of guards, all of them at the peak of the Viscera refinement realm. Viscera refinement guards. Qinyu sighed in his heart. After handing over the token, a guard went in to report. Not long after, a chubby middle-aged man with a smile on his face welcomed Qinyu and the others in. Lord Director. The group of guards had a strange look on their faces. The director was an important figure in the internal affairs of the Marquis' mansion. The few youths were welcomed by the director personally. Qinyu's heart sensed that this seemingly harmless director was at the peak of the Khanate realm. His strength was probably above Elder Mao's. The inside of the Marquis' mansion was like the scenery of another space. There were ancient corridors with dragon carvings, small bridges over flowing water, gardens with hundreds of flowers, and tall and luxurious pavilions. After half a cup of tea's time, Qinyu and the others arrived in front of a heavily guarded pavilion. Secret Pavilion. The 3 words on the signboard were the destination of this trip. You have an hour. Each of you can choose a secret technique. The director raised his hand and said. Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, and the other disciples of the Fu family walked into the secret pavilion. The secret pavilion only had 1 floor. The layout was similar to the Sky Martial Pavilion at the Yunhui Gate, but there were fewer secret techniques. Heaven Luo Sanzhou secret technique, targeted at the secret acupoints of the human body and has a miraculous effect on the enemy. This secret technique can also stimulate one's potential and increase one's strength by 50 to 60%. 16 Gale forms contains 16 secret techniques. Every form learned will increase one's speed and agility by 10%. 16 Wind forms, theoretically, one's speed and agility can be increased by 60% after learning the 16 forms. Bewitching sound, mental secret technique, a strange sound that combines mental power. It can interfere with one's mind, hypnotize and interrogate the enemy. Qianyu's heart pounded when he saw these secret techniques. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. And the books here were only simple ones. He couldn't steal them. The most important thing now is to choose a flame control technique. Qianyu suppressed the yearning in his heart. True fire and spiritual flame were the essence of the flames in the world. It was hard to find a good flame control technique. Refining the blood-glazed flame could greatly increase Qianyu's trump card. He quickly read for a while. Qianyu finally found a flame control technique. Flame control technique can refine and use most true fire and spiritual flames. It recorded the characteristics of some of the flames on the True Fire Spiritual Flame list. True Fire Spiritual Flame list? It was the first time Qianyu heard of this list. He just didn't know if his blood-glazed flame was on the list. He didn't hesitate anymore. Qianyu chose the flame control technique. This secret technique targeted the rare True Fire Spiritual Flame. It definitely didn't exist in the Sky Martial Pavilion of the Yunhui Gate. More importantly, this flame control technique could refine and use most true fire spiritual flames. It was quite versatile. Not long after, Qianyu took the flame control technique and walked out of the secret pavilion. According to the rules of the Duke's mansion, every secret technique had to be memorized on the spot and it couldn't be taught to others. It took half a day. Qianyu memorized the flame control technique. His mental energy was even stronger than a normal Khanate cultivator. His memorization speed was much faster than the Fu family disciples. Blood-glazed flame, one of the sacred flames of the blood Tao. It is ranked in the top 100 of the True Fire Spiritual Flame list. This flame can ignite flesh and blood and is extremely corrosive. When it kills powerful bloodline beings, it can also improve its quality. Also, this flame can harm the soul. It is a rare flame that can attack the physical and mental world at the same time. Qianyu saw the description of the blood-glazed flame on the flame control technique. At first, it didn't seem high to be ranked in the top 100. But this True Fire Spiritual Flame list only recorded thousands of True Fire Spiritual Flames. Those that could be ranked in the top 100 were all rare True Fire Spiritual Flames. According to the records, there had been True Fire Spiritual Flames that could be ranked in the top 100 in the entire Kenyan continent. They were extremely rare, and some of them weren't pure or complete. From this, it could be seen how rare the blood-glazed flame was. Qianyu couldn't help but feel lucky that he chose the flame control technique. Young Hero Chen, Lord Marquis wants to see you. Just when Qianyu finished memorizing the flame control technique and was waiting for the other disciples of the Fu family, the butler of the Wang family walked over with a smile. Marquis Yunlai. Qianyu didn't dare to be slow. Marquis Yunlai's strength and status aside, after the hunting meet, he had helped defeat the mysterious alien race expert and saved Qianyu. From this point of view, Qianyu still owed him a favor. Not long later, in a quiet study, Qianyu saw a handsome middle-aged man in a luxurious cloud robe. Greetings, Lord Marquis. Qianyu bowed. This is the invitation from the Yunyang school. Marquis Yunlai waved his hand. A letter fell into Qianyu's hands. After taking the letter, Qianyu didn't leave immediately. If it was just an invitation, he could have sent the butler to deliver it. I have sent people to investigate Luo Haochen's death. My preliminary judgment is that the killer is most likely the Bloodwing clan expert. Marquis Yunlai's eyes were as calm as a lake. Thank you, Lord Marquis. Joy appeared on Qianyu's face. This news was simply too beneficial to him. But before Luo Haochen died, there was obviously a fierce battle. The Luo family of the ancient clan will probably pursue some details. Marquis Yunlai changed the topic. A fierce battle? I did fight with Luo Haochen for the Blood Dragon's demon core. Qianyu nodded. From the details, you were not at a disadvantage in that battle. You even had the upper hand. So there is something suspicious. Something suspicious? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. At that time, Luo Haochen was crushed into a pile of blood by the powerful alien race expert's palm. First, you were only at the early stage of the acquired realm, while Luo Haochen was at the peak of the acquired realm. In the end, you escaped unscathed, while Luo Haochen died. Marquis Yunlai smiled. The second point of suspicion is that your previous experience in Yunjiao Nation is a complete blank. Then the Luo family will suspect that you conspired with the alien race to kill Luo Haochen, or that you joined the alien race. Hearing this, Qinyu was shocked. However, I killed the blood dragon beast, and that outsider expert chased me for it. Everyone saw that. Qinyu took a deep breath. Of course I believe you. But the relatives of the dead man might not believe you. The Luo family has sent a message saying that they will find out who the killer is. They will send someone here via the teleportation formation. The Luo family has sent a message saying that they will find the culprit and will soon send someone over via the teleportation array. Marquis Yunlai stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat in surprise. The Luo family was said to be far away from Yunlai Prefecture and had to travel across several prefectures. He had thought that it would take at least a month or two for the Luo family to arrive. However, Qinyu had neglected the fact that there were teleportation arrays between the prefectures in the ancient country. In fact, some of the more powerful forces even had their own teleportation arrays. I will cooperate with the Luo family's investigation. I believe that Lord Marquis will do justice. Qinyu said honestly. Currently, the Duke's Manor's investigation was in Qinyu's favor. Qinyu was indeed not the culprit. The Luo family used their bloodline secret method to sense the culprit and it was unlikely to point to him. Of course. The Luo family had lost a bloodline genius and was in a bad mood. They might cause trouble for Qinyu. All in all, there would be some small troubles. You are this year's senior hunter of Yunlai Prefecture. I won't let you be wronged. However, you have to stay in Royal City for the next few days and wait for the Luo family to arrive. Marquis Yunlai said seriously. Thank you for your care, Lord Marquis. Qinyu was grateful and let out a sigh of relief. The position of senior hunter was a sign of the new genius of Yunlai Prefecture. Marquis Yunlai wouldn't let this sign become a joke. After saying goodbye to Marquis Yunlai, Qinyu returned to the secret pavilion. Then, in front of the secret pavilion, the disciples of the Fu family had already memorized the secret skills they had chosen. Qinyu immediately told Ji Luofeng and Fu Hong that he couldn't leave Royal City right away. In the end, Fu Hong and the other disciples didn't plan to leave immediately. They had finally come to Royal City and wanted to trade some resources. Yi Luofeng also wanted to stay in Royal City for a few days. The Fu family's forces were also stationed in Royal City. The people of the Fu family quickly found a place where they could stay. As this year's senior hunter, Qinyu received extremely good treatment. In the Royal City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, he was assigned an independent house. In the following days, the disciples of the Fu family, including Yi Luofeng, were all strolling around the Royal City. Qinyu rejected Fu Yanzi's invitation and stayed at his place. In the room, Qinyu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the flame manipulation art. Refining true fire spirit flames was the best shortcut for Qinyu to greatly increase his strength in a short period of time. The cultivation of the flame manipulation art required a lot of mental strength. Thankfully, after Qinyu finished absorbing the potential of the blood soul flower bud and combined it with the moon spirit or to cultivate the heavenly heart refinement, his mental strength was much stronger than an ordinary innate stage cultivator. Not long after, Qinyu's mastery of the flame manipulation art gradually reached the beginner level. With the help of the flame spirit, Qinyu began to try to refine the blood-glazed flame that seeped out of the blood cocoon. If it was an ordinary qi transformation stage cultivator, he had just learned the basics of flame control, so he didn't dare to try to refine the blood-glazed flame, a connate spirit flame that was ranked at the top of the true fire spirit flame list. However, The flame spirit of the spirit flame had completely submitted to Qinyu, so the difficulty of refining and controlling the flame had been reduced by more than half. In just half a day, Qinyu's spiritual sense, combined with the primordial evil qi and the dragon scale bloodline, formed a spiritual connection with a wisp of flame. Among them, the dragon scale bloodline and the blood-glazed flame were extremely compatible, so the initial refining process was extremely smooth. 2 days later, whoosh, a small ball of glazed blood flame the size of a candlelight appeared on Qinyu's palm. The flame flashed between his palms and didn't hurt Qinyu at all. Master, the amount of flame you've refined is very small. The best way is to fuse it with true qi or bloodline to increase its power. The childish voice said. That's what I was thinking. Qinyu nodded with a smile. When he fought with Luo Haochen, he had seen him use this method. Fusing a small amount of true fire spirit flame into true qi moves could greatly increase the power. Doing this would consume much less than directly using true fire. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this method: his true qi or bloodline power couldn't conflict with the spirit flame. It would be best if it could be compatible. In the next 2 or 3 days, Qinyu refined the spirit flame in an orderly manner while familiarizing himself with the true qi or bloodline. Power of the spirit flame. Among them, the fusion of the blood-glazed flame and the dragon scale bloodline was very compatible, as if it was natural. There was no need to worry at all. Qinyu's blood-glazed flame could display great power when it was fused with the dragon scale bloodline. Whoosh, Qinyu pushed out his fist, and a layer of blood-colored flame appeared on his arm, emitting a violent and destructive aura. Go! Qinyu shook his fist, and a trace of blood-glazed flame landed on the table not far away. Puff, in an instant, the table was wrapped in flames and ignited, turning into a pile of bloody black residue. Not bad. The fusion of the dragon scale bloodline and the blood-glazed flame can suppress ordinary innate true qi. A smile appeared on Qinyu's face. Moreover, because the dragon scale bloodline was only used a small amount, it was covered by the spirit flame aura of the blood-glazed flame, so it was difficult to recognize the original blood dragon beast's bloodline aura. After that, Qinyu's focus was to fuse the primordial fiend qi with the blood-glazed flame. This would be a more conventional way of fighting. This was because the primordial fiend qi was not like the dragon scale bloodline, which would decrease the more it was used. This time it took 2 days. The fusion of the primordial fiend qi and the blood-glazed flame formed a violent blood fiend qi, and its power was much stronger than expected. Blood fiend transformation. Qinyu shook his fist and shot out a blood-black flame python. It was filled with violent blood fiend qi and emitted a pressure comparable to that of a qi transformation realm ancient beast. The original fiend qi transformation had also turned into blood fiend transformation. I didn't expect the power of the blood Dao and the fiend qi to be able to complement each other. Qinyu's face was filled with surprise. The fiend qi transformation that had fused with a bit of the blood-glazed flame was several times more powerful than before. Just this alone was enough to threaten an ordinary qi transformation realm Xianxia expert. Moreover, Qinyu could also fuse with the higher level, black primordial fiend qi, in the depths of his qi. Furthermore, the primordial fiend qi, blood-glazed flame, and the dragon scale bloodline did not conflict with each other, and could even enhance each other. It was hard to imagine. When the three fused into one, together with the power of Qinyu's bronze statue skill, how terrifying would it be? In the blink of an eye, Qinyu had stayed in the Fu family's stronghold in Royal City for 5 to 6 days. In these few days, he had completely refined the blood-glazed flame that had seeped out of the blood cocoon. This flame took up 1/20th of the total amount. Even 1/20th was not something that Qinyu could control perfectly at the moment. At this moment, in Qinyu's qi, other than the black qi and the primordial fiend qi, there was also a blood-glazed flame the size of a baby's fist. Qinyu let out a breath of turbid air and walked out of the room. The people from the Luo family of the ancient clan haven't arrived yet? Qinyu was slightly surprised. He didn't think too much about it. At the Fu family's stronghold, he asked about Yi Luofeng, Fu Hong, and the others. In the end, Fu Hong and the other disciples had mostly returned to the clan. But Yi Luofeng seemed to still be in Royal City for some reason. He walked out of the Fu family's stronghold in Royal City. Qinyu strolled around Yunlai Royal City. The streets were filled with people, and many of them had a certain level of martial arts cultivation. The Yunjiao nation was founded on martial arts, and they had established their academy. In terms of martial arts cultivation, it was almost universal. If one saw a teenager in the soothing pulse or even the viscera refinement stage on the streets of Royal City, they wouldn't be surprised. At a certain moment, exclamations could be heard on the street. Many men and women stopped in their tracks and looked in a certain direction. "Daddy, that sister is so beautiful, they are a match made in heaven." Qinyu glanced sideways, and his eyes narrowed. A few young talents walked out from the crowd. They were mostly under 20 years old. Among them, a man and a woman stood out like a crane among chickens, attracting attention. The man was 18 or 19 years old, and he was extremely handsome. He had a well-defined fair face, slanted eyebrows, and a pair of eyes that shone like stars. He exuded an aloof aura. As for the other girl, she was dressed in a smoke-like white gauze. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy. She had a pair of clear eyes, a fine nose, and long eyebrows. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she could be described as a flawless fairy. "They are indeed a good match," Qinyu lamented, feeling a little sour in his heart. This pair of extraordinary looks was, of course, He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng. Not only were they both swordsmen, but they were also a good match. "Chen Yu." Some of the sharp-eyed youths in the crowd spotted Qinyu. "Brother Chen." He Qiuyun cupped her fists, her expression neither humble nor arrogant. "Chen Yu? He is the new senior hunter of Yunlai Prefecture?" Many of the youths in the crowd were shocked. Qinyu's gaze was fixed on Yi Qiuyun. "Qi transformation Khanate cultivator?" A hint of surprise finally appeared on Qinyu's face. He Qiuyun was only at the peak of the acquired stage during the hunting meet. "Brother Chen, you don't know. Brother, he actually had the confidence to become a Khanate cultivator, but he didn't because he wanted to hone his swordsmanship." A disciple of the Chu family explained. "By the way, have you decided to join an academy? The enrollment for all the academies in Yunjiao Nation starts in 2 months." He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng stood side by side, suddenly remembering something. "Under my recommendation, Lady Yi has already obtained the recommendation rights to enter the Heavenly Sword Academy. It's a pity that you're not a swordsman, so you can't join our academy," He Qiuyun said with a hint of regret. Qinyu looked at Yi Luofeng with a questioning look. "Chen, I was about to tell you that I'm going to join the Heavenly Sword Academy," Yi Luofeng said with a half-smile. Her eyes flashed as she glanced at Qinyu's face with a hint of mockery. Whether it was intentional or not, she stood together with He Qiuyun as the senior sister in name, with no intention of separating. In the surroundings, the young men and women looked at He Qiuyun and Yi Luofeng with gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Obviously, the two of them were the Prince Charming and the fairies in their dreams. Qinyu felt displeased in his heart. Could it be that Yi Luofeng had hooked up with that pretty boy surnamed He? Or was she trying to retaliate against him, however? He and Yi Luofeng didn't have that kind of relationship, so he had no right to ask. "Then congratulations, senior sister. Thank you for taking care of my senior sister in the academy. I'm going to choose the Heavenly Sun Academy or the Demon-Free Academy, so I can't accompany you." With a smile on his face, Qinyu walked up to He Qiuyun with a "I entrust my senior sister to you." In fact, he wanted to give it a try. He Qiuyun was flattered and quickly said, "Don't worry, Brother Chen. I'll take care of your senior sister and won't let anyone bully her." "Brother Chen, don't worry. I will take care of your senior sister and not let her be bullied by others." Qinyu's attitude made He Qiuyun feel flattered. He had never thought that Qinyu, as his junior brother, would support him to be with Yi Luofeng, seemingly entrusting her to him. On the other side, Yi Luofeng's face froze, and a trace of anger flashed in her clear eyes. How to say? She had given her first kiss to this person, but he seemed to really want to matchmake her with He Qiuyun. But soon, Yi Luofeng found that Qinyu's smile was getting brighter and brighter, which was very abnormal. She couldn't help but understand something. He Qiuyun was obviously fooled, and Qinyu found out that he was interested in pursuing Yi Luofeng. Oh. With Brother He's words, I'm relieved. Qinyu smiled brightly. He reached out and patted He Chuyun's shoulder. He Chuyun's body trembled as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Senior Sister Yi and I have been engaged since we were young. I'm worried that she will be targeted by some people with bad intentions when she goes to the Heavenly Sword Academy. With Brother He's help, I believe such things can be prevented. What he said next made He Chuyun's face turn slightly green. She had been tricked. He Chuyun's face turned cold, and her heart was burning with anger. She pulled away from Qinyu. Engagement? When did we have an engagement? Yi Luofeng was so angry that she almost stamped her feet and glared at Qinyu. However, that angry look made her, who had always been cold and otherworldly, have a rare trace of femininity, which made the group of youths fall head over heels for her. Haha, so Brother Qin was joking. He Chuyun was a little relieved when he learned that the two of them were not engaged. He was very confident in his appearance, temperament, talent, and family background. There had never been a beauty that he couldn't get. Although this Qinyu was not bad-looking, and his strength was not bad, compared to his attractiveness to women, it should be far inferior. Qinyu saw He Chuyun's confident look. He sneered in his heart. The goddess in your heart will be his maid for 5 years in the future. This is all I have to say. Qinyu cupped his fists and was about to leave. He and Yi Luofeng didn't have a romantic relationship. If he asked too much, he would be mocked by this woman. Hold on, Brother Chen. He Chuyun's eyes flashed and she suddenly smiled. What can I do for you? Qinyu was slightly puzzled. He Chuyun should be eager for him to leave, so why was she urging him to stay? Brother Chen, all of us here are preparing to participate in the gathering of geniuses of the Yunlai Prefecture Academy. Any Qi transformation cultivators who are in the academy or are about to enter the academy are welcome to participate. One of the Chu clan's Qi transforming geniuses explained. Gathering of the academy's geniuses, Qinyu's interest was piqued. No wonder all the youths here were Qi transformation geniuses. Even Yi Luofeng was one of them. At this gathering, you'll be able to see the seniors of the various academies. Brother Chen, you might be able to meet with the students of the Devil-Free Academy and the Yunyang Academy. He Chuyun smiled faintly. All right. Qinyu nodded in agreement. Although he was a little curious as to why He Chuyun wanted him to go to the academy so much. Half an hour later, Qinyu followed a group of geniuses to a beautiful villa on the outskirts of the royal city. There were many guards and servants inside and outside the villa. Yunjin Villa. Qinyu glanced at the signboard and felt that this place was extraordinary. A servant quickly led the group into the villa. At the same time, a voice echoed in the villa. Report. Senior Hunter Qinyu and Sky Sword Academy's He Chuyun have arrived, after the voice sounded. Inside the villa, some figures were discussing. It was a big scene. Qinyu was interested and walked at the front with He Chuyun and Yi Luofeng. Soon, a man-made lake with a diameter of several miles came into view. Qinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. On the man-made lake, there were pavilions built around the lake. In addition, in the middle of the lake, there was an even bigger pavilion. When Qinyu and the others arrived, most of the pavilions around the lake were already occupied. In the middle, there was a woman sitting in the main pavilion. It was a graceful and elegant woman in a jade-green dress. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her eyes were like deep pools, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Her appearance and bearing could be ranked in the top 10 of all the beauties Qinyu had ever seen. Greetings, Princess Ning. He Chuyun and the other youths bowed. Only Qinyu was a little stunned. He didn't know who this Princess Ning was, nor did he know who the host of the gathering was. However, the 3 words Princess Ning still made Qinyu have some guesses. This woman should be the daughter of Marquis Yunlai. This should be the High Hunter Qinyu, and this is the gorgeous Miss Shi. Princess Ning pursed her lips and smiled, glancing at Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. You flatter me. I came here abruptly. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Qinyu said politely. Pop. Pop, pop. The group of young geniuses used their lightness skills and landed in 1 or 2 pavilions. Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, He Chuyun, and the others were in the same pavilion. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng attracted many curious gazes from the surrounding pavilions. Qin Yu was honored because of the senior hunter. Yi Luofeng was honored because of her beautiful appearance and temperament. Qin Yu could not help but jump in fright when he sensed his heart. There were many geniuses in the Qi transformation Khanate stage in some of the pavilions, although many of them were in their 20s. Princess Ning was also in the Khanate stage, and she was one of the best among the geniuses present. Qin Yu was speechless. The geniuses of these academies were indeed the elites of the Cloud Zhao ancient country. He wondered which of them were from the 4 major academies. Let's continue the topic. The selection of the Yunyang Academy not only has a high requirement for a spiritual body, but it also has a certain background investigation. We usually don't accept people with unknown backgrounds. Relatively speaking, some big families or ancient clans with inherited bloodlines are more likely to be selected. Princess Ning's voice was as sweet as a bird's. It turned out Princess Ning was from the capital academy of Yunyang. She was explaining the experience of entering the Yunyang Academy and some of the advantages of the academy. Behind Princess Ning, in the other pavilions, a few elites in the Qi transformation Khanate stage were explaining the requirements of their respective academies, as well as their characteristics and advantages. The audience was mainly the young geniuses who were about to take the entrance exam. Qin Yu was also a listener. He could be considered as one of the prospective students. I think I'm the only member of the Heavenly Sword Academy here. Soon, it was He Chuyun's turn. The Heavenly Sword Academy has the least number of students among the 4 major academies, and the requirements are the most stringent. Apart from a certain amount of spiritual aptitude, the recruitment requirements were also quite high on one's comprehension and comprehension of the Sword Dao. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion of the Heavenly Sword Academy is quite famous in the entire Kunyan continent. He Chuyun's magnetic voice echoed on the surface of the lake. Some of the girls present were attracted by his handsome appearance and temperament. One by one, their cheeks turned red and their eyes were full of love. Qin Yu inwardly cursed the gigolo. I'm Luo Choman from the Heavenly Star Academy. A classical and elegant woman in a white dress stood up politely. The elegant beauty of this woman and her invisible noble self-restraint were even better than Princess Ning's. This was the aura that could only be obtained after the accumulation of time. Qin Yu was also attracted by this woman's temperament. She was the second type of person that could make him fall in love with her other than Yi Luofeng. As we all know, the Heavenly Star Academy was founded by the Heavenly Star Palace, a leading figure in the sect world tens of thousands of years ago. It was once the leader of the righteous path. Even during the era of the sect, the Heavenly Star Palace was one of the few ancient sects on the continent. It even assisted the first Cloud Shine Saint Emperor in founding the empire. The elegant and pleasant voice made everyone immersed in the ancient charm of history. There were sounds of praise and discussion coming from the surrounding pavilions. The Heavenly Star Academy's predecessor, the Heavenly Star Palace, is indeed the oldest and most mysterious sect in the Yunjiao nation. He Chuyun showed a trace of respect. Qin Yu was listening when he suddenly felt the elegant woman in a white dress glancing at him coldly. Why did Qin Yu feel that this woman was not friendly toward him? Not only that. Beside the woman in a white dress, Luo Choman was a burly young man. His cold eyes glanced at him from time to time. Sister Luo is indeed from the 10 great ancient clans. You are knowledgeable and have extraordinary insights. I admire you. Princess Ning said with a kind smile. Surname Luo? 10 great ancient clans. Qin Yu could not help but be stunned. He could not help but look at the classical and elegant Luo Choman and the young man in the pavilion. The young man had a cold and domineering expression on his face. I am Luo Haoyan, an inner yard student of the Demon Free Academy. Our academy's admission requirements may be slightly lower than the other 3 major academies, but the competition is the cruelest. Every year, there are countless injured or disabled people, and there are even people who disappear mysteriously. There was a hint of cruelty in the young man's hoarse voice. Near the lake, the students and prospective students in the pavilion suddenly fell silent. Of course, if he is a truly powerful person, he can do whatever he wants in our academy. If he is a weakling, he will be at our mercy. This Luo Haoyan's cultivation had reached the late Khanate stage, and he gave off a cold and terrifying aura. I heard that this Luo Haotian entered the Sky Roll 2 years ago and made it into the top 50. I heard that he is related to Luo Chomon and her sister, eh? That's strange. Why would these two siblings come to Yunlai Prefecture at the same time? I don't think Princess Ning has that much influence. There was some discussion below. Shoo. I heard that Luo Haotian's direct disciple, Luo Haotian, died in the hunting meet as an external helper. The experts of the Luo family have already arrived at the Marquis's mansion. Some well-informed people said mysteriously. At the same time. In the same pavilion, He Choyun glanced at Qinyu with pity in her eyes. Qinyu finally understood why He Choyun had suggested him to attend this gathering. However, he didn't show any fear on his face. The Luo family was a small trouble that he couldn't avoid. Soon, Luo Haotian finished his explanation. He sat side by side with Luo Chomon in the same pavilion. Haotian, the truth has been found out. Brother Haotian's death has nothing to do with this man. Our family has sent people to hunt down the powerful Bloodwing clan. I think we shouldn't make things difficult for him. Luo Chomon sighed and advised. Make things difficult? Luo Haotian's face was cold. Haotian is my brother. I won't let go of the person who indirectly caused his death. If he hadn't killed the blood dragon and fought with Haotian, Haotian wouldn't have died. Besides, I don't believe that he could compete with Haotian with his early acquired realm cultivation. Why? He can escape safely and gain glory, but my brother died in vain. There must be something wrong with this Qinyu. Luo Haotian's face was cold as he made up his mind. Luo Chomon sighed. She knew that it was difficult for her cousin to change his mind. Furthermore, this matter was related to the death of Luo Haotian's younger brother, Haotian. I don't object to Brother Haotian's doubts. I just hope that you won't be too impulsive. After all, Qinyu is this year's senior hunter. The Luo family can't embarrass Marquis Yunlai. Luo Chomon reminded him. Luo Haotian would definitely cause trouble for Qinyu. She couldn't stop him. Luo Chomon only hoped that Luo Haotian would calm down and not cause trouble. After all, most of the 10 ancient clans, except for the current Yunjiao royal family, had declined and were no longer as prosperous as before. Don't worry, Qiu Manmei. I know what I'm doing. Luo Haotian's eyes flickered and his face was solemn. An hour later, some of the students on the field finished their introductions and began to communicate with each other. Some prospective students humbly asked for advice from the seniors who were going to take the assessment. There were also some prospective students and students sparring with each other. The biggest attraction was the sparring between the seniors and the academy. The sparring would take place on the lake. At a certain moment, a student ranked in the top 10 challenged Ti Choyun, who was next to Qinyu. Ding Kuei from the Six Cauldron Academy. I've long heard of your reputation as the most handsome man on the Earth list. A young man who looked like an iron tower glared at Ti Choyun with an unfriendly expression. There was a hint of mockery in the man's tone. Qinyu was stunned. He didn't expect that Ti Choyun's reputation as a handsome man would attract so much hatred. There were some gossips on the field. It said that this is the woman of Ding Kuei's dreams. She was with Ti Choyun before, but she dumped her. Oh. I can't believe there's such a ridiculous thing. Many students on the field started gossiping fervently. At this moment, on the lake, the young man, Ding Kuei, and the handsome man, Ti Choyun, were already fighting. Heaven Abyss Axe. The young giant, Ding Kuei, held a giant axe in his hand and slashed out a dark waterfall with an imposing aura. The domineering axe light blade energy caused a divide to appear on the surface of the lake in front of him. What a powerful axe! Many of the Qi transformation stage Hotian prospective students felt their hearts tremble. This Ding Kuei's mid-Xiantian strength is practically comparable to the Watermoon sect master. Coupled with the strength advantage of his giant axe, he is far superior to those of the same level. Qinyu shuddered slightly. Even with his powerful physique and bloodline, he didn't dare to rashly go head-on against Ding Kuei. Starfall Sword Art. Ti Choyun remained calm and unafraid. The ancient sword in her hand slashed out an expanse of gorgeous sword lights that were mottled with the brilliance of the lake. Pooh! Bang! She collided with Ding Kuei in battle. He Qiuyun didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting Ding Kuei at the early stage of the Khanate realm. This He Qiuyun's battle prowess has more than doubled after advancing to the Xiantian realm. Qinyu was slightly speechless. In the previous hunting meet, if not for the true fire spirit flames, He Qiuyun's attack might have even been slightly stronger than Luo Haochun's. The advancement of a genius on the earth roll is indeed extraordinary. Some of the older students had serious expressions on their faces. In Yunjiao Nation, there were geniuses on the earth roll and the heaven roll. Among them, the earth roll targeted young geniuses below the age of 20. Those who could be listed on the earth roll were the best of the Qi transformation stage Hotian stage. Their strength was far superior to those of the same level. On the other hand, the heaven roll targeted young geniuses below the age of 30. The heaven roll mainly recorded young geniuses and some young geniuses. Their cultivation level was at least above the Qi transformation stage. They represented the standard of the top geniuses in Yunjiao Nation. He Qiuyun had entered the Khanate stage before the age of 20. Her strength was at least among the top few on the earth roll. If she performed better, she might have a chance of being listed on the heaven roll. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought fiercely on the lake for dozens of rounds. There was no clear winner. However, those with a discerning eye could see that He Qiuyun's sword attacks were at ease. Starfall sword. He Qiuyun's eyes were suffused with an ethereal sword radiance that seemed like the mark of a star, and it emanated an ethereal fluctuation of sword insight. In an instant, a dazzling rain of sword aura swept across the sky above their heads. It covered an area of 70 to 80 feet, and there was a sword aura that looked like a meteor that charged straight at Ding Kuei. Oh no! Ding Kuei was shocked. He Qiuyun had used a sword will killing technique that was infused with an extraordinary sword will. Its power was enough to wipe out a considerable number of Khanate stage cultivators. 9 forms of heaven abyss. Ding Kuei held the axe with both hands and infused Khanate true Qi into it. He slashed out a giant axe-light wave that was as twisted as the abyss. The strength of his axe was also shockingly powerful. However, his body was quickly engulfed by the dazzling rain of sword auras, especially the dazzling sword aura that looked like a meteor in the rain. Ding, ding, ding. Clang, after a series of rapid collisions, Ding Kuei's body was sent flying, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Thank you. He Qiuyun smiled casually like this victory wasn't worth mentioning at all. After the battle, the eyes of Princess Ning, Luo Chuman, and the other senior students from the 4 academies lit up. They were impressed by He Qiuyun. He Qiuyun's cultivation and strength were a distance away from the heaven list. However, he was still young and had just entered the Khanate stage. He was the king among the geniuses of his generation and age. In time, it would not be difficult for He Qiuyun to enter the heaven list and become the most dazzling genius of Yunjiao Nation. In the next 2 hours, some academies and prospective students were sparring with each other on the lake. Qinyu sat in the pavilion for a long time, but no prospective students asked him to spar. First, he had become a senior hunter, which meant that he was the most powerful genius under the age of 20 in Yunlai Prefecture. Secondly, most of the students in the academy were over the age of 20 and were considered seniors or young geniuses. Most of them were at the Khanate stage, so it was not appropriate for them to challenge Qinyu. At this moment, in the main pavilion, Princess Ning glanced at Qinyu with her beautiful eyes. She had just returned from the Saint Capital and heard that this year's senior hunter had broken the record by obtaining the demonic core of an returning Essence Realm ancient beast. Many people were curious about Qinyu's senior hunter strength. Pang Zhenjin. Princess Ning sent a voice transmission. Her eyes landed on a chubby girl in one of the pavilions. You want me, a gifted student from Yundong Academy, to challenge a kid who hasn't even entered the academy yet? The plump woman's face was filled with reluctance. However, Pang Zhenjin didn't dare to disobey Princess Ning's words. Her family was completely dependent on the Marquis's residence. I am Pang Zhenjin. I am very interested in the strength of this year's senior hunter. A chubby girl with a round face appeared on the lake. Her eyes landed on Qinyu. Qinyu was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would suddenly ask him to spar. Peng Zhenzhen might be a senior, but her cultivation has yet to reach the Khanate stage. It is not inappropriate for her to spar with this year's senior hunter. Princess Ning said with a smile. Some of the seniors and prospective students nodded their heads slightly. The title of senior hunter represented the greatest honor of the younger generation in Yunlai Prefecture. It was not inappropriate to overstep the boundaries. All right. Chen Yu shrugged. His figure flashed and he stepped on the lake's surface. He had heard of Yundong Academy. It was the #1 academy in Yunlai Prefecture. Of course, as a local academy, its history was far from that of the 4 major academies. It wasn't even in the top 50 of Yunjiao Nation. It was barely in the top 100. He estimated that this academy was about the same level as the Demon Bone Palace. At most, there would be 2 or 3 Origin Realm cultivators in charge. Of course. Such an institution was still considered a colossus in the territory of a prefecture. On the lake's surface, Chen Yu and Peng Zhenzhen quickly clashed. Originally, Chen Yu still had some contempt for this girl. But after the fight, he put that thought aside. Evil Chi transformation. Chen Yu circulated the bronze statue technique and infused some jet black chi into it, increasing the power of the transformed black python by 20 to 30%. Such power was considered top-notch even among the Hotian realm cultivators. Cloud-flipping palm. Peng Zhenzhen waved her fan-like hand, creating a dark green wave of chi. The wind blew and the clouds scud. The power was extraordinary. After 10 moves, the two were evenly matched. The one who was truly shocked was Peng Zhenzhen. With her peak Hotian realm cultivation, she could only feel her arm going numb. Swoosh, Peng Zhenzhen's figure suddenly flashed. Her plump figure agilely intersected with Chen Yu. It seemed that this girl had realized the advantage of Chen Yu's strength. All the students were slightly surprised. He is indeed a senior hunter. With his initial Hotian realm cultivation, he is able to fight a peak Hotian realm student so easily. Some of the students exclaimed. Of course. This kind of strength was not very surprising. The glory of a senior hunter was well known in Yunlai Prefecture. Naturally, he had extraordinary power. Lose. With a shout, Chen Yu gathered strength in his internal organs. His strength and speed suddenly increased, and he approached Peng Zhenzhen. At the same time, he circulated his jet black chi with all his strength. The black python formed by the evil spirit pounced on Peng Zhenzhen. Its power was comparable to that of a Xiantian realm cultivator. Peng Zhenzhen's expression changed slightly, but she did not panic. She was ready to use a secret method to block the attack and was confident that she could block it. But suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in her ears. Her body stiffened, and her chi and blood surged. It turned out, Chen Yu's shout contained a bit of the sound wave attack of the bronze lion roar. He didn't dare to use the bronze lion roar with all his strength. Otherwise, he might kill a Hotian realm cultivator. Peng Zhenzhen revealed a flaw in her defense. Bang, the girl was punched away by Chen Yu and fell into the water, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thank you. Chen Yu smiled faintly. Peng Zhenzhen's strength was a bit weaker than He Qiuyun's before she advanced. Naturally, she was no match for him. Of course. This girl's talent and strength were among the best in the local academy. Chen Yu's victory caused a stir on the field. He defeated a student at the peak of the Hotian realm so easily. The glory of the senior hunter was well deserved. You deserve to be the senior hunter of this year. You held back just now, Princess Ning said with a smile. She had a higher level of vision and could see that Chen Yu had held back. Otherwise, Peng Zhenzhen would have suffered more than ordinary injuries. It was Commandery Princess Ning's evaluation that shocked everyone. If Chen Yu had held back, his strength could at least be ranked in the top 50 on the Earth list. After the victory, Chen Yu was about to go back. Suddenly, a tall, strong, and cold young man jumped out of the pavilion on the side. I, Luo Haoyan, would like to learn 3 moves from the senior hunter. The young man's appearance and outline were similar to Luo Haoyan's, but his face was cold and domineering, and his aura was extremely powerful. Luo Haoyan. He is a genius of the ancient clan on the sky list. Why would he lower himself to challenge a prospective student? There was an uproar on the field. Humph. The strength you displayed just now is not enough to match my dead brother, let alone defeat. Luo Haoyan's face was cold and his tone was full of doubt. Qinyu frowned and became alert. Obviously, Luo Haoyan was not here to spar with him, but to cause trouble. Luo Haoyan, as his brother, was suspicious of Luo Haoyan's death. He always thought there was something fishy. Especially, the strength Qinyu had displayed was not enough to compete with Luo Haoyan. Luo Haoyan, as a genius on the Sky List and a senior of the Demonless Academy, isn't this spar unfair? Princess Ning frowned and stood up. She was the host of this gathering and had reason to be fair. What's more, the glory of being a hunter king was the symbol of the new generation in Yunlai Prefecture. The hunting meet was also hosted by the Duke's mansion. Don't worry, Princess Ning. Luo Haoyan cupped his fists at Princess Ning and said confidently. I will maintain my cultivation and bloodline power at the same level as my brother Luo Haoyan. As long as Qinyu can take 3 moves from me. That should be fair, right? Luo Haoyan said seriously. 3 moves, all the geniuses were stunned, but they thought it was acceptable. As a hunter king, Qinyu should be stepping on Luo Haoyan's dead body to win the glory. If he couldn't even take 3 moves from Luo Haoyan with his acquired realm cultivation and bloodline power, then it was indeed suspicious of Luo Haoyan's death. 3 moves? Qinyu did not answer immediately. Luo Haoyan was a genius on the Sky List and a descendant of the ancient clan. His peak strength was definitely higher than his master, Elder Mao. He suggested a seemingly easy 3 moves, but he must have some ulterior motives. Qinyu, as long as you can take 3 moves from me, I, Luo Haoyan, and the Luo family will not hold you responsible for Haoyan's death. Luo Haoyan said calmly. All right. Qinyu's eyes flashed. If Luo Haoyan's cultivation and bloodline power were at the same level as his brother, he would not be afraid. Boom, Luo Haoyan swept across the surface of the lake. Shortly after, his body floated quietly on the surface of the water, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cruel sneer. Qinyu narrowed his eyes. Luo Haoyan's movement technique was truly unfathomable. He didn't even need to tread on the water. He just stood on the surface of the lake. When his feet came into contact with the water's surface, his exquisite use of true qi could be said to be extremely profound. Furthermore, the true energy fluctuations emanating from his body were indeed at the peak of the post-liminary realm, which was roughly the same as Luo Haoyan's. Pop Qinyu slowly stepped on the water, maintaining a certain distance from Luo Haoyan. At this moment, at the very least, in terms of true qi usage and movement techniques, Qinyu was still a distance away from the geniuses on the Sky List. Take my first move. Luo Haoyan's face was cold, and a layer of hot black flow appeared on his body, emitting a violent and terrifying aura. Qinyu took a deep breath. Luo Haoyan was just using his true qi, but the pressure he emitted was already comparable to a qi transformation connate cultivator, far surpassing Pang Jinjin's. Pop swish, the water suddenly splashed, and a burning black shadow had already attacked Qinyu. So fast, Qinyu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly accumulated power, increasing his speed and reaction speed. He raised his fist, and the pitch-black true qi exploded. The bronze statue technique was activated to the extreme, and he punched towards a black shadow. Swish, the black shadow changed its trajectory and disappeared from its original spot like a ghost. In the next instant, boom, a dark and scorching fist light, as if it came from the dark universe, struck towards Qinyu's back with a heavy pressure. What a powerful punch! A post-liminary realm cultivator can actually produce such power. In his field of vision, wherever the fist light passed, the surface of the lake split, and the surrounding water instantly evaporated, creating a hazy mist. Qinyu only felt a wave of dark flame energy seep into his body first. His hair all stood on end. The opponent in front of him was far stronger than him in terms of cultivation, movement technique, and realm. The situation was not in his favor. Qinyu had only punched halfway, and even if he hurriedly withdrew it, he would still be at a disadvantage. Brother Haoyan, you must hold back when you attack. In the pavilion far away, the elegant and classically dressed woman in white let out a faint sigh. Luo Qiuman naturally understood that Luo Haoyan wanted to use these 3 moves to teach Qinyu a lesson, and make him reveal his true colors. Also, Qinyu had fallen into Luo Haoyan's trap. With the same cultivation and bloodline power, Luo Haoyan's realm, cultivation technique, and other advantages brought about a change in battle strength, which was almost twice as strong as Luo Haoyan's, at this moment. Roar, a thunderous roar swept across the entire area. Luo Qiuman's heart shook. On the lake surface, the lake where Qinyu and Luo Haoyan were at, waves surged, and the distorted sound waves drowned Luo Haoyan. Luo Haoyan's figure and attack stopped. Many of the spectators present showed an incredulous expression. Qinyu's sound wave secret skill was so powerful that it could cause such an obvious effect on Luo Haoyan, who was at the peak of the innate realm. Although this was under the premise that Luo Haoyan could only exert the cultivation of the peak of the acquired realm. Luo Haoyan's eyebrows showed a trace of surprise. It turned out, after Qinyu punched halfway, he knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he dealt with Luo Haoyan's attack under the flaw. He simply gave up punching. At the moment when he looked back, he brewed a bronze lion roar. This time, the power of the bronze lion roar was twice as strong as the one he used on Pang Zhenjin, which was far beyond Luo Haoyan's expectation. At this moment, Luo Haoyan's whole body was surging, and his body shook. His dominant punch suddenly paused for half a breath. Half a breath. Not only did it win a break for Qinyu, but Luo Haoyan's offensive was also weakened. If now Qinyu punched back, he could reverse the disadvantage. However, Qinyu didn't want to be limited to reverse the disadvantage. Whoosh, at the moment when he completed the bronze lion roar, he turned into a dark bronze shadow, surrounded by black evil wind, and hit Luo Haoyan hard. Boom, like a 10,000-pound bronze statue, Qinyu hit Luo Haoyan, the waves were tumbling, and the evil wind swept over a radius of 10 feet. What? Many geniuses present were dumbfounded. Bang, Luo Haoyan's figure retreated on the lake, and there was a trace of horror in his eyes. At the moment when the bronze lion roar weakened Luo Haoyan's offensive and his body shook, Qinyu hit him without hesitation. Not only did he reverse the advantage, but he also took the opportunity to seize the opponent's flaw. The combined force of his heart, black true qi, and bronze statue gang body knocked Luo Haoyan 5 or 6 feet away. Boy, you're really ruthless. Luo Haoyan calmed his qi and blood, and his face was livid. At that moment, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have vomited blood. Even so, his arm and shoulder were still burning with pain, and he was almost slightly injured. On the other side, Qinyu felt a violent and overbearing flame power seeping into his body. Fortunately, his physical defense was strong enough, and his heart beat a few times to neutralize the flame power, and he was safe and sound. As an elder brother, you're only slightly stronger than your younger brother at the same cultivation level. Qinyu twisted his neck and sneered. As soon as he said that, Luo Haoyan was furious and exasperated. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have lost his cool even when facing geniuses of the same level. But the point was, his attack with a higher realm, higher cultivation level, and higher bloodline was almost counterattacked by this boy, and he was at a disadvantage, and he lost face in front of all the geniuses. Boy, I admit that I underestimated you and was careless. But I didn't even use the power of my bloodline just now. A sneer swept across the lake. In the blink of an eye, Luo Haoyan flashed a few blurry shadows, and he swept in front of Qinyu. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu's heart gathered power, and he directly entered the state of explosive force. In an instant, his strength, speed, and reaction speed increased greatly, and his spiritual senses locked onto Luo Haoyan. Whoosh, Luo Haoyan's body was covered in a layer of scorching white light, which was similar to Luo Haoyan's bloodline power, but purer and more overbearing. Ancient clan bloodline. Around the lake, there was a low exclamation from the pavilions. Many people started breaking out in cold sweat for Qinyu, the Hunter King. Ha ha ha, a long laugh resounded on the lake. Whoosh, Qinyu was like a black panther, and his speed suddenly increased, not losing to Luo Haoyan at all. In terms of absolute speed, he even had a slight advantage. This guy, Luo Haoyan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Qinyu to be able to explode with such speed. Whoosh! Qinyu unleashed his full strength, and he took the initiative to meet him. He shot out a black python surrounded by dark light, and the evil wind and blood patterns interweaved. Vaguely, a trace of blood scale patterns appeared on his arm. At this moment, Qinyu used a small part of the dragon scale bloodline, and with the help of the heartburst technique, his strength increased by almost 2 times. Roar! The black python from his arm was extremely ferocious, emitting a pressure like that of an ancient beast, and it collided with Luo Haoyan. Rumble! As the two of them fought, there was a magnificent wave that was dozens of feet high, and the water even splashed into the nearby pavilions. Bang! With a muffled groan, Luo Haoyan's body was sent flying for nearly 10 feet. How is this possible? Luo Haoyan's roar echoed with the exclamations of the crowd. Why was Luo Haoyan sent flying again? Many Academy's geniuses were dumbfounded. Even Luo Qiuman, the classical and elegant woman in a white dress, slightly opened her mouth, looking incredulous. But the reality was right in front of him. Luo Haoyan was sent flying by Qinyu for the second time. The difference was, the first time was with his body, and this time, he used his fist. What a powerful strength! Is this person the legendary sacred beast in human form? In the main pavilion, Countess Ning couldn't help but exclaim. It was not difficult for discerning people to see that Qinyu was able to suppress Luo Haoyan in the second move because of the sudden increase in his explosive strength, which was terrifying. The explosive strength of his heart, coupled with the instantaneous enhancement of the dragon scale bloodline, produced an amazing strength that was even beyond Qinyu's imagination. What happened just now? Luo Haoyan suppressed the blood in his body, and his face was full of shock. The power of this lad's bloodline actually suppressed my incandescent bloodline, and I can only use 70% to 80% of the power of my bloodline. Luo Haoyan was shocked beyond words. Just now. If he hadn't secretly protected his body with connate true qi, he would have had a few ribs broken. However, this cheating detail was difficult for outsiders to detect. Sir, there's only one move left in the agreement of 3 moves. You were sent flying in the first 2 moves. Qinyu said with a teasing expression. So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Under the circumstance that they were both in the acquired stage, Qinyu ignored this gap with his absolute strength and explosive strength. Boy, don't be arrogant. I haven't used my real trump card yet. Luo Haoyan's face turned red and then green. Oh. So, it might be a little difficult for me to send you flying for the 3rd time. On the surface of the lake. This seemingly unfair duel of 3 moves had far exceeded the expectations of the geniuses. The first 2 moves. Luo Haoyan was sent flying by Qinyu one after the other. Although he didn't suffer any actual injuries, he was humiliated. Princess Ning, Luo Qiuman, He Qiuyun and the other geniuses of the 4 academies were all shocked. What was even more unbelievable was that Qinyu had openly pointed out that he was going to send Luo Haoyan flying for the 3rd time. The crowd was in an uproar. Luo Haoyan's face was as red as a pig's liver and his eyes were filled with killing intent. As a genius on the heaven list and a descendant of the ancient clan, he had never been humiliated like this. But what could he do? His cultivation and bloodline were both restricted. Otherwise, he would have killed this lad with 1 punch. This Qinyu is really arrogant. However, he does have the right to be arrogant. If Luo Haoyan had suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the postnatal realm, he would have lost even more. He might be the strongest senior hunter in the history of the Yunlai prefecture. The geniuses discussed in low voices. Many of the students smiled as if they were watching a good show. It all depended on the situation. Qinyu was very confident that he could deal with the 3 moves. The key was. This was the final 3rd move. For the last move, Luo Haoyan would definitely erupt with his strongest battle power within the limits of his cultivation. Lad, you've successfully angered me. Luo Haoyan's eyes were bloodshot and his veins were bulging. His face was engulfed in anger. Whoosh! Luo Haoyan's body flashed with a black and white hot gale. His true qi and bloodline power had been pushed to the extreme and were even stronger than before. Not only that. A ball of white flame flickered in the palm of his hand, emitting a suffocating pressure of flame power. White sparkle true flame. This is the acquired flame that the Luo family specializes in. Princess Ning's eyes flashed as she murmured. With the bloodline of the Luo family, the secret recipe, and the extremely precious white flame crystals, there's a small chance of successfully cultivating it. Many of the geniuses were envious. It was extremely rare to be able to cultivate the true flame spirit flame in the Qi transformation realm, and it usually required great luck. As for the Luo family, they were rich and had a long history, so they could cultivate this type of true flame. Whoosh, the white flames covered Luo Haoyan's body and fused with the black and white streams of heat. It was like pouring oil on a fire, bursting forth with a violent and destructive power. In an instant, the power and aura that Luo Haoyan displayed had almost doubled compared to the second move. So powerful. Many of the spectators sucked in a cold breath. Luo Haoyan's face revealed a hideous grin. Black and white flames intertwined between his arms. It was about 20 to 30 feet long. However, before Luo Haoyan could make a move, whoosh, on the other side, Xianxia dashed over at a terrifying speed. What? Everyone present was shocked and speechless. Facing the unprecedentedly powerful third move, Xianxia actually took the initiative to attack. Swoosh, Xianxia was like a black stone bullet. His speed was twice as fast as usual when his heart was bursting. In addition, the jet black true qi he used was much more powerful than ordinary true qi. If it's just an attack similar to the previous one, Luo Haoyan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. He pushed his bloodline, true fire, and true qi to the limit and waited for Xianxia's arrival. He didn't notice it. He had already switched from offense to defense and from being active to passive. Whoosh, when he was about 40 to 50 feet away, a layer of blood scales suddenly appeared on Xianxia's deep bronze arms that were wrapped in jet black true qi. Roar, his aura surged and doubled. There was a vague dragon roar that emitted the aura of an ancient true dragon. Luo Haoyan's pupils contracted and the bloodline in his body trembled. In the next moment, Xianxia arrived in front of Luo Haoyan. A layer of bloody scales condensed on the python's body and enveloped Luo Haoyan. Child's play. Luo Haoyan waved his fist and a vast black and white light dragon engulfed the python. He gained the upper hand in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia would be in a disadvantageous position. After all, he couldn't use his dragon scale bloodline recklessly in case someone recognized him as a blood dragon. His jet black true qi was at most comparable to his opponent's true qi. On the other hand, Luo Haoyan had the support of true fire. Just when the geniuses thought that Luo Haoyan would win in the third exchange, lose, Xianxia snorted coldly. A layer of sparkling, blood-colored flames then appeared on the python and bloodscale patterns he had summoned from his fists and arms. Whoosh, the python suddenly turned into a black and blood dragon and its aura doubled. It instantly engulfed Luo Haoyan's black and white fire dragon. This? How is this possible? This kid has a blood Dao true flame. Luo Haoyan's body shook and his expression was very interesting. Boom, Xianxia suddenly closed in and the huge force of his fist and arm sent Luo Haoyan flying dozens of feet away. Xianxia's speed and strength doubled under the support of his heart. With the support of the dragon scale bloodline, his strength and defense doubled. Whoosh! Plop, Luo Haoyan's figure flew backward 15 to 16 feet and smashed into the lake, instantly becoming a drenched chicken. The audience was silent. Ha ha ha, someone couldn't help but laugh, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Splash, Luo Haoyan floated up from the lake. His face was so dark that it was almost twisted. His face was livid, and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. Luo Haoyan didn't suffer much injury because he had the innate true qi to protect his body. However, being humiliated like this in front of so many academy members would be a stain on his life. Die. Luo Haoyan's body surged with a red and black fire wind. With a boom, the surrounding lake water tumbled and set off huge waves of several feet high. Boom, a shadow flashed and there was only a red and black wind shadow left in the void. The next moment, Luo Haoyan's figure directly flew in the sky and charged towards Xianxia like lightning. Xianxia's breath stagnated and he felt a terrifying pressure. At this moment, Luo Haoyan's full strength erupted and his strength surpassed his master, Elder Mao. It was enough to easily kill an expert of Water Moon Sect Master's level. Once he got close, he might be killed in seconds. Luo Haoyan, stop. In the main pavilion, Princess Ning's expression changed and she shouted. However, the battlefield was too far away and there was no time to save him. Luo Haoyan in his full strength is close to the origin realm. Qinyu will definitely die. He Chuyan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Previously, he didn't have any good intentions in inviting Qinyu to this gathering. Qinyu. Yi Luofeng's beautiful face turned pale and her delicate body trembled. She never thought that this young man's life and death crisis would cause her heart to be in chaos. At this moment, she even secretly held the heavenly imperial sword. Even if she had to expose this sword, she had to save Qinyu. However, the battlefield was hundreds of feet away from her and she couldn't make it in time. Die. Luo Haoyan flew over 100 feet in an instant, and struck out a dark red palm shadow that emitted a deep roar. Rumble, the fierce palm shadow made a big hole in the lake where Qinyu was. The waves were surging and the vision was blurred. Missed. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Well, in the sky. Some geniuses looked up at the sky. Bang, they saw Qinyu's figure fly 2 or 3 feet high and then use the momentum of the waves to rise another 5 or 6 feet. Stupid. Luo Haoyan's mouth curled into a cruel smile. If Qinyu ran to the bottom of the water or the direction of Princess Ning, there would be a chance of survival. However, if Qinyu hid in the sky, he would lose the chance to turn around. More importantly, as a peak innate realm expert, Luo Haoyan could float in the air for a short time. Simply put, he could use the huge and vigorous innate true qi to fight in the sky for a short time without landing. This was something that couldn't be done in the acquired realm. Let's end this. Luo Haoyan leaped up in the air and punched at Qinyu again. However, to everyone's surprise, the second attack missed again. Whoosh, Qinyu's figure suddenly flew up 7 or 8 feet in the sky. What? Luo Haoyan's eyes narrowed. He raised his head and was shocked. Ha ha ha, a long howl reverberated above the lake. Whoosh, a tall young man with a pair of black wings on his back looked down with his arms crossed. A flying treasure. Everyone was speechless and some people looked at him enviously. Few Princess Ning, Yi Luofeng, and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The worry and anxiety on Yi Luofeng's beautiful face were replaced by a hint of surprise. This scene caused Ti Chuyan, who was at the side, to feel resentment and unwillingness. This guy. Luo Haoyan was about to explode. In his rage, he was prepared to disregard everything and kill Qinyu on the spot. He was so close. As long as he could get close, he could kill Qinyu with one punch. But he never expected that. That guy had a flying treasure and seemed to have expected it. When he exerted his full strength, he had already leaped into the air. TSK. Geniuses of the ancient clan and the heaven list don't keep their promises. Qinyu slowly flew in the air. He kept a distance of dozens of feet from Luo Haoyan and circled above his head. Luo Haoyan, you're not welcome here. A cold and unhappy female voice came from the main pavilion. Princess Ning stared at Luo Haoyan with a cold face. That's right. The descendant of the ancient clan broke his promise in front of everyone. That's too much. If Senior Hunter Qinyu wasn't prepared, anyone else would have died on the spot. Yunlai Prefecture doesn't welcome such a guest. The geniuses present were angry and unkind, and they all condemned him. After all, this was the home ground of Yunlai Prefecture. Most of the geniuses here were from Yunlai Prefecture. Qiuman apologizes to Brother Chen and everyone on behalf of my brother. Luo Qiuman's elegant figure in a white dress landed on the lake with a bitter and apologetic look on her face. On the spot, she bowed deeply to Qinyu with a slightly complicated look on her face. Have a safe trip, I won't send you off. Qinyu didn't like the Luo siblings at all. Luo Qiuman grabbed Luo Haoyan and said goodbye to Princess Ning apologetically. After the Luo siblings left, the black wings on Qinyu's back flapped a few times and he flew to Yi Luofeng's side. Senior. Sister Yi, how was my flying skill? A smile appeared on Qinyu's face. You're indeed a cockroach that can't be killed. Yi Luofeng's pretty face was tense, but she couldn't help but turn around and ignore Qinyu. After a storm, the gathering of the geniuses of the academy came to an end. Brother Chen, it was my mistake this time. I almost made you suffer. Princess Ning said seriously. It's okay. I'm confident that I can send him flying a third time, so I'm prepared for the worst. Qinyu waved his hand and smiled. Chen Yu. I heard that you want to choose between the Heavenly Sun Academy and the Demon-Free Academy? Princess Ning asked. That's right. Luo Haoyan is in the Demon-Free Academy, and he has a certain influence in this academy. I advise you to give up this academy and choose Yunyang Academy. Sister Ning, I can still take care of you. I advise you to give up this school and choose another one. I can still take care of you. Commandery Princess Ning smiled kindly. She felt guilty for putting Qinyu in danger at this party. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I will carefully consider the matter of choosing a college. Qinyu said politely. He understood Princess Ning's kindness. However, he would not give up choosing the school just because Luo Tianhao was in the No Demon Academy. Qinyu would only choose the school that was most suitable for his growth. After the party, Qinyu did not stay long and left with Yi Luofeng. Miss Yi, see you at the Sky Sword Academy. He Chunyun cupped her hands. Yi Luofeng nodded slightly and set off with Qinyu on the way back to the Fu family. Not long after Qinyu and Yi Luofeng left. In a luxurious side hall of the Marquis Mansion. In the hall, Marquis Yunlai and Princess Ning were there at the same time, as well as the Luo brothers and an old man with a flowery beard. Tianhao, how could you make trouble for Qinyu? The old man with a flowery beard blamed him. Third granduncle, I just wanted to test his real strength to see if he had anything to do with Haochen's death. Luo Haoyan said with grievance. Test? There were so many people present. You obviously wanted to kill him. Princess Ning was a little angry. When she returned to the Marquis Mansion, she immediately reported it to her father. Just right. The elder of the Luo family was also in the Marquis Mansion. Princess Ning may have misunderstood. The old man with a flowery beard smiled slightly. Haoyan lost his face and lost his mind, so he wanted to kill Luo Haoyan. But I believe he would not kill him. Not to mention that Qinyu isn't injured at all. The old man with a flowery beard said slowly. After saying that, he smiled apologetically at Marquis Yunlai. It's all because the Luo family is not strict enough. I'm here to apologize. I understand that young people fight fiercely. Marquis Yunlai was calm. Luo Haoyan did not harm a single hair on Qinyu's head, so the duke's residents could not pursue the matter. However, I hope that the matter regarding Luo Haochen's death will come to an end for now. It seems that Haoyan's probing has already confirmed Qinyu's innocence. Marquis Yunlai's face turned serious. Hearing this, the expressions of the bearded old man and Luo Haoyan changed slightly. Marquis Yunlai clearly had the intention of protecting Qinyu, reminding and warning the Luo clan not to be impulsive and act against Qinyu. No matter how much the ancient race had declined, they were still a colossus to Qinyu and the Fu family. Fine, our Luo family's investigation ends here. The bearded old man sighed softly. Although the Luo family was not afraid of the nobles of a prefecture, this was still the other party's territory. Furthermore, Marquis Yunlai was a relative of the royal family, and he had a faint blood relationship with the Yunjiao royal family. On the same day, the people of the Luo family of the ancient race bade farewell and left. Qinyu, this is as much as I can help you, Marquis Yunlai murmured. In less than a day, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng rode on a flying beast back to the Fu family. On the same night, Qinyu and Luo Haoyan met with the Fu family's higher-ups. Fu Yangzi, Fu Yuan, and the rest were all there. We promised that if the two of you can become the hunting king, the Fu family will try our best to fulfill one of your requests. Fu Yuan said with a smile. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng thought about this request for a while. I want 10 fire spirit ginseng and ice snow lotus, 200 to 300 years old. Qinyu said. His request was for the two main ingredients of the ice and fire body tempering formula. Although Qinyu had a lot of primal stones, He had heard that the tuition fees of the 4 colleges were very expensive, and some of the cultivation resources also required primal stones. If he cultivated freely, 10,000 primal stones might not be able to support him for half a year. No problem. Patriarch Fu Yuan was the first to agree. Qin Yu's request was too simple. Of course, I also hope that the Fu family can provide information about the Yunyang College and the Magic-Free College. In particular, which academy has a suitable cultivation technique inheritance for body cultivators? Qin Yu added. Of course, he knew that 10 fire spirit ginseng and ice snow lotus was nothing to the Fu family. Therefore, there was such an addition to his request. After all, the Fu family was a big family in a prefecture, and they had some connection with the Fu family of the 4 superfamilies. Okay. We will provide you with the latest information. Fu Yangzi nodded. After that, Yi Luofeng also made her request. I want a heart-cleansing pill or a drop of Heaven Moon spiritual liquid. Yi Luofeng said calmly. Hearing this request, the Fu family frowned. It seems that Miss Yi is planning to break through to the Khanate level. Fu Yangzi said with a sigh. Then, he took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng took the bottle and glanced at it with a happy face. After fulfilling the 2 small requests, Fu Yangzi and Fu Yuan looked at each other. Both of you should be going to one of the 4 big colleges, but I wonder if you can become a guest of the Fu family. Fu Yuan suggested. When this request was made, the Fu family's upper echelons had complicated expressions. The Fu family knew that they couldn't keep geniuses like Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng. They could only settle for the next best thing. Let these 2 geniuses become a permanent guest of the Fu family. If they could reach the returning origin realm in 10 or 20 years, or have even higher achievements in the future, it would be a great long-term investment for the Fu family. Of course, we will give you a salary every year, including the corresponding cultivation help. Fu Yangzi added. Okay. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng exchanged a look and agreed. Being a guest didn't affect anything after all. Besides, the Fu family had given them a lot of help when they first arrived in Yunjiao Nation. If not for the hunting meat, they wouldn't have been able to enter the sites of the 4 big colleges so quickly. There were still 2 to 3 months until the start of the school examinations. Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng weren't in a hurry. They planned to stay at the Fu family and cultivate for a month or 2. Both of them had a recommendation from their respective colleges. They could skip most of the examinations and enter the final part of the recruitment process. The next day, Qin Yu received 10 ice snow lotuses and fire spirit ginseng from the Fu family. They were all around 200 to 300 years old. That's fast. Qin Yu was elated. He immediately concocted bottles of ice and fire body tempering liquid. In the following month, Qin Yu began his seclusion. His primary fiend divine skill and bronze statue technique progressed at the same time. In terms of speed, the bronze statue technique was much faster. Qin Yu's physical skills talent was not just for show. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Qin Yu's primary fiend divine art and bronze statue art had both improved significantly. On this day, Qin Yu felt a strong fluctuation of heaven and earth yuan qi. It was accompanied by the sound of a sword and a soaring sword intent. This sword intent, could it be? Qin Yu pondered. At the same moment, in the sky above a bamboo forest, the heaven and earth yuan qi surged and condensed into a lump of cold sword cloud. It was glistening and reflected a translucent green destiny sword radiance. An ancient and boundless sword intent fluctuation revolved around the bamboo forest. Around the pavilion where Yi Luofeng was secluding, some of the tips of the bamboo would suddenly turn into a pile of dust and drifted away. Sword senses heaven and earth. This girl's sword Dao talent is truly top-notch. She can already show such unbelievable signs when advancing to the Xiantian realm. Yi Luofeng's advancement attracted the attention of the Fu clan's upper echelons. Fu Yangzi and another Fu clan's origin realm middle-aged woman stood side by side and looked in the direction of the bamboo forest. On the other side, Qin Yu walked out of his room and looked in the direction of Yi Luofeng's advancement. This girl has indeed advanced. She even has such a shocking sword Dao aura. Yu's head tightened as he felt the pressure. However, he recalled the servant girl agreement with this girl 5 years ago and a smile appeared on his face. 5 years later. If this girl was strong enough, then she wouldn't just be a servant girl. She would also be a beautiful bodyguard. Back in his room. It's time to use the Demon Soul Pill. Yu sat cross-legged and his eyes flashed. The Demon Soul Pill was an important prize in the hunting meet. Consuming this pill would greatly increase the cultivation level of a Qi transformation realm or Hotian realm expert. It could also strengthen the physique and soul. That night, Yu consumed the Demon Soul Pill and instantly felt a violent medicinal effect being released in his body. He could faintly hear the roars of demonic beasts. Whoosh, on the other hand, the Xianxia Qi in Yu's body surged restlessly, merging with the medicinal power. I didn't expect this pill to be so compatible with the Xianxia Qi. Yu had a strange expression on his face. The Demon Soul Pill was a secret pill personally refined by Marquis Yunlai. It was refined from the essence, blood and soul of a demonic beast. The medicinal effect was rather domineering. It was said that this pill couldn't be used too much and only Hotian realm experts could take one. In the process of absorbing the medicinal effect, Yu felt a strange demonic soul energy nourishing his soul. This effect was similar to the blood soul flower bud, but the effect and purity were too different. Luckily, Yu practiced the heaven heart refining and could condense this energy and remove the impurities in the medicinal effect. The biggest medicinal effect of the Demon Soul Pill was the essence blood of the demonic spirit. This medicinal effect could increase one's true Qi and strengthen one's physique. It could be said that, for cultivators, the Demon Soul Pill was an all-round improvement. Unfortunately, it couldn't be used too much or it would kill one's potential. 3 days later. After Yu finished absorbing all the energy of the Demon Soul Pill, he felt a swelling feeling in his Qi. My cultivation has reached the limit of the early Hotian realm. Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. Not only that. The power of this pill had actually allowed his bronze statue skill to improve further. Bronze statue body had almost touched the Xiaoqing realm. This made Yu pleasantly surprised. In the following days, he simply focused on practicing the bronze statue art and drank half a bottle of ice and fire body refining liquid every day. Finally, 10 days later, Yu's bronze statue body had broken through the Xiaoqing realm. His physique, defense, and strength had increased again. Normally, the Xiaoqing of the bronze statue body was equivalent to the middle Hotian realm. However, the increase brought by Yu's heart physique alone could match the middle Hotian realm. Bronze statue body's Xiaoqing realm. Yu slightly strengthened his body and felt that the foundation of his physique was more stable. He wasn't satisfied with this. Yu then started to practice the Yuan Fiend divine art, further improving on the foundation of the early Hotian realm. After the bronze statue Xiaoqing, Yu focused on the primordial Fiend divine art and went into seclusion for nearly a month, trying to reach the mid-stage of the acquired realm. At this time, it had been more than 2 months since the hunting competition. On this day, Yu walked out of his room, his aura was more restrained and profound. I'm so close to the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Yu maintained a calm expression, remaining indifferent to all the praise and humiliation. The effect of a monster soul pill was indeed powerful. It was only suitable for the Qi transformation realm to take once. This pill even helped Yu advance to the righteous body Xiaoqing. However, Yu wanted to advance to the mid-stage of the acquired realm, but he failed. To this result, he wasn't surprised, and he didn't feel any disappointment. First of all, his low-grade spirit body could only be regarded as qualified, far less than those spirit body geniuses. Second of all, after the Qi transformation realm, it would take a long time to advance. At this level, the advancement of a small realm was basically based on years. It was normal for ordinary people without great luck to not advance for more than 10 years. And to think about it, Yu had advanced to the Qi transformation realm a few months ago, less than half a year ago. Although he didn't advance successfully. However, Yu could feel that his mastery of his cultivation technique, as well as the purity of his true Qi, had reached the pinnacle. Maybe a few days, maybe a few months, and he could advance at any time. Qinyu came out today because there was less than a month left for the 4 academies to recruit students. That afternoon, Qinyu met Yi Luofeng. After Yi Luofeng advanced to the Khanate realm, she had already come out after half a month of consolidation. 3 days later, I will set off for the Sky Sword Academy. Yi Luofeng told him the schedule. Her clear eyes revealed a trace of indescribable complexity as she glanced at the young man next to her. At least you have a goal. I haven't decided on the final academy. Qinyu waved his hand, a bit envious. They didn't talk much. The two parted ways in such a calm way. Not even a simple farewell greeting from a friend? Yi Luofeng watched him leave. She bit her lip and felt an indescribable anger. She lightly stamped her foot. How should it be said, she had given the most significant kiss in her life to this man, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Or this person really treated that kiss as a simple bet and didn't think too much about it. However, the affection and admiration in his eyes were genuine. Suddenly, Yi Luofeng was a little envious of Qinyu. Qinyu was so carefree, open-minded. She didn't know. The main reason was not just that Qinyu was heartless. That kiss wasn't Qinyu's first time. He didn't even have his virginity anymore. Unlike Yi Luofeng, this was the first time in her life at the age of 18, and she was even taking the initiative. As a woman, it was natural for her to worry about personal gains and losses. After bidding farewell to Yi Luofeng, Qinyu returned to his residence. This time, there was a document in his hand, which was about the Yunyang School and the Magic-Free School. The first thing Qinyu looked at was the Yunyang School. Its full name was Yunyang Capital School. As the name suggested, this was an official school established by the royal family of Yunzhao country. It had a great influence in the entire ancient country. However, this school was mostly open to the royal family, the ancient families, and some officials and nobles. Students who graduated from the Yunyang School were given priority to be loyal to Yunzhao country and could easily be given official titles. After a quick look, Qinyu concluded that the Yunyang School was the most comprehensive school. If the Magic-Free School represented the evil and unorthodox path of the era of the sect, then the Starry School represented the orthodox path. The Yunyang School encompassed the essence of both the orthodox path and the evil path, and even combined them. Perhaps, in terms of a single path, the Heavenly Sun School was not as good as the other 3 schools, but it was the most comprehensive and comprehensive. After all, it is the official school of the ancient country. Qinyu sighed. Other than that, the Yunyang School represented the pinnacle of the ancient country in terms of bloodline inheritance, secret bloodline skills, and other bloodline systems. In the Yunyang School, the proportion of bloodline geniuses was the highest. At least half of the geniuses of the 10 ancient families would choose the Yunyang School. Bloodline inheritance, Qinyu frowned as he thought of this. The bloodline absorbed by his heart could be used as bloodline source force, but it would be used up. The way to replenish it was not clear. This was different from the true bloodline inheritance. If he chose the Yunyang School, Qinyu's problem in this aspect might be seen through by the mentor who specialized in bloodline research. Ordinary people would not be able to see through the dragon scale bloodline. If he chose the Yunyang School, he might be exposed to the blood dragon beast, and it would cause trouble. The secret of absorbing bloodline should not be exposed. Qinyu frowned. Except for this point. The restrictions of the Yunyang School were stronger than those of the other 3 schools. For example, if one wanted to learn the true secret skills of the school, he might have to swear allegiance to the royal family of Yunzhao country. Or if he did not swear allegiance, he would have to pay several times the price to learn it. The Magic-Free School is so free. Qinyu then read the information of the Magic-Free School. Among them, the Fu family noted that the Magic-Free School had a small number of physical cultivation skills. In the Magic-Free School, it was said that there was a supreme martial art known as the first defense skill in the Kunyan continent. It was one of the top 10 ancient martial arts. Although it was not a pure physical cultivation skill, it was said to be a combination of physical cultivation skills. Qinyu couldn't help but be tempted when he saw it. It was an ancient martial art that was a combination of physical cultivation skills and was ranked as the first defense skill. He really yearned for it. I'll choose this school. Jinyu's eyes flashed and he finally made a decision. The freedom of the magic-free school was also an important factor in his decision. After confirming the school, Jinyu began to arrange his schedule. There were still more than 20 days before the entrance examination of the magic-free school. Jinyu had an invitation, so he did not need to go through the first round of screening. Moreover, there was a teleportation array in the Yunlai mansion, which was very convenient. 3 days later, Yi Luofeng left the Fu family and headed for the Heavenly Sword Academy. Jinyu began to cultivate again. This time, he was not limited to the cultivation of the Yuan Sha divine skill, nor did he aim to advance to the middle stage of the post-celestial realm. He placed a large portion of his attention on the Heaven Heart refinement, along with the Moon Spirit ore. In the end, half a month later. This time, when Jinyu was cultivating the Yuan Sha Heart Sutra, his true qi smoothly opened up a large area of the 8 meridians. Within the energy sea, the black true qi at the core shook and the surrounding Yuan Sha true qi rotated at a high speed. The blood essence in his body quickly rushed into the energy sea and was converted into true qi. I've broken through the bottleneck. Jinyu's face was filled with joy. His energy was highly concentrated and he held a piece of essence stone in his hand, absorbing the heaven and earth essence energy within. Half a day later, the space in Jinyu's sea of qi had nearly doubled in size, and the mass of Yuansha qi within it had also grown larger, making it appear much darker. This meant that Jinyu had advanced to the middle stage of the post-celestial realm. After the advancement, Jinyu found that the black true qi at the core of the true qi was emitting an aura that was stronger than normal Xiantian true qi. It seemed. The jet black true energy grew stronger as one's cultivation base increased. What is going on with this small ball of black true qi? Jinyu could not help but wonder. That day, when he had broken through to the qi transformation realm, he had caused a phenomenon and absorbed some of the heaven and earth essence, forming this black ball of true qi. Jinyu suspected that it was pure aura qi, or the embryonic form of pure aura qi. Pure aura qi was a special power formed by condensing baleful qi to the extreme and mixing it with true qi in the Yuan Sha divine skill. The power of this pure aura qi far surpassed normal true qi. A few days later, after consolidating his current cultivation, Jinyu came out of seclusion. In a side hall of the Fu family. Guest Chen is about to leave, eh? You've advanced. Patriarch Fu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that it had only been half a year since Jinyu reached the qi transformation realm. Even if it had been half a year, it was still shocking. It was hard to imagine that this kid only had an inferior spiritual body. Maybe it's the effect of the monster soul pill, or maybe it's because of the fortune of advancing to the qi transformation realm, Jinyu smiled. Advancing to the righteous body Xiaocheng and Hotian midstage had deepened his strength and foundation. His advancement to the Hotian midstage was faster than expected. Jinyu analyzed that there were only 3 reasons why he could advance so quickly. First, it was because of his strong foundation. Second, it was because of the high-grade black true qi. Third, it was because of the monster soul pill, which could greatly increase his cultivation. Without any of these 3 reasons, it would be hard for him to advance. However, Jinyu had overlooked an even more important factor. His mental energy was abnormally strong, exceeding that of an ordinary Xiantian, especially after he absorbed the blood soul flower bud and cultivated the heaven heart refining. I'm going to bid farewell to the patriarch. I'm going to the demon-free academy. Jinyu explained the purpose of his visit. Demon-free academy? You have to be wary of the ancient Luo clan. Luo Tianhao is a vengeful person. Patriarch Fu Yuan reminded him kindly. I understand. Jinyu nodded. After asking a few more questions, he stood up and left. The next morning, Jinyu rode on the Fu clan's flying beast and arrived at Yunlai capital city. Yunlai capital city had a special teleportation point that could lead to the various capital cities of the 36 prefectures of the Yunjiao nation. Teleport to the Tianhe prefecture. Jinyu was in a plaza of a huge underground palace, which was heavily guarded. His sharp senses could even sense the presence of the Origin Realm. This underground palace was connected to many teleportation plazas. Every teleportation plaza had a teleportation array that corresponded to different teleportation points. 1,000 low-grade primal stones. An enforcer collected the teleportation fee from Qinyu. It's really not cheap. Qinyu couldn't help but sigh. This teleportation array was probably a huge profit. 1,000 low-grade primal stones was equivalent to 100,000 substandard primal stones. But if he didn't choose to teleport, he would have to travel across 10 prefectures. Even if he rode on a flying beast, it would still take half a year. Not long later, a few figures gathered near the plaza that led to the Tianhe prefecture. The teleportation array here could teleport 20 people at a time. It was much larger than the one Qinyu had in the Serene Moon Mine. Apparently, the amount of primal stones used to teleport one person and 10 people was about the same. Just one more. The enforcer in charge of teleportation mumbled. Whoosh, at this moment, an ugly man in a black robe flew over. Qinyu found it familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was the Wu family's guest puppeteer. It's you? The puppet master in a black robe saw Qinyu and was stunned. Demon Free Academy? Before the teleportation array was activated, the puppet master couldn't help but look at Qinyu. No Demon Academy? If not for the surprise on the black-robed puppeteer's face and the fact that he joined the teleportation array at the last moment, Qinyu might have thought that this person was plotting something against him. After all, he and the black-robed puppeteer had formed quite a grudge during the hunting meet. Yes. Qinyu nodded slightly, confirming the black-robed puppeteer's guess. Obviously, the two of them had chosen the No Demon Academy and coincidentally met. He had read the information of the No Demon Academy before. There were some inheritances in the unorthodox arts that were indeed suitable for the black-robed puppeteer. Buzz, a dazzling crystalline silver light shone on the teleportation array, accompanied by a strong spatial fluctuation. Very quickly, Qinyu and the other 20 silhouettes dimmed and disappeared. After a moment of turbulence and confusion, Qinyu, the black-robed puppeteer, and the others appeared in the teleportation array of the Sky River Prefecture. Roar! There were many young talents in the crowd who groaned in dizziness. Qinyu stood on the spot, not moving at all. The black-robed puppeteer's figure swayed slightly, but it did not affect him much. Seeing Qinyu's reaction, the black-robed puppeteer revealed a hint of surprise on his skinny and ugly face. Traversing 8 prefectures. The discomfort this time is far less than the ancient teleportation array. Qinyu made a comparison. 7 or 8 prefectures. That was equivalent to 10 to 20 Chu territories. It was easy to imagine. It was extremely far to teleport from the Chu kingdom to the Cloud Zhao ancient nation. I'm Kong Zhong. We'll be students of the same academy in the future. After walking out of the teleportation array, the puppeteer introduced himself with a stiff smile. Looks like Brother Kong Zhong is very confident about joining the academy. Qinyu did not expect this old-fashioned and eccentric puppeteer to take the initiative to befriend him. The two of them started chatting. Qinyu's knowledge of the Sky River Prefecture was basically blank. He only knew that the No Demon Academy was located there. On the other hand, the puppeteer Kong Zhong had been to Empyrean River Prefecture before, so he was more familiar with the situation here. The Sky River Prefecture is one of the top 3 prefectures in the entire Yunjiao nation, and it is next to the Yunyang Sacred Prefecture. There are 3 behemoths in this prefecture. Kong Zhong introduced. Oh? There are 3 behemoths. The Demon Free Academy is one of them, and there are 2 others. Qinyu was slightly interested. The Sidu clan, one of the 4 great super clans, and the Duan clan, one of the 10 great ancient clans, are both in the Empyrean River Prefecture. Kong Zhong answered. Qinyu was moved when he heard this. 1 emperor, 4 aristocratic families, 10 ancient clans, and 36 prefectures. This was the general situation in Yunjiao nation. However, those who could be called super forces were the 4 great clans or the 10 great ancient clans. An ordinary marquis's mansion was considered a powerful marquis, but it was not necessarily a superpower. In terms of strength, the 4 great academies could also be considered as superpowers. However, the college was completely neutral in Yunjiao Nation, and its internal organization was rather loose. The Empyrean River Prefecture was a prefecture that contained 3 super forces. It sounded incredible. They walked out of the teleportation portal. Qinyu and Kong Zhong appeared in the royal city of the Sky River Prefecture. This place was much more prosperous than the royal city of Yunlai Prefecture. Half a day later, Qinyu and Kong Zhong found the Demon-Free Academy's contact point in the royal city of Sky River Prefecture. The assessment has already begun. You are late. A lady in a black robe said coldly. She did not even look at the two of them. We have the right to recommend you. Kong Zhong, the puppet master, flipped his hand, and an ancient, black token appeared. Qinyu was slightly surprised. He did not expect Kong Zhong to be invited by the Demon-Free Academy. Kong Zhong's face showed a hint of pride. The scene from the hunting meet appeared in his mind. At that time, he and Luo Haochen were attracted by the night lynx and were attacked by the black-scaled tongue beast. After that, Kong Zhong then learned that this was the Demon-Free Academy's preliminary test for him. To be able to escape from such a dangerous situation unscathed, he was no ordinary genius. You really can't judge a book by its cover. There was a vague smile on the corner of the black-robed lady's mouth. She finally looked at the two of them, and her eyes especially fixed on Kong Zhong's ugly face for a moment. There was a hint of anger on Kong Zhong's face. This bitch. He clenched his fists and stared at the beautiful and fair face of the lady in a black robe, as if he wanted to remember her. Haha. I am a teacher of the outer yard of the Demon-Free Academy. Even the students in the inner yard dare not be rude to me. The lady in a black robe gently stroked her black hair and glanced at Kong Zhong with slight disgust. At the same time, a peak-level connate pressure was vaguely emitted from the lady, which made Qinyu and Kong Zhong hold their breath. Qinyu shuddered. His preliminary judgment was that this woman's strength was at least at the level of Elder Mao. And such strength was only an ordinary teacher of the outer yard. Qinyu had checked the information. In the Demon-Free Academy, the teachers with real power were the teachers and the dean. I don't know how many of you got the recommendation through connections, but most of you don't have any real talent. I've seen many of them. The lady in a black robe stood up lazily. Qinyu had a strange expression. It seemed that most of the recommendations weren't of high value. The lady in a black robe seemed to be unwilling, but she brought the two of them into the main hall of the contact point to register. Gu Liv, watch your words. A bronze-skinned man frowned and reminded her. Some of the recommendations were invited by the senior teachers and even the vice dean. I heard that there are a few powerful people among the recommendations this year. Really? I don't believe those two brats. Gu Liv said with slight disdain. She had always judged people by their appearance and hated people like Kong Zhong. The puppet master Kong. Zhong's face turned pale and his pupils trembled. He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Teacher, please do your job well. It seems that whether we have real talent or not has nothing to do with you. Qinyu said indifferently. You brat. Gu Liv squinted her eyes and the pressure of a peak connate cultivator enveloped the country bumpkin. However, the young man in front of her did not move. Gu Liv was shocked. She realized that she had made a mistake. However, she was used to being arrogant and had a bad temper. She wouldn't treat these two brats well. Gu Liv, don't cause trouble. Why don't I bring them to the academy? The bronze-skinned man smiled bitterly. Gu Liv had a background in the academy. She had reached the peak connate cultivator before the age of 50. She had great potential and normal teachers wouldn't dare to offend her. Let me do it. Gu Liv's snow-white face showed a hint of coldness and mockery. Immediately, she whistled and summoned a strange brown-furred bird. It had a crow's beak and a wingspan of 40 to 50 feet. Let's go. Gu Liv controlled the strange brown-furred bird and flew away with Qinyu and Qinyu. So fast, Qinyu felt the scenery around him move backward quickly. The strange brown-furred bird soon flew near the clouds. Along the way, the strange bird flew in all sorts of directions in the sky, facing the layers of turbulent and violent winds. It felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. At first, Xinyu and the puppeteer were holding on to the brown-furred bird. They were fine. However, 2 hours later, the puppeteer's expression turned ugly. 4 hours later. The puppeteer's face was pale as he resisted the urge to vomit. These two brats are not ordinary. Gulib was surprised. Normally, the students that went against her would vomit after half an incense's time. One must know. The strange bird that she was riding on was close to the origin realm. Its speed was unparalleled and normal students wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, the two of them endured for 2 hours. Their physiques couldn't be compared to normal people. What was even more shocking was the young man in the beast skin armor was still calm and composed. His expression did not change at all, and it was definitely not an act. Half a day later, the strange brown-furred bird flew into the sky above an endless abyss. In their vision, there was a purplish-black mist floating above the abyss. So, the strange bird brought the three of them into the purplish-black mist. At a certain moment, within the purplish-black mist, a purplish crystal whirlpool suddenly appeared and was sucked in by the bird and the two of them. Surprise appeared on Xinyu's face. Next, their eyes lit up, and the three of them entered a dark space. Inside, they could see many tall dark buildings of the academy, including all kinds of oddly shaped buildings, such as pointed roofs or oval roofs. In the sky, flying cars and birds flew back and forth. There were sounds of air being pierced. There was no lack of origin realm auras. The No Demon Academy is indeed in a secret realm. Xinyu's horizons were broadened. The entire academy was completely isolated from the outside world, similar to the Blood Burial Garden. The difference was, the Blood Burial Garden wasn't fixed and moved in the void. But the secret realm of the No Demon Academy was completely fixed. I will bring you to the back mountain. Guliv's expression turned serious. It seemed that after entering the academy, her words and actions were much more careful. Not long later, the strange brown-furred bird brought Xinyu and Kong Zhong to the peak of a giant mountain. The peak of the mountain. In a temporary shed, there were nearly 100 youths gathered. These are the recommended students. Guliv smiled coldly. She found a corner and started chatting with a few teachers, ignoring Xinyu and Kong Zhong. So many recommended students? Xinyu and Kong Zhong exchanged looks with each other, surprise appearing on their faces. The so-called recommended students didn't mean that they would be selected into the academy. It just saved them a lot of preliminary tests. The No Demon Academy would recruit students every year. There would be auditions and preliminary tests in various prefectures. As long as they had the lowest potential, they would be able to enter the No Demon Academy for the test. It was said that the No Demon Academy had 3 stages. TSK-TISK, 10,000 examinees. 80 to 90% of them are eliminated after the illusory heart path. A black-faced teacher revealed a faint smile. Looking down from the peak, one could see the bottom of the mountain. There were many boys and girls, all of them younger than 20. Xinyu shifted his gaze to the next page. The first stage at the bottom of the mountain was covered by a layer of translucent purple illusion array. 80 to 90% of the 10,000 examinees were trapped inside. Their faces were filled with confusion, struggle, ferocity, and silly smiles. This was the first stage, illusory heart path, which tested the mind of the students. Those with weak minds would be trapped by the illusion of the array. The second stage was halfway up the mountain. It was a dangerous area with countless cliffs. It was covered by a layer of purple-black clouds and roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. Vaguely, Xinyu could see a group of youths fighting against the fog monsters in the clouds. Some of the youths were knocked unconscious by the fog monsters or fell from the dangerous areas of the fog. They were eliminated. This stage was called Tianyuan Road. It tested the students' cultivation techniques and combat skills. At this moment, just the first 2 stages, there were students being eliminated at every moment. Of course, there were dozens of elite geniuses among them. They overcame all obstacles and reached the 3rd stage, approaching the top of the mountain. The entire mountain peak was thousands of feet high. The path was rugged and winding, and there were 3 major trials. The first trial, the road of illusionary heart. The second trial, the road of Tian Yuan. The third trial, the road of boundless. The trial lasted for 3 days. One had to reach the top of the mountain within the allotted time to be considered a member of the Demon-Free Academy. In fact, more than half a day had passed since the start of the exam. 80 to 90% of the examinees were trapped in the first stage, the illusory heart road. Those who fainted on the road of illusionary heart would also be eliminated. Among the trapped youths, there were only a few who could wake up after a few hours or half a day. The second trial, the road of Tian Yuan, was the only trial in which there were battles. In this stage, they had to fight against cloud beasts halfway up a steep mountain. The cloud beasts ranged from the peak of the Viscera refinement realm to the peak of the acquired realm, but they could ignore the environment. Usually, only Khanate cultivators would have a 100% chance of passing. However, it was rare for a young genius to reach the acquired realm before the age of 20. It was almost impossible for them to reach the Khanate realm. More than 1,000 of them are at the acquired realm. Xianxia couldn't help but marvel at the development of cultivation in the Yunjiao nation. Of course, there were also many acquired realm geniuses who were stuck in the first trial, the road of illusionary heart. Those that had good family backgrounds and a massive amount of heavenly materials were barely able to reach the Hotian realm. Their minds and willpower were lacking, and they were easily eliminated. So fast. It's only been half a day and someone is almost at the top of the mountain. A teacher exclaimed. There were dozens of people who made it to the third trial, the road of boundless. 2 of them even made it to the end of the road of infinity. There were many steps on the road of infinity, and they were surrounded by strange black clouds. The candidates felt as if their feet were filled with thousands of pounds of lead, and it was difficult for them to move forward. Haha, the road of Tian Yuan is the most interesting. Depending on the cultivation of each person, the pressure will be different. This trial is a test of endurance and willpower. In the crowd, a youth with a graceful bearing in a violet brocade smiled as he evaluated. Among the many recommended youths, this person was the most carefree. But he was qualified. His cultivation was at the peak of the acquired realm, and he was only 1 step away from the Khanate realm. Young Master Situ, how long would it take for you to pass? Some of the young men nearby complimented him. Situ clan's young master? This person is Situ Linyu from the Situ clan, one of the 4 great super clans? That's right, Situ Linyu is the current patriarch's grandson. Oh. Was this the legendary Situ Linyu who descended from the heavens with a jade? I heard that this person is only 16 or 17 years old. There were looks of admiration and awe from the crowd. Hanyu descends into the world? A 16 or 17-year-old at the peak of the Hotian realm? A strange look appeared on Qianyu's face. Situ Linyu was not much older than him, but he was at the peak of the post-luminary realm. This performance had already surpassed Ji Luofeng and He Choyun. If it were me, I would have cleared the stage by now. Situ Linyu was not modest. In his eyes, the 3 trials at the foot of the mountain were useless. Wow! Someone is coming up. The exclamations of the youths could be heard from the crowd. Thud. So, a man and a woman, less than 3 meters apart, passed the third test, boundless road, and arrived at the top of the mountain. In front of them was a young man who was 17 or 18 years old. He had a cold gaze and was wearing a purple gold robe. The other girl was about the same age. She was wearing a black outfit and had an exquisite appearance. Her face was fair and delicate, but she had a cold and heroic air about her. The first one is Duan Hao from the Duan clan, one of the 10 great ancient clans. That girl is a beauty, but I don't know where she is from. On the top of the mountain, the youths who had been recommended were discussing among themselves. Not bad, the results of the 2 of you are considered the best in the recent years. An old man in a scholar's robe appeared out of nowhere. Greetings, Tutor Su. All the teachers, including the arrogant Gu Lifu, bowed respectfully. In the No Demon Academy, the tutors were the core of teaching. Usually, the teachers were the assistants of the tutors. They helped the tutors arrange some training tasks, including some trivial matters. Nie Xian, greetings, Uncle Su. The black-clothed, exquisite-looking girl bowed and said. Nie Xian. These examiners silently memorized this delicate and charming young lady. However, judging from the situation, this girl named Mu Xian seemed to have some connections with the No Demon Academy's tutors. No need to be so polite. With your talent and results, no one will doubt you if you enter the Inner Institute. The old man in the scholar's robe praised. At the same time, his gaze sized up the fierce-looking youth, Duan Hao, once more. This person was the number one in this exam. Even in front of an Origin Realm tutor, he still had an indifferent expression. Situ Linyu, you entered the exam as a recommendation. Looks like you don't dare to compete with me in the regular exam. Duan Hao's cold eyes fixed on Situ Linyu. In the Sky River Prefecture, the Duan clan and the Situ clan were both powerful clans. They were even more powerful than the marquis residences. The Duan clan was one of the 10 great ancient clans. The Situ clan wasn't an ancient clan, but it was one of the 4 great clans. These 2 clans had some conflicts of interest in the Sky River Prefecture. I can't be bothered with a small exam. So boring. If you have the ability, then get number 1 in the freshman competition. Situ Linyu said slowly. What arrogance. Your ranking on the Earth ranking hasn't changed in the past year. And I will be in the top 10 soon. Duan Hao snorted. Situ Linyu smiled and shook his head. Not long later, some elite prodigies reached the top of the mountain. The entire exam would last for 3 days. They still had to wait. But that wasn't the case. In less than 2 days, the exam ended. A total of 300 youths reached the top of the mountain. Some of them were even at the peak of the Viscera Refinement Realm. It wasn't rare for someone at the Viscera Refinement Realm to pass the exam. As long as they had the strength of a Hotian Realm cultivator, had a strong will, and could avoid the cloud beasts in the second stage, then the third stage wouldn't be difficult. But a large number of Hotian Realm prodigies were eliminated in the first or third stage. It seems that the Demon Free Academy's exam eliminates those who rely on external forces to advance and have unstable foundations. Yu couldn't help but ponder. The Yunzhao nation was vast and had many legacies. There was no shortage of resources and techniques. This resulted in many young masters of the aristocratic families having unstable foundations and insufficient potential. Next, it's time for you, the people who recommended the quota. A tall middle-aged man in black armor said in a loud voice. Hearing that, the 100 recommended prodigies were excited and rubbed their fists. There are 2 ways for you to pass the exam. The middle-aged man in black armor paused. The youths held their breaths and listened carefully. The first way is to challenge the prodigies who passed the first 3 stages. You must challenge the top 100. You will be admitted if you win. Top 100, the youths looked at each other. Only 300 out of the 10,000 prodigies who had participated in the exam had passed. And they had to challenge the top 100. They must be the elites among the prodigies. The second way is to challenge the examiner. The examiner will suppress his cultivation level and fight with you. As long as you can withstand 10 attacks without losing your ability to fight, you will be admitted. After hearing the second way, most of the recommended prodigies shivered. The second way was obviously much more difficult. The examiner's realm, vision, and cultivation techniques were not comparable to the youths of the same cultivation level. The exam begins. I will pick whoever comes first. The middle-aged man in black armor said loudly. Just as his voice faded away, a tall and thin youth at the primary stage of the Hotian realm challenged a shy youth in the top 100. Huh? The peak of the Viscera Refinement Realm? There were some surprised voices in the crowd. That shy youth was only 15 or 16 years old and he was in the Viscera Refinement Realm. Heavenly Wolf Fist. The tall and thin youth of the Hotian primary stage suddenly dashed forward. He struck out a wild and unrestrained purple-green fist light, and a faint howl that shook the soul could be faintly heard. Yu was surprised. The Heavenly Wolf Fist was filled with killing intent. It was similar to his Yuan Fiend divine skill, which could shock the enemy. However, the shy youth was not affected by the killing intent of the Heavenly Wolf Fist at all. He turned around and moved to the back of the tall and skinny youth. Bang, the shy youth shot out a ball of black ice with one palm. A strange cold corrosive power seeped through the tall and skinny youth's fist light. After one attack, the shy youth retreated. The tall and skinny youth's arms stiffened. Lost. He is indeed the grandson of the Marquis. Citolinu could not help but shake his head. As he expected, the shy youth used his exquisite palm technique and movement technique to exchange dozens of blows with the tall and skinny youth in the early stage of the acquired realm. Ah! The tall and skinny youth staggered and a layer of black frost formed on the surface of his body. The cold poison seeped into his organs and he fell to the ground. The first challenge ended in failure. This was undoubtedly a blow to the youths who were recommended. Half a day later, the challenges continued one after another. 70% of the youths who were recommended were eliminated. He had to admit. The top 100 geniuses selected from the 3 tests of the Demon-Free Academy were not to be underestimated. However, even a genius like Citolinu could easily defeat his opponent and obtain the qualification to enter the academy. Soon, there were fewer and fewer geniuses who had not been challenged. Finally, only Qinyu, the puppet master Kong Zhong and 20 other youths were left. Qinyu and Kong Zhong were confident of winning. Most of the remaining youths had lost their confidence. The rest of you, I forgot to tell you. Those who have been challenged in the top 100 cannot be challenged again. The middle-aged teacher in black armor teased. Hearing this, the faces of those youths who had lost their fighting spirit turned pale. If they had known earlier, they would have challenged earlier. Those who had been challenged earlier were ranked lower. Until now, those who had not been challenged were basically in the top 20. It was too difficult to challenge the top 20. Sure enough, the remaining youths who were recommended failed one after another. If they had the courage to challenge earlier, they might have had some hope. Humph. If you don't even have the courage to enter the Demon-Free Academy, you might as well pack up and go home. Gulifu sneered. Her eyes swept past Qinyu and the puppet master Kong Zhong. You too, what are you doing? The middle-aged teacher in black armor shouted in dissatisfaction. Qinyu and Kong Zhong looked indifferent, as if they were trying to stall for time. You too, what are you waiting for? The middle-aged man in black armor yelled, making Qinyu and Kong Zhong the center of attention. Who's going first? A thoughtful smile appeared on Qinyu's face as he looked at the black-robed Kong Zhong beside him. As the strongest senior hunter in the history of Yunlai Prefecture, the assessment of the Demon-Free Academy was not difficult for him. The reason why he stayed until the end was that he wanted to make a name for himself in the assessment. The academy was different from the sect. The environment of the sect was darker and crueler. It was necessary to keep a low profile. In the academy, if you kept a low profile, you wouldn't be valued by the mentors and wouldn't be able to enjoy better resources. Therefore, in a relatively peaceful academy, it was a good thing to have an appropriate high-profile performance and a certain amount of fame. I'll go first, Kong Zhong said. His idea was similar to Qinyu's. He wanted to stay until the end to show off. As far as Kong Zhong knew, those who performed well in the assessment could enter the inner yard. It was like, when entering the sect, they could enter the inner yard and even become a core disciple. However, Kong Zhong knew that Qinyu was more powerful than him, so he chose to go first. I want to challenge the teacher. Kong Zhong's voice was hoarse and low. Wow, there was a commotion among the geniuses. It was the first time that someone challenged a teacher out of 100 recommended geniuses. Challenging a teacher was several times more difficult than challenging the top 100 geniuses. Interesting. Citolinu looked interested. Even Duan Hao and Xianxia, who were ranked in the top 2, were surprised. Which teacher do you want to challenge? The middle-aged man in black armor was startled. Not far away, the Confucian-robed old man, Teacher Su, also looked over. I want to challenge her. The black-robed puppeteer's slightly gloomy gaze swept over a beautiful and cold black-robed beauty. It was Gu Lifu. A hint of hatred flashed in Kong Zhong's eyes. As you wish. Gu Lifu pursed her lips with pity. You have to withstand 10 moves from the teacher and still have the strength to fight. Then, you can pass the assessment. The middle-aged man in black armor added. Begin. Gu Lifu and Kong Zhong were 20 zhang away from each other. Go, Kong Zhong waved his hand and brought out 4 puppets in one go. They were 2 spider puppets, 1 giant bear puppet, and 1 ape puppet. Puppet Master. Voices of surprise could be heard from the arena. Among the many cultivation sects, puppeteer was one of the more obscure ones. Whoosh! Whoosh! Among the 4 puppets, the giant bear puppet and the ape puppet charged at Gerlef in close combat mode. These 4 puppets are at the middle and late stage of the Hotian realm. Gerlef's expression changed slightly. As a teacher, her cultivation could only be maintained at the late stage of the Hotian realm, which was the same as the puppet master. Xiao! Xiao! Before the 2 melee puppets could get close, the spider silks of the 2 spider puppets behind them had already wrapped around Gulliver. Insignificant skill. One of Gerlef's fair legs under her black robe spun on the spot and dodged the spider web's entanglement attack. As expected of teacher. Qinyu let out a low sigh. Facing the spider silk attacks of 2 puppets of the same cultivation level, anyone else would have to use all their strength and might even reveal an opening in their panic. However, Gerlef did not move from her original position. Whoosh! The ape puppet, which was the fastest among them, threw a punch at Gerlef. At the same cultivation level, the ape puppet's strength was definitely higher than a human's. Gerlef smiled coldly. A layer of black swirl appeared on her white palm, and she lightly grabbed the puppet's arm. Whoosh! Thump! The ape puppet staggered on the spot as if it was sucked in by an invisible vortex. It was then thrown to the left 3 to 4 zhang. In an instant, the ape puppet flew 3 to 4 zhang. Boom! What was even more ingenious was that the ape puppet crashed into the giant bear puppet on the other side. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time. Ha ha ha! Laughter could be heard from the arena. At the same time, more young geniuses were in awe of the academy's teachers. Whoosh! A ghostly afterimage flashed past her original position. Gerlef's speed was not any slower than a Xianxia on stage. She instantly pulled away from the puppet master. Activate! Kong Zhong sneered. He stretched out a mechanical arm and shot out dozens of icy needles. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of ice-cold needles formed an encirclement attack that enveloped Gerlef. Gerlef was finally moved. The power of each of these needles was close to a Xianxia on stage. Under the suppression of her current cultivation level, it would be hard for her to escape unscathed. Whoosh! Gerlef was like a ghost. Her floating body was like a black magic carpet as she flew a few zhang away. Puff! The few needles were shaken off by her hand. As a result, Gerlef was temporarily in a passive position as she was attacked by the other puppets. The young geniuses present held their breaths and broke out in cold sweat for Gerlef. However, Gerlef seemed to be able to predict the future and dodged the attacks of the puppets. She even attacked again and flipped over 2 puppets. Crack! The monkey puppet that was fast was hit by a black ripple from Gerlef's palm. One of its legs was broken and it became a cripple. The remaining bear puppet had strong defense but slow speed. Gerlef easily dodged it and closed in on Kong Zhong. This bitch. Kong Zhong was forced into a passive position. He could only call back 3 puppets to defend himself. He couldn't do anything to Gerlef even if he used the purple iron claw on his other metal arm. Kong Zhong's control and coordination of the 4 puppets is already very good, Qinyu sighed. Unfortunately, he still had no hope of winning. Gerlef was a peak Xiantian stage teacher. Her cultivation level, cultivation technique, and movement skills were superior to the puppet master in all aspects. Even if there was another Xiantian puppet, it wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Furthermore, Kong Zhong's Xiantian stage scorpion puppet had already self-destructed while fighting against the blood dragon beast. It wouldn't be easy to get another Xiantian puppet in a short period of time. Arg! After 5 or 6 moves, Gerlef's palm power penetrated through the gaps of the puppets and hit the puppet master in a black robe. Kong Zhong grunted and held. Even though he had 2 or 3 more postnatal puppets to strengthen his defense, he still couldn't stop Gerlef. If it weren't for the fact that Kong Zhong's arms and body had been modified, he would have been severely injured and vomited blood. He's a good seedling. The elder in a scholar's robe, Teacher Su, smiled. This kid's mental energy is extraordinary. He can control 5 or 6 postnatal puppets at the same time. A short and skinny one-eyed elder appeared next to the elder in a scholar's robe. One of his eyes was covered by a black eye patch and he emitted a strange and eerie aura. Master Black Star. The teachers present all bowed. This Master Black Star wasn't only a teacher of the academy, but he also had a special status. After this, another 2 or 3 teachers appeared on the top of the mountain. These teachers glanced at the geniuses entering the academy. Their eyes only stopped on a few geniuses like Situ Linyu, Duan Hao, and Xianxia. Qinyu felt that the eyes of the one-eyed Master Black Star lingered on him for a moment. However, the one-eyed dragon elder soon let out a regretful sigh. He seemed to have seen through Qinyu's identity as a body cultivator. Bam! Bam! In the last few moves, the black-robed puppet master was forced to retreat. His face was red and swollen, and his legs were trembling. 10 moves have passed. The middle-aged man in black armor stopped the battle. Although Kong Zhong didn't win the challenge, he wasn't defeated within 10 moves either. This was because of his extraordinary modified body and his dexterous control of the puppets. This vicious woman, Kong Zhong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tried to hide the viciousness on his face. He wanted to challenge this arrogant woman and teach her a lesson. He didn't expect to be defeated by her. In the battle, he had only activated 5 or 6 puppets at most, and he had even modified his own body, yet he had been abused to this extent. You've passed the entrance exam. A rare smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged man in black armor. In the eyes of the crowd, Kong Zhong's defeat was an advantage. He could even be considered as one of the top freshmen. Brother Kong, don't be sad. Let me help you. An indifferent voice came from beside Kong Zhong. What? The voice wasn't loud, but most of the geniuses present heard it. Everyone's bewildered gazes were fixed on a young man beside Kong Zhong, who was clad in beast-hide armor. Someone challenged the teacher again? This person's tone seems to be more arrogant than the previous one. Many geniuses looked like they were watching a good show, even though they didn't think this person would be the second challenger. You also want to challenge the teacher? The middle-aged man in black armor was dazed. He looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. It was as if he was saying, "Didn't you see what happened to that person just now?" Qinyu also challenged the black-robed beauty. The reason why he challenged this woman was to make a name for himself. On the other hand, he didn't like this woman and wanted to help Kong Zhong. Haha, Guliv didn't get angry. This year's entrance exam is really strange. One by one, they came to me to be beaten. Soon. Qinyu and Guliv stood at the 2 ends of the field. Begin. The middle-aged man in black armor waved his hand. Qinyu stood there lazily and looked at Guliv with a faint smile. Even. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he didn't plan to use his full strength. Kid, you're really arrogant. Guliv's pupils shrank. A hint of coldness appeared on her fair and beautiful face. Swoosh, the ghostly black-robed figure flashed a few times and left 2 afterimages next to Qinyu. In terms of movement and cultivation technique, she's better than Luo Tianhao. Qinyu crossed his arms and looked at her coldly. Excluding her bloodline and true fire spirit flame, this woman's peak strength was slightly better than Luo Haoyin. Whoosh, a rippling black palm energy accompanied by a slender, jade-like hand abruptly shot toward Qinyu. The palm energy hit Qinyu from a few meters away. It hit. This one doesn't seem to be as good as the previous puppet master. The youths present couldn't help but be disappointed. Bang, the palm energy attack did hit Qinyu, but it was blocked by an invisible layer of energy from the bronze statue. Buzz, the layer of energy around Qinyu shook violently. In the end, a few threads of palm energy penetrated and hit his body. However, the aftershock of the palm energy didn't move Qinyu at all. What? This is a body cultivator? Guliv's expression froze. Not good. Suddenly, a heavy and fierce gust of wind came. Qinyu, who was hit, was like an exploding leopard, approaching at a shocking speed. Bronze leg. Qinyu raised his leg and kicked the female teacher's chest with a whistling black wave. Ah, the sudden change in the first exchange made some of the prodigies speechless. The lazy-looking youth in beast-hide armor took Gerlif's attack without moving an inch and was unscathed. Even though Gu Lifu attacked from afar, she could still feel the backlash from her palm. After the bronze statue technique's Great Dipper body Xianxia, Qin Yu's defense had been greatly strengthened and the backlash from his Dipper force layer had increased. The following counterattack. The moment Qin Yu moved, he closed in like a leopard and kicked at Gu Lifu. Gu Lifu couldn't react in time. Her opponent ignored her attack, which was already out of her expectation. Under the accumulation of energy in his heart, the sudden burst of speed was hard to defend against at such a close distance. Bastard! Gu Lifu's face was filled with anger as she saw the powerful kick about to land on her chest. Even though this series of unexpected moves. Whoosh, Gu Lifu still made the best reaction. As her body floated backwards, her jade-like hand formed a layer of black qi and she placed it in front of her chest. Boom, Qin Yu's powerful kick, with a terrifying killing intent, landed on Gu Lifu's arm. In a split second. He felt as if he had kicked into a deep-sea whirlpool. His pure fiend qi and powerful force were all sucked away. Qin Yu was shocked. Under such a disadvantageous situation, this girl could still make such a hasty reaction. However, the power contained in Qin Yu's kick was too terrifying. It pushed Gu Lifu back a few feet. Swoosh, Gu Lifu used the force to fly back a few feet. She felt her entire arm was numb and her blood was boiling. With an Origin Realm mentor watching, she didn't dare to secretly use her Xiantian realm strength to neutralize the force of Qin Yu's kick. Hence, Gu Lifu was at a disadvantage due to her carelessness in the first exchange. Body cultivators are best at breaking tricks with brute force. This kid sure knows how to make use of his advantage. A black-bearded instructor said with a hint of admiration. Qin Yu's counterattack just now was strange, fast, and ferocious. He didn't use any tricks, it couldn't be any simpler. After all, his opponent's cultivation level was high. If he were to play around with any moves or techniques, he might be able to make use of them. Unfortunately, the path of body cultivation is rather unpopular in our academy. The one-eyed Black Star Master said regretfully. In the examination to challenge a teacher, to make the teacher suffer a loss in the first move, this could be said to be unheard of in the past few decades of the Demon-Free Academy. If Qin Yu had completely relied on his martial arts cultivation, it would be too amazing, enough for the mentors to fight over him. The second move. The confrontation on the field passed like lightning. Whoosh, Qin Yu was as agile as a monkey. After gaining the upper hand with one kick, he closed in on Gerlif again. Evil Qi manifestation. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent hadn't recovered yet, Qin Yu punched out. His fist and arm whistled out a black aura of killing intent, and a layer of black light lingered on its surface. After advancing to the middle Hotian realm, not only did Qin Yu's primordial fiendish qi increase in strength, but the jet-black qi at the core of his body also increased in strength. This evil qi manifestation had fused with the jet-black qi, and the power of the black python had skyrocketed, enough to threaten ordinary qi transformation Xianxians. Gerlif still hadn't recovered from the first move. Her arm was numb, and her qi and blood were unstable. Facing this black python, she could only passively defend and try to increase the distance between her and Qin Yu. Boom, Gerlif used a mysterious palm technique to dissolve most of Qin Yu's power, and she was about to increase the distance between her and Qin Yu. I can't let this girl recover. Qin Yu's face turned cold. As a peak Xiantian teacher, his opponent had a huge advantage in terms of cultivation. Even if Qin Yu had the advantage in strength and speed, the slightest mistake could lead to his opponent's counterattack. Roar. Qin Yu took a deep breath and let out a roar. His figure closed in again. Instantly, an invisible sound wave swept over Gerlif, accompanied by a thunderous sound. To prevent any accidents, Qin Yu gathered energy in his organs. Other than the fact that he didn't use his bloodline, the power of the bronze lion roar was at its maximum. He wasn't wrong to be cautious. Gerlif was experienced. The moment he used the bronze lion roar, she immediately circulated her qi to protect her ears and nose. However, with the teachers watching, Gerlif could only circulate her qi at the intermediate stage of the Hotian realm. Boom, even though she was on guard, Gerliff's body still swayed. Her ears were ringing, and her chi and blood were unstable. Not good, the female teacher's body froze for a moment, and a hint of panic appeared on her fair and beautiful face. This is the moment. Qinyu's heart rate increased, and he gathered energy to the maximum. Shush, Qinyu's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the female teacher. The bronze statue martial art exploded, and a layer of black chi surrounded his leg, which swept towards Gerliff. Boom, Gerliff had just recovered, and she was faced with Qinyu's kick, which had gathered energy to the maximum. One had to know. The black chi was most likely the pure aura chi, and when it reached the intermediate stage of the Hotian realm, its power would be greater than normal Xiantian chi. Together with Qinyu's bronze statue martial art, which could increase his explosive power by 50 to 60%, its power was unimaginable. Boom, Gerliff's body was sent flying for tens of feet, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her hair was a mess, and the shirt on her chest was torn, revealing her firm and attractive breasts. Ah! The young geniuses on the field, including some teachers, were dumbfounded. Many people stared blankly at the exposed skin of the female teacher. Whoosh, a deep and majestic black ripple suddenly burst out from the female teacher's body, emitting an aura that was at the pinnacle of Khanate. Bastard! I will cripple your legs for going against your superiors. Gulifu's expression turned cold. She flipped in midair and floated in the air for a brief moment, preparing to attack Qinyu with her palm. You lost. Qinyu stood on the spot, unmoved. If Gerliff attacked with her full power, his life might be in danger, but he didn't panic. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? A cold snort came from the mouth of the scholarly robed old man, Instructor Su. In an instant, Instructor Su waved his sleeves and blasted Gu Lifu with a wave of his sleeve, accompanied by a vast pressure. Gerliff's body trembled, and she fell from the sky, her face pale. You defeated the teacher, and passed the test. The middle-aged man in black armor took a deep breath, and suppressed the shock in his heart. The only requirement to challenge the teacher was to last 10 moves. As for defeating the teacher, this was rare in the history of the Demon-Free Academy, and it only happened once or twice in 100 years. Could it be? The young man in front of him was a rare talent that only appeared once in 100 years. Under the respectful gazes of the youths, Qinyu returned to the crowd, and stood next to Kong Zhong. Thank you, Brother Chen, for helping me vent my anger. Kong Zhong said with a complicated expression. It's nothing. Qinyu said calmly. The difficulty of this battle was not as high as the battle with Luo Haoyan. The battle that day. Luo Haoyan's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the postliminary realm, and he could use his bloodline and true fire spirit flame. Although this female teacher's cultivation level was higher than Luo Haoyan's, she didn't have bloodline power or true fire. Or maybe she had some tricks up her sleeves, but she was suppressed by Qinyu from the start, and she didn't have time to use them. He defeated the teacher in 3 moves. After this battle, Qinyu had established his prestige among the new batch of students. However, not everyone was convinced. He really knows how to steal the limelight. If I knew this, I wouldn't have participated in the regular test, and I would have challenged the teacher. The fierce-faced youth, Duan Hao, said with some regret. This person's strength is a good whetstone. The girl called Mu Xian had a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. Interesting, I've finally met a genius that's barely acceptable. Situ Linyu was not shocked, but happy. Brother Situ, what are your chances of winning against Qinyu? The surrounding geniuses were looking forward to it. After defeating the teacher in 3 moves, Qinyu would at least be on the same level as Situ Linyu, Duan Hao, and Nie Xian. Conservatively, I have a 37% chance of winning. Situ Linyu was an easygoing person. He thought for a while and gave an answer. 37% chance, the geniuses were stunned. I'll be 70, and he'll be 30. Situ Linyu blinked his eyes. The surrounding youths were doubtful. Humph. This year's new students are more arrogant than the previous one. A teacher snorted. But I have to admit that this year's new students are the most outstanding in the past few decades. The one-eyed Master Black Star said with a slightly hoarse voice. After the test, The 300 to 400 students present were going to be assigned teachers, departments, and mentors according to their different situations. The demon-free academy was divided into the inner and outer courtyards. The outer courtyard accepted ordinary geniuses, whose cultivation level was usually below the peak of the post-liminary realm, and their age was below 30. The inner courtyard accepted some geniuses, including some connate geniuses, who were also below 30. Other than that, due to the different cultivation techniques, there were Demon Wind Courtyard, Bone Cliff Courtyard, Blood Evil Courtyard, Evil Spirit Courtyard, etc. These were all small courtyards. For example, the Blood Evil Courtyard specialized in the cultivation techniques of the Evil Dao and Blood Dao. Basically, normal small courtyards had 2 or 3 teachers, and one of them was a senior teacher who was the dean of the courtyard. As for the dean of the entire courtyard, that was a legendary figure whose whereabouts were elusive. It was possible that one would not see him even once in a decade. In the next hour, the students were assigned to different departments according to their own opinions and the suggestions of the teachers. The black-robed puppet master Kong Zhong was slightly confused. The puppet sect that he cultivated was really rare, and most of the departments were not used to it. Kong Zhong, are you willing to enter my Black Star courtyard? The one-eyed Master Black Star suddenly appeared next to Kong Zhong. I'm willing. Kong Zhong's face was full of joy. He was immediately accepted as a student by Master Black Star. At the same time, Sitolinyu, Duan Hao, Xianxia and the others were all personally accepted by the teachers into their respective departments. Xianxia was accepted by the old man surnamed Su into his own department. Sitolinyu chose the Evil Spirit Courtyard. There were also some teachers who fixed their eyes on Qinyu for a moment. Although this kid has a low-grade spiritual body, he obviously has a special body. He can be considered a potential unpolished jade to be able to reach the middle postnatal stage at such a young age. A bearded teacher's eyes flashed. However, he was about to speak when he suddenly looked solemn and respectfully nodded in a certain direction. After that, the bearded teacher looked away with a little regret. The other teachers also did not take Qinyu into their department. Qinyu, you can enter the inner courtyard since you defeated the teachers in the assessment. The teachers above said that you can choose a department that you like. The black-armored middle-aged man who presided over the assessment looked deeply at Qinyu. My own choice? Qinyu was slightly stunned. Most of the other students were assigned by the teachers, although the teachers would take the students' opinions into consideration. As for himself, he could make his own choice. The teachers and mentors didn't participate. I choose the Blood Evil Institute. Qinyu chose a department that was suitable for the primordial fiendish divine skill, which was not surprising. Not long after, the students of the Blood Evil Institute gathered at a corner of the mountain. In the crowd, Qinyu found that Duan Hao from the Duan family, one of the 10 ancient families, had also chosen the Blood Evil Institute. Duan Hao looked indifferent as he glanced at Qinyu with a hint of fighting intent and provocation. He was the one with the highest score in the 3 tests. He was displeased that Qinyu had outshone him at the end. I'm Gajun Tian from the Blood Evil Institute. A middle-aged man in a gray robe with an old-fashioned expression glanced at the students with his hands behind his back. Among them, the gaze of the middle-aged man in a gray robe lingered on Qinyu with a hint of warning. Qinyu felt his blood flow and his mind sink. The ferocious intent from this person made the primordial fiendish true qi in his body stagnate. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Why is this Gajun Tian Laosher hostile toward me? Qinyu pondered. But on second thought, on his first day in the academy, he had humiliated and defeated a female teacher in front of everyone. There was no teacher who would have a good impression of him. At the same time, Qinyu felt a pair of cold, resentful eyes staring at him from the distant gulf. Humph. Bastard. Gujun Tian has pursued me for many years in the institute, but he has never succeeded. Gu Lifu's lips curled up into a sarcastic smile. When Qinyu arrived at the Fiendish Institute, he naturally didn't know about the gossip among the teachers. Gu Lifu had a powerful background in the institute. Coupled with her beauty and talent, she was the ideal partner for many teachers. All of you, prepare 10,000 inferior grade primordial stones as the tuition fee for the first year. Gu Juantian's emotionless voice came. 10,000 inferior grade primordial stones. Wasn't it 7,000 substandard primordial stones before? Why did it increase again? There was a small disturbance in the crowd. Of course, these students could only complain. They didn't dare to challenge the teachers of the Demon-Free Academy. The price has gone up this year. Furthermore, each super monastery can change the base price based on their own circumstances. If any of you think it's too expensive, you can withdraw now. Gu Juntian raised his hand. Everyone fell silent, and no one objected. Most of the geniuses here had extraordinary backgrounds, so they would only feel a little heartache at most. That was close. I only have 10,000 low-grade primal stones left. Qinyu broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, when he was in Monarch City, he sold some of the ordinary demon cores obtained from the hunting meat. Qinyu didn't sell the high-quality demonic cores of the blood dragon for the time being. After half an incense stick of time, a few birds brought the students to Non-Demon Academy to complete the admission procedures. Every student had an identity token in their hands, as well as 2 sets of Demon-Free Academy's uniform. Immediately after, Gu Juntian brought everyone to a mountain peak that was filled with blood mist and fiendish qi. This is the Blood Fiend Peak where our super monastery is located. From now on, most of your cultivation will be here. Gu Juantian's expression relaxed slightly. Everyone landed on the Blood Fiend Peak and felt the yin qi of the blood Dao that matched the attribute of their cultivation technique. The Heaven-Earth Essence qi here was relatively cold and violent. Qinyu felt that the primordial fiend qi in his body was a little active. Even if he didn't cultivate, his primordial fiend qi was faintly nourished. If I cultivate here, the primordial fiend divine technique will probably increase my speed by 10 to 20%. Qinyu was delighted. Just this alone made the 10,000 low-grade primordial stones worth it. Furthermore, there were many cultivation treasures in the academy that could be used. There would be a few classes every month, and there would even be guidance from the teachers. Whoosh, a strange and beautiful figure floated between the mountains like a weightless ghost. When the students focused their eyes, many of them were dazed. It was a blood-robed young lady with baby-like skin. Her face was exquisite and beautiful like a flower. A pair of black gem-like eyes seemed to be shrouded in a deep mist. This is teacher Qiu Shouyue of our academy. She will arrange for you next. Gu Juntian introduced. Seeing the baby-like blood-robed young lady, Gu Juantian's body tensed up and he felt a little fearful. Immediately, he didn't stay any longer and left. Humph, coward. The blood-robed young lady Qiu Shouyue rolled her eyes at Gu Juntian. Her face was blushing, and her legs were slightly exposed. Instantly, the sound of some youth swallowing could be heard. Qinyu only felt that this 16 or 17-year-old Qiu Shouyue gave him a very strange feeling. Her aura was similar to the blood lotus Tong Yuling. This person's cultivation level seemed to be above Gu Juntian and Gu Lifu. His heart felt a hidden energy aura that was extremely close to the origin realm. At the same time, Qiu Shouyue's pair of charming eyes smiled as she swept across the youths. Among them, her gaze lingered on Duan Hao and Qinyu for half a breath each. When her spiritual consciousness swept across Qinyu, Qiu Shouyue revealed a strange expression. What's going on? Qinyu suddenly felt that the little ball of blood-glazed flame in his dantian that had been refined suddenly jumped and then calmed down. It seems that the overall quality of this batch of students is indeed the strongest in the past few decades. When the teacher and the branch dean come out of seclusion and return, they will be pleasantly surprised. Qiu Shouyue retracted her gaze without batting an eyelid. An hour later, Qiu Shouyue introduced the Blood Fiend Peak to the group of youths, as well as some common knowledge that the academy needed to pay attention to. She also arranged accommodation for everyone. Isn't this living environment too bad? Some of the students complained. The residences of the students were arranged near the foot of the mountain. The yuan qi of heaven and earth that they enjoyed was far inferior to those near the middle of the mountain and the peak. Qinyu frowned. Every student was only given a simple stone house. After paying 10,000 low-grade primordial stones and 2,000 demonic points, you can live in a cave abode above the middle of the mountain. Cultivating there can increase your cultivation speed by more than 50%. Xiao Shouyue giggled. Hearing this, Qingyu and some of the students couldn't help but smile bitterly. The demonic points were only given to each person when they first entered the academy. As for primordial stones, apart from those true aristocratic families, it would not be easy for them to pay another 10,000 after paying the tuition fee. I want to live in a cave abode. A cold voice came from the fierce-looking youth, Duan Hao. Without saying a word, he took out 10,000 low-grade primordial stones and deducted the demonic points from his identity token. After him, a few other students chose to live in a cave abode at the middle of the Blood Fiend Peak. They could enjoy a better environment and increase their cultivation speed. Most of the other students didn't have such confidence. Some students might be able to take out so many primordial stones, but they had to be careful. I still have more than 1,000 low-grade primordial stones and 5,000 demonic points. Qingyu felt that he was short of money. Primordial stones were fine. He had a few Xiantian demonic cores, especially the Blood Dragon Beast's demonic core. It came from the Origin Realm Blood Dragon Beast and was extremely valuable. Teacher Qiao, how do I obtain demonic points? A student plucked up his courage and asked. Before this, everyone had heard that demonic points could allow one to enjoy all sorts of benefits in the demonic academy. Firstly, one could only use demonic points to exchange for cultivation techniques. Secondly, some cultivation treasures used to increase cultivation techniques, true flames, spiritual awareness, movement techniques, etc., required demonic points. Thirdly, some instructors needed demonic points when imparting core techniques. Fourthly, to purchase various cultivation resources, including renting flying beasts and adventuring in foreign lands, other than primordial stones, one needed demonic points. In short, in the demonic academy, one needed demonic points everywhere. Good question. There are actually many ways to obtain demonic points. Xiao Shouyue was very patient. The most common way is to complete missions from the academy and instructors to obtain demonic points and other rewards. Completing the corresponding academy training and passing the exam will give you demonic points as a reward. Among them, the most representative one is the 49 floors of the 10,000 Demon Tower. There will be a corresponding reward for every floor that is passed. Apart from that, demonic points can be traded privately. The blood-robed girl described some common ways to obtain demonic points. After listening to her, Qingyu was relieved. The academy's way of life was similar to the sect's, but it was more free and comfortable. At least, there would be no wars between the academies and they were basically neutral to the ancient countries. Oh right, the freshman competition in half a year's time, the first and top 3 will be rewarded with demonic points. Even teachers like us are tempted. Before leaving, Xiao Shouyue suddenly added with a smile. Freshman competition, Qingyu had looked up information about the demonic academy before and had heard about it. It was said that to encourage the freshmen, there were many rewards, not limited to demonic points. Also, this freshman competition didn't refer to the newest batch of students. Those who had been in the academy for less than 3 years and were under 25 years old could participate in this freshman competition. Generally speaking, for new students like Qingyu, it was unlikely for them to get a good ranking in the freshman competition. It was rare for them to be in the top 10. That night, Qingyu entered his stone house and quietly operated the Yuan Fiend Heart Sutra for 4 hours as usual. Thinking about the situation during the day, Qingyu's spiritual sense touched the small ball of blood glass flame in the depths of his qi. Flame spirit, what's the situation with the female teacher we met during the day? Qingyu asked. Maybe she has a true flame of the blood path with a similar attribute, or some kind of treasure that is extremely compatible with it. The childish voice said. Qingyu pondered for a while and continued to activate the flame control technique to absorb and refine more of the blood glass flame that was sealed. After continuously refining the sealed crimson flame for the past few days, Qingyu had refined close to 1/10 of the flame. At this moment, the blood bead and the blood cocoon on his arm had shrunk a little. And at this moment, Qingyu found that the number of refined blood glass flame in his qi had expanded to a limit. It was difficult to control it as a whole, and it was not as nimble as before. Master, you can't be greedy now. You have to completely control the spirit flames that you have refined. In addition, your cultivation and spiritual sense also limit the amount of blood flame you can control and display of power. The childish voice said. Yes. Xianxia nodded slightly. Just the blood glass flame that he had refined by 1/10 could basically be invincible against post-celestial beings, and he could even kill and intimidate some innate beings. In the stone house at the foot of the Blood Fiend Peak. After a day of meditation. The next morning, Xianxia opened his eyes. He wanted to familiarize himself with the environment of the Blood Fiend Peak and the Demon-Free Academy. After last night's training, Xianxia confirmed that training near the foot of the Blood Fiend Peak would be 10 to 20% faster than outside. However, it was a far cry from the cave abode at the waist of the mountain, which could increase one's speed by more than 50%. My spiritual body has no advantage. I have to move into the cave abode as soon as possible. Xianxia made up his mind. He had just reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm. If he wanted to reach the late stage, it would take him 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years to reach the late stage, this was something Xianxia couldn't accept. According to the 5-year agreement with Yi Luofeng, he would have to return to the northern plains after staying in the Cloud Zhao ancient nation for 5 years. What's more, it had been half a year since Xianxia arrived in the Cloud Zhao nation. Right now, Xianxia had to earn a lot of demonic points and move into the cave abode. He had to make use of the various cultivation resources in the Demon-Free Academy to speed up his advancement. Before he left, Xianxia sorted out the demon cores in his hand. Other than the demon core of the Blood Dragon Beast, he still had 2 connate demon cores and a few high-quality demon cores from ancient beasts. Xianxia planned to use the demon cores to trade some demonic points and primordial stones with the students of the Blood Fiend Peak. The 1,000 low-grade primordial stones and 5,000 demonic points he had were indeed a bit shabby. Master, this demon core can be used as nourishment for the blood glass flame. When Xianxia held the Blood Dragon Beast's monster core in his hand, he felt the crimson flames in his body tremble rapidly. Oh? This demon core came from an Origin Realm ancient beast. The Blood Dragon Beast has a trace of the bloodline of a true dragon saint beast. I don't want to use it easily. Xianxia pondered. He knew the value of the Blood Dragon Beast's demon core. Not even a supreme-grade treasure could trade for it. He wouldn't use it unless he had to. He wandered around the Blood Fiend Peak for half a day. Xianxia finally found the demon-less hall of the Blood Evil Yard in the middle of the mountain. Not only was this palace a trading ground, but it was also a place to receive missions from the Super Monastery and the Super Monastery. The devil-less halls of the various super courtyards were only branch halls. There was also the magicless main hall that only inner courtyard students could enter, and they could receive higher-level missions there, including participating in some foreign adventures. Xianxia walked into the demon-less branch hall of the Evil Yard. In the demon-free hall, which covered an area of more than 10 acres, there were 1 to 200 students scattered around, including the teachers and law enforcers of the Blood Evil Institute. Brother Chen. Along the way, a few new students would occasionally take the initiative to greet Xianxia. Brother Chen, be careful. When a round-faced youth walked past, he suddenly transmitted his voice. The matter of you defeating a teacher in the academy entrance examination has been made known to some senior students. They might want to use you as an example. Xianxia had no impression of this round-faced youth. However, Xianxia had been in the limelight during the examination. The other party recognized him and kindly reminded him. Brother, may I know your name? Xianxia had a good impression of this youth. He discovered that this youth was in the middle stage of the Hotian realm, and his strength and potential were not weak either. My name is Yang. The round-faced youth was a bit flattered. I heard that it's the tradition of the Devilless College to teach a lesson to the new students. We must work together and not be bullied by others. The round-faced youth, Yang, said resolutely. Haha, it seems that I'm the one who stands out in the eyes of the senior students. Xianxia wore a smile on his face, not showing the slightest fear. After asking Yang about the situation of the demon-free hall, Xianxia went to the trading point alone. The situation in the trading point was more complicated. There were 2 types of trading. The first type would be notarized by the law enforcers, and the college would take 10% of the trading amount. The second type was private trading with no middleman fees. The advantage of the former was that it was safe and notarized. The latter could save a lot of middleman fees, but the college wouldn't be responsible for any disputes that might occur. Taking 10% of the trading amount? This college is too unscrupulous. Xianxia frowned. If the trading amount was large, such as tens of millions of yuan stones, 10% was equivalent to 1,000,000 yuan. Wasn't this forcing the students to trade privately? At this moment, the sound of true qi colliding could be heard nearby. Bang! A bearded young man punched a young boy and forced him to take a few steps back. We agreed on 2,000 magic points, but you only gave me 1,000. You're a dignified senior, and you're acting helpless. The young boy's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists. Hee, new kid, before the trade, we said that the black iron essence's purity wasn't high enough, and the price would be discounted, the bearded youth said mockingly. Give me the black iron essence. I don't want to trade anymore. The young boy shouted angrily. The trade is done. Take it back if you can. The bearded youth laughed. He was a peak acquired realm senior, and the other party was an early stage acquired realm freshman. The young boy flew into a rage, but he was stopped by the freshman beside him. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. It's not like you don't know the rules of private trading. Another freshman stepped forward and pulled the young boy away. Private trading could be done when both parties were equal in strength, or when one was stronger than the other. However, if one was weak, one could be forced to buy or sell. Demonic cores. Xianxia placed 2 connate demonic cores and 4 high-quality demonic cores in front of him. He had only shouted in a low voice, but it had already attracted a lot of attention. Especially the 2 connate demonic cores, which attracted some of the older students. Demonic points first. Xianxia sat down with his legs crossed, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. I'll take these 2 connate demonic cores. A young man in a purple cloak with furrowed eyebrows spoke in a low voice. Xianxia glanced at the young man. He was an early-stage connate cultivator, and judging from the label on his clothes, he was a senior of the inner yard. 10,000 magic points for 1, and 18,000 magic points for 2. Xianxia said. He had observed the market for demonic points in the trading area. All right, we'll trade. The young man in a purple cloak said. You have a high cultivation level. I'll give you a demonic core after you pay 9,000 magic points. Xianxia suggested. Kid? How dare you doubt the credibility of Purple Wind Devil? The young man raised his eyebrows. Xianxia remained silent and closed his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention. The young man in a purple cloak was enraged. He saw that the young man was a new student, and he wanted to extort some money from him. He didn't expect the young man to be so cautious. However, no matter how he glared at him, the youth closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear to him. All right, I'll pay first. The young man in a purple cloak said in a gloomy voice. Opening his eyes, Xianxia took out his identity token and had the other party transfer 9,000 demonic points first. Buzz, the 2 black tokens came together, and the youth's token flashed with an illusory light before merging with Xianxia's token. That's right. Xianxia checked it and infused his true qi into it. A number flashed on the token. Immediately, he handed a demonic core to the young man in a purple cloak. Why is there only one? The purple-cloaked youth with fierce eyebrows berated with a dark and furious expression. Didn't you say 9,000 demonic points for 1? Xianxia was shocked. Don't try to trick me. I'll pay you, but you'll only give me 1. We agreed on 2. The young man in a purple cloak roared. Whoosh, his purple cloak fluttered and a wave of murderous qi was released from his body. The pressure of a connate cultivator enveloped Xianxia. In the next second, the young man in a purple cloak reached out and grabbed Xianxia's other connate demonic core. If it was a normal Hotian cultivator, they would have been killed by the pressure of a connate cultivator and then the fast grab. Get lost. In response, Xianxia moved his arm forward and collided with the youth's palm. Bang! Bang! The true qi baleful qi exploded and the young man in a purple cloak was knocked back a few feet. He spun in the air and landed on the ground. The young man in a purple cloak was shocked. He felt a burning pain in his arm where he had been hit, as if he had just clashed head-on with a Xianxia realm beast. Even though he didn't use his full strength, it was unbelievable that he was sent flying by a connate cultivator. As expected of a senior of the inner yard, Xianxia was slightly surprised. The force of the collision was combined with the bronze statue art and nascent fiend true qi. It was enough to make a connate cultivator suffer. However, this person calmly dissolved the force in the air and wasn't injured. It's the purple wind demon, Qin Xianfeng. Who's that unfamiliar kid? He actually repelled Qin Xianfeng. Some of the older students nearby exclaimed. There's one more demonic core. Would you like to continue? Xianxia was still sitting cross-legged with a faint smile on his face. The purple wind demon, Qin Xianfeng, was shocked. His opponent's attack was made while he was sitting. It's not bad for you to have such strength with the power of a new student. I, Qin Xianfeng, recognize you. Qin Xianfeng said seriously. After saying that, he transferred another 9,000 demonic points to Xianxia and obtained the last connate demonic core. We have the same surname. I'm Xianxia. Xianxia blinked his eyes. He was satisfied that he had successfully obtained 18,000 demonic points. Xianxia? You're the new student who defeated a teacher? Qin Xianfeng looked like he was choking. Xianxia. So it's him. I heard that he humiliated teacher Gu Lifu during the entrance exam. Someone secretly offered 100,000 demonic points to break this kid's leg. I'm afraid Gu Lifu has something to do with it. The crowd was in an uproar. Many of the new and old students looked at Xianxia with great interest. Some of their gazes were filled with pity, while others were filled with cruelty and heat. They stared at Xianxia with hostility. Bro, good luck to you. Since we share the same surname, I won't attack you. Qin Xianfeng gave Xianxia a sympathetic look. Xianxia remained silent as he continued trading the remaining acquired demon cores in front of him. In the next hour, these acquired demonic cores were exchanged for 3,000 to 4,000 demonic points. Together with the 18,000 demonic points and the 5,000 he had when he was admitted, Xianxia had a total of 27,000 demonic points. These demonic points were enough for him to use some unique resources and cultivation treasures in the Blood Evil courtyard. I should leave the foot of the mountain as soon as possible and head to the cultivation abode at the waist of the Blood Fiend Peak. Xianxia already had a plan. The corner of the Blood Fiend Peak could increase his cultivation speed by more than 10%. According to Qiao Shouyue, the cultivation abode at the waist of the mountain could increase his cultivation speed by 50%. Xianxia's cultivation talent was not high. He only had a low-grade spiritual physique, so a good cultivation environment was very important to him. The cultivation abode at the waist of the mountain required 10,000 low-grade primal stones and 3,000 demonic points. Xianxia had sold 2 innate demonic cores and had 27,000 demonic points, but the low-grade primal stones did not meet the requirements. However, he had heard that the cultivation abode in the Demon-Free Academy could be paid monthly. In that case, it would only cost 1,000 low-grade primal stones. Qiao Shouyue did not mention this before, so many new students paid a year's fee directly. Then, Xianxia went to the management of the cultivation abode in the Demon-Free Branch Hall. After paying the fee, he received a square black token with the number 56 foot written on it. Not long after, Xianxia arrived at the cultivation abode area and found his own cultivation abode. He placed the token into the groove on the left, and the dark red barrier opened. After entering the cave, the barrier closed automatically. What a strong heaven and earth essence qi. Xianxia stood on the spot with a happy expression. It was not a loss to use 10,000 low-grade primal stones and 3,000 demonic points to exchange for such a cultivation abode. Of course, this was also because Xianxia had outstanding performance in the assessment and became an inner courtyard student. Ordinary outer courtyard students either had to pay a higher price or couldn't live in such an excellent cultivation abode. Immediately, Xianxia began to cultivate. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to enjoy more privileges and obtain more cultivation resources in the Demon-Free Academy. Moreover, Xianxia had been too high-profile when he was admitted to the academy. He had even humiliated Gu Lifu, which made him the target of some people. If he did not have enough strength, he would not have an easy time in the future. As Qinyu cultivated the Cloud Fiend Divine technique and consolidated his cultivation, the cave abode was slowly filled with a layer of dark red blood mist. The cultivation ground of Blood Fiend Peak had a special amplification effect on cultivation techniques of the Blood Path and Demonic Path. Boom! Boom! The dark red mist rolled and grew thicker, lingering around Qinyu. Instantly, Qinyu felt that the circulation of his Cloud Fiend Divine skill had sped up, and the effects were even better than before. In just a day, he felt that his cultivation that had just advanced to the middle stage had stabilized significantly. With this speed, I'll probably be able to advance to the late stage in less than a year. The corners of Qinyu's mouth rose, revealing a satisfied smile. After finishing his meditation, Qinyu raised his eyebrows. He flipped his palm and took out an item from his storage bag. It was the Demon Free Academy's identity token. This token was also a simple communication tool. As primal chi flowed in, a black stream of air gushed out and formed a line of words. Mentors giving lessons? Normally, there would only be 1 or 2 mentors in a courtyard. They rarely showed themselves, and the daily affairs of the courtyard would be handled by the mentors. For example, Gu Lifu, Gu Juntian, and Qiu Shouyue were all mentors. Mentors are giving lessons personally. I must go and take a look. Qinyu kept the token and walked out of the cultivation cave abode. The mentors of the various courtyards were basically Origin Realm experts, and it was rare to see them. The mentors wouldn't just give lessons casually. Some mentors would give lessons once a month, while the more reputable ones would only give lessons once every 6 months. But the Demon Free Academy had a rule. All the mentors of the various courtyards had to give lessons to the freshmen. As long as they were freshmen, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. Swish! Swish! Many figures rushed out from the nearby cave abode. They were the same as Qinyu, freshman of the Blood Fiend Academy. Qinyu hastened his footsteps and rushed to the lecture location. On the way, Qinyu bumped into the round-faced youth, Yongzhong. Brother Chen, our Blood Fiend Academy has 2 mentors. They are Lu Xuanzong and Qiu Qihong. Mentor Lu Xuanzong is an expert of the Evil Dao while Mentor Qiu Qihong is an expert of the Blood Dao. I wonder which mentor will be teaching us this time. It would be great if it is Mentor Qiu Qihong. I heard that she is extremely beautiful, Yongzhong explained to Qinyu passionately. He might have the same cultivation level as Qinyu, but he was impressed by Qinyu's ability to defeat his mentor in 3 moves during the examination. Right at this moment, a circular valley appeared in front of the 2 of them. In the center of the valley, there were many strange rocks. At the very front, there was a cylindrical giant rock which was the lecture location of the mentors. Many of the towering giant rocks outside the lecture location were occupied by people. We are late. There aren't any good seats. Yongzhong glanced around and felt a little dejected. Not only would one's line of sight be obstructed, but the chances of being noticed by the mentors were also very low. There were many cases in the Demon Free Academy where freshmen were accepted as personal disciples by mentors during their first lecture. After being accepted as a personal disciple, not only would one's cultivation be smoother, but it would also be equivalent to having a backer in the academy. It would be more convenient for them. Qinyu attached great importance to the lectures of the Blood Fiend Academy's mentors. It would be even better if he was valued by the mentors. He had no background in the ancient country and the path to the academy wasn't smooth either. If he had a mentor as his backer, not only would he be able to guide his cultivation, but he would also be able to save a lot of trouble. Qinyu couldn't help but lift his head and look at the towering mountain rocks in the distance. At the same time, many students were also staring at Qinyu. Most of their gazes were filled with pity, curiosity, and disdain. Among the freshmen of the Blood Fiend Academy, there were also some strong geniuses. They were jealous of Qinyu's prowess in the examination. Secondly, Qinyu had embarrassed Gu Lifu. Many teachers in the academy weren't happy with him. Many students even said that they would teach Qinyu a lesson. In their eyes, Qinyu's future would be very miserable. Among them, 2 of them were looking at Qinyu with intense disdain and hostility. Brother Zheng, apart from Duan Hao from the 10 ancient families, no one else can be compared to you among the freshmen of the Blood Fiend Academy. You will definitely be accepted by the mentors as their core disciple. One of the young men who was holding a black feather fan said with a smile. On another tall rock, a short-haired muscular young man glanced at Qianyu with a faint smile. He didn't say anything, but it seemed that he had agreed with Qianyu's words. The rock he was standing on was obviously the tallest one here. He seemed to be looking down on everyone. Duanhao came from the 10 ancient families and had a powerful bloodline. He acknowledged Duanhao's strength, but he didn't agree with Qianyu. Brother Chen, he is Jingshi Feng. Although he isn't as good as the top geniuses like Sitalinyu and Duanhao, he has made it to the top 10 in the ranking. Yang Zhang reminded him in a low voice. There were 10,000 people who took part in the examination, but only 300 passed. It wouldn't be easy for him to make it to the top 10. I heard that there is someone in this batch of freshmen who doesn't even know the basic principles of respecting their seniors. I wonder how his parents raised him. Seeing that Qianyu didn't say anything, the young man with the black fan spoke even more boldly. Duanhao was ranked the highest among this batch of freshmen. However, he was too arrogant and the young man couldn't get close to him. Therefore, he could only follow Xianxia Feng. At this moment, "You, get down here." A calm and domineering voice rose from the ground. All the students focused their attention on the young man next to Yang Zhang. The young man with the black fan frowned. He was the person that Qianyu was pointing at. "What did you say?" The young man with the black fan glared at him angrily. He didn't like being pointed at, especially in front of so many people, and even said such provocative words. However, he had witnessed Qianyu's strength. Although he had reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, he wasn't confident that he could deal with Qianyu. "I told you to get down here, deaf." Qianyu grinned and dashed out. The competition in the demon-free college was cruel and fights were common. As long as there were no deaths or serious injuries, the college wouldn't interfere. Here, keeping a low profile would only result in being bullied. Everything depended on one's own strength. Since this person had provoked him, Qianyu didn't show any mercy. "What?" The young man with the black fan was enraged. Qianyu had called him deaf and it was too sudden for Qianyu to attack him. Buzz. The black fan in his hand surged with a large amount of black evil qi. At this moment, he had the upper hand and there was a gap between him and Qianyu. He was ready to fight back calmly. But suddenly, bang! Qianyu shouted. In a split second, an invisible sound wave swept over the young man with the black fan along with a thunderous voice. Qianyu's attack was unexpected. The bronze lion roar wasn't fully charged, but it was enough to deal with the young man with the black fan. Humph! The young man's body and mind shook and he groaned. At this moment, Qianyu exerted his internal organs and his speed exploded, instantly approaching the young man with the black fan. "Get down!" He swept his foot and kicked the young man's head. The young man with the black fan was not an ordinary person. Because the bronze lion roar wasn't fully charged, he quickly recovered. But Qianyu's series of actions were obviously premeditated and extremely fast. He didn't have time to use his full strength and could only use part of his true qi to defend against this attack. However, he underestimated Qianyu's strength. After Qianyu's righteous body Xiaocheng, he could match the late stage of the Hotian realm with the bronze statue skill. But how could a hasty defense block Qianyu's kick? Boom! The young man with the black fan felt a sharp pain in his arm and then his whole body flew out and fell down. And Qianyu took his place and occupied the towering rock where the young man with the black fan was. He only made 2 moves and they were extremely fast. Many students nearby didn't even see what was going on before the young man with the black fan was sent flying. "You, sneak attack. Despicable." The young man with the black fan got to his feet with a ferocious look, as if he was going to eat Qianyu alive. Although he had been forced back by Qianyu during their first exchange, Qianyu's sudden attack had caught him off guard, so he was not convinced at all. Whoosh! After saying that, the young man with the black fan dashed out. All of a sudden, a suffocating pressure accompanied by a vast amount of gloomy mist descended upon them. All the students held their breath and their faces turned pale. Many students' legs were trembling under the terrifying ferocious qi. Whoosh! A pitch-black shadow flew over and suddenly landed on the largest boulder. He's walking in the air. He's so fast. Such a powerful aura. The students were excited. They knew that this person must be a mentor of the Blood Evil Institute. The young man with the black fan also stopped moving. This was the first time a new student met a mentor, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. Jinyu also looked at the stone pillar in the center. The newcomer was wearing a simple black robe. His face was cold and his eyes were as sharp as blades. There were a few strands of white hair in his black hair. The mysterious heart's intuition told him that this mentor was probably more powerful than Palace Master Gumo. Without a doubt, this middle-aged man was a mentor of the Blood Fiend Institute. Many students had already gathered information about the Blood Fiend Institute, so they could guess the identity of this mentor. The middle-aged man didn't say anything, and the atmosphere became even more solemn. The terrifying aura of killing intent in heaven and earth affected the minds of all the students. Everyone held their breaths and tried their best to resist it. The middle-aged man's cold eyes casually scanned over everyone present. It was just a casual glance, but anyone who met his gaze felt their hearts tremble. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, and they couldn't help but think of something that they were afraid of. What a powerful aura of killing intent! Jinyu's expression became solemn. Compared to the middle-aged man, his killing intent wasn't even worth mentioning. However, the mentor's methods couldn't affect Jinyu. His willpower had been nourished by the Blood Soul Flower Bud, and he had taken a miraculous elixir like the Demon Soul Pill. Furthermore, he had been refined by the refining of Heaven's Heart and other ancient incantations. Thus, his willpower was much stronger than that of an ordinary early-stage Xianxia. Most of the students here were cultivators of the Tao of Evil or the Tao of Blood, but they still couldn't resist Lu Xuanzong's killing intent. Only a small number of people had normal expressions. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's expression didn't change after familiarizing himself with it. The middle-aged man's gaze lingered on Jinyu for a moment before turning to the other students. Suddenly, "I'm your mentor, Lu Xuanzong," the middle-aged man said calmly. As Lu Xuanzong broke the silence, the oppressive atmosphere of the place dissipated too. All of the students couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Many of the students felt their legs go limp. It really is Mentor Lu Xuanzong. Lu Xuanzong's cultivation in the Tao of Evil was extremely profound, and he was one of the top mentors in the school. If one cultivated the Tao of Evil and received Lu Xuanzong's guidance, their future wouldn't be bad. However, with Lu Xuanzong's fame, he was extremely strict when it came to accepting students. The Blood Fiend Institute has always been one of the best in the Demon Free Institute. I hope that this generation will be the same. Lu Xuanzong scanned over the students and said. This was the truth. Everyone who knew the Demon Free Institute knew this. The students obviously didn't want to ruin the school's reputation, so Mentor Lu's words immediately motivated the new students. I'll cut to the chase. Let's start the lesson. Lu Xuanzong's expression became serious. He was very satisfied with this batch of students, but the students from the other branches were also very extraordinary. Inside the venue, many students were shaken, revealing expectant gazes. Only a portion of the blood path cultivators were relatively calm, feeling that it was a pity that the first teacher was not Qiu Qihong. As soon as Lu Xuanzong finished speaking, a figure appeared outside the canyon. Duan Hao? Many freshmen looked over and exclaimed in surprise. Apart from Jinyu who had defeated their teacher, Duan Hao of the 10 ancient clans was the most famous among the freshmen of the Evil Yard. Hello, Instructor Lu. I'm late. Duan Hao said calmly. Then, he leaped up and landed on a rather tall mountain rock. A tall and thin young man was originally sitting on the rock. He was at the middle stage of the Ho Tian realm, and he was also a little famous. However, he immediately left his seat at this moment. Duan Hao, the genius of the Duan clan of the 10 great ancient clans, was ranked first in the regular assessment. Be it in terms of strength or background, he was not someone that he could afford to offend. Duan Hao smirked in disdain. He sat down calmly and glanced at Jinyu who was far away. Among the freshmen of the Evil Yard, he had the deepest impression of Jinyu. He also thought that Jinyu was the only one in this branch who was barely a match for him. Xing Shifeng clenched his fists and stared at Duan Hao. After entering the Evil Yard, he had set Duan Hao as his target. However, Duan Hao was staring at Jinyu at this moment and did not even look at him. This made him very angry. After all, he had made it to the top 10 in the regular assessment. Humph. Instructor Lu Xuanzong harumphed. Although he did not watch the admission assessment, Gujun Tian had already told him that there was someone from the Duan family of the 10 ancient clans among the freshmen of the Evil Yard. He was also the person that Instructor Lu valued the most. This was the first time they met, so he did not have a good impression of Duan Hao. In this lesson, I'll demonstrate a secret technique to you. Lu Xuanzong rolled his eyes and said. Secret skill? The students were even more excited. Even the freshmen who did not pay much attention to the blood Dao were interested. If it was a cultivation skill or a martial skill, it might not be suitable for them. However, if it was a secret skill, it might not be the case. The secret skill is called Devilish Frenzied Shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, a black gust of wind surrounded Lu Xuanzong's body. Roar! With a roar of the wind, Lu Xuanzong's figure disappeared. Lu Xuanzong's figure was like a raging beast, flying back and forth in the entire canyon, stirring up a pitch-black gust of wind. At a certain moment, he swept past a new student. That terrifying baleful wind of energy swept out, almost causing the new student to fall. Lu Xuanzong had suppressed his cultivation to the early stage Khanate realm. Otherwise, most of the students would not be able to withstand the power. It's a secret movement skill. Yang Zhang said. Even a blood Dao cultivator might be able to comprehend a secret movement skill. Everyone fixed their eyes on Lu Xuanzong, who was performing the secret skill. All of a sudden, Lu Xuanzong's speed increased tremendously. Whoosh! Whoosh! His speed became faster, leaving behind afterimages. The entire canyon was shrouded by the baleful wind. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanzong's figure grew from 1 to 2, then to 3. 3 figures dashed forward at a rapid speed, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the real one. Not only is this movement skill fast, but it's also so powerful. Duan Hao's cold face was filled with joy. He was from an ancient tribe and had great knowledge, but he was still attracted by Lu Xuanzong's movement skill. Whoosh whoosh, the scenery in the canyon changed once again. The black gust of wind suddenly contracted, and it only covered an area of 300 zhang. Within the area, there were countless afterimages, each with a fierce baleful wind, forming a domain of black wind. Is this a secret movement skill or an offensive one? It's so powerful, I want to learn this secret skill. The students were attracted by Lu Xuanzong's secret movement skill. It's so fast and domineering. Qinyu could not help but exclaim. Although it was a secret movement skill, it possessed a powerful offensive ability. Lu Xuanzong suppressed his cultivation to the early stage Xiantian realm, which formed a domain of black wind. Ordinary Xiantian qi would be greatly suppressed if it entered it. Furthermore, the domain covered a large area, and it could even be considered a ranged attack. Furthermore, as a secret movement skill, its speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! As the baleful wind and wind weakened, the domain of black wind gradually disappeared, and Lu Xuanzong's figure reappeared at the center of the stone pillar. I've only performed the first 3 moves of this secret skill. I'll give you an hour. After an hour, I'll see what you so-called geniuses are capable of. Lu Xuanzong's expression was cold, and his gaze lingered on Duan Hao for a while longer. Normally, a first-time teacher would not teach such a difficult secret skill. However, he was not pleased with the students who were so arrogant. Therefore, Lu Xuanzong performed this secret skill to dampen the students' morale. He was certain that even Duan Hao of the 10 great ancient clans would find it difficult to learn much from his demonstration. In the canyon, all the students fell into deep thought as they carefully recalled what happened during the demonstration. The instructors suppressed their cultivation and slowed down the demonstration, which allowed them to analyze and comprehend the secret skill. Soon, all the students frowned. It was obvious that the secret skill was not simple. Sigh, my position isn't good. I didn't see everything clearly. A muscular young man was annoyed. However, his cultivation was too low, so it was difficult for him to get a good position. A while later, many students had already begun their demonstration. Look, it's Duan Hao. As expected of a genius from the ancient tribes. I think he's getting it. Inside the canyon, a black shadow with a cold baleful aura returned at an extremely fast speed. After a while, Duan Hao returned to his original spot. He glanced at Instructor Lu with a dark expression before sitting down again. To be honest, he did not comprehend much of the secret skill that Instructor Lu had performed. The form was similar, but the spirit was completely different. Besides, Instructor Lu had performed 3 moves, and he had only comprehended the first move. He knew that Lu Xuanzong had purposely taught such a difficult secret skill during the first lesson. He withdrew his pride and looked at Lu Xuanzong again. On the other side, Qinyu was still in deep thought. The true chi fluctuation of the secret skill that Instructor Lu just performed didn't seem to be strong. It relied more on the explosive force of his body. Qinyu muttered after some thought. His mental energy had surpassed the early-stage Xiantian realm, and his senses were extremely sharp. The mysterious heart had made him sensitive to energy fluctuations, so he could see more things. Let's give it a try. Qinyu stood up and relaxed his body. At this moment, most people's eyes were focused on Xianxia. He was also practicing. Although he was not as good as Duan Hao, he could still perform it. A small portion of the students had no idea what to do. Lu Xuanzong, who was far away, wore a faint smile. This secret skill placed a great burden on the body. He had practiced it for a long time, but it was still difficult for him to perform it for a long time. Suddenly, whoosh within the canyon, a black shadow of the fiendish black wind sprang up and set off an astonishing might, causing the minds of some students to tremble. At this moment, they immediately thought of Lu Xuanzong, who had just performed the secret skill. Who is that? How did he comprehend it to such an extent? From what I can see, the movement technique he displayed is already somewhat similar to the one that Instructor Lu displayed just now. Many students exclaimed. Even Duan Hao from the 10 ancient tribes could not give them such a feeling. It's him. Duan Hao's eyes flickered as he stared at the black gust. When he first enrolled, Qinyu had defeated his mentor and taken the spotlight away from him, but he never thought that he was inferior to Qinyu. However, Qinyu's performance had surpassed his, thus his impression of Qinyu had improved once again. Instructor Lu Xuanzong's expression returned to its usual cold expression. He squinted his eyes and wore a hint of surprise and joy. However, the black gust turned back and forth a few times before it slammed into the rocks. Bang, bang, the walls of the mountain trembled violently, as a huge pit was formed. The spectating students were startled. They could not imagine how powerful the impact was. Was the person that was slammed into the pit injured? Under everyone's gaze, Qinyu, who was wearing an armor made of animal hide, jumped out from the dust. His guess was right. Lu Xuanzong's body movement skill had a high requirement for the student's physique. Therefore, it was difficult for ordinary students to comprehend it and achieve it. Qinyu had seen more than the others. Only those who were talented in body movement skill could use it. Just now, it was his first time using this body movement skill and he didn't control his strength well. That was why he fell into the wall. It's him, Qinyu. He's not injured at all. What is his body made of? Everyone was shocked. Humph. He's just thick-skinned. Xianxia snorted coldly. Apart from Duan Hao, his body movement skill was the closest to Tutor Lu's secret skill. However, while he was deducing, Qinyu had stolen the limelight. Even Instructor Lu had to give him a sidelong glance. Brother Zheng, you must teach this show-off boy a good lesson. The young man with the black fan turned to Xianxia and fanned the flames. Such a powerful body cultivation. Interesting. Duan Hao's indifferent face revealed a tinge of excitement. He wasn't afraid of powerful opponents. He was afraid that he wouldn't even have a worthy opponent. Of course, his real opponent was Sitolinu. Qinyu was barely qualified to be his opponent. Qinyu's performance was crude compared to Lu Xuanzong's, which allowed Duan Hao to see some things. Moreover, he was talented and had a good physique. Therefore, his performance was much smoother. Xianxia didn't want to be outdone by the two of them. Therefore, he made rapid progress while observing Qinyu and Duan Hao's performance. The enthusiasm of almost all the students present was aroused. A smile appeared on Lu Xuanzong's calm face when he saw this. This batch of new students is not bad. The Blood Evil Institute will definitely shine in the competition half a year later. Lu Xuanzong murmured. The competition didn't refer to this batch of new students, but to those who had been in the Blood Evil Institute for 3 years and were younger than 25 years old. However, in Lu Xuanzong's eyes, this batch of new students was much stronger than the previous two batches. Soon, an hour passed. Time's up. There are a few good seedlings among you new students. Instructor Lu suddenly spoke from afar, his gaze sweeping across a few people. The first time he taught this secret technique, he just wanted to show off his power to this group of freshmen. However, there were still a few people who could imitate it. Among them, Qinyu's movement technique was already somewhat similar. Of course, he could also see that Qianyu was a body cultivator. This secret technique was indeed more suitable for cultivators with a certain constitution. That's all for this lesson. Devilish Frenzied Shadow is extremely difficult. You don't have to learn it, but you have to choose a martial arts technique from the Blood Evil Yard. I'll check it in the next lesson. Lu Xuanzong wore a serious expression. It was the instructor's first lesson, and most of the students' performances were not satisfactory. However, Lu Xuanzong also gave them a task. Everyone was free to choose the secret skills of the Blood Evil Yard. In the next lesson, Lu Xuanzong would personally check the results. This was a good chance for them to show their strength and talent again. Also, next time I will choose a class monitor. Lu Xuanzong said again. These words caused the freshmen's enthusiasm to soar again. If they became the class monitor, they would have more chances to get close to their teachers and instructors. They would also have more chances to ask for guidance. Just like that, the first lesson for the freshmen of the Blood Evil Yard came to an end. Students who want to cultivate Devilish Frenzied Shadow can go to the Evil Wind Valley of the Demon-Free College to cultivate. Before leaving, Lu Xuanzong glanced at Qianyu and said. He knew that most students wouldn't choose this secret skill, but Qianyu might be an exception. Although he valued Duanhao more, Qianyu was also a rare talent. Evil Wind Valley? Qianyu kept that in mind. The Demon-Free College was one of the 4 colleges in the Yunjiao Nation. It had many students and rich resources. There were many special cultivation places in the college. The Evil Wind Valley that Lu Xuanzong mentioned was one of them. He would indeed choose this secret skill. If he could speed up his cultivation of this secret skill, Qianyu would definitely go to the Evil Wind Valley that Lu Xuanzong recommended. After the lesson, Qianyu and Yangzhang left. Brother Chen, your performance just now was better than Duanhao's. Yangzhang said softly. He was even more impressed by Qianyu. Currently, Yangzhang didn't put Qianyu and Duanhao on the same level. Not everyone could beat Duanhao from the Duan family of the 10 ancient families. In time, Qianyu might be able to reach Duanhao and Sita Linyu's level. Humph. A cold snort came from behind him. Yangzhang turned around and saw that it was Duanhao. He couldn't help but shiver. He said goodbye to Qianyu and left quickly. Qianyu, pick the Devilish Frenzied Shadow if you have the guts. I'll be the one to beat you. Duanhao left a provocative sentence and then flew away. He had never been one to admit defeat since he was young. He always wanted to be first in everything among his peers. Qianyu's performance just now was only slightly better than his, but Duanhao bore that in mind. He swore that he would completely surpass Qianyu in the devilish secret skill. Qianyu shook his head slightly. He felt that Duanhao was too calculative. However, since the other party had directly provoked him, if Qianyu kept a low profile and tolerated it, Duanhao would only be insatiable. Furthermore, competing with the geniuses of the students was also a hot-blooded matter. I hope that you can give me some pressure. Smiling awkwardly, Qianyu raised his voice. Although his cultivation talent wasn't great, he was still rather confident in his comprehension of physical skills. Up until now, he had yet to meet anyone who surpassed him in terms of physical skills. The devilish secret skill had extremely high requirements for one's physical body, and it could be considered to be related to physical cultivation. However, Duanhao was a genius of the 10 ancient families. He could not be ignored for reaching the peak of the postnatal realm at such a young age. Duanhao's provocation was also a push for Qianyu, allowing him to further explore his potential in physical cultivation. Humph. Duanhao, who had already leaped dozens of feet away, staggered and his face turned pale from anger. He had challenged Qianyu, so Qianyu should have been able to defeat him with his full strength. However, the meaning behind Qianyu's words was completely opposite. It made it seem as if Duanhao was the weaker party. The nearby freshmen who had yet to leave were immediately excited when they heard the conversation between Qingyu and Duanhao. Duanhao and Qingyu are going to compete. There's going to be a good show. I wonder if Qingyu can surpass Duanhao in terms of cultivation secret skills. How is that possible? Duanhao is a genius of the ancient races. His talent and comprehension are shocking, and he's extremely famous in the evil Dao. I think mentor Lu Xuanzong will definitely take him as a student. Qingyu left the lecture venue and immediately headed to the demonic pavilion of the Demonic Academy. The Demonic Pavilion was the martial arts treasury of the Demonic Academy. It contained many demonic cultivation techniques, battle skills, and secret skills. It was heavily guarded, and it was rumored that there were powerful mentors guarding it. When he arrived at the Demonic Pavilion, Duanhao was walking out. Eh? Duanhao looked at Qingyu with a surprised expression. The cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Demonic Academy required a large number of demonic points to exchange. As a freshman, he was only given 5,000 demonic points when he entered the academy. He was sure that Qingyu did not have many demonic points left, and he would not be able to exchange for the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow in a short period of time. Although he would have an unfair advantage, money was also a part of his strength. Qingyu did not care about Duanhao's surprise and quickly walked into the demonic pavilion. The lighting in the pavilion was dim, and there were many kinds of martial arts placed around, making it difficult to choose. Fortunately, Qingyu already had a target. Soon, he found the secret skill Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow. You want to exchange for this secret skill? The mentor had a strange expression on his face. Usually, no one would exchange for this secret skill, but there were two people who exchanged for it today. Yes. Qingyu nodded. This secret skill costs 60,000 demonic points. You're a freshman, so you don't have that many. You can exchange for the first volume first, and it only costs 20,000 demonic points. The mentor looked at Qingyu. The first volume was the basics, and the second volume was the essence, so there was a difference in the number of demonic points. Moreover, the grade of the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow was higher, and the price was higher, but because of the difficulty, very few people exchanged for it, which reduced the number of demonic points. All right. Qingyu gritted his teeth and agreed. This secret skill was of a very high grade, so the price was very cheap. After getting the first volume of the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow, Qingyu quickly left. I become poor again. Qingyu could not help but sigh. The demonic points he got from selling the demonic cores were reduced to a few thousand in the blink of an eye. After returning to the cave abode, Qingyu immediately flipped through the book. Just the first volume alone is enough for me to cultivate. This secret skill was extremely difficult, and the first volume was enough for Qingyu to cultivate. After he earned more demonic points, he would exchange for the second volume. After cultivating in seclusion for 3 days, Qingyu familiarized himself with the first volume of the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow. This secret skill has high requirements for the body. Those with weaker physiques won't be able to use it for too long. After reading the first volume, Qingyu concluded. In addition, this secret skill had a shocking increase in speed. If it was used with Qingyu's heart, it would be even more terrifying. One day, he got up and left the cave abode. The cultivation of the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow was related to his battle with Duanhao, so Qingyu did not slack off. He was ready to go to the Evil Wind Valley that Mentor Lu had mentioned. Soon, Qingyu arrived in front of a huge purple barrier. From the outside, he could only see the outline of a huge valley. At the entrance, there were 4 guards in black armor. Their auras were as powerful as connate cultivators. The Evil Wind Valley costs 3,000 demonic points a month. A black-faced guard said coldly. After paying the 3,000 demonic points, Qingyu had less demonic points. Fortunately, the Cultivation Cave Abode and the Evil Wind Valley had a month's time limit, so he was not in a hurry. Moreover, the Evil Wind Valley was based on the number of days. In other words, Qingyu would only cultivate in the Evil Wind Valley for 15 days this month, and he could leave the remaining 15 days for the next month. The barrier opened, and a gust of black demonic chi rushed over. The deeper he went, the stronger the bone-chilling demonic chi. Even his vision was greatly obstructed. The Evil Wind Valley was huge. As he went forward, Qingyu saw the blurry figures of other students. After walking 100 steps, Qingyu confirmed that the intensity of the evil wind here was the most suitable for his cultivation, so he stopped. Qingyu circulated the true qi in his body and mobilized the strength in his body according to the manual. Around his body, layers of murderous aura gradually rose, and his entire person suddenly became a bit more domineering and cruel. Roar! With a roar of the wind, Qingyu's figure suddenly charged out of the black wind and toward a huge boulder in the distance. What a strong resistance! In the Fiend Wind Valley, there were strong gales of killing intent at all times, and the direction of the wind was not fixed. The difficulty of Qinyu's Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow increased by 30 to 40%. However, if Qinyu could execute the Berserk Shadow freely in such an environment, then what would happen if he were in a normal environment? At the beginning, Qinyu would still fall because he did not control himself well, just like when he was teaching. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded continuously in the Fiend Wind Valley. The Fiend Wind Valley had a natural killing intent wind, but the students close to Qinyu could still hear it clearly. What's going on? Is someone fighting in the Fiend Wind Valley? That's impossible. The academy allows students to fight in other places, but they don't allow them to fight in special training grounds. Many of the cultivation grounds in the academy were places for quiet cultivation. If fighting was allowed, it would be an unjust death if one was killed while cultivating. Therefore, the No Demon Academy had a rule that fighting was not allowed in special cultivation grounds. This sound? Duanhao followed the loud sounds and slowly approached. Soon, he saw a group of pitch-black shadows running back and forth like ferocious beasts in the dark storm. Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow, Duanhao recognized it immediately. Could it be him? The visibility in the Fiend Wind Valley was low, and Duanhao could not see the figure clearly, but a figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. In an environment like the Fiend Wind Valley, his movement technique is not much affected. Duanhao clenched his fists and turned to leave. There was already a competition between him and Qinyu using Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow. He could not lose. On the other side, a muscular youth appeared. It was Xianxia. After learning that both Duanhao and Qinyu had chosen the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow, he was unwilling to admit defeat and paid a huge price to obtain the first volume of this secret technique. However, in an environment like the Fiend Wind Valley, this method was extremely difficult to use. His cultivation was not smooth. My target is Duanhao. I can't admit defeat like this. Xianxia gritted his teeth and left. At this moment, Qinyu was fully immersed in Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow. He didn't pay too much attention to the people around him. After all, this was a special training ground in Demonless Academy, so it was relatively safe. Gradually, he mastered the technique, and the impact rate kept decreasing. Moreover, Qinyu discovered something else. He didn't use his true qi to protect his body and just used his physical strength to rush through the Evil Wind Valley. This had a certain tempering effect on his copper body. After all, the speed of his movement technique was simply too fast. That ferocious wind was enough to injure a middle-stage Hotian expert. 4 hours later, Qinyu stopped cultivating. This secret technique was extremely taxing on the body. Coupled with the influence of the Fiend Wind in the Evil Wind Valley, even Qinyu, who had a mysterious heart, was gradually running out of strength. Little did he know that if it was an ordinary person, they would probably need to rest after practicing less than 10 times in such an environment. During the break, Qinyu sat cross-legged. This place was not only helpful for the cultivation of the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow, but it was also effective for the Yuan Fiend Divine Skill. Buzz within the Evil Wind Valley, the astonishing Fiend Qi shrouded Qinyu, pushing the Yuan Fiend Divine Skill to operate. He gradually absorbed it into his body. In his energy sea, the Yuan Fiend True Qi spun rapidly, and the jet black True Qi trembled repeatedly. At this moment, Qinyu could clearly feel the huge amount of Fiend Cloud True Qi condensed into threads of jet black True Qi, flowing into the center of the jet black True Qi. In this place, the effect of cultivating the Yuan Fiend Divine Skill is much stronger than cultivating in the cave abode. Qinyu was pleasantly surprised. However, all of this was in exchange for the demonic points. At this moment, he did not have many demonic points left. For the remaining days, he still alternated between cultivating in the cave abode and the evil wind valley in case he ran out of places to stay and returned to the broken stone house at the foot of the evil blood peak. 10 days passed quickly. On this day, another teacher of the evil blood courtyard, Qiu Qihong, gave a lesson. However, Qinyu heard that apart from the first lesson, the new students had to pay a certain amount of demonic points for every subsequent lesson. Therefore, he did not go. In addition, Qiu Qihong was a blood cultivator and could not help Qinyu as much as Lu Xuanzong, who was a cultivator of the evil Dao. Apart from Qinyu, many new students who lacked demonic points did not go. As for Duanhao and Qinyu, he stayed in the evil wind valley to cultivate and only returned to rest a few days later. While cultivating in the evil wind valley, Duanhao would sneak over from time to time to check on the results of Qinyu's cultivation. Every time he saw it, Duanhao would angrily leave. He would work even harder to cultivate, torturing himself. He spent even more time in the evil wind valley than Qinyu. It was as if he planned to live there forever. On this day, Qinyu left the evil wind valley and returned to his cave abode. He saw a young man in black armor squatting near his cave abode. Qinyu ignored him and took out his token to open the barrier of the cave abode, preparing to enter. "Wait!" A low shout came from behind. "What's the matter?" Qinyu was puzzled. He had never seen this person before, so why was he standing guard in front of his cave abode? Furthermore, that shout was clearly filled with hostility. "You're the one who took over my cave abode?" The young man in black armor glared at Qinyu with a ferocious gaze. The young man in black armor had lived in this cave abode for a year. He had been out on a mission and had forgotten to pay the entrance fee. When he returned, the cave abode that he had lived in for a year had become someone else's. There were many of his personal belongings in the cave abode. Qinyu was stunned. It turned out that this person was the previous occupant of the cave abode. However, the time limit of the young man in black armor was up and the administrator of the Blood Evil Institute had assigned him the cave abode. That was very normal and reasonable. "You're crazy." Qinyu glanced at him and walked into the cave abode. "You must be a new student. Since you don't know the rules, I'll teach you a lesson." The young man in black armor was enraged when he saw Qinyu's attitude. There weren't many people in the Blood Evil Institute and he had never seen this young man in beast hide before. He must be a new student. It was normal for senior students to bully new students. He had taught them many lessons previously and always managed to snatch some demonic points. Swoosh, a long spear with black scales appeared in the hands of the young man in black armor. The black wind around the spear was filled with ferocious chi. When he thrust it out, the ferocious chi formed a ferocious giant leopard. "Humph! You don't know what's good for you." Qinyu's face turned cold. Although it was common to fight in the demonic-free college, it was really eye-opening for him to fight over such a trivial matter. Qinyu exerted his genuine chi and punched out. Boom! Black wind-killing aura swirled around the shining bronze fist. When it was thrown out, it turned into a ferocious python with its bloody mouth wide open. As a cultivator of the evil Dao, the ferocious chi that Qinyu punched out was no weaker than that of the young man in black armor. In fact, it was even stronger. How is this possible? How can a new student have such ferocious chi? The young man in black armor was stunned. He had always picked on the weak when it came to bullying new students. He didn't expect to encounter a tough one this time. However, since he had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't back down. He didn't believe that he, as a late-stage acquired expert, would lose to a mid-stage acquired expert. Boom! Bang! The two of them collided head-on. The young man in black armor let out a muffled groan and retreated several steps before stopping. On the other hand, Qinyu didn't move an inch from his original position. The young man in black armor's face was slightly red. This was the first time they fought, and he was actually beaten back by this new student. However, he didn't use his full strength just now. Who would have thought that a mere mid-stage acquired expert would be able to beat him back? Boom! The young man in black armor let out a low roar, and a surge of ferocious genuine chi burst out from his body. The genuine chi fluctuation on the black scale spear suddenly increased by a lot. The confrontation between the two alarmed the college students in the nearby cultivation caves. Sure Wei is really too much. He just came back and he's already bullying a new student. A senior student who knew Shiwei couldn't help but sigh. Eh? This new student looks a little familiar. Qinyu had defeated a teacher in the admission exam. He was still very famous, and many senior students knew about him. Moreover, there were people who secretly offered 100,000 demonic points to discount one of Qinyu's legs. This caused Qinyu's fame to rise again. However, Shiwei, who had just returned, didn't know about this. Again? Qinyu couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that the senior students were used to bullying the new students. They didn't have any vigilance at all. Roar, a strong gust of wind roared, and Qinyu's body was surrounded by a black fiendish wind. At the same time, Qinyu's figure burst out, and like a huge black beast, he took the initiative to rush towards Shiwei. So fast. Shiwei, who had just attacked, had a change of expression. This speed and momentum made him feel a sense of danger. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu rushed in front of Shiwei, and his fist was surrounded by Xianxia genuine qi. Shiwei couldn't react in time. Boom! In a hurry, Shiwei blocked with his spear, but he was still sent flying by Qinyu's fist. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The rapid impact of the devil's shadow has also increased the strength of my attack. Qinyu felt the attack just now. He didn't use the black ball of genuine qi, the copper statue righteous body didn't circulate at full force, and his heart didn't accumulate energy. However, Shiwei, who was in the late-stage Hotian realm, couldn't react in time and was directly sent flying by Qinyu's fist. One must know that Qinyu had only practiced the devil's shadow for 10 days, and he wasn't even familiar with the first move. After defeating Shiwei, Qinyu returned to the cave abode. Outside, a few new students knew of Qinyu's strength, so they weren't too surprised. However, the senior students were instantly stirred. Shiwei's strength was ranked among the senior students, but he was actually defeated by a new student. Who is this person? I know, he's Qinyu, the Qinyu who defeated teacher Gu Lifu in the entrance exam. In the distance, Shiwei sat on the ground for a few seconds before recovering. He couldn't believe that he was defeated by a new student. Brother Lu, Brother Kai, what's going on with that new student? Shiwei walked towards a few senior students he knew and asked. You might not know, but there are a few amazing people among this batch of new students. A slightly plump young man walked over. In just a few words, Shiwei learned of Qinyu's achievements. Are we going to let this group of new students be so arrogant? Shiwei's face was filled with indignation. It was normal to be defeated by others, but he couldn't accept that he was defeated by a new student whose cultivation was lower than his. Are we just going to let these new students be so arrogant? Shiwei was indignant. When the other senior students heard this, their hearts also ignited with a fiery rage. After the new students entered the academy, they had heard many teachers say that this batch of new students was the most outstanding in decades, which made them feel resentful. Now that Shiwei, who was somewhat famous among the senior students, was defeated by a new student, they were humiliated again. But even you, Shiwei, were defeated so easily, one of the senior students hesitated slightly. They had seen Qinyu's strength and knew that it was not easy to deal with him. Moreover, there was an ancient clan genius who ranked first in the regular assessment among the new students. I was too careless. Shiwei's face turned red as he mumbled. Why don't we invite the blood demon hand over? The young man surnamed Kai's face turned fierce. The blood demon hand was in the same batch as them, but he was eccentric and cruel, so he rarely interacted with them. However, the blood demon hand was famous and had been in the late-stage postnatal realm for a long time. He was very powerful and had once defeated a peak-stage postnatal realm cultivator. Shiwei didn't dare to offend the blood demon hand since they were both in the late-stage postnatal realm. He heard that the blood demon hand had been in seclusion recently and his strength should have increased again. Alright, let's invite the blood demon hand to teach Qinyu a lesson. Shiwei's face was ferocious as he laughed evilly. Every time he returned to the cave abode, Qinyu couldn't help but lie down for a while. The environment in the evil wind valley was too harsh and tiring to cultivate the evil demon's secret technique. In comparison, the cave abode was extremely comfortable. After resting for some time, Qinyu stood up and started analyzing and summarizing his cultivation in the evil wind valley. Just like that, Xianxia spent his first days in the academy in the Evil Wind Valley and in the cave abode. 1 month later. Teacher Lu Xuanzong was teaching the new students again. More than 90% of the new students were there. Many of them looked confident and couldn't wait to show the results of their recent cultivation. When Xianxia approached the lecture hall, Duanhao was rushing over from the other side. His cold face became even more gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot recently. Xianxia and Duanhao arrived at about the same time. The two of them immediately attracted the attention of the other students. I heard that they both chose the demon fiend Berserk Shadow and made a verbal agreement to compete with each other. I wonder who will win. For the first time, Xianxia's performance was the best. He should be the winner. What do you know? Duanhao is a genius of the ancient races. His talent is astonishing, and he only uses rare and precious resources. He doesn't lack demonic points, and he spends almost all day and night in Fiend Wind Valley. I heard that he's gone crazy from cultivating. Does that mean that Xianxia will lose for sure? The students were all talking at once. Mentor Lu Xuanzong smiled. Only with competition would there be improvement. Even if Duanhao's natural talent was shocking, if he didn't even have an opponent that he could compete with, then the speed of his cultivation would definitely slow down greatly. Alright, which one of you will be the first to display the results of this period of time? Lu Xuanzong's expression returned to normal. Duanhao did not act rashly. Instead, he glanced at Xianxia. Instructor, I'll go first. A tall and skinny youth immediately leapt out. Being the first to step out would definitely leave an impression on the teacher. The youths who were a step late could not help but feel that it was a pity. Xiao. Xiao, the tall and skinny youth's body immediately moved. He stretched out his fingers that had turned black and purple, and he continuously pointed them out. Streaks of dark purple radiance whistled through the valley and easily entered some stone pillars and mountain walls, leaving behind smooth circular holes. Not long later, the youth finished his demonstration and returned to his original position. Earth Fiend Finger. It's not bad that you've cultivated it to this level in a month. However, the fusion of your true chi and baleful aura isn't perfect, and the power of your fiend finger is far from being concentrated enough. Not only did Instructor Lu recognize the finger technique of the tall and skinny youth, but he also gave a simple evaluation. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor. The tall and skinny youth bowed. Following that, a beautiful girl leapt out and performed the one fiend Dao leg technique. Soon, more than 80% of the students had finished displaying their martial arts. Lu Xuanzong gave his evaluation to every student and pointed out the biggest flaw in their martial arts. It's a pity that I don't have many demonic points left. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend Instructor Lu's next class. Yang Zhang shook his head and clenched his fists. Every instructor's class would consume different amounts of demonic points, and the fees would also vary according to the content. In fact, one could even listen to the other instructors' classes if they spent more demonic points. Who's next? Lu Xuanzong said calmly. Me. Duanhao harumphed and charged forward. Instantly, the students' expressions changed, and they were filled with anticipation. Duanhao from the 10 great ancient clans ranked first in the regular assessment, and he was practicing the extremely difficult secret technique, Devilish Shadow. It was said that he had a competition with Xianxia. Roar Duanhao's figure was like a black giant leopard as he charged toward the left side of the valley at lightning speed. Boom rocks were thrown into the air, and the black shadow charged toward the other side at lightning speed. He's so fast, my eyes can't keep up. If Duanhao uses this movement technique, I'm afraid he can defeat me in one move. The students exclaimed. Instructor Lu Xuanzong nodded from afar. Duanhao performed the first form of the secret technique very well, and he seemed to be very familiar with it. Back then, when he cultivated the first form of the demon fiend Frenzied Shadow, it took him 2 whole months. Soon, Duanhao finished his performance. Not bad. You've mastered the first form of Devilish Shadow to this level in just a month. I'm afraid it won't take long for you to master the second form. However, the later stages of this secret technique are even more difficult. Don't slack off. Lu Xuanzong was very satisfied, but he warned Duanhao when he recalled his arrogant personality. Duan Hao's lips curled up as he returned to his seat. He glanced at Qinyu and said provocatively, "It's your turn." Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on Qinyu. Even Instructor Lu was satisfied with Duan Hao's performance. Qinyu's chances of winning were not high. However, Duan Hao was a genius of the ancient clans after all, and he was better than Qinyu in all aspects. Then open your eyes and watch carefully. Grinning, Qinyu abruptly leaped forward. Roar! A violent black gale burst out, and Qinyu's figure dashed to the left, setting off a powerful gale. Bang bang bang, roar roar roar, loud noises were heard, and the wind howled. The black shadow that Qinyu had turned into ran back and forth in the valley. The entire valley became darker, and the demonic wind shrouded it. At a certain moment, two black shadows could be seen leaping in the valley. Two shadows, and I can't tell which is the real one. This must be the content of the second form of devilish shadow. Duan Hao's body trembled, and he opened his mouth wide. Impossible. He had been spying on Qinyu previously, and he was also shocked by Qinyu's talent in cultivating devilish shadow. Therefore, he increased the intensity of his training and even lived in the Evil Wind Valley. He focused all his attention on cultivating the secret technique and did not pay attention to Qinyu anymore. When he made some progress in his cultivation, Qinyu no longer went to the Evil Wind Valley. Therefore, he was not clear about Qinyu's progress in cultivating the secret technique. However, he did not expect that Qinyu had already touched the threshold of the second form of devilish shadow. It was obvious that he had lost the first battle with Qinyu. In the valley, the whistling sound disappeared. Qinyu returned to his original position and looked at Duan Hao with a faint smile. In the distance, Instructor Lu Xuanzong did not speak for a while. Obviously, he did not expect Qinyu's performance to be better than Duan Hao's, and not just by 1 or 2 stars. "Brother Chen, how did you cultivate?" Yang Zhang was extremely shocked, and he could not even speak clearly. Devilish shadow has an extremely high requirement for physical fitness. Qinyu, you're a body cultivator, so the secret technique is more suitable for you. However, your performance still exceeded my expectations. Instructor Lu finally spoke. He knew about the bet between Qinyu and Duan Hao. This time, Duan Hao lost, and he did not want Duan Hao to suffer too much of a blow that would lead to a drastic change in his temperament. Therefore, his first sentence emphasized that body cultivators had an advantage in cultivating this secret technique. "Thank you for your guidance, instructor." Qinyu knew that Instructor Lu thought highly of Duan Hao, so he did not care too much. The class continued. The last to display the results of his cultivation was Xianxia. He gritted his teeth and rushed out. The martial art he displayed was devilish shadow. Before this, Duan Hao and Qinyu had already displayed this secret technique. In comparison, Xianxia's performance was very mediocre. Many students even doubted whether Xianxia's results in the regular assessment were real. Xianxia also knew that his performance was far from Duan Hao and Qinyu's. Therefore, he was the last one. The class this time was gradually coming to an end. "According to your recent performance, I will choose a class monitor from among you," Lu Xuanzong said solemnly. "Brother Chen, your cultivation of the secret technique has surpassed Duan Hao. The class monitor of this blood fiend peak will definitely be you." Yang Zhang was very excited. In his opinion, the possibility of Qinyu becoming the class monitor was as high as 80%. The other students could not help but look at Qinyu and Duan Hao. Class monitor? Qinyu frowned slightly. This seemed to be a very troublesome matter. The class monitor would often have to run around the mentors, teachers, and students. Even when something happened to the students, the class monitor would have to handle it in time. "Mentor Lu, I recommend Duan Hao. As a genius of the 10 ancient clans, he has shocking talent and powerful strength. It's what everyone wants him to be our class monitor." Qinyu took the initiative to push this troublesome task to Duan Hao. All the students were incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, the possibility of Qinyu becoming the class monitor was very high. However, Qinyu actually took the initiative to give up the position of class monitor. What? Duan Hao, who was in low spirits, was also shocked when he heard Qinyu praising him like that. He only cared about winning or losing the competition with Qinyu and had no interest in the position of class monitor. Right now, Yu's behavior was as though he was giving up the position of class monitor to him. Duanhao was enraged. He definitely did not want Yu's charity. Yu, you recommend Duanhao? Alright then, it's decided. Mentor Lu was a little surprised too. Although he had high hopes for Duanhao, Yu's performance was obviously better than Duanhao's. It was not suitable for Duanhao to be the class monitor. However, Yu took the initiative to give up the position. Regardless of the reason, it was exactly what Mentor Lu wanted. Mentor Lu, Duanhao reacted a little slower and wanted to reject him. Duanhao, you're the class monitor of the Blood Evil Academy. You must set a good example for all the students. Having said that, Mentor Lu left quickly. Damn it. Duanhao gritted his teeth and glared at Yu. However, at the thought that he would be the leader of the Blood Evil Academy in the future and his position would be higher than Yu's, the displeasure in his heart disappeared quickly. Let's go. Yu chuckled and left with Yang Zhang. After taking a few steps, the two of them slowed down. The other freshmen nearby also stopped and looked into the distance. They saw about 10 teenagers and young men striding over with unfriendly expressions. As members of the Blood Evil Academy, they recognized a few of them. They were the seniors of the Blood Evil Academy and their seniors. There are quite a number of freshmen in the Blood Evil Academy this year. But why are you guys so impolite? Don't you know how to greet your seniors? A young man in black armor in the crowd shouted with a smile. He was Sherwei, who had been knocked back by Yu with one punch. It was obvious that the seniors were not here to greet the new students. They were here to pick a fight. How rude. It seems that you don't know the rules of the college. As your seniors, we have the responsibility to teach you. Everyone has to pay 1,000 demon-free points as a teaching fee. The rest of the seniors smiled wickedly. Putting the new students in their place was one thing, but it would be better if they could get some demon-free points. After all, they had spent some demon-free points to hire the Blood Demon Hand. Among the seniors, a cold-looking young man with blood-colored bandages on his hands snorted disdainfully. He was the infamous Blood Demon Hand. Although he was known for his cruel methods, he was extremely disdainful of such trivial matters. The new students gathered around him. They had just entered the college and were not familiar with the environment. Naturally, they were afraid of the seniors. Shameless. How can you do this? How can the seniors bully the new students in the same college? Among the new students, a delicate-looking young girl snorted with disdain. Hee hee, little girl, how can you call this bullying? This is teaching. A triangular-eyed student said with a smile. His eyes were filled with lust as his gaze roamed over the young girl. Humph. Sherwei stared at Yu with a smug smile. It was as if he was saying that Yu was done for. When they went to hire the Blood Demon Hand, he had just reached the peak of the postnatal realm. The Blood Demon Hand was already infamous in the late stage of the postnatal realm. Now that he had reached the next level, he would be even more powerful. Yu was bound to lose. This time, you just need to teach that person a lesson. Sherwei came to the side of the Blood Demon Hand and stared at Yu. That's him? Mid-stage of the postnatal realm? The Blood Demon Hand looked at Yu with interest. Although Sherwei and the rest were not much, they had entered the college earlier and were not that weak. Yet, they had asked him to deal with a mid-stage postnatal realm cultivator. The Blood Demon Hand would not underestimate Yu because of this. Yunzhao Nation was vast and full of talents. There was no lack of geniuses who could challenge those of a higher cultivation level. So many troublesome matters. Yu sensed Sherwei and the Blood Demon Hand's gazes. He knew that this incident might have been caused by him. Last time, he had forced Sherwei to retreat. He did not expect that Sherwei would dare to come after him again. Of course, Sherwei knew that he was no match for Yu, so he invited a helper. It should be the man with the blood-colored bandage. This person gave Yu a completely different feeling. It was obvious that he was an expert who had killed many people and was very strong in actual combat. However, compared to Luo Haochen, he was much weaker. Naturally, Yu did not take him seriously. In the distance, Duanhao saw the conversation between Sherwei and the Blood Demon Hand and could roughly guess what was going on. These people are mainly looking for trouble with Yu? Duan Hao could not help but smile. Although these seniors were useless, the person with the blood-colored bandage on his hand was different from the others. He should have some strength. Moreover, the other party had many people. Even if he were to face such a situation, it would not be easy for him to deal with it. He wanted to see what would happen to Qinyu. It would be best if he was beaten black and blue. After this, he could also educate Qinyu not to cause trouble outside and bring inconvenience to others. However, just as Duan Hao was secretly delighted, the voice that made him unhappy rang out. Class monitor, this group of people is bullying the freshmen. As the class monitor of the freshmen, shouldn't you stand at the front and help us solve the problem? Why are you still hiding at the back, acting as if you have nothing to do with it, and still smiling so proudly? Qinyu had a look of indifference and even questioned him at the end. Of course, he knew that Duan Hao wanted to embarrass him. After hearing Qinyu's words, the other freshmen also looked over and happened to see Duan Hao's secretly smiling expression. The freshmen were being bullied by the seniors, but as a freshman, Duan Hao was secretly laughing at the back. What was going on? Could it be that this group of seniors had some relationship with Duan Hao? Duan Hao, who was secretly laughing, suddenly had a gloomy face. His tightly clenched fists trembled, and he wished he could rush up and settle the score with Qinyu. However, as a freshman, as the class monitor of the freshmen, he could not do that. Instead, he had to stand up and solve this matter. Duan Hao suppressed the anger in him and stepped forward step by step. Before Duan Hao could speak, Qinyu said, "Class monitor, you can defeat the most powerful one in this group, and they will know what's good for them." Huh? Bloody Demon Hand frowned. Qinyu's words had obviously angered him. Leave now. Duan Hao snorted with a gloomy face. As a genius of the ancient clan, he was indifferent even when facing a tutor. It was already good enough that Duan Hao was willing to look at this group of seniors. It seems that you are indeed too arrogant. Come on, new guy, let me see what you are capable of. Qinyu and Duan Hao's words had completely infuriated Bloody Demon Hand. Coincidentally, Bloody Demon Hand had just broken through to the peak of the postnatal realm and wanted to practice. He would first use this guy who was at the peak of the postnatal realm to practice and establish his dominance. Then, he would teach Qinyu a lesson. Wait, Shi Wei was about to stop him. Bloody Demon Hand had been in seclusion and didn't know that an ancient clan genius had joined the Blood Evil Institute. Duan Hao was the first in the assessment and was at the peak of the postnatal realm. Moreover, he was from the Duan family, one of the 10 ancient clans. Shi Wei didn't think that Bloody Demon Hand could deal with him. Humph, if you want to see, then let's see. Duan Hao's face was cold and ferocious. He was ready to strike. He had lost to Qinyu in the lecture and had to accept the position of class monitor that Qinyu didn't want. Now, he had to stand out to block trouble for Qinyu. He had never encountered so many troublesome matters in a single day. The anger in his stomach could not be contained. Now that someone had taken the initiative to fight with him, Duan Hao wouldn't turn them down. Thud, Duan Hao stomped on the ground with his right foot and dashed out. Black wind surrounded his fists and he pounced at Bloody Demon Hand with a ferocious aura. Bloody Demon Hand struck at the same time. Layers of blood seeped out from the blood-colored bandage and formed a bloody claw. An oppressive and gloomy aura suddenly spread. A few of the freshmen under the Qi transformation realm were forced to retreat. Boom, bang, in an instant, the two collided. Black wind and blood intertwined and tore at each other. You have some ability. Duan Hao sneered. Boom, an even more powerful genuine Qi surged out of his body and gathered in his fists. Suddenly, Bloody Demon Hand was pushed back 2 steps. Again. Duan Hao didn't give Bloody Demon Hand any chance. His fists gathered a terrible black wind and punched again and again. His aura kept stacking, like a peerless demon. On the other hand, Bloody Demon Hand fell into a passive situation and kept retreating. Bang, Duan Hao's powerful punch pushed Bloody Demon Hand back dozens of feet. This kid. Bloody Demon Hand's face darkened. He had fought with people at the peak of the postnatal realm before, but the strength of this young man was on a completely different level. The seniors behind him looked even more embarrassed. They estimated that Bloody Demon Hand couldn't defeat Duan Hao. But Bloody Demon Hand was also a senior. If he was defeated by Duan Hao, it would still be a humiliation for the seniors. He is indeed a genius of the ancient clan. His strength is far above Luo Haochen's. Qin Yu observed the battle between Duan Hao and Bloody Demon Hand. Also, what kind of bloodline did the Duan family of the 10 ancient clans have? Get lost. Let me tell you, freshmen aren't necessarily weaker than seniors. Duan Hao let out a cold snort. Whoosh, a shocking bloodline power burst out of Duan Hao's body, and a layer of black lines appeared on the surface of his skin. The black wind around him became extremely violent, like countless black whirlwind blades, spinning and slicing rapidly. This is the power of bloodline. Bloody Demon Hand's blood stagnated, and his expression changed. At this moment, he realized that he had been too impulsive. With the bloodline of the ancient clan and this level of cultivation, this young man in front of him must be one of the 10 ancient clans. Roar! Duan Hao, who had released the power of bloodline, performed Devilish Shadow, and his speed was even faster. His body turned into a black whirlwind and attacked Bloody Demon Hand in the blink of an eye. So fast, not good. Bloody Demon Hand's expression changed drastically, and the red bandages wrapped around his arm immediately loosened. The layers of bandages intertwined with the bright red blood, forming a defense in front of him. Boom, he threw a punch, and the terrifying black whirlwind bombarded Bloody Demon Hand's defense. In less than a moment, the defense layer was broken, and the remaining fist power bombarded Bloody Demon Hand's body. Poof, the sharp fist power left several bloody marks on Bloody Demon Hand's body, and he was blasted back dozens of feet, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Duan Hao stood proudly on the spot, and his expression was cold, making people shudder. Quick, let's go. Shi Wei said in a low voice and immediately retreated. They had no intention of provoking Duan Hao, but for some reason, a few words from Qin Yu had disrupted everything, causing Bloody Demon Hand and Duan Hao to fight. Even the Bloody Demon Hand they had invited had been defeated, so what were they still doing here? The group of seniors retreated dejectedly. Class monitor is so strong. So powerful, is this the strength of the top freshmen? This battle not only forced the seniors to retreat, but also caused the freshmen to be in awe of Duan Hao. After repelling Bloody Demon Hand, Duan Hao's cold eyes glanced at Qin Yu. Although he lost to Qin Yu in the cultivation of the secret technique, he never thought that he was weaker than Qin Yu. This time, he displayed his skills and even stimulated his bloodline. He wanted to tell Qin Yu this point. But when he saw Qin Yu's face, Duan Hao felt unwell again. Sorry to trouble you, class monitor. Let's go. Qin Yu smiled and left with Yang Zhang. Qin Yu's performance did not seem to be intimidated by his strength at all. This kind of nonchalant disregard made Duan Hao's anger that had just been vented rise again. As expected of the Duan clan's genius, he defeated an existence of the same level so easily. Along the way, Yang Zhang was still full of praise for Duan Hao. Brother Chen, your relationship with Duan Hao isn't very good. Be careful in the future. Yang Zhang suddenly reminded. Qin Yu smiled casually and did not mind. After returning to the cultivation cave abode, Qin Yu suddenly realized that the time limit of the cave abode's use was almost up. It required 300 demonic points and 1,000 low-grade primal stones per month. He still had some demonic points, but he did not have enough primal stones. Of course, the demonic points he had wouldn't need much time. Primal stones and demonic points, Qin Yu urgently needed these two things. Right, Xiao Shouyue once said that challenging the Myriad Demon Tower will give me a lot of rewards, especially demonic points. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Although he did not know how difficult the Myriad Demon Tower was, it was the best way to obtain demonic points and primal stones in the short term. In addition, Qin Yu also wanted to see what was so special about the Myriad Demon Tower. The Myriad Demon Tower was quite famous in the Devil-Free Academy. The pitch-black and gloomy ancient pagoda was 49 stories tall and pierced through the clouds. It emitted an evil and terrifying aura that caused one to feel intimidated at the sight of it. So many people? Qin Yu was slightly surprised when he got close to the Myriad Demon Tower. There were at least 100 students gathered around the Myriad Demon Tower. The Myriad Demon Tower's assessment was a proof of strength. In addition, apart from obtaining demon-free points, there were other rewards for those with good results, so many people came to challenge the tower every day. However, more people were here to watch the show. The Myriad Demon Tower was the symbolic assessment ground of the Devil-Free Academy. Each challenge required a fee of demon-free points, and the more times one tried, the higher the fee. Therefore, those who weren't confident of passing the levels wouldn't try. Otherwise, it would be a waste of demon-free points. Not long ago, the new student of the Ghost Malice Academy, Lu Huchuan, reached the 16th level. That's nothing. The new students of the Wind Demon Academy are even stronger. Someone reached the 17th level. Xianxia Feng, the new student of the Blood Evil Academy, also reached the 17th level. Because the new students had just entered the academy and most of them lacked demon-free points, there were more new students challenging the tower recently. Some of the top ones were naturally discussed by other students. Among them, Xianxia Feng from the Blood Evil Academy had passed the Devil-Free Tower and reached the 17th level. There was also a majestic pitch-black stone tablet next to the Myriad Demon Tower. The stone tablet was filled with names that shone with a faint luster, which was particularly eye-catching. Ranking? Xianxia took a quick look and understood what the stone tablet meant. The ranking on the stone tablet was the ranking of the challengers. However, one had to pass at least 20 levels to be engraved on the stone tablet. Xianxia couldn't help but look at the most eye-catching name at the top of the stone tablet, Yuan Chen. This person had actually reached the 46th level and wasn't far from the 49th level. However, Xianxia didn't know that the higher the level, the more difficult it was to advance. At this moment, a man and a woman walked out of the entrance of the Myriad Demon Tower. There were 3 people challenging the tower just now, and 2 have been eliminated. I wonder how many levels the last person can reach. A chubby young man said with some anticipation. Suddenly, a wave of clamor came from afar. A cold-looking girl of about 16 or 17 years of age strode over. She was dressed in a black robe that accentuated her slender and perfect figure. She had fair skin that seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. On her exquisite face was a pair of pitch-black bright eyes that ignored the ardent gazes of the surrounding students. Who is she? So beautiful. You actually don't know her? She's called Xianxia, and she's the most beautiful amongst this batch of freshmen. Many students paying attention to the Myriad Demon Tower were attracted by Xianxia's arrival. The reputation of a beauty would always spread very quickly, not to mention a powerful beauty. Xianxia glanced at her and didn't pay any more attention to her. In his eyes, although this woman's appearance wasn't bad, there was still a certain gap between her and Qiu Xian Yi Luofeng, and the others. After staying with Yi Luofeng for a long time, his immunity towards beauties had also increased. Myriad Devil Tower, let me give it a try. Xianxia's gaze fell on the Myriad Demon Tower and he prepared to step forward. Xianxia had a very deep impression of Xianxia. Xianxia had defeated a teacher in the entrance exam, and his fame was even greater than hers and Duan Hao's. Xianxia was slightly dissatisfied with Xianxia's disregard, but when she saw Xianxia walking towards the Myriad Demon Tower, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of a cold smile. Humph, how ignorant. The Demonless Academy only allows 3 people to enter the Myriad Demon Tower at a time. If you want to enter the tower, you'll have to wait for all 3 people who just entered to come out. Xianxia's clear and indifferent voice carried a hint of disdain as it resounded around the Myriad Demon Tower. As soon as she spoke, the place instantly quietened down, which made Xianxia's words even louder. Xianxia, who was about to enter the tower, stopped in his tracks, feeling slightly awkward. So that's how it is. Xianxia wasn't familiar with this. No wonder when he was about to enter the tower, the few seniors around the Myriad Demon Tower looked at him with such strange gazes. So it was because of this. Haha, this kid is too stupid. Eh? Why does this person look so familiar? Xianxia's words caused many of the male students present to tease Xianxia. But there were also a few people who guessed Xianxia's identity and didn't say anything. As for the words around him, Xianxia didn't pay much attention to them. In the Demonless Academy, strength was everything. Once he displayed his strength in the tower, these people would naturally shut up. Although he had become famous after defeating a teacher in the new student examination, it was only limited to the new students. Most of the seniors didn't know about it, and some of the top geniuses among the seniors were either in seclusion or adventuring outside, so they might not even remember the date of the new students' admission. Look, that person has reached the 16th level. Someone noticed the situation in the Myriad Demon Tower and exclaimed. The 16th level of the Myriad Demon Tower was emitting a strange gray light, which was abnormally dazzling. The 3 people who had entered the tower were all new students of the Black Star Academy, and 2 of them had been eliminated at the 14th level. And while they were paying attention to Xianxia and teasing Qinyu, the remaining person had actually reached the 16th level. Among the new students, those who could reach the 15th level and above were all extremely talented. I remember that the 3rd person should be a puppeteer. I remember now, that person was covered in a black robe and had an extremely ugly appearance. The 3rd person displayed a certain level of talent and strength, which instantly caught everyone's attention. I didn't expect it to be such an unpopular sect, but a puppeteer does have a certain advantage in the Myriad Demon Tower. An older student said. Black Star Academy, puppeteer, wearing a black robe, extremely ugly appearance. Qinyu could confirm that this person was Kong Zhong. Not long later. The 17th level of the Myriad Demon Tower lit up. It's the 17th level, looks like this puppeteer's attainments in puppetry are extraordinary, or else he wouldn't have been able to reach the 17th level. Maybe he can even reach the 18th level. After all, puppeteers have an advantage in the Myriad Demon Tower. If this person prepares carefully, he might be able to succeed. At this moment, most people's discussions were focused on the puppeteer, Kong Zhong. Qinyu wasn't familiar with the Myriad Demon Tower, so he couldn't determine if Kong Zhong could reach the 18th level. Half an incense's time later. The 18th level suddenly lit up, another half an incense's time later. The 19th level of the Myriad Demon Tower lit up. It's the 19th level, my god, this person actually made it to the 19th level. Everyone exclaimed. However, the 19th level only lit up for a short while before it completely dimmed. At the entrance of the Myriad Demon Tower, an ugly man walked out. Brother Kong, you actually made it to the 18th level. You've made the new students of the Black Star Academy proud. A few new students of the Black Star Academy immediately came forward to congratulate him. Hee hee. Kong Zhong smirked. He soon saw Qinyu, and his smirk instantly disappeared. You're also here to challenge the Myriad Demon Tower? Kong Zhong took the initiative to speak. That's right. Qinyu nodded. Let's wait and see. Kong Zhong smiled and decided to stay here to see how many levels Qinyu could reach. Qinyu, we came from the same place and have been in the academy for a long time. Let's talk when we have time. Seeing that Qinyu had left, Kong Zhong seemed to suddenly remember something and hesitated before speaking. Qinyu revealed a puzzled look. During the big hunting competition, the 2 of them were still enemies and their relationship was not good. What did Kong Zhong mean by that? Not thinking too much, Qinyu quickly walked into the Myriad Demon Tower. Humph. A cold snort came from the crowd. Xianxia, who was surrounded by many male students, stepped forward, as if she was also planning to challenge the Myriad Demon Tower. It's my honor to be able to challenge the tower with Miss Xianxia. A handsome young man revealed an elegant smile and quickly rushed into the Myriad Demon Tower. The other young people nearby couldn't help but curse. This person's brain worked really fast, seizing such a good opportunity. Unfortunately, the Myriad Demon Tower could only allow 3 people to challenge it at the same time. Among the 3, Qinyu was the first to enter the tower, followed by Xianxia and the young man with the surname Wang. Buzz, the dark and silent first level of the Myriad Demon Tower suddenly lit up. How many levels do you think the 3 of them can reach? Xianxia's result in the entrance exam was second, so she will definitely be the first to enter the tower. Maybe she can reach the 20th level. The moment he entered the Myriad Demon Tower, Qinyu felt a tremor in the space, and 500 demonic points were deducted from his identity token. Then, he came to a gray space. Buzz in the dark space, energy surged, forming a black flow, and quickly turned into a black man. This person was wearing black armor, only his eyes flashed with a scarlet light, and his body emitted a powerful demonic intent. I've underestimated this Myriad Demon Tower. Qinyu revealed a curious expression. Not only was there an independent space in the tower, but it could also form enemies that couldn't be distinguished. Looks like I can pass the first level if I defeat him. Qinyu's face turned cold, and he suddenly rushed out. The black-armored devil didn't know fear and took the initiative to attack. Boom! The moment he touched Qinyu's fist, the black-armored devil shattered, turned into a black fog, and disappeared. The minimum requirement to enter the Myriad Demon Tower was the Qi transforming realm, and the black-armored devil on the first level was the Hotian stage. After killing the black-armored devil, Qinyu's identity token in the storage bag flashed a dim light. 200 demonic points more. Qinyu looked at it. Then, Qinyu disappeared in the dark space, and appeared in a building. Xian and the youth surnamed Wang were beside him. In front of the three was the entrance to the second level of the Myriad Demon Tower. Without saying a word, the three quickly entered. After entering the second level, Qinyu came to an independent dark space. This time, he encountered two black-armored devils, both of whom were Hotian stage. So on and so forth, the fifth floor had 5 Hotian initial stage black-armored devils. And on the sixth level, Qinyu encountered a Hotian stage black-armored devil. Outside, the second level of the Myriad Demon Tower lit up. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth levels lit up one after another, until the 10th level. The first 5 levels are for Hotian stage, the 6th to 10th levels are for Hotian stage, and the 11th to 15th levels are for Hotian stage. The first 10 levels are easy for them. From now on, we should be able to see who is better and who is worse. The students were looking forward to it. Buzz, as expected, the 11th level lit up, but the 10th level's light didn't disappear. This proved that someone had reached the 11th level, but someone was still on the 10th level. However, after the 11th level lit up, the 12th level followed. Then, the 13th level, the 14th level, the 15th level. Her speed hasn't decreased, it must be Xian. To Xian, the first 15 levels are child's play, the difficulty of the 15th level should be no different from the first level. Near the Myriad Demon Tower, there was a lot of discussion. But most of the focus was on Xian. That's not necessarily true. A smile appeared on Kang Zhong's ugly face. Inside the Myriad Demon Tower, every time Qinyu succeeded, Xian would also complete the test. This aroused Qinyu's competitive spirit. Every time he passed, he was decisive and crushed everything with overwhelming strength. But Xian was the same. In the entrance test, although Qinyu's performance was strong, she believed that she could defeat Qinyu and used him as her whetstone. So, she was not willing to lag behind Qinyu in speed. The 16th floor. In the dim space, Qinyu stood indifferently. After passing 15 floors, Qinyu had some understanding of the rules of the Myriad Demon Tower. Every 5 floors was a watershed. The 10th to the 15th floor corresponded to the late Hotian stage. The 10th floor was equivalent to the early Hotian stage, and the 15th floor was equivalent to the peak Hotian stage. Then from the 16th floor onwards, it corresponded to the peak Hotian stage. Whoosh, suddenly, a black mist appeared in the space, emitting a powerful demonic aura. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out. Different from the black-armored demonic man before, the enemy this time was a demonic creature. It was 3 meters tall, had 4 thick limbs, and had a strong long tail. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Whoosh, taking a step forward, Qinyu activated the copper statue aura body and pounced at the ferocious demonic creature. Boom, the fist and claw collided. The black-armored demonic creature trembled and took 2 steps back. So hard. Qinyu grinned. The enemies in the Myriad Demon Tower were less agile, but their defense and strength were excellent. This peak Hotian demonic creature was only slightly weaker than Qinyu in strength. If it were anyone else, they would definitely entangle with the enemies in the Myriad Demon Tower from a distance, waiting for an opportunity to win. But Qinyu was not afraid at all. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always wanted to fight in close combat. No one was willing to fight him in close combat. Now it's starting to get interesting. Qinyu was not afraid at all and rushed out again. The first 15 floors were like child's play to him. The black-armored demonic creatures on the 16th floor were a little tougher. Boom. Bang, bang. Qinyu and the black-armored demonic creature fought in close combat, attacking fiercely. From afar, it looked like 2 demons were fighting. At a certain moment. Die. The fiendish cloud true chi condensed in his hand, and the raging, jet-black fist aura bombarded the black-armored demonic being's chest. Previously, when Qinyu challenged the pagoda, he had only used his physical strength. Now that he was using his true energy, the power of his attacks instantly rose to a whole new level. Bang, the black-armored demonic being was already riddled with wounds. Countless cracks spread out from its chest, and then it shattered. After successfully passing the test, the number of demonic points in his identity token increased again. After passing 16 trials in a row, he had already accumulated 30,000 demonic points. Of course, the further they went, the more demon-free points they would get. For example, Qinyu obtained 200 demonic points for passing the first floor, but passing the 16th floor gave him 4,000 demonic points. After successfully passing the trial, Qinyu returned to the pagoda. This time, he did not see Xianxia. Even a genius like Xianxia wouldn't be able to kill a peak post-liminary realm monster with powerful defense and strength alone in a short time. Qinyu stepped into the entrance of the next floor alone. Although 30,000 demon-free points was a lot, Qinyu also had close to 30,000 demon-free points before, and it was quickly used up. Before Qinyu entered the next floor. Buzz, a ball of light suddenly appeared in the pagoda. Xianxia stepped out, and her confident face instantly disappeared when she saw the figure entering the next floor. He's even faster than me? Xianxia found it hard to believe, and her heart was slightly shaken. Whoosh, Xiaxian's figure flashed, and she quickly rushed to the next floor. In the outside world. The 17th floor of the Myriad Demon Pagoda lit up. This was not unexpected. After all, Xianxia was ranked first in the freshman assessment. Even Jing Shifeng had passed the 17th floor, and the puppet master Kong Zhong had passed the 18th floor. Under normal circumstances, Xiaxian's result would not be lower than those two. Not long after, the 18th floor lit up again. Too fast, he reached the 18th floor in such a short time. Although Kong Zhong had also reached the 18th floor previously, his speed was far inferior. As expected of the person who ranked second in the entrance assessment. I heard that Xianxia has some connections with the academy's instructors, so he must be treated well in the academy. He might even surpass Duan Hao. The nearby students discussed. Other than the 18th floor, the 17th floor was also lit up. In other words, the three people who entered were distributed between these two floors. Looks like Xianxia is already far ahead of the other two. Of course, that youth in beast-hide armor doesn't even know the rules of the Myriad Demon Pagoda. With his stupidity, it's already not bad for him to reach the 17th floor. How can he compare to Xianxia? Some of the students mocked. At this moment, the 17th floor's light dimmed. A figure appeared at the exit of the Myriad Demon Pagoda. Brother Wang? Someone said in surprise. Most of the students thought that the first one to come out would be the youth in beast-hide armor. They did not expect it to be the senior Wang. Sigh, I reached the 17th floor last time, but I still failed this time. The youth surnamed Wang smiled and sighed. Brother Wang, where's that kid? He didn't come out with you? A senior walked up and asked. What? That kid still hasn't come out? The youth surnamed Wang was shocked. He thought that the youth in beast-hide armor would come out before him. Looking up, only the 18th floor of the Myriad Demon Pagoda was flickering with a faint light. Didn't that mean that the youth in beast-hide armor and Xianxia were both on the 18th floor? Who is that youth in beast-hide armor? How can he be so capable? I heard that someone challenged teacher in the examination and defeated him, entering the inner courtyard. Gradually, Qinyu's deeds were spread to all the students present. Although Gu Lifu had suppressed her cultivation to the middle stage of the Hotian realm, the opponent was still a teacher. Even a late-stage Hotian realm expert would find it hard to defeat him. This meant that Qinyu's strength was very close to Xianxia's. Everyone looked up at the 18th floor of the Myriad Demon Pagoda, looking forward to what would happen next. 18th floor. Boom. Boom, Qinyu and the three-peak Hotian realm black-armored demonic creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. Even with Qinyu's physique and Xiaoqing's copper statue or body, they still found it difficult to fight. Fortunately, Qinyu's defense and recovery were even more abnormal, so he wasn't too affected. Haha, this feels great. Qinyu punched out with both fists, each punch to his heart's content. Body cultivators preferred close combat. This kind of combat method allowed Qinyu to bring out his full strength. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Moreover, the black-armored demonic creature's attacks were just right for Qinyu's copper statue aura body. From the 16th floor to the 18th floor, Qinyu felt that his copper statue aura body had improved a little. Evil Qi manifestation. He punched out, and a black python of evil Qi came out of his fist and arm, surrounded by a layer of black light. This evil Qi manifestation was infused with a bit of black true Qi, and the black python's power skyrocketed, comparable to an early-stage Xianxia realm expert. Boom, the black-armored demonic creature was hit, and its entire arm and a small part of its body were shattered. If it wasn't for its amazing defense, it would have been destroyed. Then, Qinyu added a few more punches and killed it. Only 2 black-armored demonic creatures were left, and Qinyu felt less pressure. Soon, they were eliminated one by one. Then, Qinyu stepped into the 19th floor, outside. The 19th floor lit up as expected, but it still made the students exclaim. But they were a little curious, who was the first to enter the 19th floor, the 19th floor. Qinyu had to take out his dark heavy sword. Facing 4 Picoteon realm black-armored demonic creatures at the same time, fortunately, they didn't have high intelligence, and only knew to attack recklessly. If it were 4 human enemies, perhaps Qinyu wouldn't dare to act rashly. Roar, true Qi surged, and Qinyu's figure rushed out, setting off a shocking wave. He was the first to attack, and used his secret movement technique to attack one of the black-armored demonic creatures. Activating the righteous body, infusing true Qi, and adding this amazing impact, Qinyu's sword was unprecedentedly powerful. Boom, the black-armored demonic creature's reaction was slower, and it collided with Qinyu's attack. Its body was blasted several feet away, and it fell heavily on the ground, and one of its arms was crippled. At the same time, the other 3 pounced on Qinyu. Boom, both legs exerting force, Qinyu's body rushed out, and he escaped the encirclement. Previously, Qinyu had been fighting in close quarters, but this time, after using his secret movement technique, his agility increased greatly, and his attack power also increased slightly. The black-armored demonic creatures had low agility, and after Qinyu used Devilish Shadow, he was like a fish in water, and he could easily deal with the 4 black-armored demonic creatures. Not long after, Qinyu passed the 19th floor and entered the 20th floor. This time, the outside world was in an uproar. As a freshman, to be able to reach the 20th floor on his first try is already considered a genius. I wonder if he can pass the 20th floor and leave his name on the Myriad Demon Stone tablet. It has been many years since a freshman left his name on the Myriad Demon Stone tablet on his first try. I'm afraid that even Xianxia might not be able to do it. That Qinyu is also amazing, to be able to reach the 19th floor. No matter what, these 2 have made a name for themselves in the Demon-Free Academy. At this time, the 19th and 20th floors of the Myriad Demon Tower were both lit up. Almost everyone thought that Xianxia was on the 20th floor, and Qinyu was on the 19th floor. Suddenly, the 19th floor's light dimmed. However, no one came down. Instead, the light from the 20th floor was even deeper and longer. Heavens, both of them reached the 20th floor. That Qinyu actually reached the 20th floor, and he's tied with Xianxia. Exclamations sounded. Not far away from the Myriad Demon Tower, one could see the demonic light from the 20th floor. More and more students gathered near the Myriad Demon Tower, and even some teachers were attracted. Thump thump, a graceful youth dressed in embroidered clothes rushed over. This person was Sidhu Linyu of the Sidhu clan, one of the 4 great aristocratic clans. Brother Sidhu, you're here too. Some of the freshmen immediately went over. In just a few words, Sidhu Linyu had learned of the situation here. Oh? Qinyu and Xianxia? Both of them reached the 20th floor? Sidhu Linyu's eyes shone. Although he had never attempted the Myriad Demon Tower before, he had some understanding of it. From his point of view, Xianxia and Qinyu could pass the 19th floor, but it was almost impossible for them to pass the 20th floor. At this moment, Weng, the Myriad Demon Stone tablet under the Myriad Demon Tower rippled, and a faint light appeared at the bottom of the ranking. Everyone couldn't help but stare at him. Even Citilinia revealed a look of surprise. Gradually, a dazzling name appeared on the myriad demon steel. The news that 2 freshmen had reached the 20th level of the myriad demon tower for the first time spread like wildfire. It was especially so for the circle of teachers who had communication methods. Demonic Wind Academy. An old man in a scholarly robe took out his identity token and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Xianxia to reach the 20th level." At the same time, the old man in a scholarly robe recalled that Xianxia had also reached the 20th level. This year's batch of freshmen was really surprising. Swish, with a flash, the old man in a scholarly robe disappeared. On the other side, the mentor of the Blood Evil Academy, Lu Xuanzong, had also received the news. Xianxia reached the 20th level of the Myriad Demon Tower on his first try? Lu Xuanzong was slightly shocked. There might be a mistake in the news. Gu Juantian's expression turned ugly. He was unwilling to admit it. The more talented Xianxia was, the more attention he would receive from the school. It would be troublesome for him to suppress him. There's no mistake. Lu Xuanzong chuckled and leaped forward. Xianxia, work hard and pass the 20th level. Don't lose to Xianxia from the Demonic Wind Academy. Lu Xuanzong murmured in his heart. The Blood Evil Academy and Demonic Wind Academy were the 2 strongest academies in the Demonic Wind Academy. The competition between them was intense and they were on par. Myriad Demon Tower. Swish, when Lu Xuanzong arrived, Instructor Su from the Demonic Wind Academy arrived as well. The 2 exchanged glances with each other with confidence. Apart from them, 2 other mentors from the other academies arrived as well. Right at this moment. Buzz, the 10,000 demon stone steel under the 10,000 demon tower fluctuated, and a faint layer of light appeared at the bottom of the list. Everyone's heart clenched. For the myriad demon stone steel to have such a phenomenon, it meant that someone had passed the 20th level. The 2 mentors stared at the stone steel. If there was nothing wrong with the stone steel, the geniuses from the 2 academies would at least be on par. However, there was a winner and a loser. Gradually, a dazzling name appeared on the myriad demon stone steel. It was Xianxia. It's Xianxia. He passed the 20th level. I didn't expect it to be Xianxia. He actually has such strength. The crowd was in an uproar. Most people found it hard to believe. The 20th floor of the 10,000 Demons Pagoda represented the peak of the Hotian realm. It was only a step away from the Xiantian realm. Unexpectedly, Xianxia, who was only at the middle stage of the Hotian realm, possessed such strength. It was really unbelievable. Haha, old Su, the students of the Blood Evil Yard are not bad, right? Lu Xuanzong burst out laughing. Earlier, he was still feeling a little apprehensive in his heart, as he thought that the possibility of Xianxia passing through first was higher. Now that the results were out, he was especially pleasantly surprised. Not bad, slightly better than last year. Instructor Su's expression was calm. Last year, the Evil Blood Courtyard was slightly worse than the Magic Wind Courtyard. Within the Myriad Demons Tower. Past level 20. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Facing 5 peak Hotian realm black-armored demonic creatures at the same time, even he had to spend some time to break through. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia appeared in the 10,000 Demons Tower. Before him was the entrance to the 21st floor. The 21st level should correspond to the early Xiantian realm. Xianxia's expression froze. According to the style of the 10,000 Demons Tower, enemies at the early Xiantian realm would definitely have both strength and defense. In such a situation, even Xianxia would have a hard time breaking through the defense without using his trump cards such as the Dragonscale Bloodline and the Blood-Glazed Flame. In addition, with Xianxia's cultivation, it would already be a miracle if he could clear the 20th floor. If he could clear the 21st floor as well, while he would attract the attention of the academy, it would also be equivalent to telling others that he possessed a unique treasure. Moreover, the mysterious heart could only absorb a limited amount of bloodline power. There was no need to waste it on passing levels. After weighing the pros and cons, Xianxia decided to give up on passing levels. Although he chose to give up, since he had already passed level 20, there was no harm in going to level 21. Then, Qinyu walked to level 21. At the same time, on the battlefield of Xianxia on the 20th floor, she had already killed one of the 5 black-armored demonic creatures, and the remaining 4 had different injuries on their bodies. But Xianxia had used up a lot of energy to get here. Facing 5 enemies of the same level, she had many injuries on her body. This time I won't be able to pass level 20. Next time, I must leave my name on the 10,000 Demon Stone. Xianxia decided to give up. If it was directly challenging level 20, she had 60 to 70% confidence that she could pass, but she had already passed 19 levels in a row. These guards all had outstanding defense, and they didn't have any obvious weak points. That kid should have finished before me. Xianxia suddenly thought of Qinyu. She, who was in the middle of challenging the tower, couldn't know what was happening outside. At the entrance of the 10,000 Demons Tower, Xianxia had a smile on her face as she stepped out confidently. So far, her results should be first among the new students. But when she saw the expressions of the people outside the tower, her heart skipped a beat as she had a bad feeling. She looked up and saw that the 21st floor of the 10,000 Demons Tower was emitting a dark and strange light. How? He passed level 20. Xianxia felt as if she had been struck by lightning. But before the challenger of the 10,000 Demons Tower came out, others couldn't challenge the tower. And on the other side, Qinyu's name appeared on the 10,000 Demon Stone Steel, 21st floor. Qinyu's environment was completely different from the previous 20 floors. The battlefield on the 21st floor was filled with chaotic negative auras. There was the domineering aura of demons, a bloody aura, and a sinister ghostly aura. At the same time, the enemies that Qinyu faced also changed. The early-stage Xiantian black-armored demonic creature's speed had increased by a lot. In short, the difficulty of the 21st floor had increased by a lot. I'll play with you next time. At the same time, Qinyu hurriedly retreated and contacted his identity token. Then, he disappeared and appeared on the first floor of the 10,000 Demons Tower. When he stepped out, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Among them, there were gazes from teachers and mentors. What a monster! A newcomer passed level 20 on his first try and left his name on the 10,000 Demon Stone Steel. He's only at the mid-stage Hotian realm. His future is limitless. The students couldn't control their emotions. There were praises, envy, and jealousy. A few new students of the Blood Evil Institute went up to congratulate him. Xianxia, on the other hand, stared at Qinyu with resentment. It's none of my business. Qinyu was innocent. Xianxia insisted on competing with him, but she blamed Qinyu for her loss. Qinyu, this is your first time passing level 20 of the 10,000 Demons Tower. Apart from a large number of Devilless points, there are other rewards too. Remember to go to the Devilless branch hall to collect them. Lu Xuanzong said. Understood. Qinyu nodded. Xianxia, let's go. Seeing Lu Xuanzong and Qinyu feeling smug, Mentor Su left with Xianxia. Originally, Xianxia's results could also be considered excellent, but because she challenged the trial together with Qinyu, her brilliance was also overshadowed. I'll definitely surpass you next time. Xianxia clenched her fists, unwilling to admit defeat. Qinyu. Congratulations. No matter what, you're better than me. At this moment, Kong Zhong went up and said with a smile. He lost to Qinyu in the hunting competition and Qinyu was more outstanding in the entrance assessment. Meanwhile, his results in the Myriad Demon Tower were even less worth mentioning in front of Qinyu. What's the matter? Qinyu recalled Kong Zhong's words and asked. Let's talk on the way. Kong Zhong's eyeballs looked to both sides, then he said with a smile. It seemed that Kong Zhong did have something to tell Qinyu, and it was something that he didn't want too many people to know. Without asking further, Qinyu followed Kong Zhong and left the 10,000 Demons Tower. Qinyu, 10,000 Demons Tower, interesting. In the distance, Sitolinyu had a smile on his face and a strange look in his eyes. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. The Devilless Academy was located in a huge mystic realm. Qinyu and Kong Zhong came to the top of a sparsely populated mountain and sat down. Qinyu, your current strength is no weaker than an early-stage Khanate cultivator. Kong Zhong said seriously. Jinyu didn't speak and waited for Kong Zhong to continue. He didn't believe that Kong Zhong came to tell him this. Ever since the end of the big hunting competition, Kong Zhong had taken the initiative to befriend him. Unfortunately, the hatred between the two of them was too great during the big hunting competition, and there was always some distance between them. With your current strength, the puppet in your hand is no longer of much use. And I lost a lot of puppets in the hunting competition and I need to replenish them. I wonder if Brother Chen is willing to give it to me. Kong Zhong didn't waste time and went straight to the point. Jinyu immediately understood that Kong Zhong wanted the sword and shield puppet in his hand. Brother Kong, you're wrong. One more trump card means one more chance of survival at a critical moment. Who would say that they have too many tricks up their sleeves? Jinyu chuckled. In his opinion, things shouldn't be as simple as they seemed. Even if Kong Zhong really needed puppets, he could make one or two in such a long time. There was no need for him to humble himself and beg Jinyu. Jinyu, I won't take your puppet for free. You can ask for anything. Kong Zhong knew that Jinyu wasn't easy to deal with and wouldn't easily give up the puppet. That depends on what Brother Kong can offer. Jinyu still had a smile on his face. He was now sure that his sword and shield puppet would be of great use to the puppet master Kong Zhong. It was a pity that Jinyu wasn't a puppet master and couldn't see it. Although the sword and shield puppet was less and less useful to Jinyu, he wouldn't easily give it to Kong Zhong. He hoped that Kong Zhong could take out something that could move him. I'll pay 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. Kong Zhong said through gritted teeth. Jinyu was slightly shocked, but he didn't show it on the surface. The battle strength of Jinyu's puppet was far from 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. Kong Zhong's offer was indeed tempting. Moreover, he also needed primordial stones at the moment. Brother Kong, I've just passed the 10,000 demon tower and obtained a lot of demonic points. I believe that the demonic branch hall will also give me primordial stones as a reward. Primordial stones aren't important to me at the moment. Jinyu pretended to not care. Kong Zhong revealed a trace of surprise. It seemed like Jinyu had already noticed something. Jinyu, I still have something in my hands, a puppet that I'd like to trade with you. Kong Zhong struggled for a moment before speaking, his tone was extremely confident. Shua, a silver light flashed and a fist-sized rock appeared in his hand. The rock was completely silver and there were sparks of lightning on it, accompanied by sizzling sounds. This is the Thunder Resonance Stone? Jinyu stared at the silver-gray stone and revealed a surprised expression. You actually know about it? Kong Zhong was surprised. He didn't expect Jinyu to know the name of this stone. The Thunder Resonance Stone was a legendary spirit stone. It was born in a place of thunder and lightning and gathered the power of thunder and lightning. This stone had many uses. If it was integrated into a treasure, it could increase the quality of the treasure and give it the power of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning was one of the strongest powers in the natural world. It was extremely effective against evil spirits. One could imagine how rare it was to find a treasure that had the power of thunder and lightning. Furthermore, the Thunder Resonance Stone could be used in special arrays to give it the power of thunder. In addition, in some ancient books, there was information on ancient body cultivators using the Thunder Resonance Stone to refine their body. And Jinyu knew another use of the Thunder Resonance Stone. The fifth prescription in the bronze statue technique had the main ingredient of the Thunder Resonance Stone. It was mentioned that the Thunder Resonance Stone was too rare. If it wasn't available, it could be replaced with Thunder Light Grass. If the Thunder Resonance Stone was used as the main ingredient, the fifth prescription's effect would be increased by at least 40% to 50%. Because the fifth prescription introduced the Thunder Resonance Stone, Jinyu was able to recognize the stone that Kong Zhong took out. Since you know about the Thunder Resonance Stone, then you should know its use. I don't need to explain further. Kong Zhong had a serious expression and was extremely confident. Even if Jinyu didn't know how to use the Thunder Resonance Stone to refine his body, if this Thunder Resonance Stone was integrated into a treasure, it would greatly increase the quality of the treasure and give it the power of thunder and lightning. The value of the Thunder Resonance Stone would even tempt an Origin Realm martial artist. He didn't believe that Jinyu would give up this stone for a puppet. Alright, I'll trade. Jinyu took out a metal ball from his storage bag. This sword shield puppet was his spoils of war from killing Lu Zhua. Qinyu himself wasn't a puppet master and couldn't utilize the puppet's full potential. Using this puppet to exchange for a fist-sized thunder resonance stone was a very good deal. In addition, Qinyu guessed that the value that Kong Zhong had excavated from the sword shield puppet was definitely higher than a thunder echo stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded it. When Kong Zhong saw the metal ball, a fiery look flashed across his eyes. Then, the two of them exchanged items. Qinyu stared at the thunderstone in his hand. He could feel the shocking lightning energy in the small piece of stone. If all of it rushed out, it could probably kill an ordinary inborn expert. Buzz buzz buzz, within the thunder resonant stone, traces of lightning energy spread out and flowed along Qinyu's arm, causing a numbing sensation. I didn't expect my physique's resistance to lightning to be so low. Qinyu muttered in his heart. Thinking about it, it made sense. The power of lightning was powerful, and metal could conduct electricity. However, in the future, after Qinyu used the fifth prescription, he would probably become resistant to lightning. Let's have a pleasant trade. We're both in the Demon-Free Academy, and we'll meet again and again in the future. Let's forget about our previous grudges, Kong Zhong smiled and said. Qinyu's potential was too terrifying. With such an opportunity, Kong Zhong was naturally willing to turn an enemy into a friend. He knew that if Qinyu used his full strength, the 21st level of the Myriad Demons Pagoda wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he might even be able to clear the next level. I'm fine with it. Qinyu waved his hand. After the trade, the two of them left. On the way back, Qinyu went to the Demon-Free Branch Palace. Apart from the Demon-Free points, there were other rewards for clearing the 20th level, which had to be claimed at the Demon-Free Branch Palace. You're Qinyu? You've cleared the 20th level, and the reward is 5,000 low-grade primordial stones. The person in charge sized up Qinyu curiously. Although 5,000 low-grade primordial stones wasn't a lot, it was still a generous reward when added up with the demon-free points that Qinyu had obtained. The time limit for the cave abode was up. Qinyu immediately paid the primordial stones and demon-free points to exchange for another cave abode. The new cave abode was bigger and more spacious, and the cultivation effect was slightly improved. At the same time, the cost was 100 demon-free points more than before. This was a piece of cake for Qinyu, who had a large amount of demon-free points. After moving to the new cave abode, Qinyu drank half a bottle of ice-fire body-tempering liquid and began to cultivate. Passing the 20th level of the Myriad Demons Pagoda had greatly honed the copper statue's righteous body. 3 days later, when Qinyu came out of seclusion, he heard the students talking about the Myriad Demons Pagoda. However, the focus of their discussion wasn't Qinyu, but Duanhao and Situlinyu. It turned out that on the second day after Qinyu cleared the pagoda, Duanhao also went to challenge the tower and cleared the 20th level. Even with Duanhao's strength, he only made it to the 20th level? Qinyu's expression was indifferent. With Duanhao's strength, if he activated his bloodline, he could fight an early-stage Xianxia realm cultivator. However, he only made it to the 20th level and failed at the 21st level. Anyone's stamina and true qi would be greatly depleted after passing 20 levels consecutively. The further they went, the weaker their stamina would be. On the other hand, Qinyu crushed his stamina and true qi in the first 15 levels. In addition, Situlinyu had challenged the pagoda yesterday. Duanhao was even more shocking, reaching the 21st level, shocking the entire academy. When I challenged the pagoda that day, Situlinyu was present, but he didn't challenge it. It looks like he prepared for a few days. Qinyu speculated. Situlinyu must have gathered information in advance and made preparations, which was why he passed the 21st level. Qinyu didn't pay much attention to this. He didn't expend much stamina to pass the 20th level. If he used his Xiantian True Fire, Bloodline, and other trump cards, he could continue. If he went all out, Qinyu was confident that he could reach the 24th level. However, this result was too shocking. If Qinyu did this, it was hard to say whether it would be a blessing or a curse. I didn't believe it before, but now I really believe it. There are too many monsters in this batch. It's indeed the strongest batch in the past few decades. I wonder who's the strongest among this batch of new students. We'll find out in the freshman competition 5 months later. At that time, this batch of new students will be able to compete with the seniors from the previous 2 batches. I'm really looking forward to it. The dazzling performance of this batch of new students caused the Demon-Free Academy to place great importance on the upcoming freshman competition. As for the seniors from the previous 2 batches, they were also stimulated and worked much harder. If they were to lose to the freshmen in the freshman competition, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing? After leaving his residence, Xianxia headed to the Evil Wind Valley to cultivate the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow. When he arrived at the previous cultivation area, Xianxia felt that the strength of the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow was slightly weaker. This is just nice. Xianxia smiled. From this, it could be seen that his copper statue dipper body had indeed improved. Roar activating his physical strength, Xianxia turned into a gust of Devil Fiend Berserk wind and dashed out. After a period of time, he could vaguely see 2 black shadows dashing in the Evil Wind Valley. However, not long later, a third figure appeared. In fact, these were all afterimages. The faster the movement technique, the more afterimages would appear. Currently, Xianxia had already cultivated the second form of the secret technique, but he wasn't proficient enough. These days, he basically stayed in the Evil Wind Valley to cultivate the second form of the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow and the primary fiendish divine art. Buzz in his sea of chi, the jet black true chi in the center of the primary fiendish true chi grew larger and larger. Looks like this jet black true chi must be the innate level pure fiendish chi. Xianxia was now certain of this. He had already condensed this jet black true chi when he was in the early stages of the postnatal realm. At this rate, he would probably be able to completely transform the primary fiendish true chi into pure fiendish chi before he reached the innate level. After a period of time, Xianxia also cultivated the combat techniques in the cloud fiendish divine art. Boom, with a punch, the huge jet black python whizzed out. It was ferocious and lifelike. Compared to before, Xianxia felt that the fiendish chi in his moves was stronger. This was all thanks to the help of the Evil Wind Valley. When cultivating the fiendish Tao, the stronger the fiendish chi, the more powerful the moves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xianxia had made great progress in his secret techniques, body tempering, and cultivation techniques. During this period, Qiao Qihong from the Blood Evil Institute gave a lecture. Xianxia went to watch. Qiao Qihong was a blood Tao cultivator, but she was of some help to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had a bloodline and a blood-glazed flame, a connate spirit flame. However, since he had exposed himself, Xianxia didn't ask her directly. On this day, Xianxia went to the Devilless Branch Palace to accept missions and improve through actual combat. In addition, as a member of the Devilless Academy, the Academy had a mandatory rule that every 3 months, he had to complete a mission that was equivalent to his cultivation level. In the Devilless Branch Palace, where the mission was entrusted. When Xianxia arrived, there were already many people there. In the academy, other than completing the corresponding tests to obtain Devilless points, the most common way was to earn Devilless points through missions. Moreover, the students of the Devilless Academy didn't have an easy life. Most of them liked to fight and train. The huge stone wall was filled with missions of various difficulties. Xianxia looked up and searched for the ones that were suitable for him. His strength had reached the inborn realm, so ordinary missions were a little boring to him. At this moment, a crimson figure dashed over. He was in a crimson robe, and his eyes were cold. He exuded a shocking smell of blood, as though he had just come out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The arrival of this person immediately attracted the attention of the students gathered there. That's Jin Shuofeng, the top student of the Blood Evil Institute. I heard that he accepted the most difficult mission 3 months ago and headed to the Devil Bone Wasteland alone. It seems like he has completed the mission. Almost everyone here was a student of the Blood Evil Institute, so they admired Jin Shuofeng. The top student of the Blood Evil Institute? Xianxia also gave this person a few more glances. As a member of the Blood Evil Institute, he might come into contact with Jin Shuofeng in the future. After receiving the mission reward, Jin Shuofeng left the place. Devil Bone Wasteland? Inadvertently, Xianxia saw a mission related to the Bone Wasteland. The Bone Wasteland was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Sky River Prefecture. Jin Shuofeng had just returned from the Bone Wasteland. This is the mission. Head to the border of the bone wasteland to hunt for the giant demon tiger and obtain its claws, teeth, and other precious materials. Qinyu made up his mind. You want to accept this mission? An old man with a long beard was shocked at the mission registration. As one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Sky River Prefecture, the danger level of the bone wasteland was self-evident. Although the mission range was at the border, unexpected situations often occurred in the bone wasteland. Few freshmen would go there. That's right. Qinyu was certain. I advise you to form a team with someone else. The long-bearded elder advised. No, I alone am enough. Qinyu rejected immediately. With his current strength, he wasn't any weaker than an early-stage Xianxia realm expert. He just didn't show it. To Qinyu, the ordinary missions posed no difficulty at all. Only the innate realm missions were useful for honing his skills. However, it was too eye-catching for a mid-stage Hotian realm to accept an Xiantian level mission. Therefore, Qinyu chose this mission to hunt the giant demon tiger in the Devil Bone Wasteland. This was the most difficult mission in the Hotian realm, and it was mostly done in teams. Qinyu planned to kill the giant demon tiger as a mission. If he completed it quickly, he could stay in the Devil Bone Wasteland for a while and explore other dangerous places alone. You're on your own. Seeing that Qinyu was stubborn, the long-bearded elder didn't say much. After accepting the mission, Qinyu went back to prepare. On the same day, he rode on the treading snow horse and headed for the Devil Bone Wasteland. 10 days later, Qinyu arrived at a desolate plain. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the air was filled with a heavy, desolate, and fiendish aura. This is the Devil Bone Wasteland, one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Divine River Prefecture. Qinyu was looking forward to it as he advanced cautiously. The Devil Bone Wasteland was located at the border of the Divine River Prefecture. It covered a large area and a small part of it extended to the neighboring prefecture. The environment of the Devil Bone Wasteland was harsh. The beasts that lived here were extremely ferocious. In addition, this place had existed for a long time. There was no lack of origin realm beasts and even ancient beasts. Even the number 1 cadet of the Blood Fiend Institute, Jin Zhuofeng, didn't dare to venture deep into this place. After walking for a short while, over a dozen large jackals appeared in front of him. They were skinny and one could see the thick bones inside, which made them look even more ferocious. The moment they saw Qinyu, these jackals howled and surrounded Qinyu. I just entered the Devil Bone Wasteland and I already encountered a group of early-stage Hotian beasts. Qinyu couldn't help but exclaim. This Devil Bone Wasteland was indeed dangerous. Kill. Activating the bronze statue art, Qinyu dashed out like a beast in human form and rammed into one of the wolves. Boom, the jackal beast let out a blood-curdling howl as its body was flung dozens of feet away. Its flesh was badly mangled. Seeing this, the other jackals immediately stopped in their tracks and prepared to retreat. Clearly, Qinyu had instantly killed one of them, causing them to feel a fatal threat. While escaping, 2 of the jackals even dragged the dead jackal's corpse away so that they could have a good meal when they returned. Paying it no heed, Qinyu continued forward. After encountering several middle and advanced stage Hotian ominous beasts, Qinyu finally found the target of his mission, the gigantic demonic tiger. That huge figure was like a small mountain, with pitch-black fur and a pair of bloodshot eyes that could take one's soul away. Its sharp tiger teeth were stained with mottled blood. The giant demonic tiger was a ferocious beast at the peak of the postliminary realm. It possessed formidable strength and was incomparably brutal. When its teeth bit down with full force, it could even pose a threat to a chi transformation innate expert. Roar. The tiger's roar was like a clap of thunder that shook all directions. If it were an ordinary mid-stage Hotian, the roar of the gigantic demonic tiger would cause them to lose their minds. With that roar, the gigantic demonic tiger's figure had already rushed out. The place where Qinyu was instantly enveloped by a layer of murderous aura. So fast. Qinyu raised his head and looked at the mountain-like gigantic demonic tiger that was crashing down on him. At close range, he could feel the monstrous murderous aura and overbearing might of the gigantic demonic tiger. Buzz, circulating the bronze statue art with all his might, a layer of intricate copper patterns appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body. There was also a layer of invisible energy field on the surface of the copper body. Immediately, Jinyu leaped out and took the initiative to charge at the gigantic demonic tiger. The gigantic demonic tiger also revealed a look of surprise. This human actually dared to fight it head-on despite being at a disadvantage. Boom, Jinyu dodged the gigantic demonic tiger's claws and punched at its leg. In the first exchange, the gigantic demonic tiger was forced back by Jinyu. So hard! Jinyu couldn't help but exclaim. The gigantic demonic tiger's bones were thick and incomparably hard. It gave him the feeling that he had punched a body of iron. Roar! Unable to gain the upper hand in the first exchange, the gigantic demonic tiger glared at Jinyu with its blood-red eyes. Its stomach expanded and it opened its mouth to spit out a frightening black tornado. This attack contained the might of a ferocious beast and a murderous aura that was close to the early Xianxia realm. Break! Faced with this attack, Jinyu took the initiative to attack. Boom! As he punched out, a black python of murderous aura whizzed out from his fist and arm. Its surface was surrounded by a layer of jet-black light. Facing a ferocious beast that was at the peak of the post-liminary realm, Jinyu didn't hold back. His attack of murderous aura was mixed with a little jet-black true energy, making the power of this attack comparable to an ordinary Xiantian realm attack. Boom! Bang! The black python of murderous aura rushed out and destroyed the tornado of murderous aura. The gigantic demonic tiger clearly didn't expect Jinyu to be so strong. It couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the remaining power of the fist. However, the ferocious beasts in the Devil Bone Wasteland all had extremely strong vitality. The power of Jinyu's attack didn't cause any serious injuries to the gigantic demonic tiger. Swish, a black light flashed in Jinyu's hand and a huge pitch-black sword appeared. It was the profound heavy sword. Facing the gigantic demonic tiger with extremely strong vitality, the damage caused by his fist was limited. He approached the gigantic demonic tiger and swung his sword. Boom! A dazzling black-silver full moon sword rainbow with a diameter of more than 20 feet and a layer of black aura surrounded it. It swept across the mountain like black tiger and left many bloody marks. Moreover, the shocking power of this attack also injured the gigantic demonic tiger's internal organs. After taking out the profound heavy sword, Jinyu's ferociousness made even the gigantic demonic tiger feel a trace of fear. Gradually, the injuries on the gigantic demonic tiger's body piled up and its battle strength decreased. At a certain moment, the gigantic demonic tiger turned into a black shadow and fled. Want to escape? Jinyu couldn't help but grin. Roar! Like a black panther, Jinyu chased after the gigantic demonic tiger at an astonishing speed. The berserk shadow was a secret movement technique. Its speed was astonishing and it excelled in moving in a straight line. In a short while, Jinyu caught up to the gigantic demonic tiger. Boom! Jinyu circulated some of his black true chi and prepared a powerful attack. He swung the profound heavy sword. The black berserk sword aura was like a raging wave that crashed into the gigantic demonic tiger's body. The huge impact caused the other injuries on the gigantic demonic tiger's body to become deformed. Blood spurted out. After that, Jinyu started to collect the precious parts of the gigantic demonic tiger. The gigantic demonic tiger didn't live in groups. After killing one, Jinyu continued to search. After a day, Jinyu killed a total of 3 gigantic demonic tigers and other ferocious beasts. At night, Jinyu tried his best to rush out. He found a hillside and rested for a while. The berserk chi in my body has become stronger. While cultivating in the Fiend Wind Valley, Jinyu's berserk chi realm had been strengthened. But now, it had been further consolidated and strengthened through the killing. The next day, Jinyu went deeper again to search for the gigantic demonic tiger. Through the first day of killing, Jinyu had already figured out the gigantic demonic tiger's strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, he was confident that he could kill the gigantic demonic tiger quickly without using the profound heavy sword. Roar! The gigantic demonic tiger roared again and again. It opened its mouth and spat out a huge black tornado. Humph, useless struggle. Jinyu suddenly dove to the right, dodging the attack. Then, he burst out with an astonishing speed and rushed forward in a straight line. In actual combat, Jinyu's usage of the berserk shadow had also become much more fluid and flexible. Boom! A chi transformation giant python whizzed out and pushed the gigantic demonic tiger back by 4 or 5 feet. This gigantic demonic tiger was slightly weaker than the first one Qinyu encountered. It was also much smaller. Obviously, it had just reached the peak of the post-liminary realm. Eh? Qinyu didn't take the opportunity to attack. His sharp senses sensed something strange. A few 100 feet away, 3 men and 1 woman approached the sound of fighting cautiously. It's the sound of the gigantic demonic tiger. It's fighting. If we're lucky, we might be able to take advantage of it. In the team, a young man in a teal robe looked delighted. Let's go and have a look. A young man with a gray bone sword walked in front with a calm expression. He was obviously the leader of the team. Gradually, the 4 of them got a clear view of the situation. The gigantic demonic tiger was not fighting with other ferocious beasts, but a young man in hide armor. It's him. In the team, a young man with blood-colored bandages wrapped around his hands looked shocked. This man was Bloody Demon Hand. Shi Wei and the others had asked him to find trouble with the freshman mainly to teach Qinyu a lesson. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Duan Hao. Do you know him? Zhang Nan, the leader, asked. The freshman of the Blood Evil Institute. Bloody Demon Hand's face darkened. After he came out of seclusion, he was planning to find trouble with Qinyu. However, he heard the news that Qinyu had passed level 20 of the demonic pagoda. It was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Since then, Bloody Demon Hand had been in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. This time, he accepted the task of hunting the gigantic demonic tiger and joined Zhang Nan's team. Even he, the Bloody Demon Hand, dared to come here to hunt the gigantic demonic tiger. However, Qinyu came to the Devil Bone Wasteland alone. Let's take a look first, Zhang Nan said in a low voice. Judging from Bloody Demon Hand's expression, he didn't have a good relationship with this person. In fact, they might even be enemies. I heard that apart from Duan Hao of the 10 ancient families, there's another famous freshman who passed level 20 on his first attempt. Could it be him? A tall and slender woman with a cold expression on her face said with slight interest. TSK, this lad is powerful. He challenged the gigantic demonic tiger alone and it couldn't even fight back. The young man in a green robe praised softly. There was a hint of jealousy in his words. Brother Zhang, I'm afraid this lad has a lot of materials of the gigantic demonic tiger. If we snatch them, we can reduce the time of this task by at least half. Bloody Demon Hand suddenly said. The 3 people in the team looked at him in surprise. The competition in the Devil-Free Academy was cruel. As long as the grudges between students were not too serious, the academy wouldn't interfere. It was common for students to die or go missing when they went out to perform tasks. However, Qinyu's potential was too great. They didn't want to offend him. This lad is only at the intermediate postnatal realm. He must have encountered a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he be compared with super geniuses like Duan Hao and Situlingyu? Bloody Demon Hand said again. On this point, even if he only had a suspicion and didn't have any concrete evidence, it was still worth pondering. Brother Zhang, no matter how powerful that lad is, he won't be able to walk out of here alive. Also, I'll give you the bone spirit ore, Bloody Demon Hand said, gritting his teeth. The 3 people could tell that Bloody Demon Hand not only wanted to rob Qinyu's resources, but also wanted to kill him, but thinking about it, it made sense. The Blood Demon Hands were vicious and cruel. They would kill over small matters. If they had the chance, they would definitely take the life of their enemy. The young man in a green robe and the tall girl looked at Zhang Nan. The 3 of them came from the same super monastery, and they would often carry out missions together. They would plunder resources, and they would even trap and kill other cultivators. However, Qinyu had great potential and his combat strength was not ordinary. This was not a trivial matter, so Zhang Nan had to make a decision. After thinking for a long time. Get ready, Zhang Nan finally said. He had been interested in the bone spirit or Bloody Demon Hand for a long time. He even planned to kill Bloody Demon Hand in this task. But now, he changed his target and stared at a bigger prey. Bone Fiend Wasteland. Boom. Bang, Qinyu fought against the giant fiend tiger alone. The 2 of them fought fiercely and the battle was intense. Still not coming out? Qinyu murmured in his heart. Long ago, he had sensed that there were other people nearby, and they were hiding not far away. At this moment. Swoosh! Swoosh, the people hiding in the dark moved. A tall lady and a young man in green jumped out and blocked the back of the giant fiend tiger. Then, two men walked out slowly from the back. You're Qinyu, the genius freshman of the Evil Academy? I've heard a lot about you. You really live up to your reputation. The leader, Zhang Nan, chuckled and said in a gentle tone. Huh? Qinyu glanced at Zhang Nan and the bloody devil hand next to him with a suspicious look. Zhang Nan's grey bone sword was placed on the neck of the blood demon hand, as if he was controlling it completely. Junior Chen, you must have some grudges with the blood demon hand. The three of us teamed up with him to hunt the giant fiend tiger. When we saw you fighting the giant fiend tiger, the blood demon hand instigated us to attack you. Zhang Nan took the initiative to explain. That's right. The blood demon hand is really stupid. Junior Chen, you're so brave. You went to the Devil Bone Wasteland alone and fought against the giant fiend tiger. We're no match for you. The tall lady added. Besides, Junior Chen, you're so talented. You'll definitely become a fiend lord in the future. The tall woman gazed at him, and her tone was sweet and charming. So, the three of us restrained the blood demon hand to do you a favor. Zhang Nan laughed. Humph, you despicable and shameless people. I, the blood demon hand, will never let you off. The blood demon hand's face was filled with hatred and resentment, looking extremely resentful and unwilling. Indeed, I have some grudges with the blood demon hand. I didn't expect him to want to kill me. Qinyu looked at the blood demon hand. It was just a trivial matter between him and the blood demon hand. They didn't even talk to each other. I've already subdued the blood demon hand. I'll hand him over to you for you to deal with. However, the Devil Bone Wasteland is extremely dangerous, and junior brother Chen just so happens to have accepted the mission to kill the giant devil tiger, right? Why don't we work together next? Zhang Nan came to Qinyu with the blood demon hand and sent him a team invitation. Alright, let me deal with this person first. Qinyu agreed and looked at the blood demon hand. Hehe, alright. No matter how you deal with it, we guarantee that no one else will know. Zhang Nan flattered. In reality, he was secretly delighted. Geniuses were indeed very arrogant and self-righteous. The three of them had sold Qinyu a favor and praised him a little. This young and ignorant genius had let down his guard, and it had been too easy to succeed. As Qinyu approached, Zhang Nan and Bloody Devil Hand could no longer hold themselves back. Do it! Zhang Nan shouted in a low voice, and the grey bone sword in his hand suddenly pierced out with an amazing sword momentum. The blood demon hand under the sword suddenly emitted a strong aura. It stretched out its hands, and the blood-colored bandages rolled towards Qinyu along with bright red blood. At the same time, the tall woman and the azure-robed young man behind Qinyu also took out their bejeweled weapons and launched their killer moves. At this moment, they did not hide their greed and joy, as if they had already succeeded. However, Qinyu had actually taken the initiative to attack the moment the other four made their moves. Roar! A cloud of black wind evil chi burst out, and Qinyu's figure rushed forward, instantly approaching Zhang Nan and the blood demon hand. Oh no, this guy has been on guard all along. Zhang Nan's expression changed greatly. He had been too careless. This matter had been so smooth from beginning to end, so smooth that he hadn't noticed it at all. It was all his fault that he had never failed. If it were him in the past, he would have noticed it. However, they had not lost yet. Zhang Nan was extremely powerful. He had already reached the peak of the acquired realm, and was preparing to break through to the Khanate realm. The blood demon hand and the tall woman had just reached the peak of the acquired realm not long ago, and the azure-robed young man was at the advanced stage of the acquired realm. How could the four of them be afraid of this guy in a head-on confrontation? Boom! Qinyu blasted out a punch, and an incomparably strong force burst out from his arm. A giant python opened its bloody mouth and roared out. This punch, Qinyu showed no mercy. He gathered strength in his heart and mobilized some jet-black genuine chi, and the attack power reached the early stage of innateness. So strong. Zhang Nan's expression changed again. They had been secretly observing before, but they did not see such power from Qinyu. On the other side, the blood demon hand noticed something strange under the ground, and then a tingling pain came from the bottom of his foot, as if he had stepped on a nail. Before he could take a closer look. Boom! At this moment, Qinyu's fist descended. The three strong moves were intertwined. Bang! The blood-colored bandages were the first to break, and the blood demon hand retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Originally, he and Zhang Nan had the hope of suppressing Qinyu. However, the blood demon hand's foot was bitten by something, which distracted him. Zhang Nan, who was next to him, was not seriously injured. In addition, the giant demonic tiger, who thought it was going to die, immediately ran away when it saw the 5 humans were fighting. Boy, we didn't show any flaws just now. How did you find out? Zhang Nan's face was extremely gloomy. Haha. Qinyu chuckled. Whoosh, a blue light burst out from the ground and fell into Qinyu's hand. It was a bug. It turned out that after Qinyu noticed that there were people nearby, he secretly sent the bug to investigate the situation. He clearly saw the conspiracy of Zhang Nan and the blood demon hand through the bug. This is the bug that bit me just now. The blood demon hand immediately reacted and checked his wound. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically. He saw that the flesh and blood on the small wound were red and blue, and the toxin was spreading at an alarming rate. The blood demon hand immediately took an elixir, and ran his genuine qi and the blood path's secret method to stop the spread of the toxin. Kill him! The blood demon hand roared. At this moment, both sides had made it clear that they had to kill Qinyu, otherwise there would be endless troubles. In addition, the toxin on his foot was so powerful that he couldn't suppress it even though he cultivated the blood path. Maybe Qinyu had the antidote. Let's do it together. Zhang Nan shouted coldly. He was afraid of Qinyu's talent, means, and wisdom. He couldn't let him leave here alive. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the 4 of them looked dignified. Obviously, they planned to go all out to kill Qinyu. Haha, just you? Qinyu laughed. After accumulating strength in his heart and infusing it with the black genuine qi, Qinyu suddenly roared. Roar, an earth-shattering noise shook in all directions. Even though the 4 of them had been aware of it and sealed their ears and noses, they were still shocked by Qinyu's roar. Among them, Qinyu's bronze lion roar was mainly aimed at Zhang Nan and the blood demon hand. Zhang Nan was strong, so he was not seriously injured. But the blood demon hand suffered. His qi and blood were boiling, and his internal organs were shaking. The toxin that he had suppressed spread again. Whoosh, after taking the initiative, Qinyu rushed to the blood demon hand and took the initiative to attack. It was a little troublesome to face the siege of 4 people. It would be much easier if he could kill one of them first. Among them, the blood demon hand had been bitten by the iron moon corpse worm and injured by his fist power. At this moment, he had to spend most of his attention to suppress the toxin, so he could exert the weakest strength. Don't even think about it. Zhang Nan was very close to the blood demon hand. He sensed Qinyu's intention and immediately launched an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! As the bone sword was waved, layers of gray sword radiance were shot at Qinyu. The sword radiance was fierce and terrifying, and it also emitted a rotten aura. The attack of the strong swordsman had always been powerful, so Qinyu did not dare to be careless. Boom, he took out the dark heavy sword and waved it fiercely. Layers of evil qi sword qi formed a pitch-black wall, blocking Zhang Nan's sword attack. But at this time, the indigo-robed young man and the tall woman rushed over. The indigo-robed young man used a knife, and the tall woman used a whip. Their attacks were also extremely fierce. For a moment, Qinyu was entangled by the attacks of the 3 people and did not have a chance to attack. However, the attacks of the 3 people did not cause any injury to Qinyu. Qinyu mainly resisted Zhang Nan's attack, followed by the tall woman. As for the indigo-robed young man's attack, he fully operated the bronze statue skill and could directly resist it. As for the blood demon hand, he was treating his wounds and suppressing the toxin in the back, so he did not participate in the battle. After a while, Zhang Nan and the other 2 people were extremely shocked. Qinyu waved the dark heavy sword, and his defense was impregnable. Coupled with Qinyu's amazing speed, his dodging ability was extremely strong. A few attacks hit him, but at most, they left a shallow mark on the surface of his body. Is this guy made of iron? The indigo-robed young man complained. Attack with all your strength, don't relax. Zhang Nan shouted. The three of them fought against one, but they did not hurt Qin Yu for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Nan did not dare to be careless. Useless effort. Qin Yu snorted coldly. Roar. Qin Yu accumulated natural qi and strength, suddenly burst out, and his figure burst out. Zhang Nan and the other two people had been on guard against Qin Yu's body movement, and immediately closed the formation. No matter who Qin Yu attacked, they would be able to support him in time. Haha. Qin Yu, who was running at a high speed, let out a chuckle. His speed was getting faster and faster, setting off endless evil spirit wind, which was terrifying. Gradually, they saw three Qin Yus. What is this body movement? The three people were shocked. The body movement that Qin Yu had shown before was very amazing. At this time, his speed increased again, and he created a false figure, which was difficult to distinguish. Suddenly, the three Qin Yus, respectively, attacked Zhang Nan and the other two people, but only one of them was real. Watch out. Zhang Nan looked at the indigo-robed young man and shouted. They saw. The arm of Qin Yu, who was attacking the indigo-robed young man, was surrounded by an amazing black evil spirit wind. Moreover, under the cover of the black wind, a layer of translucent dragon-scale blood pattern appeared on his arm. Roar. The aura of Qin Yu skyrocketed, and there was a faint dragon roar, exuding the aura of the ancient beast true dragon. He punched out. Roar. A layer of dark red blood pattern scales condensed on the transformed giant python, and its power was amazing. The power of this blow was enough to move an early-stage innateness. No, the indigo-robed young man trembled, feeling the threat of death. Qin Yu's blow made him unable to even raise the strength to resist. Boom, the dark red-scaled python ran through, and the indigo-robed young man's internal organs were all broken, and he was no longer breathing. This was not the end. The power of this amazing blow, after killing the indigo-robed young man, did not weaken much, and continued to hit the back, targeting the blood demon hand. Everything happened too fast. The blood demon hand, who was healing and suppressing the poison, did not expect that Zhang Nan and the other two people could not trap Qin Yu. When he came to himself, he could only try his best to run his true qi, and use the means of defense. However, at this time, because he was suppressing the poison, he could not exert much strength. Boom, the dark red-scaled python rushed to the blood demon hand, knocking him 10 feet away, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, the poison caused by the Iron Moon's strange worm broke out again. With 2 serious injuries, the blood demon hand could no longer suppress the spread of the poison, and he spat out a mouthful of dark blue blood. No, Qin Yu, the blood demon hand's face was ferocious, and he gradually lost his breath. He died with his eyes open. 2 kills with 1 punch, the azure-robed youth and the blood demon hand were dead. They couldn't be more dead. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Nan and the tall woman felt their hearts beating rapidly and their blood running cold. Was this the strength of a middle-stage acquired being? Now that they thought about it, even if the 4 of them fought with Qin Yu, they might not be able to win. This guy's body movement was extremely fast, his defense was amazing, and his attack had reached the innate level. He had no weaknesses. In addition, Qin Yu had secretly used the power of the dragon-scale bloodline, but only the blood demon hand, who cultivated the blood path, could recognize it. However, he was killed by Qin Yu before he could reveal this secret. Go. Zhang Nan came to his senses and made a decision the moment the indigo-robed youth and the blood demon hand died. This guy was too dangerous. He had many tricks up his sleeves, and he liked to pretend to be weak. If you have such strength, why don't you show it earlier? That way, they definitely won't provoke Qin Yu anymore. Swish, Zhang Nanyun spun around and sprinted away. His footsteps were swift and fierce. The tall woman was reminded by Zhang Nan and also turned to escape. This guy is so strong. He shouldn't have stopped at the 20th floor of the Wanma Tower. He has been hiding his strength. The tall woman was horrified. In the college, most people would try to show off, hoping to be noticed by the college. But Qin Yu was afraid of being too dazzling. After all, he had too many secrets. Once they were revealed, he might be killed. You wanted to kill me. How can I let you go so easily? Xianxia quickly rushed to the bodies of the indigo-robed youth and the blood demon hand, took their storage bags, and then turned around to chase them. The blood demon hand was at the peak of the acquired realm, and the indigo-robed youth was at the late stage of the acquired realm. They should have a lot of assets. Xianxia was not rich, so he naturally would not let them go. Roar! After taking away the storage pouch, Xianxia turned into a pitch-black shadow and dashed away in the blink of an eye. The evil shadow was of a very high level and was more suitable for running in a straight line. Xianxia was confident that he could catch up with Xianxia and the tall woman soon. Boom, the wind was howling, and the evil chi was amazing. Hearing the noise coming from behind, Xianxia and the tall woman's hearts tightened. This movement technique is too fast. Xianxia's eyes were deep. If Xianxia didn't have this movement technique, his overall strength would drop a lot, and the four of them would be able to suppress Xianxia. Quick, attack and stop him! Xianxia shouted immediately. He had always been confident, but now he was afraid. He knew that once Xianxia caught up with him, even if he joined hands with the tall slender woman, it was highly likely that both of them would die. Ghost Bone Sword. Xianxia raised the bone sword in his hand, brewing a shocking fluctuation, and rushed out. Xiao, in the void, a giant bone sword phantom, carrying with it the aura of decaying corpses, stabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's sword was extremely powerful, reaching the early stage of Xiantian realm. On the other side, the iron whip in the tall woman's hand also covered Xianxia's path of advance. Block. In the face of Xianxia's all-out attack, Xianxia was not careless. He picked up the dark heavy sword and waved it. Layers of black baleful aura overlapped together, forming a thick baleful aura wall that blocked the astonishing bone sword phantom. The remaining power of the attack fell on Xianxia's copper statue gang body, but it didn't cause much damage. Go to hell, boy. When Xianxia blocked the attack and his sight was blocked, a red blood bead appeared in Xianxia's hand. Xiao, the blood bead flew out and directly attacked Xianxia. Oh no! Seeing this bead, Xianxia first thought of the ice-cracking ball and other means he had used before. He immediately used his movement technique to change his route. However, before the red blood bead hit Xianxia, it directly exploded. Boom, the blood bead was broken, and the thick blood inside was scattered. Xianxia was in a state of acceleration, so he couldn't dodge in time and was drenched in blood. This is blood. Xianxia had a strange look on his face. It turned out that the red blood bead was not an attack like the ice-cracking ball, but pure fresh blood. However, the blood had obviously been specially processed, and it was extremely sticky. Qi and gang body couldn't remove it. In the demonic bone wasteland, the beasts were extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Under normal circumstances, after killing beasts in the demonic bone wasteland, they would either clean up the corpses or immediately move. Otherwise, the smell of blood would continuously attract more beasts. At this moment, Xianxia's body was stained with a lot of blood, which was equivalent to a source of danger that would continuously attract beasts. Xianxia, this is the special blood of a blood elementalist. It can't be removed in a short period of time. I advise you not to continue to chase after us, or else you will be in trouble. Xianxia looked as if his evil plan had succeeded. He, the tall lady, and the young man in green often killed and robbed people, so they were well prepared in this aspect. In the demonic bone wasteland, if they wanted to kill someone, they didn't even need to move their hands. They just needed to pour this special blood on the enemy. Humph. Xianxia snorted, and his killing intent became stronger. Let's go. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Xianxia knew the outcome and immediately retreated. While fleeing, he teamed up with the tall slender woman and continuously launched attacks to fend off Xianxia. Moreover, it didn't take long for fierce beasts to chase after the smell of blood. Haha, lad, I advise you to give up, or else you will die before us. Xianxia laughed proudly. Xianxia's eyes darkened. In the current situation, if he wanted to kill Xianxia and the tall lady, he could only reveal his trump card and kill them forcefully. However, his sharp senses detected something strange at this moment. Only to see. In the distant heaven and earth, the wind and clouds surged, and the baleful demonic chi surged between heaven and earth, constantly spreading outwards. What's going on? Zhang Nan and the tall lady also realized that something was wrong. Could we have encountered a returning origin realm beast, or an extremely terrifying ancient beast? The tall lady's face was pale, and her face was filled with fear and worry. Although they didn't go deep into the demonic bone wasteland, they had already left the outer boundary, which greatly increased the possibility of encountering terrifying beasts. Ferocious beasts and birds dashed out along with the raging fiendish demonic wind. Even the innate realm beasts were fleeing in panic. This scene made Zhang Nan and the tall lady's heart palpitate. Roar a shocking howl of a wolf could be heard, shaking the heaven and earth, causing the nearby beasts to be even more terrified. Suddenly, a giant black wolf with a length of 5 to 6 zhang jumped out from the dark storm. Moreover, it had a pair of black wings on its back, emitting a cold light, and its dark red pupils were breathtaking. At the same time, 4 figures appeared at a low altitude, 2 men and 2 women, each with a heroic appearance and extraordinary temperament. Dark-winged wolf. One of them was a handsome young man in a golden robe, holding a golden longsword with dragon patterns, standing in a layer of dragon-shaped light patterns. With a slash of the sword, a brilliant golden rainbow whizzed out, piercing through the demonic dark clouds and striking directly at the dark-winged wolf. That's the dark-winged wolf. Zhang Nan's body trembled. He, who had always been calm, could no longer remain calm, and revealed a terrified expression. The 4 of them have the emblem of Yunyang College on their clothes. The tall lady recognized the 4 of them. Run! Right now, they were coincidentally in the vicinity of a great battle. Although the 4 of them from Yunyang College seemed to have the upper hand, they were Yunyang College's students, and they wouldn't care about the students from Devil-Free College. The 2 of them immediately retreated. But with Qingyu in front and the beasts behind, the 2 of them retreated from the left, avoiding Qingyu. Dark-winged wolf, such a terrifying beast, its strength is probably close to the origin realm. Qingyu had the intention to retreat. The Devil Bone Wasteland was too dangerous, and he had encountered such a terrifying ancient beast, which could probably kill Qingyu with a slap of its claw. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible. Before retreating, Qingyu glanced at the 4 people who were fighting with the dark-winged wolf. The strength of these 4 people was probably on the same level as Jin Zhuofeng, and Qingyu even found one of them to be very familiar. Whoosh, Qingyu retreated immediately, but in the direction of Zhang Nan. The smell of blood on his body was too strong, and it had attracted many Hotian realm beasts, and even innate realm beasts. It was better to lure them to Zhang Nan and let them bear the pressure for him. Qingyu, what are you doing? Zhang Nan was shocked. He looked back and saw that Qingyu alone had attracted close to 10 terrifying beasts, and there were even 2 innate realm beasts. Qingyu didn't care so much, and he used all his strength to move forward. Soon, he was close to Zhang Nan and Zhang Nan. But at this moment, Qingyu didn't attack them. After all, there were beasts behind them, and it wouldn't be easy to kill the 2 of them. Moreover, Zhang Nan and Zhang Nan could help him share the pressure. I'll leave the rear to you guys. Qingyu smiled and slowly overtook Zhang Nan and Zhang Nan. Damn it, this kid. Zhang Nan gritted his teeth and cursed. At the same time, he was very surprised. Qingyu's body movement was so profound and fast, so it was reasonable to say that he couldn't use it for a long time. But so far, Qingyu didn't even take a breath. With no time to think, Zhang Nan and the tall woman quickly changed their direction. Roar behind them, nearly 10 beasts were attracted by Qingyu, but they didn't completely ignore the other beasts. 4 of the beasts changed their direction and rushed to Zhang Nan. We still have a chance to survive, but that kid will definitely die. Zhang Nan said to the tall woman. There were only 3 peak Hotian realm beasts and 1 late-stage Hotian realm beast chasing them. But there were 6 beasts chasing Qingyu, and 2 of them had reached the early stage of innate realm. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded in their ears. Oh no! Zhang Nan's face changed slightly. They saw. A black javelin, with an amazing black evil wind, was whistling over. The 2 hurriedly dodged, but the tall woman's reaction was slow. Her left leg was scratched by Qingyu's javelin, and her clothes were immediately soaked with blood. It was difficult to determine the accuracy of a javelin thrown at an enemy who was fleeing at high speed. But Xianxia had achieved his goal. That amazing spear not only hurt the tall woman, but also slowed them down and drew closer to the beasts behind them. "Brother Nan." The tall woman was nervous, and her face was full of fear. At this moment, her leg was injured, and the hope of escaping was greatly reduced. She could only put her hope on Zhang Nan. "You're injured, so you can't escape. Why don't you pave the way for me?" Zhang Nan looked at the tall woman with a tender face, and at the end of his words, he revealed a determined and ruthless look. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Nan hit her with his palm. Caught off guard, the tall woman was struck by the palm and her body was flung backward. "No," she stared at Zhang Nan, who had gone far away, in disbelief. Boom! A fierce giant leopard rushed over, and its sharp claws cut the graceful woman's body in half, and blood splashed everywhere. Then, the other three beasts immediately surrounded them. How cruel! Xianxia couldn't bear to see them die. But now was not the time to care about others. Zhang Nan had gotten rid of the crisis, but he hadn't. Devil Bone Wasteland. 2 men and 2 women were fighting with the dark-winged wolf. The 4 of them were strong and they were the best among the innate stage. They cooperated well and fought with ease. On the other hand, the dark-winged wolf had many injuries and was fighting back while looking for an opportunity. The battle between the 4 of them and the beast was shocking. Many beasts fled in all directions. They don't know what's good for them. They are only at the acquired stage and yet they came here. One of the short-haired young men said disdainfully when he saw Xianxia and Zhang Nan in the distance. "Eh?" Among the 4 of them, there was a noble and extraordinary woman in a green robe. After taking a look, she revealed a surprised expression. "What's wrong, Ning? Do you know them?" The short-haired young man kept his eyes on the lady in a green dress and asked. "I know that person. He won the honor of being the hunting king in my father's grand hunting competition. He has great potential." The lady in green answered. She was the daughter of Marquis Yunlai, Princess Ning. After the grand hunting competition, she hosted the gathering of the geniuses and met Xianxia. It was also at that gathering that the battle between Xianxia and Luo Haoyan left a deep impression on Princess Ning. "It's just a small trick. So what if you have potential? You can only run away now," the short-haired youth said with a faint smile as he mocked Xianxia. He had fallen in love with Princess Ning at first sight. How could he allow the lady he liked to praise another man? That person is so cruel. He actually sent his female companion to the tiger. Beside him, a well-endowed and noble woman in her 20s smiled, a look of pity on her face. The demon-free academy is full of evil people. It's not surprising that they would do something like that. Our Yunyang Capital Academy has all kinds of talents. We would never do something like that. The short-haired young man said disdainfully and looked at Princess Ning. Yes. The men from the Liu family of the ancient tribe are all good-looking men," the noble lady said helplessly. In front of Princess Ning, anyone who insulted Liu Zai's face would definitely get angry. "We're the ones who caused the dire beast riot. I've also met Xianxia once, so I'll go help him." There was a flash of worry in Princess Ning's eyes. There were several ferocious beasts following behind Xianxia. His life might be in danger. "It's just a few commoners, there's no need to worry about them. Focus on dealing with the dark-winged wolf. This wolf is very cunning. Don't let it escape at the end," the golden-robed youth said coldly. There was an invisible majesty between his brows. "Yes, Brother Haijin." Princess Ning sighed softly. The 4 of them came to the Devil Bone Wasteland to temper themselves, and they just happened to encounter a rare ancient beast like the dark-winged wolf, so a great battle ensued. If she left now, there might be an accident here. Using Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow, Xianxu's speed was extremely fast, especially when he was traveling in a straight line. Even an early-stage Xiantian demonic beast might not be able to catch up. However, the blood on his body could not be removed in a short period of time, making it difficult for Xianxia to shake off the vicious beasts that were chasing him. Furthermore, the aura of the blood would continuously attract other ferocious beasts. In short, if he didn't solve this problem quickly, it would only become more troublesome. Look for a river or a cave. As he fled, Xianxia searched with his eyes. Water might be able to wash away and reduce the bloody aura emitted by the blood, but the cave was a good place to hide and avoid the huge ferocious beasts. However, this was the Devil Bone Wasteland, and rivers were really rare. In the past 2 days, Xianxia did not even see a single spring. A small cave. Xianxia found a very narrow cave entrance on a small hill not far away. Bone shrink. The bones in Xianxia's body shrank, and his body suddenly became much thinner. After bone shrink, Xianxia could barely enter the cave. After entering, Xianxia punched out, and rubble fell, burying the cave entrance. In order to ensure that the smell could be completely isolated, Xianxia drilled a few more feet down. Gradually, the cave wall became wider. Even without bone shrink, Xianxia could still pass through easily. I need to find a way to get rid of the bloody aura on my body before leaving. Xianxia made up his mind. According to Zhang Nan, the special blood couldn't be removed in a short time, which meant that it would be easy to get rid of it after a long time. For the time being, Xianxia stayed underground. It was pitch black underground. Xianxia sent out the Iron Moon insect to explore. After all, this was a dangerous place like the Devil Bone Wasteland. No one knew if it was absolutely safe underground. At a certain moment, Xianxia sensed an overbearing demonic aura. What's going on? Xianxia immediately sensed the Iron Moon insect's senses. It turned out that the Iron Moon insect had accidentally found another strange place during its exploration. It was a small cave filled with pitch-black demonic mist, emitting an overbearing aura. According to the Iron Moon insect's senses, there was no living creature in the cave. Then, the Iron Moon insect immediately returned and began to drill holes. The strange place was not far from where Xianxia was. Soon, a tunnel was formed. He took out a night-luminescent pearl and the entire cave was lit up. The walls of the cave were pitch black, but there were many protrusions on the walls, which looked like bones or stones. The bone stone was pitch black and extremely hard, emitting a demonic aura. Is this the demon bone stone? Xianxia felt that it was similar to a kind of ore that he had seen in books. The demon bone stone was a popular item for demonic cultivators. It was a relatively common item, but its price fluctuated according to the strength of the demonic aura contained in the demon bone stone. Xianxia couldn't accurately determine the grade of the demon bone stone in this place, but it shouldn't be low. If he sold all of them, it should be worth a lot of primordial stones. I'll leave it to you to mine. Xianxia released the Iron Moon insect. The demon bone stone grew in the hard black stone walls. It was difficult to mine without special tools. Xianxia handed it over to the Iron Moon insect and didn't take it seriously. As for Xianxia, he temporarily resided in this cave, which could be considered safe. Sitting with his legs crossed, Xianxia began to cultivate the primordial fiendish divine art. 3 days later, Xianxia felt a slight change in the blood on the surface of his body. Buzz, he activated the copper statue aura body and an invisible force field was formed. In an instant, all the blood was shaken out of his body and turned into a blood mist. I can finally go out. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Nan, if you're not dead, then wash your neck clean. Xianxia made up his mind to not let this guy go. The smell of blood disappeared. Xianxia temporarily left the cave and came to the surface. I'm already far away from the edge of the Demon Bone Wasteland. But it's good that the beasts here are more ferocious, and there are many early-stage Khanate beasts. Xianxia was excited. He decided to train in this area and not return to the outer edge. He didn't go far. Xianxia encountered a giant black bear that emitted a terrifying aura of the peak postnatal realm. The demon bear was like a small black mountain. Its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. The gray claws on its paws were half a foot long. Whoosh, as the bear waved its claws, a strong wind whistled. Moreover, the bear's attack speed was extremely fast, and its wide claws also had a wide range of attack. For a moment, the black bear was shrouded in a layer of black astral wind that was simply impenetrable. It seems that as I go deeper into the Devil Bone Wasteland, the strength of the ferocious beasts has also increased. Xianxia compared this bear to the giant demonic tiger that he had encountered before. There was a clear gap between the two. Seeing that Xianxia had temporarily retreated, the giant bear became even more arrogant. Roar, the giant bear opened its mouth and roared. The roar formed a pitch-black storm that swept out along with gravel and dust. Facing such a ferocious beast, Xianxia did not dare to be careless and did not take it head-on. Boom! With his strength and true qi erupting, Xianxia shifted to the side. Using the tip of his toes, Xianxia turned around and charged at the giant bear again. Using the devil ferocious shadow, Xianxia's explosive speed was extremely shocking. Under the high-speed impact, his attack could also be amplified. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia arrived at the side of the demonic bear. The terrifying speed set off a fierce gust of wind that emitted a faint domineering demonic intent, causing the black giant bear to pause for a moment. Boom! Raising the profound heavy sword, it carried a layer of shiny black sword qi astral wind and bombarded the giant bear's body. After the successful attack, Xianxia immediately retreated. Shifting his body, he attacked the back of the giant bear again. My movement technique seems to have become faster and more domineering. Xianxia suddenly realized something. In fact, he had this feeling just now, but it was not clear. Without thinking too much, Xianxia attacked again. Boom! Boom! Maintaining his movement technique for a long time, he fought with the black demonic bear. Every attack would aggravate the demonic bear's injuries. At a certain moment, Xianxia gathered strength in his organs and circulated a few strands of jet black true qi to perform a powerful attack. Boom! The black sword qi astral wind, with a shocking murderous intent, crashed down and smashed the demonic bear's head. After harvesting the bear's gallbladder, bear's claws and other precious materials, Xianxia was still in the same place. It turned out that when fighting with the black demonic bear, Xianxia found that his demonic fiend's secret technique had become more refined. Is it because I stayed in the cave for a few days and was contaminated with demonic aura? Soon, Xianxia speculated the reason. Demonic fiend shadow was related to body cultivation and demonic Tao. The influence of the murderous intent on the movement technique was far less than the demonic aura. In terms of cultivation sex, the reputation of the evil Tao was far inferior to that of the demonic Tao. Xianxia stayed in the demonic bonestone cave for a few days and was affected by the demonic aura day and night. He was imperceptibly changed, but he did not realize it. If it were not for the change and improvement of his movement technique, Xianxia might not have noticed it. If that's the case, then the demonic bonestone is still useful to me. Xianxia showed a hint of joy. He had experienced the power of the secret technique demonic fiend shadow. If not for this movement technique, his strength would have dropped by a level, and it would have been difficult for him to escape unscathed. However, Xianxia had always felt that this secret technique was difficult to comprehend, and he always felt that he was lacking something. Now, he finally knew the reason. Back in the underground cave, the iron moon insect had already dug out a demonic bonestone. Holding it in his hand and carefully feeling it, Xianxia suddenly felt a domineering demonic aura directly attack his mental senses. Even though Xianxia's mental strength far exceeded the average early-stage Khanate, he was still slightly affected. I have the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother, a rare treasure that can cleanse the soul. I don't have to worry about my mind being disturbed by the demonic aura. Xianxia couldn't help but grin. The path of demonic cultivation was extremely dangerous. Most people who stepped on this path would be greatly affected, and even their personality would be distorted. However, even if Xianxia did not have a matching cultivation technique, he did not have to worry about the power of the demonic aura. In addition to the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother, Xianxia also had the Heaven Heart Refinement, an ancient mental technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Xianxia had already completed the mission of killing the giant demon tiger. However, he did not leave. He stayed in the Devil Bone Wasteland. On one hand, he cultivated the Yuan Fiend Divine Skill, which could be said to be a cultivation technique that grew through fighting. The more he killed, the stronger the cultivation technique would be. On the other hand, he accidentally discovered a Devil Bone Stone cave. The Devil Bone Stones in it were extremely difficult to mine. Moreover, Xianxia did not participate in it himself. The small iron moon strange insects had not finished mining. In addition, the demonic aura in the cave and the Devil Bone Stones had a certain promotion for the secret technique, Devil Fiend Shadow. Hence, to Xianxia, this place was also an excellent place to cultivate. After 2 months of fighting, Xianxia had comprehended the absolute fiend intent. The Yuan Fiend Divine Skill was more powerful and domineering, and the Yuan Fiend qi in his body was also more condensed than before. Correspondingly, the jet-black mass of qi in the Yuan Fiend true qi was also getting bigger. Qianyu's cultivation had almost reached the peak of the middle stage. He had tried to break through to the late stage of the Hotian realm, but ultimately failed. Qianyu was not too concerned about this. It had been less than a year since he broke through the middle stage of the Hotian realm. It was already very shocking that he had reached the peak of the middle stage so quickly. This had something to do with the cultivation resources of the academy and the fighting in the Devil Bone Wasteland. Although he had failed this time, Qianyu felt that his cultivation technique and qi had reached the limit. After a period of accumulation, he should be able to advance. Something's up. While walking, Qianyu sensed something. Soon, a black-scaled giant python came into his sight. The giant python was thicker than Qianyu's waist. Its scales were like steel, glossy black. The black-scaled giant python also noticed Qianyu. It looked over and opened its bloody mouth, spitting out a dark red blood mist that crackled in the air. Obviously, the blood mist contained poison. Good, early stage of the Xiantian realm. However, Qianyu showed no fear as he walked out openly. The black-scaled python stared at Qianyu with its ferocious eyes. A moment later, it launched a thunderous attack. Like a bolt of black lightning, it instantly appeared in front of Qianyu, opening its sharp mouth and biting directly. It's poisonous. I can't touch it directly. Qianyu focused his gaze and took out his dark heavy sword. The black-scaled giant python could spit out poisonous mist, and it was at the early connate stage. Even Qianyu, who was a body cultivator, didn't dare to fight it with his fists and feet. Rumble, a gust of black baleful astral wind whizzed out and struck the head of the black-scaled python, producing a dull metallic sound. The black-scaled python shook its head fiercely and stared at Qianyu fiercely. Obviously, it did not expect Qianyu to have such great strength. Xiao, a black bolt of lightning, accompanied by a demonic gale, rapidly approached. Snake tail? Qianyu's expression turned cold. The attack speed of the black-scaled python's tail was terrifying. If an ordinary Hotian late-stage martial artist's reaction was slightly slower, they would have been entangled and would have died 9 times out of 10. Boom! Qianyu's genuine qi and physical strength suddenly burst out. His body suddenly rushed up and dodged the attack. Qianyu, who had rushed up, was surrounded by a pitch-black baleful qi and a domineering demonic will that looked down on everything. His power was no weaker than that of a ferocious connate early-stage demonic beast. Kill. After dodging the attack, Qianyu used his body movement to approach the black-scaled python and fiercely attacked with his dark heavy sword. Although the defense of the black-scaled python was excellent and Qianyu couldn't break its defense, Qianyu's amazing strength could penetrate the black scales and affect the inside of the python's body. Hiss, hiss, the black-scaled python's eyes flashed with red light and it hissed continuously. Apparently, it was extremely angry. Xiao, 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 the snake's tail swept back and forth, creating a strong wind. But Qianyu used his body movement with all his strength, and his speed was even faster. The snake's tail couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Gradually, the black-scaled python even saw 3 or 4 figures. It was difficult to distinguish them, and its attacks became chaotic. My body movement is getting faster and faster. Qianyu was pleasantly surprised. After 2 months of practice, the second movement of the evil berserk shadow had reached the phenomenal level, and he could use it freely. Whoosh, the black-scaled python was even more furious. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a thick dark red poisonous fog. The poisonous fog spread rapidly, and Qianyu had to retreat. This guy. Qianyu was a little annoyed. After getting rid of the residual effects of the body movement, the black-scaled python was a little proud. When Qianyu retreated, it quickly attacked, and its giant head came crashing down. The black-scaled python had a strong resistance to its own poison, and it could run amok in the poisonous fog. You're courting death. Qianyu was furious. He operated his genuine qi and gathered strength in his heart. Boom, he turned into a mass of demonic shadows and suddenly dashed out at an extremely fast speed. Because Qianyu's speed was too fast, coupled with the strong wind of the evil qi and the defense of the copper statue gang body, when he passed through the poisonous fog, he wasn't affected much by the poison. Boom, boom. Qinyu's speed was getting faster and faster. The demonic will and evil qi merged together, and it was so fierce that it made people's hearts tremble. In an instant, there were many residual shadows around, and a terrible windstorm was set off. Moreover, the strong wind slowly dispersed the poisonous fog. Boom, boom. The storm was getting stronger and stronger, and it formed a field of about 10 feet. In the field of black wind, there was a strong evil qi and demonic will, as if there was a peerless demon hidden in it. Bang! In the black wind, Qinyu's body slightly froze, and the dark heavy sword slashed at the black-scaled python. After that, Qinyu's body disappeared into the black wind. Then, in another direction, Qinyu's attack came again. The black-scaled python in the field of black wind didn't know where to attack, and it couldn't fight back at all. Bang, bang, bang. The storm-like attacks kept falling on the black-scaled python's body. It couldn't fight back at all, and it was shrouded by the black wind for a long time. There was also a domineering demonic will in it. Even a Khanate-level beast was suppressed, and its mind was vulnerable. Hiss, hiss. The black-scaled python felt the danger. It twisted its body and swept its tail crazily. It's useless. Qinyu snorted. At this moment, he was using the third move of the devil's secret method, which could form a field of demonic wind, trap the enemy, and oppress them mentally. In addition, in this field, Qinyu was faster and more flexible. Although the snake's tail was fast, it couldn't hit Qinyu. After a while, the black-scaled python was tired, and it stopped attacking. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly appeared on top of the python's head. Go to hell. Mobilizing most of the jet-black genuine qi, and with the help of his heart, Qinyu came down. The black-scaled python raised its head and saw the ferocious Qinyu descending upon it with a berserk aura, as if he were a demon. A shape-shifted python appeared on Qinyu's fist. The python's body was covered in black scales, and it gave off a baleful aura, as well as a demonic tyranny. It looked like a demonic python that had gone mad. The two pythons collided, but the shape-shifted python was more ferocious than the black-scaled python. Boom, the earth shook, and the black wind swept in all directions. In the original place, the black-scaled python's body collapsed on the ground, its head broken, and blood gushed out. In that blow, Qinyu mobilized a lot of jet-black genuine qi, and with the help of the devil fiery shadow and the heart, the power of that punch was unprecedentedly strong. Of course, Qinyu wanted to use this monster to sharpen himself, otherwise, if he used some powerful trump cards, he might be able to kill this monster very quickly. The third move of the devil fiery shadow has also been mastered. Qinyu was slightly surprised. After the beginning of the devil path, the effect and progress of this secret method had been greatly improved. In addition, Qinyu felt that the third move was a great burden on his body. Even he could not use it for a long time like the first two moves. Taking out the tools, Qinyu began to dissect the giant python. Not only was the demon core of a Khanate-level monster extremely precious, but its venom, fangs, and skin were also valuable. After cleaning up, Qinyu immediately retreated. After a day, Qinyu hunted another 3 monsters, 1 peak postnatal realm and 2 Khanate realm. After returning to the demon bone stone cave, Qinyu took out a demon bone stone and felt the power of the devil path within it. Currently, Qinyu didn't have any related cultivation techniques, so he didn't rashly absorb the power of the devil path. Just like that, Qinyu went out to hunt monsters during the day, and returned to the cave to meditate at night. 1 month later, Qinyu, who was in seclusion using the primordial fiend divine art, once again opened up a meridian area. Buzz, in the sea of qi, the speed of the primordial fiend qi suddenly increased. The jet-black genuine qi in the center also spun rapidly and actively swallowed the surrounding primordial fiend qi. Whoosh, a layer of dense black qi patterns appeared around Qinyu's body, emitting a shocking pressure of killing intent. As time passed, the black-green qi patterns became more and more intense, turning into an incomparably large python that coiled around Qinyu. The invisible killing intent continued to rise, accompanied by a domineering devil intent. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. This definitely wasn't a phenomenon that should occur when a mid-stage postnatal realm cultivator was advancing to the late stage. Whoosh, the python genuine qi around Qinyu continued to expand, filling the entire cave. Faint soul-shaking roars could be heard from the surroundings. Nearby, the heaven and earth baleful qi crazily surged over, merging into the jet-black genuine qi in the sea of qi. Something's wrong. Xianxia was inwardly alarmed. Logically speaking, he should have succeeded in reaching the late-stage postnatal realm, but why wasn't it over yet? All of this seemed to be because of the jet-black genuine qi in the center of the sea of qi. The strength of this mysterious genuine qi exceeded Xianxia's expectations. It circulated on its own, emitting a powerful suction force that absorbed the heaven and earth baleful qi in the demonic bone wasteland. However, although there was a lot of baleful qi in the demonic bone wasteland, there was even more devil qi. The jet-black genuine qi naturally wouldn't distinguish between these, nor would it refine them. It absorbed them all without hesitation. The intense devil Dao aura within the demonic bone stone also rapidly surged into Xianxu's body. With his mental senses, Xianxia could feel the intense impact of the baleful qi and devil qi, as if he could see many chaotic illusions. Fortunately, the mysterious heart had a suppressive effect on all kinds of energy, weakening the influence of the baleful qi on Xianxu's mental will. Otherwise, who knew what the consequences would be? Half a day later, the heaven and earth anomaly had already disappeared, and the jet-black genuine qi gradually stabilized. However, at this moment, there was only a small circle of primary fiendish qi left in the sea of qi, while the center was almost completely occupied by the jet-black genuine qi. There's only this little bit of primary fiendish qi left. Xianxia was stunned. This bit of primary fiendish qi was definitely not enough. In other words, Xianxia could only use the more powerful jet-black genuine qi in the future. This genuine qi was born when Xianxia advanced to the qi transformation realm. At that time, he suspected that this was the pure fiendish qi of the innate level. It seemed that before Xianxia reached the qi transformation realm, he could convert all the primary fiendish qi into pure fiendish qi. This is a good thing. Xianxia couldn't help but grin. If he could obtain innate true qi so early, how strong would this genuine qi be when he reached the innate level? After reaching the late postnatal realm, Xianxia circulated the pure fiendish qi to familiarize himself with this power. And at this moment, boom, a powerful and domineering devil Dao aura suddenly appeared in the cave. What's going on? Xianxia immediately stood up. The Iron Moon strange bug had been mining the demonic bone stones, and this time, it seemed that something unexpected had happened. A dark blue dot jumped out from the black stone wall. It was the Iron Moon insect. At this moment, the Iron Moon insect's color was even darker, and there was a trace of demonic aura on its body. It looked even more ferocious and violent. It seems that this guy ate a lot of demon bone stones when he was mining. Xianxia had no intention of blaming it. It was a good thing that the Iron Moon insect's strength had increased. However, when the Iron Moon insect jumped out, it was obviously afraid. What's going on? Xianxia released his spiritual consciousness to observe the place where the Iron Moon insect escaped. Right at this moment, layer upon layer of cracks appeared on the black stone wall, and strands of black gas leaked out from within. It was wild, overbearing, and shocking. Bang! The stone wall shattered, and a pitch-black insect crawled out. It was as thick as an adult's thigh, and its body was as hard as stone. It looked like a demon bone stone. The demon bone insect sensed Xianxia and immediately opened its mouth to scream. The shrill scream was extremely loud, as if it could penetrate the body and descend on the spiritual level. When the demon bone insect opened its mouth, one could see that it was densely covered with sharp teeth, and black gas floated out. It looked extremely disgusting and terrifying. This is demonic sound. The insect scream could make people go crazy. Those with weak wills would even go crazy. Even though Xianxu's body was strong and he had even dabbled in sound wave attacks, he still felt mentally uncomfortable. After letting out a scream, swoosh, the demon bone insect suddenly jumped up and rushed at Xianxia. Although its body was fat and hard, the speed it displayed at this moment was extremely shocking. Get lost. This insect was simply too disgusting. Moreover, it was extremely extraordinary. Xianxia immediately took out his profound heavy sword and slapped it away. The insect smashed into the ground, and the stone wall shattered, revealing a few demon bone stones. The insect actually swallowed a demon bone stone. Its body kept wriggling, making sounds of friction. It was obviously digesting the demon bone stone. At the same time, the demon bone insect's aura increased a little. It can eat more than an iron moon insect. Xianxia was shocked. However, it was clear that the demon bone worm had lost its intelligence. It only knew how to eat people and things that contained the aura of the demonic path. In addition, the demon bone worm's aura was only at the early Khanate realm, but its defense was strong, it was not afraid of death, and its attacks were crazy. It was much stronger than the black-scaled python that Xianxia had killed before. Die. Xianxia snorted, and his pure aura chi surged out. A layer of black fiendish astral wind rose on the profound heavy sword, and its aura was terrifying. Boom, with a slash of his sword, layers of murderous aura held forward like a waterfall, crashing down on the demon bone worm. Just by using the fiendish cloud vital energy, he was already stronger than the primary stage of the Khanate realm. Adding the profound heavy sword and Xianxu's strength, this strike was already close to the middle stage of the Khanate realm. The dust dispersed. A large crack appeared on the demon bone insect's body from Xianxu's attack. The insect struggled with all its might, and the wound rapidly healed. This recovery speed. Xianxia was shocked once again. Although he was shocked, he would not give the insect a chance. The profound heavy sword slashed again, and waves of murderous aura came crashing down. In the end, the demon bone worm's body was smashed by Xianxia. This insect has no vitality or water in its body. It is similar to the iron moon corpse worm, but more special. Its body structure is mostly bone stone. Xianxia concluded after observing for a while. At that moment, where the demon bone worm had jumped out, a powerful demonic aura came again. The rock wall shattered. Suddenly, a human claw stretched out, pitch black like bone. Boom, the rock wall shattered, and a black shadow jumped out, turning into a man. His body was pitch black and hard, exactly the same as the demon bone worm. However, this man's aura was even more terrifying, reaching the middle stage of the Khanate realm, and his demonic aura was monstrous. Kill. The man growled and pounced, setting off waves of demonic wind. What is going on? Xianxu's heart skipped a beat. Before, he had thought that the demon bone worm was a special insect, but now it seemed that it was not so simple. At the same time, the depths of the broken rock wall spat out several balls of powerful black demonic chi, as if it was breathing. Cracks spread, and there were many sounds of friction and tearing. I'm afraid there are more of these things down here. Xianxu's heart trembled, and he felt a chill down his spine. The demon bone worm was at the early stage of the Khanate realm, but it was stronger than the early stage Khanate realm demonic beasts in the demon bone wasteland. Moreover, these things were fearless, as if they had been demonized. Their regenerative abilities were extremely strong. If a group of them came, it would not be easy to deal with. Retreat. Xianxia made up his mind. This was the demon bone wasteland, one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Sky River Prefecture. Even an Origin Realm expert could die here. At this moment, Xianxia might have accidentally come into contact with a dangerous place in the demon bone wasteland. Sometimes, risks were taken for treasures, but Xianxia didn't even see any treasures. If something happened to him, it would be a huge loss. Besides, Xianxia speculated that this man was originally a normal person, but after experiencing something, he became like this. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. Pung, brandishing the profound heavy sword, he repelled the man. Xianxia quickly left the cave and rushed to the surface. Kill. The man roared with a hoarse voice and chased. Xianxia didn't bother as he executed his movement technique and left. This is indeed the demon bone wasteland. I cannot be careless. After getting rid of that man, Xianxia stopped. He was confident in his strength and fearless. Especially after advancing to the late stage, he became even more fearless. From the looks of it, he had underestimated the demon bone wasteland. One had to know that Origin Realm experts that came to this place had the possibility of dying. Just like the cave earlier, there might be some terrifying dangers hidden. It is time to return. Xianxia suddenly recalled that he had been in the demon bone wasteland for a long time. It seemed like there was still half a month before the freshman competition. He heard from Qiu Xiuyue that the top 3 of the freshman competition had an abundance of demonic points. When he was in the college, Lu Xuanzong had mentioned that the freshmen of these few batches were all extremely outstanding, especially this batch. Therefore, the rewards for this freshman competition were greatly increased. Apart from the demonic points, there would be other types of rewards. In the past, just the demonic points alone were enough to make many students scramble for them. The importance of demonic points in the academy was self-evident. If one had enough, they could live in the best cultivation cave, exchange for many cultivation pills, go to the cultivation area to meditate, and ask for guidance from mentors. All of this was a trivial matter. With the addition of other rewards this time, one could imagine how popular they were. It would be a waste not to take them. Qinyu smiled lightly. With his current late-stage Hotian cultivation, if he used all his trump cards, he could even contend with a late-stage Xiantian expert. Of course, many of his trump cards couldn't be exposed, such as the Dragon Scale Bloodline, Blood-Glazed Flame, etc. Even so, Qinyu was determined to get into the top 3 and had a high chance of getting first place. Thinking of this, Qinyu immediately rushed on his way. Half a day later, he walked out of the Demon Bone Wasteland, bought a horse and returned to the college. Demonic College, the freshman competition was approaching. All the strong students were in seclusion and cultivating. They didn't even hesitate to use a large amount of demonic points just to shine in the freshman competition tomorrow. Bloodfiend Peak, in a pavilion. Qinyu isn't back yet? Lu Xuanzong, who was dressed in black, asked. Yes, he hasn't been back since he went to the Demon Bone Wasteland. Tomorrow is the freshman competition. I'm afraid, Gujun Tian wore a pitiful look. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. He was sure that Qinyu had died in the Demon Bone Wasteland. Don't worry, Instructor Lu. With Duan Hao, Jing Shifeng, and the other students here, the Blood Fiend Institute will definitely be the brightest branch in the freshman competition. Gujun Tian said with a smile. Bone Cliff Peak, a handsome young man sat with his legs crossed in a dim cultivation cave abode. He suddenly opened his eyes and a shocking demonic aura was emitted. I, Zhang Nan, will definitely make a great leap with this opportunity. The handsome young man burst into laughter. He was Zhang Nan, who had met Qinyu in the Demon Bone Wasteland. At this moment, his aura was at the early stage Xiantian. Hehe, Qinyu, don't die in the Demon Bone Wasteland. Otherwise, I won't have the chance to defeat you with my own hands. The handsome young man smiled evilly. What had happened in the Demon Bone Wasteland was the worst thing he had encountered since he entered the institute. All his team members were dead, and the tall woman was the girl he liked. Zhang Nan blamed everything on Qinyu. Demon Fire Peak, in a certain courtyard. A burly man stood on the spot with a layer of scorching black air flowing around his body. In front of him, a skinny young man slashed with the saber in his hand. An overwhelming fiery saber radiance was unleashed. However, the burly man's legs did not move at all. He was still taking a stroll in the courtyard as he resolved all the attacks from the skinny young man. Purple Demon Slash. The skinny young man's eyes flickered. The saber in his hand emitted a shocking purple aura. He slashed and a huge purple flame saber was launched with a violent aura. Boom, bang, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the burly man's body. He waved his hand and a layer of scorching black air flowed out, swallowing the fiery saber radiance. Not bad. Luo Yongguang, your current strength is enough to help me kill Qinyu. The burly man's face was cold and he did not conceal the killing intent in his tone. Brother Haoyan, I will definitely kill that brat. Luo Yongguang smiled confidently. Originally, he would need more than half a year to break through to the innate realm. He could at most enter the top 10 in this year's freshman competition. However, a few months ago, Luo Haoyan, a direct descendant of the family, found him and improved his cultivation. He even personally guided him in his cultivation. A month ago, Luo Yongguang broke through to the innate realm. Under Luo Haoyan's guidance, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Luo Yongguang even had the confidence to compete for the throne of first place. I have told you many times not to underestimate this person. Luo Haoyan's face darkened. An invisible demonic pressure filled the entire room, making it difficult for Luo Yongguang to breathe. Luo Haoyan had fought with Qinyu before, so he knew how monstrous Qinyu was. However, as a senior of the Demon Fire Academy, it was not convenient for him to attack Qinyu. However, if he gave Qinyu the chance to grow, he might not have the chance to get rid of him. Therefore, Luo Haoyan had long started to delete candidates, preparing to get rid of Qinyu in the freshman competition. In the end, Luo Haoyan chose Luo Yongguang. Yes, Brother Haoyan, I will not underestimate Qinyu. Luo Yongguang said immediately. This is what I have prepared for you. Luo Haoyan took out a large saber from his storage bag. The saber was golden, with a glass-like purple flame pattern on it. It was beautiful and strange, emitting a heart-palpitating flame aura. This was obviously an upper-grade artifact. Moreover, the forging method was extremely profound. It was obviously the best of the best. Don't worry, Brother Haoyan. With this artifact, I can even fight a middle innate realm expert. Luo Yongqing's eyes lit up. His hands trembled slightly as he took the purple saber. In the early morning, Qinyu rushed back to the Demon-Free Academy. Today should be the day of the freshman competition. Qinyu shook his head with a smile. Fortunately, he was running fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up with the freshman competition. Given Qinyu's strength, he would definitely be in the top 3. He also had a high chance of getting the first place. It would be a pity if he missed it. At this moment. Buzz. Buzz, an ancient beast-like roar reverberated throughout the academy. The instant Qinyu heard this sound, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and fighting spirit. Haha, I must be famous in the freshman competition. I must get into the top 50 in this competition. Figures dashed out from each of the mountain peaks one after another. Soon, Qinyu saw a large group of students from the Blood Evil Academy. Among them, the freshmen and senior students were basically separated into 2 different groups. After all, a long time ago, the senior students had come to pick a fight with the freshmen. As a senior student, Blood Demon Hand, he had been defeated by Duan Hao. Qinyu guessed that there might have been some conflicts between the senior students and the freshmen after that. It's Qinyu. He's back. Many of the freshmen were surprised and delighted to see Qinyu. The freshman competition was not only about personal interests but also the competition between the different academies. Qinyu's reputation among the freshmen of the Blood Evil Academy was even higher than that of Jing Shifeng. He was second only to Duan Hao and had a high chance of getting into the top 10. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Yang Zhang was the first to go forward with a surprised expression. He even thought that Qinyu had died when he heard that Qinyu had gone to the Devil Bone Wasteland. Humph, you still know to come back. Duan Hao snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and walked in front of the team. In fact, Qinyu's return made Duan Hao even more excited. He had suffered losses in the hands of Qinyu previously. He had already decided to surpass him in the freshman competition to prove himself. Besides, he was determined to get the first place in the freshman competition. Then, Qinyu followed the team to the competition venue. There was no need to register for the freshman competition. As long as one met the requirements of the competition, one could participate. Brother Chen, you've gone to the Devil Bone Wasteland to temper yourself for so long, so your strength should have improved by quite a bit, right? What rank are you confident of reaching? The rewards for the top 10 in this competition are extremely generous. Getting into the top 10 will be worth it. Yang Zhang asked with great interest. He did not have much hope for the tournament. It would be good enough if he could get into the top 100. What's the reward for first place? Qinyu asked. First place? Yang Zhang's mind went blank for a moment. The rest of the people also turned to look at Qinyu. Some of them were surprised, some of them shook their heads and sneered. Duan Hao revealed a surprised expression as well. Haha, this batch of freshmen is really naive and adorable. A burly, 2-meter-tall man laughed heartily among the senior students. For the freshman competition, students who had been in the academy for less than 3 years and were under 25 years old were eligible to participate. Thus, in the past, the champions of the freshman competition were almost all older students. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 freshmen in the top 5, and that was already quite good. The relationship between the senior students and the freshmen was not good to begin with. The other senior students immediately chimed in with laughter. This is Hu Chong, a student of the Blood Evil Courtyard from 2 batches ago. I heard that he was ranked 10th in the previous freshman competition. Yang Zhang said in a low voice. He was ranked 10th in the previous freshman competition, and it was hard to say how strong he was now. Next, Chenyu learned that the first place in the freshman competition would be rewarded with 100,000 demonic points, 100,000. Chenyu sucked in a deep breath. He had obtained less than 50,000 demonic points when he passed the 20th level of the demonic pagoda. 100,000 demonic points could probably be exchanged for a supreme grade treasure, of course, apart from the 100,000 demonic points. The first place would also be rewarded with a rising dragon pill. This pill could cleanse the body, heal hidden injuries, and increase the level of one's life. It could even slightly increase the aptitude of one's spiritual body. The competition in the demonic pagoda was cruel, and fights were common. Many people had injuries that were difficult to heal, and some of the female students even had their appearances damaged. This pill could heal almost all injuries on the body of a chi transformation cultivator. Apart from that, the first place could also enter the demonic weapon pavilion and choose 2 superior grade treasure weapons. The second place could get 90,000 demonic points and a blood transformation pill, and choose a superior grade treasure weapon. The third place could get 80,000 demonic points and a spirit cleansing pill, and choose a superior grade treasure weapon. The rewards are indeed generous. Chenyu nodded. Apart from the demonic points, Chenyu was also interested in the rising dragon pill. After coming to the demonic pagoda, Chenyu had focused on the primordial fiendish divine art and demonic berserk shadow, and he had neglected the bronze statue art. If he took a rising dragon pill, it wouldn't be a problem for his bronze statue body to reach phenomenal success. Moreover, this pill could slightly increase the aptitude of one's spiritual body. The demonic sky peak was the largest mountain in the demonic pagoda. The top of the peak seemed to have been shaved off by something, and it was like walking on flat ground. At this moment, it was filled with people. Apart from the participants from the other schools, there were many old students here to watch the competition. In the distance, there was a group of black pavilions. Senior instructors and even the presidents of the branches were inside. Chenyu knew Lu Xuanzong, Qiu Shouyue, Master Black Star, and Instructor Su. You're back? Lu Xuanzong nodded when he saw Chenyu among the new students. With Duan Hao, Chenyu, Xing Shifeng, and the rest, the new students from the Blood Evil Institute would definitely do well in this competition. In fact, they might even be able to rank in the top 3 among the branches. Apart from the instructors, there were many young people who were particularly eye-catching. That girl from the Yunyang school is as beautiful as a fairy. Look, that handsome man in the golden robe is from the Yunzhao nation's imperial family. It turned out that there were students from the Yunyang school who came to watch the competition. The Yunyang school was located in the Yunyang Sacred Mansion, which was right next to the Sky River Prefecture. The other 2 schools were further away. It's them? Chenyu's eyes narrowed. Back in the Devil Bone Wasteland, he had seen 4 students from the Yunyang school fighting with the Darkwing Wolf. At this moment, the 4 of them were here. Among them, Princess Ning's beauty and temperament attracted the attention of many male students. Furthermore, the man in the golden robe was from the imperial family. The competition has begun. All participants, please come to the center of the platform. A middle-aged man in black armor announced loudly. Upon hearing this, many students from all directions rushed towards the empty platform in front of them. What are the rules of the competition? Chenyu asked Yang Zhang. I'm not sure. The rules of the competition are different every time. Yang Zhang did not know this either. However, the more he thought about it, the more excited everyone was. Soon, all the participants had gathered at the center of the platform. Formation, open! The middle-aged man in black armor shouted. Instantly, the platform under everyone's feet began to tremble, and a demonic aura was released. Around the platform, black and purple lights appeared and quickly formed a huge formation. This is a formation. Looking around, Chenyu noticed that the 800 people were all inside an array. It was Chenyu's first time seeing such a huge formation. All of a sudden, A large amount of black and purple light appeared in the formation, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. The first elimination round begins now. Those who can last the time it takes an incense stick to burn in the formation will pass. The voice of the middle-aged man in black armor was heard again. In the black pavilion. Your school's method of competition is very unique. An old man in a cloud robe looked at the huge formation. Haha, this will eliminate the weak faster. Besides, the first test is also beneficial for them. Mentor Su stroked his beard. Oh? The old man in a cloud robe looked into the formation and squinted his eyes. Inside the formation. The terrifying demonic aura filled the entire space, affecting everyone's mind. Many of the weaker ones were either panicking, and their minds were not clear. However, most of the students were calm. Many of them even sat down cross-legged and circulated their mental cultivation techniques to calm their minds. Humph, how boring. I still need to wait for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Duanhao was slightly dissatisfied and sat down. Boom! A powerful demonic aura exploded and formed a ferocious tiger in the sky. The black and purple light had already weakened by the time it came into contact with Duanhao through the ferocious tiger. Haha, this is interesting. Citolinu calmly sat down and closed his eyes. Buzz, a powerful mental energy was emitted from his body and formed a ghostly figure behind him. The ghostly figure opened its mouth and started to absorb the demonic aura in the formation. What a powerful mental energy. Chenyu glanced at Citolinu. The mental energy displayed by the other party was extremely pure, and Citolinu seemed to be hiding something. Among the new students, only these two were more eye-catching. A few of them also displayed special techniques and performed extremely well. The other new students were still trying to adapt. In comparison, the older students were very calm and had many techniques, so they quickly adapted. There is a small amount of demonic aura, but there is a lot of demonic aura. Chenyu inspected his surroundings for a moment. He immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the Yuan Fiend Divine Skill to absorb and comprehend the demonic aura. Time passed. Soon, some students could not take it anymore and their mental state became worse and worse. Swoosh, the middle-aged man in black armor suddenly rushed into the formation and carried an early-stage Hotian student away from the formation. Obviously, the middle-aged man in black armor had some special items on him that allowed him to enter and exit the formation freely. Your mental state is chaotic and you almost became demonic. You have been eliminated. The middle-aged man in black armor said in a low voice and put the student aside. Gradually, more and more students could not take it anymore. Many students even started to shout and scream, as if they had gone mad. The preliminaries of this year's freshman competition are so cruel. Luckily, I didn't participate. I didn't want to become like this. Many students who did not participate secretly rejoiced. Soon, half of the students were eliminated. Almost half of the students in the formation had been eliminated, and there were only about 300 to 400 people left. Suddenly, the formation buzzed, and the chaotic mist inside became denser. The disruptive force has become stronger. Chenyu thought. Suddenly, a few students collapsed under the demonic aura and fainted. For the strong, this is an opportunity, but for the weak, it is a torture. Citolinu's words made the students who had been eliminated blush in embarrassment. The students in the array clenched their teeth. No one wanted to be labeled as a weakling. Yang Zhang, who was beside Chenyu, was doing well. It seemed that he might be able to pass the elimination round. Yang Zhang's talent and potential were not bad among the new students. After staying in the academy for half a year, he had broken through to the late-stage Hotian realm. As long as he had a solid foundation, he would have no problem passing the first round. Yang Zhang occasionally glanced at Chenyu and sighed in his heart. They were both late-stage Hotian realm cultivators, but the gap between him and Chenyu was huge. Citolinu, Duanhao, Xianxia, and some powerful seniors were all extremely abnormal. They were in the array, but they did not feel anything strange at all. Citolinu, let's fight it out in this year's freshman competition. Duanhao looked at Citolinu with a strong fighting spirit. The others were also observing each other. Xian paid special attention to Chenyu. She had lost to Chenyu in the 10,000 Demon Pagoda. Secretly, Xianxia made up her mind to trample Qinyu under her feet during the freshman competition. Suddenly, Qinyu felt an abnormally sharp gaze directed at him. With a glance, he noticed a cold-looking young man with a faint evil smile on his face. Xiangnan? Qinyu almost did not recognize him. Compared with before, Xiangnan's aura and character had changed a lot. Qinyu. Xiangnan's eyes flashed. When he saw Qinyu, he could not control the killing intent in his heart and wanted to kill him. The pitch-black airflow around his body suddenly surged, emitting a domineering aura. The pitch-black turbulence entangled with the demonic aura around him and slowly devoured it, making Xiangnan's aura even more terrifying. Xiantian realm. Around him, many students were slightly startled. Xiangnan has broken through to the early-stage Xiantian realm. And he has changed so much. On the periphery, many seniors who knew Xiangnan were also shocked. At this moment, Xiangnan actually made them feel an invisible fear. On the other hand, many students of the Demon Wind Academy were astonished by the astonishing demonic intent on Xiangnan's body. Although the demonic will on this child is astonishing, his mind has already been eroded and distorted. If one isn't a student of the Demon Wind Academy and rashly cultivates the demonic Tao, it's easy for one to suffer from qi deviation. What nonsense! How could a student of my Bone Cliff Academy cultivate the Devil Tao? The instructor from the Bone Cliff Academy frowned. The demonic path was a very powerful path, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. But thinking about it carefully, the Bone Cliff Academy didn't have any outstanding students in this year's freshman competition. Although Xiangnan had been corrupted by the demonic path, he was still strong and could bring glory to the Bone Cliff Academy. Inside the array. I've just achieved a breakthrough, so I won't be able to make much progress in my primordial fiendish divine skill for the time being. Qinyu pondered. In the Devil Bone Wasteland, he had fought against a large number of incomparably ferocious peak post-celestial and even Xiantian demonic beasts. This had caused his evil qi to be extremely strong, and he had also comprehended the true meaning of evil. In comparison, the small amount of evil qi in the array did not have much of an effect on him. If that's the case, I'll absorb the demonic Tao aura here. Qinyu's eyes glittered. In the Devil Bone Wasteland, he had been comprehending the demonic Tao aura. When the pure ominous qi mass absorbed the evil qi of heaven and earth, it had also absorbed the terrifying demonic Tao aura nearby. It could be said that Qinyu had also embarked on the path of the demonic Tao. Boom, a powerful demonic will was emitted from Qinyu's body. He let go of his defenses and allowed the domineering demonic will to enter his body. His mind. What's going on? Yang Zhang, who was at the side, was slightly startled by the overbearing and tyrannical power beside him. Qinyu has joined the demonic Tao? He didn't cultivate the demonic Tao previously. It seems like he only chose this path after entering the Devil Bone Wasteland. However, he doesn't have any cultivation techniques or teachers to guide him. It's too risky. Many of the new students from the Blood Evil Academy were shocked and worried. In the pavilion, Lu Xuanzong's face darkened. It was definitely an irrational choice to cultivate the demonic Tao recklessly. Xiangnan was a good example. A student of the Blood Evil Academy chose the demonic Tao? I wonder if the teachers of the Blood Evil Academy can teach him well. Seeing this, Mentor Su from the Fiendish Wind Academy could not help but laugh. Old Lu, Qinyu has great potential and strength. You can't let him go astray. A mentor said. Lu Xuanzong made up his mind to advise Qinyu after the competition. Time passed slowly and the elimination round was coming to an end. However, the pressure of the various auras within the formation increased once again. Barf. A student spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. The person in charge immediately rushed in and dragged him out. Humph, what can a mere formation do to me? Xiangnan hollered and the demonic will surged from his body, devouring the demonic qi of heaven and earth. On the other hand, the demonic will on Qinyu's body was getting stronger too. His pure ferocious qi had been infused with the demonic qi, allowing Qinyu to absorb it quickly. Furthermore, Qinyu's mental strength was strong enough after being refined by the refining of heaven heart and cleansed by the source moon soul organ. However, in the eyes of the teachers and mentors, the two who had switched to cultivating the demonic Tao had twisted their minds. Their actions were a little crazy. Apart from the two of them, there was another person in the formation whose absorption of the demonic chi far surpassed Qianyu's, second only to Zhang Nan. The person wore black armor and had a strange demonic rune on his face. Chao Zhongtian reached the early stage Xiantian realm during the competition last year. With his current strength, it won't be a problem for him to come first. Mentor Su said with a smile. Chao Zhongtian was a student from the Fiendish Wind Academy. He had reached the early stage Xiantian realm before the competition last year and was ranked third. Chao Zhongtian was 24 years old in this year's freshman competition. Furthermore, Chao Zhongtian was from the 10 ancient clans. Chao Zhongtian is a senior student after all. He came third in the previous competition. Although the new students are strong, I think only one or two of them can barely fight him. A mentor agreed with Mentor Su. That might not be the case. The mentor from the Evil Spirit Academy smiled and did not explain further. As time passed, students were constantly being eliminated. Soon, the time for a jaw stick to burn was up. There were only 120 people left in the formation. The elimination round had directly eliminated more than 700 people. It could be said to be the cruelest elimination round in the past decade. The first round of elimination has ended. Next, we will proceed to the second round. We will pick out the top 20 from the 120 people here. The black-armored middle-aged man announced loudly. Just now, 700 people had been eliminated. But this time, the top 20 would be directly selected. Such a cruel competition was the first time in the history of the Demon-Free Academy. Isn't this competition too cruel? Furthermore, it's unfair. Many students felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this had never happened in the past. Directly selecting the top 20. In other words, after the top 20, there would be no ranking. In the pavilion, I heard that the competition in the Demon-Free Academy is cruel. Now that I've seen it, it's really cruel. The old man in cloud robes said with a smile. But everyone present could tell that the old man in cloud robes was insinuating that the Demon-Free Academy was evil and cruel. Only the names of the strong are worthy of being remembered. The weak don't need to be ranked, because it's just an insult. An extremely experienced branch dean said calmly. But his voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the entire demonic peak. His words seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart, causing the students to ponder. The weak don't need to be ranked. If you want to be remembered, you have to become strong. Well said. Duan Hao sneered. Indeed. Sito Linyu smiled. At this moment, whether it was the eliminated people or the 120 people, no one refuted. Stone platform, rise. The black-armored middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Rumble the ground under the 120 people's feet shook again. Suddenly, a huge stone platform rose from the ground into the sky. Then, the second, the third, the 20th stone platform rose one after another. The 20 stone platforms formed a huge circle. In the center of the circle were the remaining 120 people. Each stone platform represents one of the top 20 positions. The second round officially begins. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the more than 120 people changed. The second round was crueler than they had imagined. As soon as the judge's voice fell. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost all the figures rose into the sky, fighting for the top 20 positions. Get lost. Hu Chong, the senior student of the Blood Devil Peak, rose into the sky, emitting a terrifying murderous intent. Boom! A Hotian middle stage student was sent flying more than 100 feet away. So domineering. Hu Chong was ranked 10th in the last freshman competition. He has already broken through to the Khanate level. I think he has a chance of making it to the top 3 in this year's competition. In the crowd. Haha, the way this year's competition is just what I want. Chao Zhongtian smiled evilly. Boom, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded. Chao Zhongtian seemed to have turned into a dark demon, turning into a black shadow and soaring into the sky. Many students were pushed back by his terrifying aura. Bang! Chao Zhongtian landed on a stone platform and looked down with his pitch-black eyes. At this moment, many students used their trump cards to fight for one of the top 20 positions. No one knew when, but Sito Linyu had already climbed onto a stone platform. This one is mine. Qin Yu's gaze fell on the nearest stone platform. Boom, he turned into a gust of murderous wind and dashed forward. Get lost. A fat young man in the Hotian advanced stage waved his huge palm, trying to stop Qin Yu. You're the one who's going to get lost. Qin Yu's expression froze. He circulated his true qi and punched out. This punch did not contain any pure ferocious qi, but the lesser amount of pure ferocious qi. Even so, it was enough to deal with the fat young man. Boom! The fat young man suddenly felt as if his palm had landed on a barbed steel plate, and it was extremely painful. Qin Yu increased the strength of his fist. Boom! The fat young man was instantly pushed back. He could not keep his balance, and he rolled on the ground for nearly 100 feet like a ball. I told you to get lost, and you really did it. You're too polite. Laughing heartily, Qin Yu quickly ascended the stone platform. In less than a breath's time, all 20 stone platforms were occupied by Qin Yu. Now, all of you have 2 chances to challenge any one of the 20 people. If you win, you will replace them. If you fail both chances, you will be eliminated. The middle-aged man in black armor announced the last rule of the second round. As soon as these words were spoken, the students who did not occupy the stone platforms immediately became excited, and their battle intent soared. They still had a chance to get into the top 20. After all, some of the students were strong, but their movement techniques were their weakness. That was why they did not occupy the stone platforms. The second round might seem cruel, but it was reasonable. On the other hand, apart from a few people whose expressions didn't change, many of them looked embarrassed. Among them, Qin Yu recognized Xianxia from the Blood Evil courtyard. In that case, it might not be a good thing to get on the stone platforms first. That's right. Even if you occupy the stone platforms, your physical strength and true qi will be depleted. You might lose. The remaining 100 or so students sized up the people on the 20 stone platforms. No one dared to challenge them in a short period of time. After all, they might be defeated even if they succeeded. However, everyone had a few targets in mind. On the outside, the spectators were also watching this scene with interest. Chao Zhongtian got 3rd place in the previous freshman competition. He is undoubtedly a popular candidate for 1st place. Challenging him is basically a dead end. Other than Chao Zhongtian, Zhang Nan has broken through to the inborn realm. I don't think anyone will challenge him. Hu Chong and Luo Yongguang, who ranked 10th in the previous freshman competition, have also broken through to the inborn realm. They are not to be trifled with. Among the senior students, there are 4 at the inborn realm. However, among the freshmen, there are also 2 at the inborn realm. What a surprise! The 2 inborn realm experts among the freshmen were Duan Hao and Situ Yu. One was from one of the top 10 ancient families, while the other was from one of the 4 super families. Although they were young, no one dared to look down on them. They were even popular candidates for 1st place. You might not know, but a month ago, Situ Yu and Duan Hao made it to the 24th level of the pagoda. On the other hand, Qin Yu, who was the first among the freshmen to pass the 20th level, seemed to be afraid of them and did not challenge the pagoda. That's for sure. Although Qin Yu is talented, he is still lacking compared to Situ Yu and Duan Hao. He must not have the confidence to surpass them. Therefore, he did not challenge the pagoda and embarrassed himself. Many new and old students were discussing the hot topics in the arena. Qin Yu didn't know that when he and Xianxia became famous for challenging the 10,000 Demon Tower, many new students went to challenge the tower. A month ago, Duan Hao and Situ Yu had both passed the 24th level. Xianxia had also reached the 22nd level. At this moment, I challenge you. A dark-skinned youth jumped out from the crowd below. His cultivation was at the peak of the post-liminary realm. His target was a Hotian late-stage student from the Devil Wind Academy. Among the students occupying the 20 stone platforms, there were 6 at the Xiantian realm. No one dared to provoke them. In addition, there were 11 peak Hotian experts and 3 late-stage Hotian experts. The student that the dark-skinned man had challenged was one of the 3 Hotian late-stage students. Humph. So what if you're at the peak of the post-liminary realm? I'll still be defeated. The blue-robed youth on the stone platform snorted coldly. Among the 20 people, he was the first to be challenged. This clearly showed that he was the weakest among the 20, which made him very unhappy. That will depend on your ability. The dark-skinned young man took out a giant axe and swung it. A mountain-like pressure suddenly descended, that terrifying axe light, wrapped around the grayish-white chi, descended. Whoosh, a layer of dark blue wind rose from the blue-robed youth's body. His figure quickly shifted to the left, dodging this powerful attack. A longsword suddenly appeared and fiercely stabbed out. Clang, the dark-skinned young man blocked the attack with his giant axe and swung the axe again. The battle was intense, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. The blue-robed youth's movement technique was superior, and his attacks were swift and fierce. However, the dark-skinned young man's strength was great. His defense was watertight, and his attacks were extremely violent. For a moment, it was hard for them to injure each other. At a certain moment. Bone-splitting mountain-splitting axe. The dark-skinned young man's aura surged, and a layer of bone aura surrounded the giant axe. This majestic attack almost covered half of the stone platform, greatly reducing the possibility of the blue-robed youth dodging. After injuring the blue-robed youth, the dark-skinned young man's aura became even more ferocious. He launched a violent attack and finally forced the blue-robed youth off the stone platform. Kong Yuan wins. The judge announced the winner. As long as one was forced off the stone platform, it was equivalent to losing. Moreover, the stone platform was very small, which prevented some students from stalling for time and engaging in guerrilla warfare. Haha. The dark-skinned young man, Kong Yuan, laughed loudly. He swallowed an elixir and sat down cross-legged, seizing the time to recover his stamina. Kong Yuan's victory boosted the confidence of the 100 or so people. Among these 20 people, some were lucky or had fast movement techniques, which allowed them to occupy the stone platform. However, a head-on battle is a competition of overall strength. Kong Yuan is at the peak of the post-preliminary realm. He's not easy to deal with. Right now, there are still 2 people at the late stage of the post-preliminary realm on the stone platform. The 100 or so people's gazes immediately focused on Qinyu and the bewitching girl. The bewitching girl was this year's new student. Due to her seductive looks, she was also somewhat famous. The male students were naturally too embarrassed to bully such a beauty. More people had designs on Qinyu. However, as a new student, Qinyu was also somewhat famous. Many people were still deliberating. Brat, let me test your strength. A young man with a ferocious expression shouted. Swoosh, he directly climbed onto the stone platform that Qinyu was on. A red hammer appeared in his hand, giving off an extremely heavy and oppressive feeling. Isn't he Wan Qing, who ranked 42nd in last year's competition? I heard that he broke through to the peak of the post-preliminary realm not long ago. I wonder how much his strength has increased. The fierce-looking young man, Wan Qing's attack attracted the attention of many students. This stone platform, your grandpa Wan wants it. Wan Qing shouted, his body surging with fiery red true qi. Boom, the hammer in his hand also ignited, and a stream of scorching flames rose up. Blazing light hammer, Wan Qing waved the blazing light hammer in his hand with extreme speed and ease. His entire body seemed to have turned into a fireball, smashing towards Qinyu with overbearing might. Whoosh, Qinyu moved his body, easily dodging the attack. Brat, don't run if you have the guts. Wan Qing couldn't help but shout, thinking that Qinyu was afraid of him. At the same time, he secretly mocked in his heart. This Qinyu was famous among the new students, but his strength was only so. Hee hee. Qinyu grinned and pulled away from Wan Qing. Brat, this stone platform is so small, let's see where you can run to. Wan Qing had a proud smile on his face. His aura rose again, and his speed also increased a bit, rushing towards Qinyu. Who said I'm going to run? Qinyu snorted coldly. On the 20 stone platforms, only 3 people were at the late stage of the post-preliminary realm, so they should be the main targets. Therefore, Qinyu planned to use tough means to defeat Wan Qing, and at the same time, intimidate the others. Boom, an astonishing storm of evil qi, accompanied by a tyrannical demonic aura, burst out from Qinyu's body. With a shocking roar, Qinyu's figure burst out, rushing towards Wan Qing. Courting death. Seeing that Qinyu was no longer dodging, Wan Qing was delighted. But then, his expression changed. Yu's speed was too fast, too shocking. Just the ferocious aura alone made his heart skip a beat. In his vision, a black wind and a fireball were rapidly approaching. In comparison, the black wind was much faster. Bang, the two clashed fiercely, resulting in a deafening explosion. As the black wind and the blazing flames intertwined, a figure was sent flying like a sandbag. Kami, just knocking him flying, how strong is that? Wancheng was sent flying in a head-on collision? When the spectators saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked. The battle ended quickly, as the winner was decided in a single exchange. Yu wins. The judge announced the result. Damn it, this brat is purposely acting weak to make me lower my guard. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Wancheng's face turned red as he yelled furiously. After all, he had participated in the previous grand tournament, but he did not expect to be sent flying in the first battle of the grand tournament. How could he accept it? Inside the pavilion, the eyes of a few mentors flickered. This kid is cultivating the ferocious shadow, right? Such a ferocious aura, it must be something else. One of the mentors praised. Lu Xuanzong wore a smile. He did not expect Yu to be so talented in cultivating this secret technique. As a mentor, he could tell Yu's level of cultivation from the simple movement technique. On the stone platform not far away, a skinny young man stared at Yu with interest. This person was Luo Yongguang, a member of the 10 ancient clans. He was ranked 3rd in the grand tournament, and he was even a popular candidate for first place. Not bad. The skinny young man, Luo Yongguang, grinned. Come to think of it, if Yu was not capable, Luo Haoyan would not spend so much effort to groom him to deal with Yu. Yu glanced over and noticed Luo Yongguang. Luo Yongguang did not hide his intention and revealed a provocative smile. Who is this? Yu had no impression of Luo Yongguang, but the latter seemed to have some sort of grudge against him and was staring at him. Before the grand tournament, Yu spent his time in the demonic bone wasteland, so he did not know who the popular contenders were, let alone Luo Yongguang. Seeing that Yu was so domineering, some of the students set their sights on the bewitching woman. Hee, junior sister, why don't you give your position to me? A young man with a handsome face and evil eyes stepped onto the stone platform. Sure. The bewitching woman smiled. Her eyes flickered with a purple light as a surge of mental energy spread out. Mental secret technique? The handsome young man's expression changed slightly. Buzz, a layer of dancing purple flame descended on the handsome young man's mental energy. At the same time, the bewitching woman leaped out with a dagger in her hand. Ding ding, the handsome young man suddenly drew his sword. However, his brows were tightly knitted. It was obvious that his mental energy was affected and he could not concentrate. Senior, what's wrong? The woman blinked her mesmerizing eyes and asked in a seductive voice. She launched another mental attack. Gradually, the handsome young man's face turned red and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. His eyes flickered with evil. The bewitching woman grabbed a gap in his defense and kicked out with her slender leg. Bang, the handsome young man felt weak all over and his eyes were slightly dazed as his body left the stone platform. This woman is proficient in mental secret techniques. She's not easy to deal with. That's right. From the looks of it, her mental secret technique is at the bewitching level. Coupled with her alluring figure, it's really hard to resist. All the male students shook their heads. Most of the Demonic Academy students were cultivators of the demonic Tao. They were impure and had low resistance against mental secret techniques. At that moment, I'll definitely take one of the top 20 places. A white-robed young man suddenly floated out and said confidently. His target was none other than Yu. Isn't this pretty boy Xianxia? He also participated in the last grand competition and was ranked 32nd. I heard that Xianxia has already cultivated the evil wind steps to the large success stage. His steps are strange and ethereal. He once fought with 5 late-stage post-celestial experts, and those 5 people couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. The appearance of the white-clothed youth Xianxia attracted everyone's attention. Whoosh, the white-clothed youth landed on the stone platform. His skin was fair and clear, and he held a jade sword in his hand. I don't care if you want to occupy a spot, but if you want to occupy my spot, then you're asking to be humiliated. Qinyu laughed lightly. A mere new student is really arrogant. Xianxia laughed lightly, not caring in the slightest. He was famous in the Devil Wind Academy for his swift and graceful movement technique. In the past, many people couldn't even see his figure before they were instantly killed. Moreover, Xianxia preferred to fight with body cultivators. Toying with the big guy who only had defense and strength but couldn't use them in the palm of his hand could even more display the profoundness of his movement technique. He was very confident that Qinyu's movement technique was absolutely inferior to his. Take this. Xianxia's figure transformed into an afterimage, suddenly disappearing from the field of vision. Whoosh! 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 A series of afterimages appeared as Xianxia approached Qinyu's left side. Raising his arm, the jade sword lightly swung down. At this moment, bang, accompanied by a roar of strong wind, Qinyu's figure burst out. Xianxia's sword slashed through the air. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia immediately chased. On the stone platform, two figures, one black and one white, came and went without a trace. However, the distance between the two grew larger and larger. Xianxia simply couldn't catch up to Qinyu's figure. I didn't expect Qinyu's movement technique to be so fast, far surpassing Xianxia's. This is because Qinyu's movement technique walks in a straight line, while Xianxia walks in a graceful curve. The two's matchless movement technique caused the student's interest to soar. Damn it, how can this kid's speed be so fast? Xianxia cursed in his heart. The movement technique that he was so proud of was actually unable to catch up to Qinyu. Wasn't this a ruthless slap to his face? Xianxia immediately changed the characteristics of his movement technique, reducing the nimbleness of his steps to increase his speed. He gradually increased his speed, closing the distance between him and Qinyu. Xianxia was about to catch up with Qinyu. Brat, when I catch up, you're dead. Xianxia revealed a proud smile. But at this moment, Qinyu's figure turned and suddenly rushed towards Xianxia. Roar, the sudden burst of speed had at least doubled. Just the roar of the fiendish wind caused Xianxia's mind to tremble. Xianxia had changed the characteristics of his movement technique. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him to dodge. Boom, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xianxia was struck by a mass of black fiendish wind. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he was sent flying by Qinyu, who was like a peerless ferocious beast. Xianxia only felt extreme pain all over his body. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his figure was thrown out, crashing heavily onto the ground. He could not get up for a long time, looking extremely wretched. This time, Qinyu's strength was slightly greater, and Xianxia was almost knocked off the demonic sky peak. Qinyu actually concealed his strength previously. This burst of speed is too fast. This fellow is really a ferocious beast in human form. Brothering probably won't be able to get out of bed for a few months. All the students were incomparably shocked. This battle caused their evaluation of Qinyu to rise once again. His movement technique's linear speed was faster than Xianxia's, and his strength was even more terrifying. He could probably exchange blows with the Blood Fiend Peak's giant strength king, Hu Chong. Basically, they had raised Qinyu to the peak of the post-liminary realm, and his strength was even stronger than the first challenger, Kong Yuan. On the stone platform opposite Qinyu. Haha, I haven't met a decent body cultivator for a long time. I wonder how many punches you can take from me. The burly Hu Chong, who was like a small mountain, stared at Qinyu and rubbed his palms together. His eyes flickered with fighting spirit. Hee, I've been targeted by Hu Chong. Hu Chong doesn't know how to be gentle. Many of those who fought with him were missing arms or legs, and some were even crippled for life. Many students who were jealous and fearful of Qinyu had gloating expressions on their faces. I also want to know how many punches you can take from me. Qinyu looked at the small giant like Hu Chong without the slightest bit of fear. Up until now, Qinyu had never lost to anyone in a competition of strength. This made him extremely confident. This fellow, what arrogance! Qinyu's response caused an uproar. He was really courageous to compete in strength with the giant strength king, Hu Chong. The competition continued. Chen Yu's defeat of Xianxia had greatly shocked the other students. Kong Yuan, let's see who's stronger. An ordinary-looking woman wielding two swords stepped onto the stone platform to challenge Kong Yuan. Kong Yuan accepted the challenge. After the two exchanged more than 50 moves, Kong Yuan defeated her and held his position. Since he couldn't challenge the same person consecutively, the other challengers could only change targets. A freshman issued a challenge to a peak Hotian warrior. Unfortunately, he failed. Following that, another person challenged Kong Yuan. Kong Yuan wasn't strong among the peak Hotian experts. As long as he fought a few rounds, he would definitely be able to defeat him. After all, everyone had 2 chances to challenge. Wasting one challenge in exchange for a chance to rush into the top 20 was something that everyone was willing to do. Finally, after being challenged 3 times, Kong Yuan was defeated. Humph, after I rest for a while, I'll definitely take it back. Kong Yuan was extremely angry. If he hadn't been targeted, he wouldn't have lost so many times. However, he also had 2 chances to challenge and still had a chance to turn the tables. The second round. The process was relatively long. More than 100 students could each challenge twice. Excluding those who didn't think they had any hope of giving up, they had to fight at least 100 battles. Among them, many students challenged the peak Hotian experts on the stone platform, including Xianxia who was challenged twice. 2 of them were replaced, while Xianxia persisted and occupied the top 20. As for inborn experts like Chao Zhongtian, Situ Linyu, and Luo Yongguang, no one challenged them at all. It was as if defeating them was an impossible task. Outside the arena, Luo Haoyan's face was gloomy. Chen Yu knew that Chen Yu had many tricks up his sleeves, and his strength was far greater than what he had shown. He didn't think that Luo Yongguang could defeat Chen Yu, so he hoped that someone could exhaust Chen Yu's strength in this round. That way, Luo Yongguang's chances of winning would be higher. However, ever since Chen Yu defeated Xianxia, no one dared to challenge him. My juniors from the Demon Fire Academy, I'll show you the way. Luo Haoyan suddenly thought of something and sent a message to the students of the Demon Fire Academy. Luo Haoyan was the #1 student of the Demon Fire Academy, so he had a high prestige. Hearing this message, the students of the Demon Fire Academy became excited. It wasn't easy to talk to Luo Haoyan normally, but today, Luo Haoyan took the initiative to send them a message. The 20 people on the stone platform aren't easy to deal with. However, according to my observation, the movement skill that Chen Yu is using is called Devilish Wild Shadow. This movement skill puts a great burden on his body, so he can't use it for a long time. Otherwise, he will fall into a period of weakness. If you challenge Chen Yu by taking turns to exhaust him instead of fighting him head-on, his strength will be greatly reduced, and it will be very easy to win. Luo Haoyan was indeed a genius of the ancient clan and an elite of the Demon Fire Academy. Not only did he recognize Chen Yu's movement skill, but he also knew his weakness. The students of the Demon Fire Academy discussed among themselves after hearing Luo Haoyan's words. Luo Haoyan wouldn't lie to us about Chen Yu's weakness. However, Chen Yu's speed is too fast, and there aren't many among us who can contend against him. They were very rational and didn't act rashly. However, I can tell that Luo Haoyan has a grudge against Chen Yu and wants to suppress him on purpose. If I can gain Luo Haoyan's favor and trust, I'm willing to take this risk. A student with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks said with a smile. I didn't expect to be in the top 20, but if I challenge Chen Yu, I can gain Luo Haoyan's favor. It's a good deal. Another person said with a smile. Chen Yu, I'll fight you. A student of the Demon Fire Academy immediately rushed out. This student was only in the late stage of the Hotian realm, but he took the initiative to challenge Chen Yu. This surprised many spectators. Chen Yu frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Roar! Chen Yu used his movement skill and charged toward the challenger with a brutal and ferocious momentum. The opponent didn't have time to dodge, so he could only try his best to defend himself. Boom! Another person was sent flying off the stage by Chen Yu. However, after another battle, another student of the Demon Fire Academy challenged Chen Yu. At this moment, most people had already noticed something. Hee, this guy is also being targeted by the tag team battle. Below the stage, Kong Yuan laughed loudly. He thought that Qinyu would end up the same as him. Serves you right. Wan Qing, the hot-tempered youth who was the first to be sent flying by Qinyu, cursed. When you can't hold on anymore, I'll challenge you again. Yin Xiang, on the other hand, was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. On the stage. You want to use the tag team battle to exhaust me? Qinyu couldn't help but smile. If it was a group of early-stage Xiantian realm warriors, he might have some reservations. Qinyu, I'll fight you. A girl who admired Luo Haoyan also challenged Qinyu. Qinyu treated everyone equally. He used his movement skill and used his unparalleled speed to suppress his opponent and send her flying. Ah, the girl screamed and flew into the distance. After one battle, another person challenged Qinyu. How boorish. He even sent a beauty flying. The handsome youth looked down on Qinyu's behavior. Get lost. Qinyu turned into a pitch-black gale and swept out. Boom! The handsome youth had just entered the range of the stone stage and hadn't landed yet. He was knocked out of the stage by Qinyu. This kid is even faster than before. I don't believe that I can't exhaust this kid to death. The students of the Demon Fire Academy gnashed their teeth. Brother Chen, be careful. Yang Zhang was also among the 100 people. He had heard the plan of the students of the Demon Fire Academy clearly. Moreover, he knew that he had no hope of entering the top 20, so he didn't issue a challenge. On the stone stage. Humph, how shameless. The cold girl, Xianxia, couldn't stand it anymore and snorted. Qinyu was a little surprised that Xianxia would stand up for him. Xianxia was very famous among the new students. Her words resonated with many people. Qinyu, we still have a battle. I want to defeat you with my own hands. Don't lose here. Xianxia's bright black eyes glanced at Qinyu. Haha, they're just moths flying into the fire. Qinyu laughed. The students of the Demon Fire Academy looked very embarrassed when they heard this. Qinyu had compared them to moths. Even with so many moths, they can still extinguish your flames. A student retorted. End of chapter 257. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.